Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It is Monday, and those of you who are normal viewers knows that Monday is pretty much become the David Wilcock review day. David Wilcock, in desperate need of money lately, has been actually working once a week. That's right. Poor little rich boy actually works for 3 or 4 hours once a week now, and complains the whole time that he's not making enough money. As we'll see from tonight's clips, which I will share with you, David Wilcock on his most recent stream is complaining that he's only making about $10,000 a month on YouTube, and it's just not enough to pay his bills. And one might ask themselves, what kind of lifestyle does $120,000 a year afford most people? I would think a very good lifestyle, but don't let things like, reality get in the way. David Wilcock is quite spoiled and used to making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, selling completely fake stories. And before we begin tonight's presentation, I want to make a few announcements, and those announcements are not for the benefit of my audience. They're actually for the benefit of any human reviewers. We've had this ongoing battle recently where any of my broadcasts that are critical of David Wilcock's broadcasts on YouTube get demonetized. And then after human review, they confirm not eligible for advertising. So I want to ask the human reviewer, if David Wilcock is allowed to be fully monetized while he's pushing medical disinformation, Q conspiracies, fake Pizzagate conspiracies, and more, then why can't my broadcasts be fully monetized when we give our audience the truth behind the fake conspiracies, fake stories, and complete and total disinformation and misinformation that David Wilcock is promoting on the very same platform we're on, YouTube? I'm not quite sure what the issue or problem is. We've eliminated cursing. Maybe there's some off-color remarks. I really don't know what it is. But I want to appeal to the human reviewer and say, all we want is an equal playing field. If David Wilcock is allowed to be fully monetized, giving people completely fake information, and by the way, David Wilcock is on YouTube promoting completely and totally dangerous things to his followers. Most recently, Mr. Wilcock has decided to tell his followers that it's a good idea to take baths in your own urine because then you'll get superpowers. This is medical disinformation. It could be completely and totally dangerous. Yet YouTube is allowing him to fully monetize his streams. And by the way, human reviewer, that's one example. I could give 100 more examples of the dangerous misinformation and disinformation that David Wilcock on an almost weekly basis is pushing out to tens of thousands of people. Yet when we correctly are critical of the claims of New Age guru, fake guru, David Wilcock, we are demonetized. And again, I'm not asking for special treatment in a review. If my language is too coarse, if I drop F-bombs every 5 minutes, certainly YouTube should have the right to say, your stream is not advertiser friendly. But I'm going to refrain from cursing for this entire broadcast. And I'm also going to try to refrain from anything that would be objectionable to advertiser guidelines. What we do here is actually a public service and is in the public benefit. David Wilcock is promoting dangerous conspiracy theories on YouTube and making $10,000 a month by his own admission doing so. Meanwhile, the human reviewer is free to look at our financial income here, which is a percentage, 1% of what he's making, to tell people the truth and to dispel these dangerous conspiracy theories. And again, I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for a level playing field. If you as a platform are going to allow David Wilcock to actively promote Q conspiracies, Pizzagate conspiracies, medical disinformation, problematic medical advice, he's telling people He's giving people nutrition and diet advice. He's not a qualified nutritionist or medical doctor. Everything he's doing on his channel is completely against the terms of service of YouTube as I read them. However, YouTube has turned a blind eye to David Wilcock's promotion of this dangerous information, while simultaneously demonetizing people that are pointing out these dangerous conspiracy theories he's pushing, and simultaneously demonetizing people like me who are correctly correcting the record of the dangerous fake information that he is actively promoting for profit on YouTube. And right now, I'll get off my soapbox. Also, just want to mention that we're going to try to make things a bit more professional and studious, especially at the beginning of our broadcast. So I will ask for my audience's indulgence, as perhaps some of these things which I'm about to go over will be considered old news to you, my audience. So on the subject of David Wilcock, we'll be talking tonight about unmasking some of his pseudoscience and fabrications. And by the way, human reviewer, the latest fake story that he's promoting for profit on YouTube is that he saved Donald Trump's life with his telekinetic superpowers in dreamland. That's right. He's telling people on YouTube that the reason Donald Trump was not assassinated is because he used his telekinetic superpowers, which he previously claimed he got from taking baths in his own urine because the Archangel Michael told him to do that. So, you know, hey, human reviewer, have a heart. I'm just here saying this is ridiculous. And first of all, I don't think he should be allowed on YouTube saying any of this stuff, but he's doing it for profit. I make a video critical of this and we get instantly demonetized. So I suppose the message from YouTube is you can promote dangerous conspiracy theories and be fully monetized, but if with facts and evidence and logic you rip apart those fake conspiracy theories, we will demonetize your video. This is the message that I'm sorry I've been getting from YouTube, is that I'm not allowed to tell people the truth here. But if I want to lie to people and promote dangerous conspiracy theories, I can be fully monetized and do that. I can think of no other reason why this situation exists. So we'll be talking about unmasking the pseudoscience and fabrications of David Wilcock tonight. David Wilcock, after all, is a prominent figure in the realm of pseudoscience and conspiracy theories, and has been for quite some time. And I will admit that David Wilcock has been very successful at captivating audiences with his extraordinary but often fake claims about ancient civilizations, extraterrestrial contact, and of course, secret space programs. Among his most controversial and dubious endeavors is his collaboration with Corey Goode, which spanned over 5 years, I believe. Together, they have propagated a series of completely fictional false narratives about a secret space program, or SSP, purportedly involving covert operations, advanced extraterrestrial technology, and hidden agendas. However, a closer examination reveals a pattern of falsehoods and exaggerations that have misled many. Famously, recently, Corey Goode, during a court deposition, admitted under oath that those secret space program stories were works of fiction and his intellectual property, and that he had to admit under oath during a deposition that he'd never even been to space. David Wilcock has never explained why he spent 5 years promoting secret space program stories from an alleged secret space program insider who later admitted in court he'd never actually been to space. So the secret space programs that Mr. Wilcock and Mr. Goode promoted, are they fact or fiction? Wilcock and Goode's SSP narrative revolves around the idea that the U.S. government, along with other global powers, has been long involved in covert space operations for decades. They claim that these programs have resulted in the development of advanced spacecraft, time travel technology, alliances with various extraterrestrial species, and even off-world colonies. Despite the elaborate and enticing nature of these sensational stories, they lack credible evidence. But they don't just lack credible evidence, they lack any evidence whatsoever. Because even after 5 years of promoting these stories, David Wilcock and Corey Goode have never presented a single shred of real or empirical or verifiable evidence. So the lack of verifiable evidence is a real problem. And one of the most glaring issues with Wilcock and Goode's claims is the complete and total absence of any verifiable evidence. It's just trust me, bro stories. Their assertions rely heavily on anecdotal accounts, hearsay, and supposed insider testimonies that cannot be independently corroborated. And in some cases, David Wilcock has used completely and totally fake government insiders, claiming that these people were government insiders, but a little bit of investigation and fact-checking reveals that the people he's using and calling government insiders, like Pete Peterson, never actually worked anywhere in the government, and their entire biography is fictitious, made up, and fabrications. Unlike legitimate whistleblowers who often provide concrete evidence or documentation, Wilcock and Goode's sources remain shadowy, often anonymous, and completely and totally unverifiable. Then, of course, there are shifting narratives and complete and total contradictions presented by Wilcock. The narratives presented by Wilcock and Goode have also been marked by inconsistencies and contradictions. But over time, their stories have evolved and shifted and become more grandiose, often to align with current events or to maintain audience interest. This fluidity undermines the credibility of their claims, suggesting they are more concerned with maintaining a captivating storyline than in actually presenting factual information. And let's not forget, I'm very fond of saying that these people are not out there just telling stories. If they were, I wouldn't have very much of a problem. The problem that I have is these people aren't just telling people stories, they're selling the story. And there are huge financial motivations behind the SSP stories. Wilcock and Goode have not merely shared their SSP stories out of a sense of altruism or a desire to inform the public. Their involvement in this narrative has proven to be highly lucrative, with each reportedly making millions of dollars doing so. They have monetized their claims through books, paid speaking engagements, online courses, and exclusive memberships to their websites. Next, we need to really recognize that what Corey Goode and David Wilcock were doing that entire 5 years was exploiting belief and hope, because many followers of Wilcock and Goode are individuals searching for meaning and hope in an increasingly strange and complex world. Wilcock and Goode, by offering tantalizing stories of advanced technologies and benevolent extraterrestrials, they exploit these desires, providing a sense of belonging to those listening and purpose. This manipulation is not only ethically questionable, but it also preys on the vulnerability of their audience. Then, of course, there is the commercialization of the SSP narrative. Corey Goode is right now has made video games, speaking engagements, courses, members-only videos, and more. And now he's trying to make video games around his SSP narratives. So the commercialization of their secret space program narrative is evident in the various products and services that they offer. From expensive online courses promising to reveal hidden or classified truths, to exclusive memberships granting access to supposed insider information, Wilcock and Goode have created a profitable business model based on completely and totally unsubstantiated claims. The commercial aspect of what they do raises questions about their true motivations and the authenticity of their revelations. Then, of course, there is the broader impact on the conspiracy theory landscape. Wilcock and Goode's propagation of false SSP stories has broader implications for the landscape of conspiracy theories and the public's understanding of science and history. First of all, they, because of their success, have created hundreds and hundreds of others making similar claims. And the internet, for quite some time, and I believe is still, being flooded with supposed secret space program insiders. Many copycats have popped up, They're speaking at UFO conferences, telling their fantastic secret space program stories, and more. And then, of course, there's the erosion of critical thinking. By promoting completely evidence-free stories and unverified and fantastical claims, Wilcock and Good contribute to the erosion of critical thinking in society. Their followers, often drawn in by the allure of secret knowledge, may become less inclined to question or critically evaluate information. This trend is particularly concerning in an era where misinformation can spread rapidly and influence public opinion. And of course, they are distracting people from legitimate issues. The focus on these outlandish conspiracy theories can distract people from real pressing issues that require people's attention and action. By diverting attention to their fantastical narratives, Wilcock and Good potentially undermine efforts to address tangible problems such as climate change, social inequality, and government transparency. David Wilcock and Corey Good's promotion of their secret space program narrative is a case study in the dangers of pseudoscience and accepting evidence-free stories, and also the exploitation of belief for financial gain. Their stories, which some find captivating, honestly, I find childish and nonsensical, but some people find them captivating. Their stories lack credible evidence or even any evidence at all, and have evolved inconsistently over time. By capitalizing on the hopes and desires of their audience, they have created a profitable enterprise that undermines critical thinking and distracts from legitimate issues. It's crucial for individuals to approach such claims with skepticism and to prioritize evidence-based understanding over sensationalism. So we're going to get to the many, many clips. For those unaware, we used to go through the entire, 3 or 4 hour stream that Wilcock would put together, but things are made much easier now by a kind and generous person on Twitter who makes all of the relevant clips now, and that is at Macario Mend on Twitter. So we're going to get into it. 1 second here. I'm going to put my fair use banner up because we need to be sure to understand it's fair use. This is a transformative work, and we're educating the public. 1 moment, let me get that up. And while I do that, let me welcome in the live chat. And also, apologize for the wonky start today. Apparently, thanks Elon Musk, X has decided that you can't stream on Twitter or X, whatever I'll call it Twitter forever. You can't stream on Twitter unless you're a premium account. So we have to pay now to be able to stream on Twitter, which is pretty concerning. We've been able to stream up until now. So that's a market change in, I suppose, this strategy. But one thing I do want to point out is that we've never made a dime. We have never made a dime on Twitter. And I provide those streams sort of as a public service to people who prefer to watch on Twitter, I suppose. So I'm going to have to evaluate whether we're going to pay. I have no problem with somebody making money, but come on, Elon Musk. We're a struggling media producer and content creator here. Do you really need my $20 a month to let me stream on Twitter? I mean, it is what it is. Rockets aren't cheap, right? Spaceships aren't cheap. So we're going to get into the clips. Okay, so we're going to begin with David Wilcock complaining that he's only making $10,000 a month. You got to love it. David Wilcock is living in a multi-million-dollar mansion, lying to his followers, claiming that he was trying to make it through the winter in an uninsulated cabin. It's a multi-million-dollar log cabin style mansion that he lives in. It's worth $2 million last I checked from a real estate estimator website. And he's telling people he's struggling to survive the winter in an uninsulated cabin. Now he's complaining that he's not making enough money. I gotta love it. Spoiled rich boy.
Rotina's already donated, I guess 500 ARS is like $1. But thank you to Rotina. So, you know, I do make about maybe 10 grand a month on this, but that includes all the super chats and all the ads and everything. So it's not really enough, but it is sustainable. And I do thank you guys for participating in that.
It's not really enough. $10,000 a month is not enough money for David Wilcock. He's only making $10,000 a month. And, you know, this is why I have such a problem with this guy. And also, attention human reviewer, he just said he's making $10,000 a month. And what is he doing on YouTube? He's telling people that the Archangel Michael said that you should take baths in your own urine in order to get superpowers. That's what he's doing, and he's making $10,000 a month on your platform. Meanwhile, I can't make $12 on my stream, you know, giving people the reality behind his pseudoscience fake claims. Does that seem like a fair way to run a distribution platform or a streaming platform or video sharing platform? Does it seem fair that David Wilcock can make $10,000 a month telling people to take baths in their own piss in order to get superpowers? But I'm here telling people, first of all, that's medically dangerous and you should consult your doctor. You shouldn't do something like that without consulting a doctor. And here this guy is complaining that he's not making enough money telling people to take baths in their own urine. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And meanwhile, YouTube is taking my lousy $12 or whatever we get in ad revenue per stream, maybe 20 if we're lucky, right?
It's certainly not big money as far as I'm concerned. My mortgage is well over half that amount.
Again, he mentions his mortgage, but we have previously showed you that he doesn't own his home anymore. So he doesn't have a mortgage anymore because he transferred ownership of his home to a shell corporation that is connected to his one-time attack lawyer, Liz Laurie, somehow. And he's in the midst of, I believe, some sort of negotiations with the IRS. So that's very problematic that he would be transferring multi-million-dollar assets while negotiating with the IRS over, what was it, $1.5 million in unpaid income taxes.
You know, food and everything else costs a lot. So
yeah, things cost a lot, and 10 grand a month is not enough for David Wilcock. I spent this past weekend doing many things, but one of the things I've done is trying to return to a meditation practice. And I was listening to some tapes about Buddhist meditation. And one of the things that struck me is loving kindness, right? You're supposed to really focus on being a more loving and kind person. And I'm trying my best, but when I see a guy like this who's living in a multi-million-dollar home, telling people to take baths in their own urine and making $10,000 a month on YouTube, and then complaining that $10,000 a month isn't enough for him, it's very hard to love this man and to be kind to him. But I will try my very best. And we're going to continue. We're going to try to get through these clips fast and furious today. So David Wilcock is telling people not only that he predicted Donald Trump's attempted assassination, but that he prevented it with his telekinetic superpowers, which we covered previously. He said he got telekinetic superpowers by taking baths in his own urine, and the Archangel Michael told him to take those baths in his own urine in order to get the superpowers. You just can't even make this stuff up, friends, but let's try to get through it.
Hence the attempted taking down of 4547. It's quite a story, you guys. I was I was in a lot of pain, actually. I guess I'll show you the scar later, but I've been going through massage, and I had some very, very intense work done on my neck. My body worker told me that she never was able to get in there like this before. I have 2 huge black and blue marks right here. I'll show you that a little later.
He's got a body worker. What does that even mean? He's doing body work. Does anybody know what that means? Does that mean he's going to rub and tugs? Or what does he mean? He's getting body work done.
But the point is, yeah, I was in bed. I was trying to get some sleep. I didn't even feel like doing a show. I was depressed. Yesterday, I was in a bad mood. And then I wake up, and the first thing I saw was on TG, and it was from Ezra.
And he's mentioning a Q-Tard Telegram poster. That's who he gets his news from, Q-Tards. Q conspiracy. Let me be kinder and have a more loving kindness. He's getting his news and his information from Q conspiracy pushing Telegram channels.
And it said Trump is safe. And I'm like, well, safe from what? And then I started to read other things on TG, and I realized, oh my God, there's a video of this. And I start hearing what sounds like, you know, crack, 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 crack. It's like, oh my gosh. Obviously, this is something we talked about, that the threat existed.
And here he's claiming that he talked about or predicted that Donald Trump would face an assassination attempt. I'm sorry, no, we cover him every week. He never, ever predicted that that there would be an assassination attempt at Donald Trump. But see, friends, this is what we get from all fake psychics. They always take real world events and then they try to backdate and pretend that they predicted it. Show me a quote of him in the last 5 years claiming that someone would attempt to assassinate Donald Trump. It never happened, but he's going to try to take credit. And again, he claims to be in communication with the Archangel Michael, who's predicting the future for him. This is completely and totally fake information. He never predicted this. And and let's take a moment just to say that this event that happened was a tragedy. This event that happened Saturday was a tragedy, and somebody lost their lives. There's still a couple of people that I believe are critically injured. This is just a completely and totally tragic event. But don't ever underestimate a grifter's ability to use that in their cons, swindles, and scams. David Wilcock is directly profiting from the tragic murder of a good family man who tragically was sitting behind Trump and shielded his own wife and children and tragically lost his life. And here David Wilcock is profiting from this tragedy, claiming, well, here we're getting the claim that he predicted this and he's been talking about this as a possibility and this might happen. He never predicted this. And later, we'll see in a separate clip, he's essentially claiming that in the dream world or the astral world, David Wilcock deflected the bullet from Trump's head with his telekinetic superpowers. And remember, where did he claim to get telekinetic superpowers from? From taking baths in his own urine, because the Archangel Michael told him to do that.
This is very real, that this threat exists. Somebody like me, I'm on the front lines. I'm doing this for you. I'm not doing this for myself. I already know these things.
Okay, he's not doing this for, he already knows this. Sure. Great. Let's go to the next one. Again, he's talking about psychopaths again, but a lot of more critically minded viewers of his think that he's talking about himself. Here he goes.
And that what they will do is tell you exactly what you want to hear. They'll hit off all your talking points. They'll make you feel amazing. They will shamelessly dump on what they call your enemy, and they will stroke your ego day after day if you watch their stuff or read their stuff, make you think that you're the cool ones and the opponent is the loser. And that what they...
Yeah, a lot of people think... Macario says, again, this guy doesn't see that he's talking about himself. You gotta love it. And he's obsessed with psychopaths. He talks about psychopaths in every one of his streams. Every single stream, he's talking about psychopaths. I don't really understand why, or why he's so completely And for those wondering, remember, David Wilcock was supposed to get the big loan and start production on the hover cars by now and pay off all of his debts, and then he wouldn't need to ask his audience for money anymore. That's all gone. He just stopped talking about that. Apparently, the loan for Stavati never actually materialized. Imagine that. But he's been saying for several years now that Stavati is going to get funded, and then he'll be able to build those hover cars he's been promising everybody. And remember, he's promised to build hover cars with a free energy engine. You won't even need to put fuel in, that you'll be able to power your entire home from, right? And 2 years ago, he said that those would be available in a year. That was 2 years ago. But now he's shifted the narrative that there's a bad guy, Steve from Canada. A lot of people are thinking he's talking about me. Near as I can tell, he's talking about some other individual that is critical of him on the internet. But here he is again claiming Wilcock still thinks it's just Steven from Canada because he can only have one hater. More on Stavati and what they are about to do. It's all from Area 51 Black Ops world. So let's get into this one. This is great. And by the way, Wilcock is now saying that his backup plan for if Stavati doesn't get the money is that the aliens that are here on Earth in a secret base under, what was it, Lake Manitoba or something? There's a secret alien base under a lake, and those aliens are going to help him and Stavati Aerospace build the hover cars if they can't get the money to do it themselves. That's how stupid and childish this is.
Oppose and defeat this global cabal came from Majestic, and they have very advanced technology that we don't get to know about. There's a lot of stuff that's classified. So I co-founded, I didn't really co-found, but I joined in with...
Oh, I built Stavati Aerospace. I mean, I co-founded Stavati Aerospace. I mean, never mind. I didn't do any of those things. David Wilcock is not the co-founder. He didn't build Stavati Aerospace. Stavati Aerospace has been in business for 30 years, and they've been failing for 30 years. So it's no surprise to me, having researched Stavati Aerospace, that all of David Wilcock's false claims about Stavati Aerospace keep falling apart. They've never built a single airplane. Imagine being in the aerospace industry for 30 years and you don't have a single airplane to show people. That would be a complete and total business failure in most people's eyes.
Stavati Aerospace in 2018. And this is a company that's bringing out that technology from the Area 51 Black Ops world into the public world.
They're not bringing out Area 51 technology, David. They can't even bring out publicly available technology because for 30 years, they have yet to produce a single solitary product for sale or any services for sale. And in fact, Stavati's only income is that a garbage dumpster company is renting a part of their facility to store garbage dumpsters in. Stavati admitted in court documents they've never produced, they have no income from aeronautics, which is their principal supposed line of work, right? Stavati Aerospace is a complete and total failure. But apparently or allegedly, David Wilcock has been pumping money into this shady company, which has been called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme in court documents recently by one of their former investors. Apparently or allegedly, David Wilcock has been pumping money into them since 2018, and he's the only reason the company is still in business. He's dumped that much money in. According to him, millions of dollars of his money has been pumped into Stavati Aerospace, and they still haven't produced any products. They're being sued by multiple vendors. People are seeking liens against their property. They lost all the tax breaks with the local Niagara County officials because they lied and claimed they would create all these jobs. They didn't create one job. They claimed they were going to create, what was it, 500 high-paying $100,000 a year or more jobs. They didn't create one job. So they lost all the tax breaks and incentives from the local municipality where their airplane hangar is. and garbage dumpsters are being stored at that property now, and that's their only income, which amounts to a few $1,000s a month. Meanwhile, one of their former investors is suing them for millions of dollars, and a multitude of vendors that performed work on their facility and were never paid are now suing David Wilcock's Stevati Aerospace for, I think, over $500,000 collectively, and seeking liens and foreclosures on their property for non-payment for goods and services. So, David Wilcock lives in a false reality where he's right now on YouTube on a public live stream, which, by the way, is monetized, human reviewer. He's lying through his teeth and telling everybody that Stevati Aerospace is going to bring secret technology out of Area 51. I'm going to say that again. He's lying on a public live stream and saying that Stevati Aerospace is going to bring out secret technology from Area 51. Yet they haven't produced a single product or service in the 30 years they've been in business. So how are they getting technology out of Area 51? Nobody that works at Stevati ever worked at Area 51. Technology at Area 51 would be top secret, and I think it would be illegal for them to just put it out there. But welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. And these are the kind of false claims that we correct here and then get demonetized for. We can't be monetized telling people correctly that it's absolutely ridiculous for David Wilcock to lie to people and say that Stevati Aerospace is going to bring secret technology out of Area 51 when they've been in business for 30 years and have never produced a single aircraft product or service in the 30 years they've been in business. But they have collected an awful lot of investor money, and they're currently trying to get more investors to put money in. David Wilcock reportedly put millions of dollars in, and they're being sued and being called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme, and they're not paying any of the people that they owe money to. But hey, sure, Stevati Aerospace and David Wilcock, who claims to be, according to the company website, the director of advanced technology at Stevati, are going to bring Area 51 top secret technology to the public. Sure.
So we're beginning with more conventional aircraft like this. This, of course, as I've said before, is our SM-39 Razor. It's a next generation air defense. It's going to be the fastest plane ever built at Mach 4.
Ridiculous statement. Does anybody believe that a company that's been failing for 30 years to produce even the simplest aircraft product, service, or even a part of an aircraft? These guys can't make airplane seats, but somehow they're going to create the fastest jet fighter that's ever been produced. Not Lockheed Martin, not Northrop Grumman, not Boeing, not, Lockheed Skunk Works. No. A company that's being sued and called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme is going to make a Mach 4 airplane. And did you hear how he said we're going to bring out conventional aircraft? I'm sorry, but as described, I'm a little bit of an aircraft historian. That would not be considered a conventional airplane. No, not if it goes Mach 4. And by the way, he's also claimed that airplane will fly in space. Never mind the fact that you'd need two separate engine systems because jets don't work in space. You'd need a jet engine system and then some sort of rocket propelled engine system. But again, don't let things like real facts, real science, and real evidence get in the way of a good con, swindle, or grift. And so far, the only proof that they're going to produce this plane that David Wilcock has produced is this 3D printed toys that he made on a 3D printer. That's not a prototype. That's a 3D printed model, David Wilcock. It's a plastic toy. Jeez, I don't even know. All right, let's see what else he has to say.
It's got these huge jet engines that go all the way down here from the front of the bulkheads to the back. That's part of how it's able to accelerate this fast. And basically
Stevati Aerospace has never produced a jet airplane engine. Never. But suddenly they're going to produce the fastest jet engine ever produced. The childishness and the ridiculousness of David Wilcock's claims is so apparent to anybody with a little bit of logic and critical thinking here. Does it make sense that a company that's never produced anything is suddenly going to produce the most advanced fighter aircraft, the fastest airplane fighter ever? And they've never produced any jet fighter or any jet airplane ever in their 30-year history, but they're suddenly going to produce the most advanced, the fastest jet aircraft ever built or flown. Just like they're going to produce anti-gravity hover cars with the free energy engine, right?
Everybody except for one person who watches my show understands that this is true. That one person has been extremely active, and Wilcock Cabal.
Sorry, again, David Wilcock is claiming he only has one hater now.
Able to accelerate this fast. And basically everybody except for one person who watches my show understands that this is true.
This is not true. And I challenge David Wilcock. Show me a jet engine. Show me a prototype, a real working flying prototype of that airplane you described. And also, David Wilcock has no idea about anything to do with airplane construction, manufacture, or anything. He's just talking out of his, you know what? I'm trying not to curse here for this stream. So, David Wilcock, you're saying that this is true, that you're going to produce this airplane. Show us the airplane. Show us, hey, why don't you show us you flying it? That would be great, right? That's a way to shut up that one hater. And Wilcock is claiming he only has one hater on the entire internet that is saying that his claims aren't true. That's not true. There's a whole group of people on Twitter that rip him apart every time he has a live stream and talk about all the lies that he tells and all the half-truths and the ridiculousness of this and how none of this makes any sense. But, you know, David Wilcock lives in a delusional fantasy world where he's Earth's greatest prophet. Remember, he's called himself the liberator of Earth before. He's also previously claimed to be the father of the white race somehow. You know, it just gets more and more ridiculous. But according to Wilcock, he only has one person that says that his claims aren't true. Well, I'm another person. So that alone, that's two people. So that alone proves that you're completely and totally lying to your audience. There's more than one person that says your claims aren't true. I'm pretty sure that investor that is suing your shady aerospace company would say your claims aren't true. I'm pretty sure that the vendors that are suing your shady aerospace company know that your claims aren't true, or you'd have some money to pay the vendors and pay back the investors.
One person has been extremely active, and we'll talk more about that later. But I really get hardly any hate at all, which is nice. So you guys understand that what we're trying to do here.
He hardly gets, now listen, this is important. Here in this clip, Wilcock says he hardly gets any hate at all. In a clip that I will play for you later in this broadcast, David Wilcock claims that he hired a 4-person team to delete all the hateful comments so that he doesn't have to see any of the hate. Well, which one is it? You get hardly any hate, or you need a 3 or 4-person full-time staff to delete all the hateful comments, Mr. Wilcock? Which one is it? This makes no sense.
Is create disruptive change in the industry. And we're going to do that by selling more conventional aircraft like the one that you just saw. But then the proceeds of that money that we're going to earn are going to be rolled over into advanced technology, and that includes hover cars, which use actual anti-gravity. We have another plane called the SM-36. We have some countries that are very interested in that. It's a vertical takeoff and landing without jets, fans, propeller blades. It actually uses an electrogravitic system.
Okay, so here he's claiming that his aerospace company, which has never produced any regular conventional aircraft, is suddenly going to crack the code of electrogravitic propulsion. So, you know, think about the out of this world claims. His company is going to produce the world's fastest jet fighter ever produced that'll do Mach 4 and also fly in space if you want to. You can go Mach 4 in Earth's atmosphere, then you can just fly in space if you want to. His shady aerospace company is going to produce anti-gravity driven hover cars with a free energy engine, so you don't even need to put fuel in them. And also, they're going to create a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that uses electrogravitic propulsion system, which is an extremely advanced, exotic form of propulsion that no other major aircraft manufacturer, even ones that have been in business for 75 or 100 years, have been able to get to work. But David Wilcock's shady aerospace company, which is being sued and called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme, and they can't even afford lawyers to fight some of these lawsuits, they're going to create all of this exotic advanced technology. And it's for these reasons that I say, and I say this with some degree of confidence, that David Wilcock is literally a pathological liar. And you'll notice that pathological liars make grandiose claims like this that make no sense when you pick apart the claims from a logical perspective. Does it make any sense that an aircraft company that's been failing for 30 years is suddenly going to create all of this world-changing advanced technology, including releasing from Area 51 classified technology to the world? No, this man is a pathological liar, in my opinion. But this is a well-informed opinion based on knowing about aircraft technology, based on knowing about the history of the aerospace industry and the big players in it. All the big players in the aerospace industry have been completely and totally unable to do any of these things that David Wilcock claims that his shady aerospace company that's never produced even a bolt for an airplane or a seat for an airplane, his company's going to do all these things that all of the big players, Boeing and Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin and Lockheed Skunk Works, all those companies have been completely and totally unable to produce any of the technology that he describes. But his company's going to do it. And you notice that he said, well, first we're going to produce these conventional aircraft, and then we're going to roll the money into making hover cars. Well, that's not what he said 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he said they'd have a working prototype in a year. Now he's saying we have to produce these other airplanes first, then we'll take the money from that and put it into the hover cars. I think that the people at Stevati are conning him and telling him that. But does Wilcock have any idea? Let's go out on a limb here and say they really did start producing an aircraft, a conventional aircraft, and then they have to manufacture it, and then they have to sell it, and then they have to advertise it. They have to find clients and customers to buy it. Then there's a world of restrictions that they will face from the FAA, testing, all kinds of safety things. It could be 10 years to get a working aircraft from the prototype stage to the manufacturing and sales stage. So what are you saying? He mentioned 2 different airplanes they have to produce before we get to the hover cars. Is he saying that we're going to have to wait 20 years? Does he know that each of those aircraft he's talking about producing and manufacturing will probably take at least 10 years to come to fruition before you get to the hover cars? So that would mean that we're all waiting for 20 years. 2 years ago, he promised us working hover car prototypes in a year. Do you see the changing narrative? This is really, really problematic. But, you know, this is what happens when you attack David Wilcock's completely pie-in-the-sky false claims with things like logic and reason and real reality.
To take off the ground, and then the jet engines kick in. This is absolutely true. I did a whole movie about it called Spaceship, which is on Vimeo. You can access it through Michael Prophecies. The first one they blocked, so you have to use.
Yes, he stole so many movie clips from commercial movies like Close Encounters and Star Wars that they copyright strike his crappy movie off of Vimeo. That's why it was taken off of Vimeo, for copyright violations.
It's the direct link, or you can't find it, but part 2 is still up on Vimeo. And I may put it up on Twitter pretty soon as well. So this is about as dangerous as anything can get. They don't want you to know that you don't have to pay for your energy. They don't.
And here, he's going to use Stephen Greer's free energy talking points. There is the same talking points all of these people use. Oh, they don't want you to know this free energy technology is being suppressed and you shouldn't have to pay a power bill. We're going to take a moment to recognize some kind and generous people before we continue. We want to welcome Orbital Reality for becoming a member. Orbital Reality just became a YouTube channel member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Orbital Reality. For those unaware, if you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, we give you thank you and a shout out. So there you are. Shout out to Orbital Reality and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Then we have Rotary Motion, who's also a member with a longtime show supporter with a kind and generous £2 super chat. Says, check out Ashton Forbes has gone full wackadoo. Yes, we may cover that this week, Rotary Motion. And thank you for sending me the link. I appreciate that. Thank you for your kindness. AZ with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Thank you, AZ, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And then we've got longtime show supporter Legal Eagle, who's also a member. Thank you for being a member. Is here with a kind and generous $10 super chat. Says, a little donation towards the hibachi to cook the bison steak on. I forget every time. Eventually, I will remember. But we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you all for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to continue with our journey here. A lot more clips to get through.
They want you to know that we already could build spaceships. They don't want you to know that there are
Yeah, we could already build spaceships, but he can't show you one. You know, this is so childish. He's like a kid in a playground. Like, I got a laser gun. Show us the laser gun. Oh, I can't. It's top secret, or some other excuse. It's so childish.
covert elements that already have a massive amount of these different types of spaceships. Some of them are cylindrical. There's different types that already exist out there.
There's all these spaceships, secret spaceships that exist. Is this like the Corey Good nonsense? Is that what you're repeating? Stuff from Corey Good, the proven space grifter who never been to space? Is that where you got this nugget of information that there's all these spaceships out there, David Wilcock?
And it's been a secret that's been kept secret by this global criminal element. Because once the technology comes out, you've got anti-gravity, you've got free energy. People don't need to pay money for their energy. And about 80% of all the bills that you have to do with energy.
Yeah, these are free energy grifter talking points. And the history of people making these promises, remember, David Wilcock taught a course in free energy and told everybody, if you give him $333, you'll be able to do it too. Yet not one person who took David Wilcock's free energy and anti-gravity course for $333 has been able to produce either free energy or anti-gravity. Nobody's been able to do that. So does that mean that he lied to everybody? And by the way, human reviewer, David Wilcock told everybody on a public YouTube live stream as he was hawking a $333 course. And by the way, he did not acknowledge that it was a sales pitch in the YouTube video. But anyway, he's telling people on YouTube videos that if you buy my $333 course, I'm going to teach you how to do free energy and anti-gravity, and you'll be able to do it too. Nobody that took his course was able to do it. Does that mean that David Wilcock is actively defrauding people on YouTube and using YouTube as a platform to find victims for his fake free energy and fake anti-gravity courses that don't work, and nobody was able to reproduce a device that worked? Could be, right? I think so, maybe.
Gas for your car, heating and cooling your home. And these kinds of things are actually what are called capital in basic Keynesian economics.
These things are called
But when you get beyond the need
fiction.
for capital to be something you pay for, you end up in a situation where people can now go off and be free-spirited. You could have a hover car with anti-gravity that powers you to be able to go into a remote area that nobody's ever lived in before, set up your own cabin out there. You have all the energy you need. You can start growing your own food, gardening, hunting, whatever you want to do. Live by a stream. You got your own drinking water. And you're free. You don't have to pay anybody. You don't have to make people money to be alive.
Yeah, so this is what's commonly known as, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. This is the false reality that David Wilcock is promising people, and he's claiming that he knows how to do this right now. Well, then why don't you tell us how to do it, David Wilcock? You took $333 from people claiming you knew how to do this. Why don't you show us the free energy device that you built that powers your home? Oh, that's right. He can't. Do you know why? Because free energy is a scam. And free energy is a fairy tale. It's fictional. It does not exist. But don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good grift, swindle, or scam.
And that terrifies them because they really want your money. And so what
they want your money, not Wilcock.
The faction
they want your
that
money.
Was part of the alliance has now been able to get into office as of 2016, and they passed a whole bunch of executive orders that are real military laws.
All right, here's where it gets ridiculous. He just said that alliance members got elected in 2016 and passed executive orders. Only let's break this down. This is how ridiculous and nonsensical and childish David Wilcock's claims are. Only the president can pass an executive order, not any other elected official. So what is he saying? That Biden is part of the alliance now? Biden was always the bad guy in all of his narratives, and Trump, orange man, good, Biden, bad. Regardless of what I think of politics, that's the narrative that he's pushed. Now he's saying that they passed executive orders so this technology could be freed. Does anybody remember reading a Biden executive order that made free energy accessible to the average United States citizen? Who are these alliance members that are passing executive orders? Because that's impossible. Only the president can pass an executive order, David Wilcock. Look it up. But, you know, this is one of the problems. David Wilcock's followers are low IQ, low information viewers. Libs, I call them, low information viewers. They don't fact check anything he says. They don't even stop to think about the ridiculousness of what David Wilcock says. Because David Wilcock just said that members of the alliance, which is a fictional organization created by an old senile con artist with a fake background, one of his fake government whistleblowers, Pete Peterson, invented the alliance. It doesn't exist. But he just said that a member of a fictional organization made up by a con artist got elected and passed an executive order allowing free energy to be released to the public. Every executive order that a president passes is on record. Go find me an executive order from Joe Biden that releases free energy technology to United States citizens. You can't find it because it doesn't exist. He's really literally talking out of his butt here. It's absolutely ridiculous that he's allowed to lie to people on YouTube like this. And by the way, human reviewer, you know I'm correct. Only the president can pass an executive order. And here, David Wilcock on a monetized YouTube live stream is telling his followers that there's an executive order that's been passed that's freeing free energy technology to the public. Let's hear it again so that I'm correct.
Gravity that powers you to be able to go into a remote area that nobody's ever lived in before, set up your own cabin out there. You have all the energy you need. You can start growing your own food, gardening, hunting, whatever you want to do. Live by a stream. You got your own drinking water. And you're free. You don't have to pay anybody. You don't have to make people money to be alive. And that terrifies them because they really want your money.
Yeah, they want your money, not David Wilcock. The evil cabal want your money, not him.
And so what's happened is that the faction that was part of the alliance has now been able to get into office as of 2016. And they passed a whole bunch of executive orders that are real military laws.
They passed a bunch of executive orders that are real military laws that are going to enable free energy technology for all of us. No, this is a work of fiction, David Wilcock. Thanks, some kind and generous people. Penn Taxenstein, again with the kind and generous $10 super chat, says, does he have an anti-property tax machine? Well, I don't know, but thanks for putting a smile on my face. Penn Taxenstein, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thanks also for being a member. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Penn Taxenstein, who's a member, longtime show supporter, and a wonderful super chatter. Thank you, buddy.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praising the cash. We've got a little more cash to praise here from Thomas Robinson. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty, praise the cash. Protecting aliens since 1947. And Thomas Robinson is also a YouTube channel member and just threw in a kind and generous £3.99. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support as well. Thomas Robinson, thank you for helping us to praise the cash like a pro.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to go on to the next bit of nonsense from Mr. Wilcock. Oh, you gotta love it. It just gets dumber and dumber as we go. All right. David Wilcock is telling everybody that he's the truth teller here. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it, friends. David Wilcock is the truth teller. That's what he's saying. He's telling people that he's telling everybody the truth. And by the way, if you have to stop and tell people, no, really, I'm telling you the truth, it's probably because you're a liar.
So again, I feel sad that there are so many people who don't understand what's going on because the media has been compromised so greatly that if anybody were to try to tell you the truth openly, they would be attacked and destroyed immediately. It would all get spun around. So it's up to people like me and other truth tellers to connect the dots for you.
Wouldn't he get attacked immediately then if he's one of those people telling us the truth? Let's hear that again. This is so stupid.
That if anybody were to try to tell you the truth openly, they would be attacked and destroyed immediately. It would all get spun around. So it's up to people like me and other truth tellers to connect the dots for you and bring out information that you...
Well, I don't understand. Wouldn't he be attacked and destroyed immediately then if he's one of those truth tellers? This doesn't make any sense, right? He doesn't even stop to think about what he's lying about before he does it.
You've not heard before. So if you're new to this, I want you to know this is a very exciting thing.
This is also exciting. Yes, it's also exciting. Also exciting. All right. How many more do? Oh my God, we've got so many more of these. I'm going to skip some of them. I can't sit through too much more of this guy. We'll try to get to the majors. Let's go to the next one. We'll try to get through these. Rapid fire. Here, David Wilcock is claiming that both he and Ezra knew that the Trump assassination attempt was going to take place. And yet, nobody can find me a clip of either of them saying this.
And lo and behold, just days after this global cord cutting has taken place, we have an assassination attempt. This is not at all surprising. It's exactly what we were expecting to happen. I've briefed you on this before. We'll go through this again. It was when we expected it to happen.
He's never mentioned that Donald Trump would face an assassination attempt. Never. But here he is in fake psychic mode, backdating and pretending that he predicted this event. He did not. Neither did Ezra. Let's just set the record straight. David Wilcock never predicted an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Never.
We knew there's a high threat profile. We've been talking about the fact you're not going to be waiting until November. And anybody who tells you that you are, I can't even listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it. There's so many communications I've been giving you week after week from the alliance through Shadow of Ezra, which is...
There is no alliance, and Shadow of Ezra is a Q conspiracy pusher on Telegram. That's what he's calling intel and communications. They don't come from anybody in the government. They come from a Q-tard Telegram poster.
Where it appears on X. That we now know for a fact that there's been just this absolute total redundancy on warnings that something is going to happen, something very big that will lead to arrests, that will lead to an unprecedented event, probably bigger than 9/11 in terms of its magnitude, but actually much more positive. This event includes the use of the emergency messaging system.
Oh, again, with the mass arrest and the emergency messaging system and the 3 days of darkness. He's already predicted this multiple times. And now he's repeating the prediction that never happened the first 10 times he predicted it.
Where you might not have internet, you might not have power, but your phone will start broadcasting apparently 7 different movies that the Alliance created that will explain to you what's going on. You're going to hear that people are being arrested. You're going to hear about what they were really up to. Some of these movies are going to be extremely upsetting.
He's already said 2 years ago that the arrests already happened and that there was cargo ships full of prisoners on their way to Guantanamo Bay. Now it's going to happen again, or still? Like, David Wilcock is pathetic. He is absolutely pathetic. He can't even remember. You know, that's one way to spot a liar. They have trouble remembering the lies that they told in the past. David Wilcock predicted these mass arrests and everything before. And 2 years ago, he said the mass arrests started and they're unsealing all these sealed indictments. And there's cargo ships full of prisoners on their way to Guantanamo Bay. And wouldn't you know it, none of that happened. And here he is again, predicting the same things he predicted before he said it happened when it didn't happen.
And there's no turning back. At that point, I will never be called a conspiracy theorist again. There's still going to be people who don't like it. They're going to really freak out. They don't want the truth. But what we just saw was the fulfillment of prophecy. We knew there was going to be this type of an attempt made.
We knew it, but we didn't tell anybody. If you knew there was going to be an attempt on the president's life, shouldn't you have called the Secret Service or the local police in Pennsylvania where that event was taking place? Can he show us the records that he tried to warn the authorities? Can he show us clips of him on YouTube publicly saying that there would be an attempt on President Trump's life? Of course not. He's just claiming that this is a prophecy that he predicted. This is how egotistical and self-centered and what a bloated sense of self-importance he has. He thinks he predicted this event when he never did. We listen to all of his streams. We report on them. He's never predicted that there would be an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. Never.
And we were warned about it extensively, and then lo and behold, it happened.
We were warned about it, but we didn't say anything. He kept that to himself somehow. You know, does this make any sense to anybody else? It's just, it's so nonsensical and childish and ridiculous. Oh, I predicted it. Great. Show us the prediction. Show us, give me the timestamp of when you predicted this, David Wilcock. Oh, I can't, but I was warned about this. I predicted it. No, you didn't. You never predicted that event. He never predicted anything like this event. Never. How much more? I lost my place. All right, we're gonna. 1 second here. Oh, David Wilcock is saying he doesn't want to be worshipped. So that's good to know. He doesn't want to be worshipped. Don't worship him.
So a lot of times we worship the sources of inspiration that we get, and that's inappropriate. I don't want people worshiping me. I've never allowed a group to form around me. I've never allowed any type of weekly meetings or anybody to even really come in my physical space and be a support group. I've been very, very alone, and I don't want people to do that. I don't want to have a cultish mentality. That's why for 2 years after my divorce, I basically didn't even do anything. I wasn't doing videos. I just worked on Michael prophecies, and I was happy.
Yeah, he was hiding because the Corey Good revelations came out, proving that he had lied to people for 5 years straight.
I don't need to be a public figure. I don't need to have, how many we got? 5,300 people are watching right now already. I mean, that's great, and I thank you for being here. But the point is, you don't want that to control you. You don't want
Mr. Reluctant Hero all of a sudden.
To be attached.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be worshipped. He just wants everybody to send him tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a month so that he can live a millionaire's lifestyle while everybody else in the United States and in the world largely is struggling just to make ends meet.
To being a public figure, to your fame, to your success, you want to be able, as a spiritual seeker, to be just as happy by yourself as you are with the adulation from others. And I live by that. I'm very happy alone. In fact, in some ways, it's preferable. But what I see now
Or nobody can stand him and his constant lying, so he can't have anybody in his life. Like, could you imagine him being a family man with children? Like, well, dad's got to go lie on the internet today. No. He's a despicable human being who has been lying to people for decades on the internet to become rich and, like, what would you call it? Like, FG or H level celebrity. He was on Ancient Aliens, which is a completely and totally fake show filled with fake facts and fake science. It's not something to be proud of, Mr. Wilcock. You've lied to people for your entire life. You lie to people every day to maintain your millionaire's lifestyle. There's going to be a karmic debt, Mr. Wilcock. You talk about karma yourself. You should know that you can't get away with lying to people for decades. Karma's going to come calling.
How is it I have an obligation to share what I know because the world is in trouble? And if I don't share what I know, then everybody else suffers along with me because I believe that I have information that's very valuable.
Oh, it's so valuable that it's wrong every single time. Listen, misinformation and disinformation has no value, Mr. Wilcock. If it's so valuable, why are you struggling to make ends meet with, a paltry $10,000 a month on YouTube?
And the numbers support that. I have almost unilateral support. Very, very, very small number of haters. It's like 0.0001%.
I think he vastly underestimates how many people don't like him on the internet. But maybe that's just me. I mean, I don't know. Right? Let's move on to the next clip. Wilcock is, in this clip, he's talking about evil feeding off of anger. Meanwhile, he was so angry that he was threatening to sue all of his critics 2 weeks ago, right?
Now, there is an energetic component to this. It's very fascinating. The negative extraterrestrials actually feed on your fear, your anger, your sadness, your depression. If you're feeling bad, they are sucking energy from you.
And of course, he can't even prove that these negative extraterrestrials exist, but he'll tell you all about how it works, right?
And so we hear from many different insiders.
Oh, you mean your fake government insiders like Corey Good? Your fake government insiders like Pete Peterson or Bill Brockbrader? Remember him? He was a court-martialed child molester that you used for a source with Kerry Cassidy. That fake, right? His fake government insiders are telling him this stuff, and he's just repeating it.
That this is called loosh. And so one of the sayings is give Lucius his loosh. And so loosh represents, just like if you have ants, right? Ants will go out there and they will eat feces. If your dog poops, you'll get bugs on it, and the bugs just think that stuff is delicious.
Oh, great.
Well, in
Bugs
the
eating
energetic
crap
worlds, we have positive and negative beings. Negative beings feed on this negative energy. And what will happen is that people who are psychopathic, especially when they disassociate into that rage child personality, there is a very direct telepathic link that they have with negative entities. So when you start arguing with somebody who goes into a rage tantrum, you're arguing with them and you're arguing with demonic entities that telepathically couple with them. And those demonic entities feed them when they attack you. And typically what it feels like is kind of this rush in the chest. It's this sort of high that you get. And it actually does create a secretion of serotonin, endorphins. It has a morphine, opiate-like effect on the brain.
Isn't it great that it could give you all these details about a race of aliens he can't prove exists?
So this is partly biological, but there's also an energetic component where the negative entity will take most of the energy, but then it will kick some back to you, and you will get high off of bringing another person into a state of severe distress. And again, you can kind of feel it as this rush in your chest, this kind of feeling of high, this power dominance thing. You get this invigorating rush. You feel very alive.
Oh, it's our fault. We're feeding the negative ETs.
While you're being angry and while you're dominating someone.
Dominating someone. Okay. If he says so, I mean, I guess. Let's go to the next clip. But before we do, Spooky, it correctly points out, thanks for the super chat, £1.99 says, he predicted mass arrests in 2012. No, he predicted mass arrests first in 1998. And I think I have the source for that, which was his original website, ascension2000.com. He was predicting mass arrests in 1998, Spooky. But I'm sure that he's predicted mass arrests many, many times. One of them, you're likely correct, being in 2012. But thank you for that.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
We're praising the cash pretty good. Get those super chats in. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So if you're feeling generous, and I hope you are, Russian science. He's always quoting these Russian fake scientists. And here, David Wilcock is talking about his massage therapy, because that's what we all want to hear about, David Wilcock getting rub and tugs or massages. Yeah.
Therapeutic massage can actually heal this damage. And this is what we call the initiation of the body. So what do I mean by that? What I mean is that if you actually do this type of therapy that my therapist does called SE or somatic experiencing, then what happens is they will have you hold on to a traumatic memory in your mind, something very upsetting. They don't even have you tell them what it is. You don't ever talk about what the memory is.
There's another one. Thank you.
They just have you follow the memory as you're holding it in your mind.
Just follow the memory while you're praising the cash.
Where does it feel strange? So, like, for example, the only time my father really ever hit me was that he poked me in the shoulder with his index finger, like a bunch of times. Don't you ever say F you to me again. And it was like jabbing me really strong. I had a bruise from it. It's the only time he ever actually did anything like that.
Is he saying that his daddy beat him with a poker? What? Poked him?
Well, it turned out that when I had other events happen that reminded me of that trauma, I started to get this glaring pain in that part of my arm. And this is just one example. So it also turns out that I had injuries that were caused by bullies, such as they threw me down Monkey Hill, which was a very steep ski slope, on my saucer, and I got airborne off of the jump, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to lean in, but I'd never practiced. I fell 30 feet through the air. The saucer shattered, and I had extensive damage to the soft tissue in my right hip area. And so then when it got to be COVID time, and I started to eat, takeout every day and have it delivered to the house, next thing you know, I can't bend over more than halfway. I had arthritis. I needed my wife to help me tie my shoes. And that's when I began getting therapeutic massage.
He starts getting therapeutic massage. I don't even know what to say about this one. Let me know what you think. Initiation of the body is what the plow guy does to his... Oh, I can't read that. Sorry. The plow guy. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Now, here's where it starts to get ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Let me share my screen once again. This is fair use.
And what they say in the Kabbalistic tradition is that you have holes in your aura. Now, they don't talk about the cords necessarily, but the
David Wilcock is talking about the holes.
Holes are where the cords are getting in. So when somebody is abusing you, they're actually draining energy from your body, and the spigot or the nozzle is actually where you had the injury. That's where there's a negative entity that can create sort of like an electrical outlet.
Sounds like Scientology, body thetans.
To cause your energy to drain out of your body, to go through this cord and go into somebody else. So what you have to do in order to get this vessel to not have a bunch of holes in it is you have to plug the holes.
You have to plug the holes. My God, friends, he's talking. He's on a public live stream talking about plugging holes after he said that his holes were abused. Do you remember that, right? And here he's pushing global ascension again. For those unaware, he told everybody before the year 2000 that there would be a huge global ascension event and we'd all get superpowers. and then nothing happened. And then in 2012, he pulled that again. In the lead up to 2012, he said in 2012 there'd be a mass solar event and a global ascension event. We'd all get light bodies and telekinetic superpowers. We'd be able to levitate and telepathically communicate. In other words, we'd all get superpowers. Now he's predicting the very same thing again.
And we are going to have this global ascension event. Now, is it going to be rainbow body activation? No. There's a difference between what we like to call it the touchdown ascension versus the field goal ascension. The touchdown is rainbow body activation, 13 years, no negative thoughts. But the field goal ascension is that you go into your fourth density body, and that's where we are headed as we go through this next shift. So the public cut off the money, and the cabal says, you know what, our back is up against the wall. And this is a very, very important point. When you cut the cords with a psychopath, they're going to get a lot worse.
Is he going to write
the whole? Have to go through what
write a course on plugging the holes.
Tibetans call it as well. The biting through process is where once you
plugging the holes, now we're biting through.
Supply anymore. They're not getting to feed off of you anymore. And we are going to have this global ascension event.
Can't say I disagree with you.
Rainbow body activation? No. There's a difference between, we could like to call it the touchdown ascension versus the field goal ascension.
Okay. Global ascension again. And how many times is he going to predict global ascension and then it never happens? Right? Like, but okay. And here he is again lying about the Trump event. You know, no shame whatsoever. Somebody tragically lost their lives, and here he is grifting off of that event. You know, and despite what you think of President Trump, I'm neither a supporter or a detractor of President Trump, but as a tragic event, the man's got, you know, what does he have? 5 children and 5 grandchildren. He could have been killed if that bullet was 1 centimeter to the right or whatever. And here, David Wilcock is shamelessly grifting off of that event where tragically people were killed, people were horrifically injured. And let's also remember that if you're ever in a situation where there's gunfire and all that chaos, think about all the psychological trauma that everybody that did survive. A lot of people are going to need counseling. I mean, it's just a horrifically tragic event, what happened, and here he is shamelessly grifting off of it.
The day after is when they lash out, and now you have this headline on the New York Post. Trump shot. And this amazing photograph that was created. He survived the assassination bid. This is a divine intervention. It's very strange. How the hell did it hit him in the ear? Clearly the person who did it was real. They really wanted to hurt him. This was on TG. It's the first thing I saw when I woke up, and it said Trump is safe. I'm like, well, safe from what? What the heck is going on here? Why are they showing his son? What is this? And then I had to go and look, and this was the next thing I saw, where it says shots fired at the Trump rally. I watched this video. I could not even believe it. And he was covered in blood after an attempt, but he was okay. And this is where I'm like, oh my gosh, he got hit in the ear in almost the exact same way that I got hit in the ear right over here. You know, this is something I've lived with my whole life, ever since 8th grade, a round hole in my ear. And it's like almost exactly the same size, the same round hole. It's very, very peculiar because my body was built for this. You know?
Oh, so David Wilcock got hit in the ear in 8th grade, and somehow that's significant and just like Donald Trump getting his ear literally almost shot off. Oh, it's the same thing. Jesus Christ.
Now I got this injury way back in 8th grade. So then this was the headline on Zero Hedge. He's bleeding and rushed off the stage after an assassination attempt, touched his neck as the shots rang out. So now I'm going to show you the pictures I was looking at as this happened. And they are a little bit, you know, unpleasant, but we've all seen them by now. It's not that bad. I mean, gosh, everything on TV looks worse. So this is the close-up where you can see the actual bullet hole, and that there's one hole, and it's so close to his head, it's unbelievable. And again, you know, it's very, very similar to what I have here. So once more, you know, here's his image, okay? And then here's where mine is. You can see right along the edge here, it's kind of wider in the middle, and there's this ring right here. See, make that look right. So
Somebody probably socked David Wilcock in the ear for saying stupid shit in 8th grade, but somehow this is relevant to Trump's assassination. Notice how he always makes everything about him. Everything is about him. The former president almost gets shot and killed and shot in the head, almost has his head, blown off on national television. David Wilcock's going to make it about him, though.
right. So it's pretty phenomenal because it's like there's some type of karmic connection between the two of us. And, you can heal this pretty well. I mean, they'll probably end up doing a skin graft. People are saying, why is it so small? Well, that's because the skin stretched as the bullet went through. So the hole is actually small.
Notice that David Wilcock is a ballistics and forensics expert all of a sudden. You ever notice that? He's like an expert on everything that happens.
Smaller because there was a stretching effect that happened from the velocity of the impact.
Yeah, he's a
But
ballistic
again,
expert.
it really tripped me out that okay, I'm asleep and then this happens while I'm asleep and I'm all depressed and I've had this terrible, terrible pain in my head caused by this crazy massage that I just had where on both sides, I've got these huge, huge black and blue marks, okay?
Jesus Christ, what the hell kind of massage is he getting? What the hell kind of massage is he getting? Look at them. Those look like big bruises. Like, what was the bitch punching him out while she was... Jesus Christ, what the hell? What the hell are we looking at here?
Caused by getting my cords cut and getting the massage done so that I have no more problems.
He's getting his cords cut, so he has no more problems. What does that even mean? I don't know. Does anybody ever have a massage where they get bruised like that? I mean, I don't know. Now he's going to be now he's calling this shooter a nerd, which I think is just hysterical. David talking about the Trump shooter. Does it sound like he's describing himself? Big forehead and nasty hair. Yeah.
So, you can tell this guy's got a lot of he's got model on his face. He looks very unhealthy. His hair hasn't been washed. He looks very sickly. And, this is a nerd. This is a guy who doesn't fit in. And maybe some group gave him purpose. And he decided to channel all of his own self-hatred onto this political figure who has everything that he felt like he didn't have. He's got the money. He's got the fame. He's got all this kind of stuff.
David Wilcock calling somebody else a nerd. That really makes a lot of sense, right? Jeez. And of course, he's a photo analyst expert as well. Great. Let's look at this one.
You've got Trump with his fist in the air. You've got the soldiers with their fists in the air. You've got the American flag. It's flapping in the wind.
He took this straight from Telegram Q-Tard post.
And of course, Trump, as we believe, is the reincarnation of General Patton from World War II. And here's these guys in uniforms that are similar to what Patton used to wear. So this is...
I just want to say there's no evidence or proof that Donald Trump is anybody reincarnated. This is just a delusional fantasy.
Extremely fascinating. And I do not dismiss this as just a coincidence. I think this is actually something real. I think that this whole event was staged on a higher level so that he wouldn't get hit and killed, but it would only graze him in the ear. It's fascinating that my ear had the very similar looking injury when I was in 8th grade, back when I was only, 13 years old, 12 years old, something like that.
Oh, so David Wilcock is directly connected to Trump somehow. They have similar injuries.
And it has such a neat comparison with Iwo Jima, this image of Iwo Jima. It's like, wow. I mean, you can't dispute this stuff, folks. There's too many similarities. It's very, very interesting.
Wow. I don't even know what to say about him grifting off of this. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this is great. They wanted, according to David Wilcock, they wanted Trump on house arrest.
So wait for it. It's about to get really heavy. What's next? The house arrest. Well, the DS blocked that from happening. The Supremes actually said, nope, he has immunity as president, so there was no arrest. And they probably just wanted to make sure this prophecy didn't come true. So wait for.
So they wanted Donald Trump on house arrest, but the deep state stopped it. I thought that David Wilcock, I thought that Trump is the alliance. Why would the deep state help him? God, he's got so many plot holes in these stupid stories of his. So many plot holes. So now he's getting messages from other QTAR posters, including Storm Rider. We're going to skip that one. Okay, so David Wilcock had terrible pains leading up to the attempt on Donald Trump's life. That's somehow proof that he's connected to Donald Trump.
Terrible pain leading up to the event. And now that prophetic dream from June 14th comes into focus, where there was an attempt on Trump's life. I had a dream about this.
Yeah, so he had a dream that there was an attempt on Trump's life on June 14th, but he didn't talk about it on June 14th. He's talking about it now that the event already happened. This is what fake psychics do. They just make clear, oh, yeah, I dreamed this. I had a prophetic dream that this would happen on June 14th last month. Well, why didn't you talk about it? Why didn't you talk about it on your show, David Wilcock?
And it happened right in front of me. They cut him on the arm. And this is another weird thing. I have I don't know if you can really see this, but there's a scar on my arm right here. Let's see if I can get it in focus.
That's not a scar.
I have a little white scar right here. I don't know if you can see that. But let's try. I'll do it over on 7.
I agree, Rugged Source. 100%.
This scar actually showed up in the dream.
I was a stage magician. I know a lot about forcing.
Am I in focus there? It's hard to tell. Okay. So it's right here.
You're right, Badge.
Anyway, this is exactly where he got cut on the arm. And it's interesting because in my dream, that's where the wound
intel
was.
comes from
then we both got
conspiracy
this very
theories.
similar
Yes.
wound on the ear. I've been living with this thing my whole life. Okay.
You're right, Flubber
So now I
Lane.
want to read you this
Takes it all
prophetic
in.
dream. And anybody who tries to say, oh, David is a fraud, David is a phony, David is a fake. No, no, no. The Alliance can confirm later on. I'm sure this will happen. I did not add anything to this.
So his fake fictional organization, the Alliance, will confirm that he's not a fraud. And meanwhile, the Alliance came from his fraud source, Pete Peterson, who was a fake government whistleblower that never worked for the government. This is great circular logic, David Wilcock.
So weird. What you're about to read is so prophetic. And I would also say
It's not
this is
prophetic
about the
at all.
halfway mark. So if you want to leave it on a cliffhanger, if you need to go to sleep, we still got 5,400 people watching. This would be a good time to pause it and then come back because we're at the.
Oh, he's giving everybody permission to
show.
stop watching
It
his
is probably going to
shit
take me
show.
4 hours to get through all this stuff. But again, it's not every week that somebody tries to shoot the former president. So, wow. I mean, yeah, we're going to go for as long as it needs to get through this stuff. So I also have cached versions of the file as well.
Exactly.
So
Dina.
again, if I were to lie about this, if I tried to, first of all, I didn't have any time. The event just happened yesterday. I was laid up in bed with these scars on my body that you can see. I had terrible pain right here, right next to where the ear is, where he got hit. And when the tent pole hit me, it also created a huge dent and bruise in my skull here. So this is the same thing. I had the same kind of pain on the other side of my skull, right next to where the bullet hit him. I had this terrible pain. I'm lying in bed. I wanted.
I love how he's making this national crisis-like tragedy and event all about him and all connected to him because he's so important, right?
to sleep during the day. I didn't even know if I wanted to do a show. I was thinking about canceling it. I was depressed. I was even like, maybe I should just use again, give up my sobriety because I'm just in a big mess here. The pain is so much, and it is a painkiller. Maybe I need painkillers. So anyway, it's in cached versions of my file on my computer. And if I were to lie and make up something like this, the Alliance would know. And then
the fake organization invented by his fake whistleblower would know and call him out. This is so stupid.
I wouldn't have their trust anymore. I wouldn't have their respect anymore. They would know that I was a liar. And because they can look at my computer and they're always looking at it and they're seeing what I write.
The Alliance is always looking at his computer. The fake organization that he and a career con artist, Pete Peterson, invented are always looking at his computer. And they can verify that his prophecies are real. His imaginary friends this is how stupid this gets. His imaginary friends are going to confirm that his predictions are real.
And a lot of times these Ezra posts directly respond to those things.
Oh my God. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. All right, we're closing in. He believes David Wilcock believes that Trump is going to give him a job once he wins the presidency. And here's a clip about that.
I was definitely working in some governmental capacity with the alliance, which I think is going to happen after the arrests. I'm quite confident that they're going to have me doing something. And
after the mass arrests, David Wilcock is going to be hired by the government. Sure.
I've already said I'll take whatever job they want me to have. They want me to serve, I'm going to serve, okay? Because I've earned this. I've been working really hard. I've put my life on the line just like he has. And
he just said he put his life on the line, just like he has. Somebody just tried to blow Donald Trump's brains out on national television. Oh, by the way, I just now realizing new headphones and they're backwards. That's better. Now that'll hang the right way. So I apologize. Isn't it wonderful that he's telling people that he's risking his life and comparing himself to a man who just almost had his brains blown out on national television by an assassin? I mean, come on, David Wilcock. You sell people fake stories on YouTube for money. There's no compare. Like, despite every criticism I have for Donald Trump, he is risking his life at those rallies. That is apparent now. And you sell people fake stories on the internet, but you're going to say that you're risking your life?
put my life on the line just like he has.
I put my life on the line.
And I have equal risks in every possible way. So this is a very real threat profile.
He has equal risks to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the most threatened man in the United States right now, probably, if not the world. And it's just nonsensical that David Wilcock would compare this. I'm putting my life on the line just like Donald Trump. No, you're not. How are you risking your life selling fake stories? Selling fake stories on the internet is not risking your life. Sorry, not sorry, Okay, sorry, lost my place, got it back. All right, let's see this next part. Oh, here's where we get where David Wilcock claims that he moved the bullet. When Donald Trump was almost assassinated, David Wilcock somehow moved the bullet with his telekinetic superpowers. And remember, how did he get those telekinetic superpowers? He got those telekinetic superpowers by taking baths in his own urine because the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own urine. So I guess the Archangel Michael wanted to save Donald Trump, and the only way to do it was to have Donald Trump take multiple baths in his own urine to get telekinetic superpowers so that David Wilcock could use those telekinetic superpowers to move the bullet away from Donald Trump's head.
And at some parts of this dream, when I got involved with this military group, they were training me in martial arts and military warfare techniques. I had a long part of the dream I couldn't remember when I woke up, which pissed me off. But I discovered in the course of their training that I now had incredible telekinetic ability. It almost seemed as if we stumbled over it. I wasn't being trained in this particular thing, but then we all discovered that I actually could do this. Check this out, guys. I somehow had gained the ability to stop or bend a bullet. I didn't mention that part, but it was in the dream. To stop or bend a bullet as it was going through the air.
So now is where we get to the ridiculousness. David Wilcock is claiming that because he had a dream where he could stop bullets, that it must have been him that stopped the bullet from killing Trump. I'm going to say that again. He's claiming because he had a dream where he had telekinetic superpowers and could stop bullets, it must have been him that stopped the bullet from harming President Trump.
I now knew that I could always do this because of the distinct way that it felt. Now, this is very strange because 2 different times I tried to type distinct and instead it auto-corrected to distance. So I put that in parentheses as distance, distance. And isn't it interesting that Trump was shot at from a distance? And then there was another sniper who got the guy from the Secret Service, and that was shot at a distance. So this, again, was a weird synchronicity, a typing synchronicity showing that it would be a shot from a distance. And I would stop this bullet going through the air that was shot from a distance. Very, very interesting. I noticed there was a certain pull that the bullet had once it was airborne. I was able to feel this telekinetically. I could just feel it in motion, and then I could immediately drain the pull out of the bullet and change its trajectory. In the dream, this was an absolute certainty. I had a direct knowing. This is so fascinating. It's so prophetic.
It's so prophetic. Look, I stopped the bullet with my telekinetic superpowers because I dreamed about it.
Of course, he was shot at, and it looks like some divine force bent the bullet. Well, that's exactly what my dream was about. Pete Peterson had talked about...
Pete Peterson, the fake government whistleblower who invented the alliance. Pete Peterson, who lied and said he worked for Ronald Reagan, lied and said he worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA, lied and said he won the Russian Order of Lenin Award. Anybody can check the list. Pete Peterson never won it. Pete Peterson, who lied and said he was an early digital pioneer and created the first alphanumeric computer, beating Apple and Commodore and Tandy and to market and Apple to market. He's a complete and total liar, and he's citing him as a source here.
Covert military practices where people trained in these psychic arts were taught to stop bullets. They would wear this thick glove on their hand, and you're out there and they shoot it next to you, and you learn to tune in, and your hand has to start moving before they pull the trigger. And these people apparently were able to actually grab the bullet with this very thick, it was like a welding glove.
This is how his superpowers work.
Grab the bullet as it went through the air, and they would train them to be able to do this. Now, I didn't know if I really believed it. I mean, it sounded very fanciful, sounded like the Matrix. But in my dream, I actually had this technique, and I was able to master this technique. I also set it up like a program, so the stopping of the bullet would happen automatically. I didn't even have to think about it. My body would just move. And again, this seems to reflect, as I wrote at the time, Michael's angelic protection and how I have not authorized.
Oh my goodness. David Wilcock is claiming that he can stop bullets with his telekinetic superpowers. And I'm hesitant to even say it, but I'd sure like to see a demonstration of that, right? Show us. Like, you know, think about how ridiculous this is. Like, would David Wilcock ever prove that this is a real ability, or is this just something that he dreams about, right? It's so stupid. Oh, my goodness. 1 second here. Let me just check on something here. One second, friends. Oh, gosh. All right, let's go through. We don't have too many more clips here. Yeah, so here he is claiming that he saved Donald Trump. He saved Donald Trump from being assassinated, and his viewers believe this too.
As you see right here. I think you remote protected DJT, love you from Olive and family. Well, I don't want to say that, but that's what the dream strongly implies, that I had the honor of being the one who got to do this telekinetically on the soul level, and that would make sense that the beings had to have me asleep while this was happening.
He just said that he telepathically stopped the bullet and saved Donald Trump's life. Well, whoa. Thank you, David Wilcock. You saved the former president's life by telepathically stopping the bullet. Oh my God. It's just the ridiculously of this, right? The ridiculousness of this. It just gets stupider and stupider.
I woke up again at 8.
We got a few more clips to get through. Here we go. Oh, I'm already sharing. Okay.
I woke up again at 8:36 a.m. This is a photograph from the same day in my journal. And again, if I lied, the alliance would know and they'd cut me off. And I don't want to get cut off.
What a stupid prover maneuver. Like, I'm not lying because a fictional organization that my con artist source made up would call me out on my lies. Okay, but that organization doesn't exist, David Wilcock. It was made up by a con artist source of yours.
Why in the world would I want to make this stuff up? I've got an amazing track record in Michael prophecies, just accurate prophecies on almost.
He's got an amazing track record of failure. 2020, failed predictions. 2000, failed predictions. Nothing he says ever happens. The global ascension event that he predicted in 2000 and 2012, that stuff never happened. But now he's claiming he's completely accurate as a prophet. No, he's not. The angel in his book said that Corey Good's information was completely and totally accurate. 1 week later, Corey Good was in court admitting that he'd never been to space and he made up all those stories. David Wilcock is about as accurate as a crackhead holding a gas can telling you he needs gas money to get home.
Every page highlighted and read through all 7 of the books. I felt like I wasn't sleeping on this round and I got cheated out of another cycle. As a result, I had a type of slipstream dream come in, but I mostly ignored it. This means that I don't even notice that I slept, but then I kind of I'm lying there in bed and I'm like, oh, I think I just had a dream. Doesn't seem like I slept, but yeah, I'm remembering this dream. That's what that means, slipstream. I didn't try hard enough to capture the data. However, I did bring back something. So now we're going to read the whole thing. And I already read you guys this stuff. So I didn't try hard enough to capture the data. However, I did.
It just gets dumber and
now
dumber.
Now we're going to go on from here because I translated into slides.
It gets
and again, I did all this last night. I was up until 2:30 in the morning working on this stuff. In this case, it seemed as if the events in the previous dream, which is the Trump assassination attempt, were known to everyone. And then it inspired Mike Adams to become far more professional and cinematic as a filmmaker. He set up an entire film shoot on a beach area. Now, this is talking about how when this type of thing happens and there's divine intervention, it's very fascinating. People do get inspired. They do jump up and they want to do more. They want to get more involved. They want to have better production value. And in fact, Mike has done that. He's now got, he's doing his own movies and he's really.
Yeah, Mike Adams is a garbage peddler like David Wilcock.
He stepped up his game. Plus, he's been on the air with Alex, which is wonderful. So he set up an entire film shoot on a beach area. It seemed as if he was working with the same people or some of the same people who had supposedly done levitation. The film is now kind of in limbo. I got to find out what's going on. I don't really have a lot of information.
Yeah, so David Wilcock was bragging about this levitation film. And remember, that's where he was going to spend $5,000 a night on, I think it was $5,000 a night on an Airbnb, but it smelled like cat piss and it was too loud. And he did a whole stream about that. It's on an M5 PowerPoint. It's all real, says Pete Berry. Yeah. Oh my God. It just gets dumber and dumber and dumber. All right, but we're almost through the stupidity. We've got 5 more clips to go. Oh, we're going to skip the Trojan horse. He doesn't know what a Trojan horse is, apparently. Guy with a 180 IQ. And he's had another prophetic dream. Another prophetic dream. Imagine that. Just when he needs material to share with to his stupid followers, he keeps having prophetic dreams.
Now I had another dream. I was up in the middle of the night. Actually, my dog is probably very close to dying now. She gets these horrible necrotic farts in the middle of the night. So I was just about to go to sleep. It was like 1:30 in the morning. I was finally winding down.
Horrible necrotic farts. You heard it here, friends.
And the room just gets gassed out so bad. And I had to actually turn the fan on, open up the door, and literally just air out the room because it was so disgusting. I mean, I could have tried to come down here and sleep downstairs, but this bed tends to be a lot hotter. And this is one of the hottest nights of the year we had last night. It got up to like 85 here, which is about as hot as we ever get.
Necrotic farts. He's talking about necrotic farts on his show. All right, friends, just a few more. Just a few more, and we will be finished with this nonsense for this week anyway. More dreams. And I'm here to tell you, I'm sorry, David Wilcock, dreams don't really mean anything. He thinks that everything he dreams is of utmost global importance, and he has to share it with the world.
Behind the scenes. And this is like talking about the videos that we're going to get after the arrests take place. I think that's prophetic of what this is going to be.
the mass arrests are going to happen, and then we're going to get videos from the Alliance, a fictional organization invented by his con artist source that wasn't who he said he was.
At the same time, they were serving 3 different types of baked sweet goods and giving you the option to have them frosted if you wanted. Apparently, the baked goods were done with good quality sugar, so it wasn't that bad. They were gluten-free. I ended up getting the last cupcake they had, and the frosting was chocolate, so it looked like poop. Okay, and my dog keeps pooping. Like she leaves skid marks on the carpet. Another baked good was more like a mini loaf of bread. So this was Cake Eaters and BS because of the color of the chocolate frosting.
What the hell is he talking about?
Well, I've been watching episodes of SEAL Team. I'm learning a lot about the military from it. It seems to be helpful for my company.
He's learning about the military from watching a TV show called SEAL Team.
And I just like the show. And so when they are talking about high-ranking politicians and military officials, they call them cake eaters. After the idea of Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake, meaning that, hey, you know what? She didn't mind that people were starving. If they don't have any bread, just let them eat cake.
Wow. Another history lesson from David Wilcock. Very, very, very important. All right. Just a few more, and we can end this nightmare. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills every time I listen to this guy.
That they were holding. This was in Western New York is what it appeared like, but it could have been Pennsylvania too. So that's why this is very related to what happened. He's
having dreams and getting information from Navy SEALs. Soon he's going to say he is a Navy SEAL.
There's another guy who seemed to be a representative of the body there. There was a woman who had been at the event and was similar to the newbie Clay Spencer's ideal military girlfriend, Stella, from the SEAL Team show. Now, I did add in the name Stella because at this point I didn't remember what her name was, so I just typed it in after the fact. That is an addition I made. He just proposed marriage to her in the last episode after being injured.
So he's telling people about a television show. What does this have to do with anything? He's like, oh, I watched this television show, and then I had a dream about it, so I got to tell everybody about this.
And before a 3-month deployment. Well, this is another really weird synchronicity, folks.
Oh, my God.
Because Stella was in the dream, and Clay had just been shot, but the chest plate blocked the shot from killing him. He had this big bruise on his chest. And then right after he got shot, he said, will you marry me? And he held up this little piece of string. He ended up
probably true to watch
the proposal because he popped it on her at a bad time. But this again
is
prophetic of Trump nearly being killed. He was shot. He was wounded, just like Clay Spencer got wounded in the show. So this is
I watched a television show where somebody got wounded. So that's prophetic. I mean, talk about stretching things to, pretend that you're a prophet.
Very direct tie-in once again with the assassination attempt. I probably should have put some yellow in there, but I'm only seeing this now. The girl was definitely attracted to me. We were flirting with each other. I've had several dreams about getting together with somebody lately. I don't know who it is yet. No idea, but it might happen in the future. The coordinator was taking us around the facility as a team. There was no doubt that we were talking about using this facility for production of aircraft, that kind of thing. But now I was also aware that it had a strange history of this organization we've been talking about, the Eye.
Yes.
And they had actually done demonic ceremonial magic there.
Ooh.
So again, this is evocative. It looked like Pennsylvania. It was evocative of where the assassination attempt took place.
Oh, I dreamed something and it looked like Pennsylvania, so it must be a prophetic dream.
Stella,
my God,
I just seen him nearly get killed from being shot, but he didn't die from the gunshot wound.
Wet dreams now. FFS. Yes.
So again, if they're trying to shoot him in open air, and if they had succeeded,
it's a dream if he says a woman fancies him.
Intended to create more demonic power for them on Earth. That's what they wanted to do. So this is all very relevant.
This is not relevant
partially aware that we had to clear out these energies, and then we did this by going into a back room. So now that the assassination attempt failed, this is talking about how that is healed and how it's cleared up, okay? If you can follow that. So he took me into a back room, and they were training military SEAL-type teams to invade buildings and take down enemies, and it all still had this rustic Northeast farmhouse feel to it. The various events.
Oh, my goodness. God gracious. One more. All right. And Macario says, I had to skip the Ezra garbage and everything he repeated from past weeks. Too long a day to waste on that. Here is the last clip of Wilcock talking about the same scars as Trump and saving his life. I'd almost rather David and Stavati sue me than have to have him repeat the same garbage in another live stream. And thanks to Macario for making these clips so we don't have to sit through 4 hours of David Wilcock nonsense.
So we've seen something that people can't imagine. I got this thing on my left ear. It's this weird circular scar. The tent pole cut a nice perfect hole, like a cookie cutter in a perfect ring. It's exactly like a bullet hole. It's a very, very strange thing, isn't it?
He's comparing somebody that got shot and got their ear blown off to a tent pole hit him in the ear when he was in 8th grade. It's the same thing, guys. So stupid.
That I ended up with this injury in 8th grade when I was like, 12 or 13 years old. And now at this point in my life, I have these prophetic dreams that are astoundingly accurate.
They're not at all accurate. Why didn't he tell us about the Trump being assassinated or an attempt on the president's life on June 14th when he claims that he predicted it? I mean, this is just so stupid. It's like me reading the newspaper tomorrow and then telling you, oh, I dreamed that last month. Trust me, bro. I dreamed this headline last month. Why didn't he talk about an attempt on Trump's life before the event happened? He never did. This is just more garbage peddled nonsense for his dumb as rocks followers. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to practice more loving kindness, but if you believe a word this man says after his decades-long history of pathological lying and making up fake stories and grifting secret space nonsense with admitted fabricators of fake stories in the form of Corey Good, then I can't help you. If you listen to David Wilcock and believe anything he says, then I'm sorry, I believe that you're dumb as rocks.
Before this happened, about an attempt on Trump's life, in the same dream where he was stabbed in the arm, just like I have right here on my arm. There's a scar right here.
So what does him having a dream about Trump being stabbed in the arm have to do with an assassination attempt?
Okay, you can maybe see it.
And what does him having a scar on his arm have anything to do with this? This guy is really grasping for straws for material to convince his dumb as rocks followers, who, by the way, believe all this. That's how you know his followers are dumb as rocks, is because they believe this man. It is just the wacky world of Wilcock. That's the only thing I can say.
Then I'm also stopping bullets and bending bullets in that dream. Was it me on the higher level? I have no idea. I mean, it would be awesome if it was. It implies that it was. I don't remember that happening. It wasn't in my dream.
I don't remember me stopping the assassination of Trump, but earlier in my broadcast, I basically said that, yes, I bent the bullet and I changed the trajectory of the bullet with my telekinetic superpowers, which, by the way, I got those telekinetic superpowers from taking baths in my own urine. I have said that previously.
But we have all these interesting dreams. Right before the shooting happened, I had a dream. While you see a chance, take it. So we've seen.
All right, we made it through. I can't take any more of this guy. It's like, what do I even say here? He's claiming that he predicted the assassination attempt on Trump, yet he's never spoken about that publicly before it happened. That's how you know that it's a con or a swindle. If he had truly predicted it before and he could show a clip of him predicting it, I would give it to him. But that's not what we get. I'll take some comments and questions from the live chat before we wrap things up. Arlene Atkins Zell says, he is confusing reality with the Matrix movie. Yeah, he confuses reality with a lot of movies. I agree, Arlene. He has just miscommunicated that we all feel that we had the feeling that something was bound to happen. Yeah, good, very good point. Very good point. Yeah, 180 IQ, wrong ear. He's describing his psychotic features. Yes. Oh, geez. Yes. Above the Clouds, thanks for being a member, says he's not the only grifter, but definitely the funniest unintentionally. Yes. And Troll says Wilcock said so himself. The idea of having sex with a woman makes him physically ill. Yeah. What does that mean? Wilcock is Jagger's child from his drug years, rolling urine. Yes, Mama's Dope Boy says, wouldn't surprise me if he was being sued by multiple people right now. Well, I believe he is, or is going to be. Stavati for sure is being sued, and I think he's being pulled into litigation with Gaia TV with Corey Good for slander and defamation. Stormcrow says, consider me very healed. Yes, and Pete Berry is here and says, the level of wackadoo in this man is definitely getting worse. Wow, just wow. You know, every time I think it can't possibly get worse, it gets worse, Pete Berry. But I thank you for your comment. Any more comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I want to mention that we're doing something a little differently tomorrow. I have a guest that I believe is in Australia. So it's very difficult for somebody in Australia to do I gotta love this. You know, I love it when trolls on Twitter attack my appearance. I'm being called, what is it? Dollar Store Depeche Mode. Stevie Dollar Store Depeche Mode Cambian. Hey, Mr. Marley, you're a piece of trash, right? He's claiming that Luis Caetano is one of my sock puppet accounts. First of all, I only have one Twitter account. That's it. And Luis Caetano chimes in and says, Cambian has interviewed me on his show. Nice try, but perhaps you're a sock puppet. You seem to be displaying the intelligence of a sock. You're pretending you're also not Cambian. Oh, God. Mr. Marley on Twitter, who loves to lick. Oh, I'm supposed to not curse during this broadcast, so I'm going to hold my comments for another time. So we're doing something new tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to do a live stream at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. This is against my better judgment. And we're interviewing Bruce Fenton tomorrow, who has some very interesting work about looking for proof of alien visitation on Earth. He's got a very interesting website about alien technology. It's an alien technology technosignatures research group. And I interviewed him once before, many, many years ago, for our audio podcast, Midnight Hour, which preceded Truth Seekers. So expanding the search for signatures of alien technologies into new scientific domains. If we don't search for alien technosignatures in the terrestrial environment, then who else will? So he's got some interesting work on this stuff. Our mission is to expand the search for signatures of alien technologies into new scientific domains. Oh, he's in the UK. I don't know why, but I thought he was in Australia. We are a UK-based nonprofit research organization. So he runs this nonprofit, and they're looking for alien technosignatures, which would be proof of alien life. And he's interesting character. I think you're going to enjoy it. So that'll be 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'll try to get that stream up before closing down my brain for this evening. Yeah, weak this. Well, here's the thing. They cannot attack my track record. You know, I've got an 8-year track record of accurate reporting. So all they have is, let's attack his appearance. And meanwhile, like, I could show you a picture of that guy. There's listen, I'm not even going to go after his appearance, but there's plenty of material there, believe me. And isn't it childish? What are we, in high school? You're like, oh, you're ugly. You look like this guy or that guy. It's so stupid. Perando Divination says, thank you for the show. You made my evening. Well, thank you, Perando Divination. I appreciate that. Thomas Robinson, great show. Yeah, well, we thank you all for your wonderful attendance. And please, if you're not busy tomorrow, I would sincerely appreciate everybody's attendance. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. We don't usually do afternoon shows, and people are always asking me to do it. And you know what? I'm going to do it, but if nobody shows up for the live stream, I can't do that anymore. We have to stick to our normal time. The Militant Nerd said, came in late. Did we talk about how Shadows of Ezra doesn't know who Wilcock is? And once he said that Wilcock is nuts. Yeah, we didn't really talk about it because we've mentioned it on previous shows. But for those unaware, David Wilcock keeps sharing Shadows of Ezra posts saying that he's the Alliance Communications Director. And again, the Alliance doesn't exist. And Shadows of Ezra doesn't even know who David Wilcock is. So that's great. Skibidi Wilcock is reminding me about the bison steak that I forget during every Wilcock show, but someday I'll remember. It's still in my freezer. It's not going anywhere. Attacking looks is beneath the intelligence level. Yeah, if that's all they got, I missed the day streams. I have a lunchtime stream. I might miss the day stream, you said. Okay, well, look, we got to do it when we got to do it so the guests can do it. Brilliant tonight with the fast track through the clips. Yeah, I agree. It's much better. 6 p.m. UK time. Don't forget us. Yeah, well, be here. I'll make sure that be sure to follow me on Twitter at Steven Cambian or on Facebook, just my name, Steven Cambian. I post all the shows there before they happen. Love you, Muppet Baby, says AZ. Have a good night. Okay, and King Bull says, I'll have to rewatch this, and shame on Wacky Dave for lying about using superpowers to save Trump from that horrible incident. Yeah, and by the way, there's so many conspiracy theories around that, and people are asking me about them. We're going to do a separate show this week just on the conspiracy theories around that event. Thank you, Bunker Buster, with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. For those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. We thank every single person that sends a super chat, so get them in before the show's over. We're wrapping things up here. Thank you, Bunker Buster, for two things, being a member and a kind and generous $4.99 super chat, saying another great show. Well, thank you for saying so, and thank you for helping us, too.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
We are praising the cash, friends. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Also, I want to thank Mike Larry. I still have not put the link in for Buy Me a Coffee. We're going to go back to that. But Mike Larry bought 40 coffees, which totals about $200 US, I think. So Mike Larry is changing from giving all of you moochers free YouTube memberships to just buying me coffees. And I'll keep a hell of a lot more money with the Buy Me a Coffee. For those unaware, YouTube takes 30%, whether it's a super chat, your membership, your $5 a month membership, a super thanks, a super sticker. They take 30% of that. But Buy Me a Coffee, it's only like 1 or 2%. So if you're going to send a huge amount, please do it through PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee. I will add the Buy Me a Coffee link. So there's several $100s in there already in the Buy Me a Coffee. Somehow that kind of went dormant and we just stopped using it because they weren't letting me, they stopped letting people just send it to PayPal. And you got to put your bank information. It's this whole big thing, but there's a couple $100 in there. So I'm going to do that. We're going to wrap things up here. For those unaware, my son had a very minor surgery today. So I want to go and check on him. He's doing well. He's fully recovered. And the minor surgery involved, this is one of the strange parts about being a parent. He got something stuck in his eye. And remember, I'm speaking about my son, Zachary, who's nonverbal autistic. So he can't speak and explain what's going on. We noticed that he had a little speck of something in his eye. We tried to wash it out several times. We took him to several doctors who tried to wash it out, and they were unable to just wash it out. So the doctor's advice is, does he like to swim? Maybe if he goes swimming, it'll just, the water, chlorine, whatever, will wash it out. We took him swimming in a pool, swimming in a lake. My wife took him to Sesame Place where they have those water jets that go right on him. And we tried everything. Couldn't wash whatever the speck was. So today, my wife and him unfortunately spent the entire day at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They did have to, because of his other conditions, being autistic, you know, an autistic child, well, they said they probably would do it with a non-autistic child as well, because when you're talking about peeling something out of somebody's eye, it's very delicate sort of operation. So they administer general anesthesia to knock him out, and then, then he would sit still. They kind of strap him in, and then whatever they did, they got the foreign object out of his eye, which I'm very thankful for. These are just some of the weird things that come along as a parent, I mean, that, and my kids get pink eye once in a while. Just weird stuff that you have to deal with as a parent. But luckily, I have a wonderful, patient, and loving wife who really is the best mother of children I've ever seen. She cares more about those children than anything in the world. So she took them to all the doctor visits. She took them to the minor surgery today. And you know how hospitals are. My wife said that they waited all morning from 8:30 till like 4:30. And then they took him back, and then she went to get a soda. And before she got back with the soda, they were already done. And he was in the post-op recovery room. He's fine. He was a little groggy when he got back, but because of the anesthesia, I guess. But seems to be recovering fine, but I'm going to go check on him and the rest of my family. Like I said, I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. We may double up on shows. I know we have the 1 p.m. interview with Bruce Fenton tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'd appreciate your attendance. And I've got half a show. I got to do a little bit more research. I'm researching all these Trump assassination attempt conspiracies, and we're going to see if we can dispel or confirm some of them. There's an awful lot out there, and we'll see. Just like with any major event that everybody is talking about, conspiracy theories abound. We'll see if we can't cut through the disinformation and misinformation around some of that stuff tomorrow evening. So I'm going to bounce on out of here, but like I said, I will be back tomorrow. Be sure to visit our website, truthseekershow.com. And if you need to send me a message or you're a potential guest, you can contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And be sure to follow me on Twitter at Steven Cambian. And if you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you, but you're missing half the fun. So go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. Hit enter, and you'll see a strange guy with sunglasses. That would be me. So go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a live taping for the podcast. We'd appreciate your attendance. A lot of people enjoy these live chats. People are making friends. You can also join our Discord server as well and chat with like-minded truth seekers the world over anytime you want to. So that's it for me, friends. I'm going to attend to some family matters and get ready for tomorrow's perhaps double broadcast. Just to bookend things, I don't think that David Wilcock can possibly lie anymore or get any more ridiculous, but you never know. And the fact that he's complaining that he's only making $10,000 a month on YouTube, I'm not going to get too personal, but if I was making $10,000 a month on YouTube, you wouldn't hear any complaints out of me. But we're a viewer-supported show, and I certainly don't do this for money. As long as the show is self-supporting, so I don't have any complaints from my wife for equipment purchases or software or things like that, I'm generally happy. And we've been covering our nut thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you, which I'm thankful for. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, which will be 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow afternoon. That's all I got for you. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Steven Cambian. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place.
Is there anything really major that you're going to drop here that you can kind of give people a little taste for?
Tune in tonight when I appear with David Wilcock. We're going to speak about some of my tour of the moon facilities that I haven't spoken about. I'm permitted to give a certain percentage of it right now, and more will be coming out in some of our documentaries and other material.
Did you ever say you lived on any other planet?
I've never lived on it. I've never said that I lived on another planet. No.
Did you ever say you visited another planet?
Yes, about the different, and it's different stories. A part of my IP. Yes, we discussed Mars, the moon, even planets that aren't even in the solar system. You know, very similar to Star Wars, long ago, in a galaxy far away.
So you discussed going there in a fictional sense, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never lived on Mars. No, never said that.
You never said that you lived on Mars?
No.
They would ship. Everything was prefabricated. Everything had been put together on Earth, designed to go together like a puzzle by numbers. And I helped actually to build out an outpost on Mars. And we used a lot of the local materials on the surface after they had built below ground, and it was very much like this. It was much lower tech than you would expect.
Never lived on Mars. No, never said that.
You never said that you lived on Mars?
No.
Didn't you claim that you were speaking with Anshar at some point in time?
Yeah, that's when I meditate. Those are my guides.
Okay. And that's a future species living inside the Earth?
Yes.
And you communicate with them on a regular basis?
Yeah, and it's also a part of my IP and creative arts that we're making movies and video games out of.
So you're saying that no one else can communicate with them but you?
Well, yeah. Well, they're my spirit guides. They came from me.
And so you're saying Anshar is unique to you. No one else can communicate to them but through you.
Let's see, Anshar.
Just answer my question.
It's in my franchise Bible. It is my creation. I'm a content creator. My IP, trademarks IP, my IP, my IP, and my IP was my IP, my IP, my IP, my IP as my IP, on my IP. Intellectual property is my IP, just registered marks. My registered marks, IP, intellectual property as my IP, my IP, IP is my trademarks, my IP, trademark. My IP, I created, trademarked, my trademark, and IP, dramatizations, trademark. It's my creation. Why I trademarked it, Blue Avian, trademark, Blue Avian, trademark. My IP and my IP, trademark courts and my trademarks, my IP, yes. Stuff that I created, real IP, created a lot of the stuff. I created Darkfleet, my IP. On my IP, created out of my mind, my IP, on my IP, my trademark, my intellectual property, which definitely locks all this stuff in as a creation and my IP.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. What we have just witnessed is the stunning downfall of Corey Goode, one-time secret space grifter, who spent many years with David Wilcock, pushing his supposedly true stories of his Buck Rogers-like science fiction fantasy stories where he time traveled and interacted with aliens. And we heard that clip where he claimed that he was living on Mars to build a to build a Mars base. And then stunningly, during a courtroom deposition, had to admit that he'd never even been to space, and claimed that he never said that he'd been to another planet or never said that he'd been to Mars. And this, my friends, is what happens when we peel back the layers of deception used by these grifters in order to sell false narratives. A lot of people lately have been asking me, why do I care so much about the grifter side of things? Several people have told me I should just ignore those and go to the good sources of information. But the problem is that almost all of these people out there are terrible sources of information. And what you get from them is falsified stories, fake stories, disinformation, misinformation. And there is a virtual flood of these type of people out there on the internet promoting their agenda, which is usually connected to a profit-driven motive. And certainly David Wilcock is no different. I wanted to show this one example of one of David Wilcock's supposed government whistleblowers or government insiders. The truth is, Corey Goode did work for the government. I think he was in the reserves in a technical component. So it's not like he saw any kind of combat or anything like that. He was a weekend warrior in the Army Reserves, I believe it was, in a technical job, something like IT. This is the quality of the people that people like David Wilcock will promote as a supposed government insider. And what we often see is that these people are not honest people. These are people who are here to make money, and they're here to sell you a narrative. So, I think that it's perfectly acceptable for someone like me to advise people that you have to be incredibly careful when consuming any stories from these people, because we've shown time and time again, these are not good people. These are what I have called UFO profiteering scumbags. And by the way, I know, I have a reputation for being so harsh about these things, but I'm going to put on the record and say I have no obligation to be kind to people lying to people. And, quite honestly, think about it in the context of your own life or existence. It takes energy to be kind to people. I go out of my way in my daily life to be kind to people. Somebody rings me up at the supermarket, I'm kind to that person. Whatever my daily interactions are. I had to visit the cleaners to get a suit cleaned. I was very kind to the person at the counter. But let's realize and understand that it takes a little bit of energy to be kind to people. And I'm sorry, but I'm a very busy working father, husband, content creator. I don't have time or energy to be kind to these galactic grifters, to coin a term that I heard recently. So I wanted to play these Corey Good clips, which we haven't used for some time. And I also want to put on the record that I was threatened viciously with lawsuits. And by the way, the threats that were coming from Corey Good's lawyers were completely and totally false claims. They claimed that I had done something improper, unethical, immoral, or illegal by releasing those depositions. And let's be clear, anytime you see a deposition on the internet, it is of Corey Good, it is because we here at Truth Seekers release those depositions at great personal risk under threat of lawsuits. And then for a time, there was another content creator who took exception to my covering Corey Good because he was actually sued by Corey Good, and he claimed it was unfair for me to make money covering Corey Good if he couldn't. And, that person also claimed that I was only successful as a show producer or show host because I stole something from him. He covered Corey Good very extensively before me. It's probably the reason why he was sued and I wasn't. His entire every day was covering Corey Good for years and years. So, I don't really like conflict. And one of the things that I hate personally is when somebody tries to take credit for something that I have worked hard for, regardless of the peaks and valleys. By the way, if you're going to be a content producer or podcast host, show host, whatever, there are peaks and valleys. But I truly believe that putting forth a consistent effort is what you have to do in order to find any success with anything. So, just to take that attack vector away from this other content creator, producer, whatever, and also because we were under threat of lawsuit and Corey Good had said something like, oh, well, if people take those videos down, I won't sue them. And, I just went, I'll take them all down. I don't care. But, I've had a lot of time to reflect on that because it's been maybe over a year. We took all of the Corey Good material down, including the depositions, but I was okay with taking the depositions down because I knew that there were sites all over YouTube that had mirrored those. And they were also some of the sites that mirrored those depositions were people in like Australia or England, which I knew that Mr. Good would have a much harder time suing those people in a foreign country. So under threat of lawsuit, under attacks from bitter, jealous, angry little man, content YouTube guy, I just said, I'll take them down. But I had a lot of time to think about this situation because I have been doing a lot of hiking around the cabin. It's cabin time right now. And, I've been taking these long walks in the woods. Best thing to do if you have things weighing on your mind and things to think about. And so along this journey of, doing this show, I certainly have made mistakes. And upon reflection, decided that taking all that Corey Good material down, including the depositions, was a mistake, because it sends a really wrong message. What it says is, all you have to do to win with me and get me to take down a video is just threaten to sue me. And by the way, Corey Good is broke right now, and I have various very good sources telling me that Corey Good is desperate and destitute, desperate for money. Because of those depositions, you know, I think even he would have to acknowledge he lost at least half or three-quarters of his one-time very large following, because people sort of wake up and they go, oh, he's just doing this for money. This is all fiction. And he admits it. It's fiction. Of course, he has some convoluted explanation, which essentially amounts to him saying that he lied under oath. He had to do that, or whatever nonsense he used to try to, you know, still keep the galactic grift going. And certainly, Corey Good is just one example of the outright consumer fraud, in my opinion, that has taken place in the UFO community and the greater world in general. The fact that these people can literally just make up stories with absolutely no evidence, no backup, no pictures, no videos, no physical evidence, no corroborating witnesses, and make millions of dollars and then get caught doing, you know, saying, oh, it was all works of fiction, and nobody is prosecuted for that. It shows you that the laws in the United States concerning consumer fraud are vastly inadequate, and there needs to be some reforms of that. So, also, I suppose we do need replay material. So I'm going to be using some of those Corey Good episodes as replay material. Now, just to be clear, I don't know what kind of schedule that's going to be. I suppose my other option is to just unprivate and make all those videos public again, and they'll just all be on my channel. You know, I haven't really decided. And, you know, I'm sure I'll face some criticism from a certain jealous, angry little man. But you know, I really don't care. You know, I have to do what's best for my show. And I also considered the fact that no one should be able to force me to delete history here. We did good work covering that clown, and we may cover him in the future. And I am perfectly okay with that decision, regardless of whatever criticism comes. You know, I always think it's great when somebody that's the laziest slob you know is jealous and angry because you're more successful at something. You know, somebody that does almost no work on their so-called content is going to tell me, you know, I stole something from him. And by the way, I'm going to put on record again that there have been many people who've come after me. Intel Lady, there's the Hidden Podcast. There was, I guess, several other people have done shows similar to my own. I don't have a problem with that. I don't own a subject matter. I don't own or have exclusive rights to covering any specific individual, and neither should anybody else. But I played those clips at the beginning of the broadcast just to display to you the level of ridiculousness of the so-called sources that David Wilcock uses. And now he's so burned by the Corey Good fiasco, and even people in his live chat are asking him why he sold fake stories with Corey Good for years, that now he's resorting to using sources like Shadows of Ezra, which is a Q-Tard Telegram channel. That's basically how bad it has gotten. And he's become his own secret space program insider, recently claiming that he interacted with reptilian aliens. You know, they abused him. And it's just completely and totally kind of ridiculous. I'm going to find the clip. And as I do that, we want to take a moment to welcome in the live chat I also want to take a moment to apologize for Thursday's broadcast. For those unaware, just a few minutes before broadcast, we were having a huge storm here, a big windy thunderstorm. And I heard a huge crash like 2 or 3 minutes before I went live last Thursday. I got up, I went outside and looked. I thought something had, fallen down or broken. I don't know, but I didn't see anything. It was very dark, windy, so it turns out that some huge branches, big, heavy branches, came down from 2 very huge trees, which are on the side of my driveway. These are 3 to 4 foot tall, or excuse me, not tall. They're hundreds of feet tall, and they are 3 to 4 feet thick. So we're talking about huge trees. So some huge branches came crashing down off of them, and blocked the street and everything. There was I think there was 5 cop cars here. That shows you what kind of how busy the cops are in my area. So in any case, my wife came in and I knew something was wrong. I didn't see this fiasco outside. I just went back here and I started the show. And then it turned out my wife came in and interrupted me during the live broadcast. She never does that. So I knew something was wrong. I played a quick bumper and she explained to me what happened. So during the entire broadcast last Thursday, I was completely distracted because I was rushing, trying to get through the show and then go outside and deal with this nightmare mess. I was there for 2 or 3 hours, cutting up branches and trying to clear the street because the police informed me I could be fined if they can't get an emergency vehicle through the street. Unfortunately, all of my tools were at my cabin in the Poconos. So I was resorted to hand tools. That's how bad it was. Just not a good evening. So I apologize for being distracted, and hopefully, listen, in the future, if something like that happens, I'm just going to end the broadcast in private, the stream. That's what I've decided. We rarely have some kind of emergencies like that here, though. So in any case, I'm just explaining what happened. And by the way, we did get the trees removed. They're sitting on the side of my house. A large portion of those trees are still sitting on the side of my house, several tons of trees. And $4,000 later, that's what it cost to remove these 2 trees. They had to bring a crane, a bucket truck and a crane and all kinds of, one of those shredders where they shred the whole tree. They took dump truck and dump truck loads full of wood chips out of here, and they still have a great portion. Hopefully that situation will resolve itself. But back to David Wilcock. He is so desperate for material, and I think he's so scared and nervous of using another person for his so-called source. He always likes to have the source, and he can say, they said it, not me. They said this. It's like giving him a grifter out. But in any case, I have the clip where David Wilcock essentially starts claiming that he's his own.
These are some of the new.
He's his own government insider now, or excuse me, he's his own secret space program insider. Because recently, David Wilcock is claiming that he is part of the he was part of the secret space program, and while there, he interacted with reptilian aliens who weren't very kind to him because he essentially said that the reptilian aliens butt banged him and throat banged him and abused him, essayed him, killed him, ate him, and then brought him back to life. And if you think that's ridiculous, you should hear what he's been saying on his latest of streams. It just gets stupider and stupider. Like the longer you go, it gets dumber and dumber. But let's remind you of David Wilcock becoming his own secret space program insider. But before we do that, let me take a moment to put my fair use banner up. We're still experiencing problems with Mr. Wilcock using a copyright vulture to copyright claim anybody using any clips from his show, which therefore will demonetize our show. But we also want to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. So to make up for the $20 or $30 in advertising dollars we may lose, I'm not backing down off of this clown out there on the internet saying this stuff. We're going to cover it, whether he gets our streams demonetized or not. And by the way, those are false copyright claims, which may be illegal to do. But it is what it is.
These are some of the new briefings I'm getting.
So David Wilcock used to always say, oh, Corey Good got a new briefing and we'll be talking about it at our next disclosure event or whatever. First of all, there's two terms that drive me crazy in the UFO community when I hear them. One is, well, really three. Whistleblower, because that term is used completely and totally inappropriately. Listen, you're not a whistleblower if you're telling stories on the internet for money. You're a bullshitter. So get it straight, right? Intel. I'm getting new intel. That's another one that drives me crazy. Sorry, not sorry. None of the idiots on the internet are getting secret classified intel and then going on YouTube and talking about it. They'd all be arrested. It's a completely and ridiculous concept. And the third one is when people like David Wilcock claim they're getting briefings, always implying that the briefings are coming from high-ranking military officials or people in the intelligence community are briefing them. And, you know, it's just so childish and stupid and ridiculous. They never prove who they're getting a briefing from. It's just a plot device. Like, oh, I need some new BS to talk about. I'll just say I got a briefing. And David Wilcock is an expert at that. Here he is claiming he's getting a briefing about reptilian aliens that want to butt bang people, kill them and eat them, and then bring them back to life. It is so stupid and ridiculous, but here we are. This is where we find ourselves.
These are some of the new briefings I'm getting. Hypnosis is a lot scarier than I thought, and it's been used a lot more than I thought. And so many victims are not aware that anything ever even happened to them.
Oh, so they hypnotize you before they butt bang you and kill you? Well, that makes sense. And by the way, this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the video that we are sharing, and we're discussing it with our live audience who is also chiming in. Charlie Ward Insider Club. Oh my God! Didn't that guy die? Charlie Ward? I thought he died. No, I get my news. Chuck Bam says I get my news from the Charlie Ward Insider Club. Oh no, it was the other guy that died, not Charlie Ward. He's still grifting. I guess Charlie Ward's still alive and still grifting. I can't remember. Robert Steele, maybe. There was three guys that were always grifting together. Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, and the third guy is the guy who died. He was American.
And I don't mean to alarm you. But it appears that this crap happened to me.
So here he is. He becomes his own secret space program insider. And isn't it a little bit convenient that right when the Corey Good fiasco comes crashing down and everybody starts going, oh, him and Corey Good were lying to everybody for 5 years, that suddenly he's recovering memories from his own time in a secret space program? Not at all convenient, right?
It appears that I was in a dialed-in satanic community, and it appears that I was abused. And that's one of the main things I've had to deal with over the last few months is the torture that I was put through.
Yeah, and I just want to say that grifting off of your following while you're claiming that you were tortured or essayed is despicable. It's deplorable. It is the lowest form of low. Like, hey, feel sorry for me. I was essayed by reptilian aliens. They butt banged me. Like, come on, man. And you're collecting money while you're telling people these stories? Not at all suspicious, right?
The things that I was forced to witness, the Draco's eating human beings. And Draco's eating my own body. Okay, one of the things I discovered.
Here's where it gets ridiculous. They could just kill you, eat you, and then they could bring you right back to life. Not at all ridiculous, right? Not at all stupid. How does that even make sense? But welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
Which is very weird, is that some of the technology they got in UFO disclosure, they could literally chop your head off and then zip it right back together and bring you back to life like nothing even happened.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. So they could just kill you ritually in a satanic ritual abuse ceremony, and then when they're done, they just bring you back to life. So it's like nothing ever happened.
So there are some sickos who had children get eaten alive and then resuscitate their body from the dead. And that's what apparently was done to me, among other things.
So David Wilcock is now claiming that he was killed and came back to life, like the Jesus resurrection, or is like a zombie? I'm confused here because this is so stupid. And, you know, every once in a while, I think maybe I'm being too harsh on this guy's followers. But listen, if you're this dumb that you're willing to believe this, and if you're even this dumb that you're willing to give him money while he's telling these kind of stories, I feel sorry for you. You are dumb as rocks, but that's not being very kind to rocks because, oh my God, Wilcock's followers are dumb as shit. Because
they abused me, and I am not happy about it.
Yes, and also grifting for money while you're claiming that you were a victim of SA by reptilian aliens is both ridiculous and despicable. It's an insult to every survivor of assault.
And if you think this is fake and you want to laugh at me, and you think that I'm making up abuse memories and that this shit didn't really happen to me,
here comes the crocodile tears. In order to really sell it, when you're trying to, you know, get super chats while you're telling people that you were brutally assaulted and SA'd and eaten and killed by reptilian aliens, you got to bring some crocodile tears with you.
I'm sorry if you can't believe that there could be a reality where this is happening, but I've been getting new briefings, folks. And a lot of
again, the term briefing. Who is briefing David Wilcock? Who is briefing David Wilcock? Where is he getting briefings from? Oh, I can't tell you. It's top secret. But I can go on YouTube and talk about it without any criminal prosecution whatsoever, meaning that this is all fake.
The stuff about the secret space program is true.
And here he says some of the stuff about the secret space program is true. I guess just not the Corey Good parts that you spent 5 years pushing. He spent 5 years pushing Corey Good's secret Buck Rogers stories, right?
Why was I waking up under hypnosis? Why was I walking out the door of my house in the middle of the night?
Nobody's
hundreds
gonna cry,
of times as a
friend.
child. And
That's
I couldn't
how you
remember
sell
where
it.
I was going.
Gonna cry. I gotta learn to cry on stream so I can make some money.
And at the end of the thing, they just make
Maybe I
me
could
walk
cry
back to where I
about all
was.
the money I'm not
And then
making.
the memory is lost. And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. And I want revenge. I do.
He wants revenge on those reptilian aliens who butt banged him. Yeah, I would too, I guess. I mean, that's got to be horrific, right? I mean, I can imagine that getting banged by a human, if you're a man, is bad enough, but getting banged by a big, greasy, slimy reptilian, it's got to be even worse. And then they ate him, remember? And then they brought him back to life. Not at all stupid or ridiculous, right? Totally a true story.
I'm not going to lie to you. I want revenge. I want these people gone. I want these beings gone. They shouldn't be able to torture people like this. They shouldn't be able to do things to children like what they did to me.
And again, claiming to be a childhood victim of SA or assault or even abuse, it's just despicable that he would do that for super chats. But welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock, where like I say, make believe is real.
The things that I'm now remembering that happened to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying like this. I'm sorry.
Shouldn't be crying like this. And Macario actually sent this to, sorry, his name escapes me, but we'll get into it. A huge platform just platformed Wilcock. We're going to get into some of that this evening. Macario says, this is amazing. You gave a platform to this grifter. This is the guy you pushed on your followers. He collects money telling people he was going to give them free energy and hover cars. Either you are grifting off a grifter or you believe this garbage and are insane. Wow. Yeah. So there is, we don't have many clips to go through tonight. We have very few clips to go through with the last stream. And there's a reason for that. And that is that all Wilcock has been doing for about 6 weeks now is repeating the same garbage, fake information, disinformation, and misinformation over and over and over and over again. So, you know, I don't want to just keep playing clips of him repeating himself. And Macario doesn't want to collect clips of him repeating himself. So that stuff pretty much gets skipped. But yes, and here's where it gets ridiculous. He's again claiming that he had a prophetic dream of Trump's assassination attempt. He just forgot to tell us about it until after it happened. By the way, there is a great many more strange things and conspiracies erupting from that event, and we may be covering that this week if I can get it together and collect all of the data. And here Macario says, David's ouchies from the fireplace are now scars from war. Does Ezra agree that Wilcock saved Trump? Because he claims it again. Again, fair use. This is a transformative work. We're discussing the ridiculous claims made by secret space grifter. Now he's a secret space grifter. And Archangel Michael contactee. Remember, the Archangel Michael is in direct communication with David Wilcock, telling him to take baths in his own piss.
So we are going to read a little bit of that dream again because it was fascinating. I had mentioned part of the dream that in my dream in June, a month before this happened, that Trump had gotten cut on the arm, and I actually do have scars on both of my arms. There's one right here that goes across here that was in, and this was what was in the dream. There's another one right here. Both of these came from
not even a med bed.
The fireplace when I was in my first winter here, and I was trying to heat with oak and pine, and I burned both of my arms at different.
By the way, I just want to put this out there because it's funny. I certainly don't consider myself an expert on things like how to survive a grid down event or prepping or, wilderness survival. But I'm certainly worlds ahead of David Wilcock. Here, he just mentioned that he was burning pine in his fireplace. Now, anybody that has a fireplace should be smart enough to know you don't burn pine in a fireplace or a wood-burning stove. Pine it has a great deal of tar and creates an incredible amount of creosote when burned. So if you want a chimney fire, you burn pine in your fireplace or wood-burning stove. And I just mentioned this because David Wilcock has... he did a stream where he was like teaching people how to survive a grid down event. And meanwhile, he doesn't know that you don't burn pine in a fireplace because it's extremely dangerous. You could cause a chimney fire. He doesn't know that, but he's teaching other people how to survive. The negligence. He could be having people burn their houses down burning pine. It's just, and by the way, this is the man who claims he has a 180 IQ, which would make him smarter than Einstein, but he doesn't know that you do not burn pine in a fireplace. But here he is making the ridiculous statements that because he burned his arm on a fireplace, those are like scars of war.
Times on the metal on the sides of the fireplace. And I kind of looked at them as like scars of war, that these are my stripes, if you will.
Scars of
what
war.
I've been through and where this is
He's
all going to ultimately take us.
It's war telling people fake stories.
I just had accepted that these were there, but then in the dream, he got cut in the same place. And in that dream, I was being trained on how to bend or stop bullets in midair, like Neo in the Matrix. And lo and behold,
he's like Neo.
It's the dream in which I'm bending bullets in the air, and then
he's bending bullets,
nearly assassinated, but it stops, and I helped to stop it. So, does this mean that I was responsible personally for those bullets changing trajectory? It kind of sounds like it. We all have the ability to go into the astral body.
So here he is again claiming that he saved Trump from the assassination attempt. I'm going to say that again. He's saying for the second or third time now that he saved Trump somehow from that assassination attempt. He went into the astral world and he bent the bullet telepathically or moved the bullet with his telepathic superpowers. And remember where he got those telepathic superpowers from? He got them from taking baths in his own urine because the Archangel Michael told him that would work. And it did, apparently. And he was able to use his piss-gained superpowers to save Donald Trump from assassins' bullets.
But apparently because of all the lifetimes I've had, which we'll get into a little bit today, I'm a little bit ahead of the game of everybody else in terms of spiritual
Yeah,
ability,
Trump is lucky
telekinesis.
Wilcock was there.
I was
Yes.
asleep when this happened, when the shooting occurred. And so it's a pretty interesting thing that this all kind of converged like this. I don't really know what it means. I mean, it could have
I
been
didn't
somebody
get that
else, but
clip.
the implication from the dream was that I somehow, on an astral level, in my higher aspect, was at least partially responsible for making sure that the bullet didn't hit him.
So there we have it. David Wilcock saved Donald Trump from assassins' bullets with his telekinetic superpowers that he got from taking baths in his own urine. Okay, David Wilcock. And remember, we've talked about this pretty much ad nauseum. David Wilcock has such a bloated sense of self-importance that anytime anything happens in the world, he connects it to him. Everything going on in the world, it's all about him, friends. Now, David Wilcock has essentially admitted to his audience that his dog is dying, but he hasn't sought any, veterinary care for his dog. So people are very upset with this latest clip, which is kind of ridiculous. Listen, if you have a dog that's that sick, you take it to the vet. There are even calls on Twitter for people to report David Wilcock to the local authorities for animal cruelty. And I've seen those Twitter posts on some of these threads critical of David Wilcock. But let's see what he says.
Makes my dog nervous. She's pacing around upstairs. They don't like thunder in general. And actually, I had a really nasty accident with her 2 nights ago. She left black diarrhea all over the carpet, about 35 different spots.
Yeah, that means the dog is sick and it needs veterinary care, David Wilcock. You take it to a veterinarian if it's doing things like that. And by the way, black stool and a very dark black stool in a dog, I'm told, in what he's talking about, could be a sign that the dog has cancer. I don't know if that's true. I'm not a veterinarian. I'm just repeating what people are saying on Twitter.
A huge 12-foot area of this stuff. It was just horrific. And black stool usually means there's blood. So she might have internal hemorrhaging. I think she's very close to dying is my point. I don't even know if she's going to be here by next week.
Yeah, so he thinks that the dog has blood in its stool. What responsible pet owner would think their dog has blood in its stool and not take it to an animal hospital or a veterinary person? I know I would, but welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock, where you just repeat this stuff while you're grifting for super chats so people feel sorry for you because your dog is dying now.
But I've accepted it because, she's a soul and she's going to reincarnate. In the spiritual teachings I use, the Law of One, it says that souls that are animals are mind, body, spirits. And then if they become, first of all, animals are normally just called mind bodies. And that means they have kind of a cloud consciousness with the forest. But if they become a pet, and then the pet starts to have individuation, the pet has an individual sense of, I want you to feed me. I am hungry.
Yeah, we want to take pet advice from a guy who's not taking his dog to the vet, which, according to his own statements, the dog is very, very ill. I mean, it's just incredible to me that he's grifting for super chats based on the dog dying, but he won't take the dog to the vet. What does a vet cost? Like $100 to have your dog seen by a vet, and maybe $20 or $30 for some medication. So $130. The dog's not, the dog has so little value to him that he doesn't want to spend, or he's so cheap. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating here. It's just incredible. Incredible. We can grift off the dog dying, but we don't want to take it to a vet. And here is more of David Wilcock, who, people, like I said, on Twitter are accusing him of animal cruelty right now over these clips.
And that happened with our other cat, Mandy, where she came back looking human in my dream after my mother had to put her down because she was in such bad shape. Also, on the same day that Girlie crapped all over the carpet, she fell while she was walking. She's just walking and she just collapsed on herself. And that's another sign that it's very, very close.
So maybe he should put the dog down instead of just letting it suffer. This is supposed to be, he's supposed to be a spiritual guru, and he's letting some dog that is suffering just suffer without medical attention or, you know, anything. Incredible.
Matt Rav says this is extreme narcissist behavior. You know, you don't have to be here.
Somebody called him a narcissist in his own live chat, and he didn't like it. Let's play that again.
You don't have to be here. If you don't like what I say, if you don't like that I'm talking about myself, I'm not a narcissist. There's a lot of people who love me and want to hear what I have to say. So please don't bother us with that kind of nonsense.
It's nonsense that this is narcissistic behavior. You make everything about you, Mr. Wilcock. Of course somebody's going to accuse you of being a narcissist. You need 7 camera angles to do a live stream. No, you're not narcissistic, not at all. You're always bragging about your various ridiculous, stupid, supposed accomplishments and how you have a 180 IQ and you're so smart, right? But you're not a narcissist, not at all.
This is a very, very painful thing for me, and you have to understand that I'm doing this show in the context of this battle with mortality in my own home, where my dog is very close to the edge. So it's got me thinking about heaven and God and souls and reincarnation and ascension.
Yeah. And Macario says, this POS, we need a wellness check for Girly. That's his dog. Seriously. He is letting her suffer, and he really wants people to feel sorry for him. Everything is material to grift for super chats to this guy. Like literally everything. My dog's dying. Feel sorry for me. Send me money. I'm not going to spend any money on the dying dog, apparently, but send me money. And then in the last live stream, he was complaining that he's only making $10,000 a month from YouTube. And by the way, all of his former business dealings are in the shitter. And apparently his only income is YouTube money, which is why he's actually streaming once a week now. The poor little rich boy is working once a whole one couple hour stretch in a whole week. Which makes me wonder, like, what does he do with the rest of his time? Imagine if your work week consisted of 4 hours of repeating the same nonsense over and over and over again. All you have to do every week is just repeat some nonsense, and you're going to get $10,000 a month. Amazing. Incredible. All right. And by the way, speaking of kind and generous people and those super chats, we want to thank Legal Eagle for a kind and generous $10 super chat. And thank you as well for being a member. For those unaware, you can become a YouTube channel member. And if you do so during a live broadcast, we give you a shout out and a thank you. And if you send a super chat and I see that member badge, I thank you as well for being a member. We thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, including Legal Eagle. This is a viewer-supported show, and we only need about $20 more in super chats to cover getting our streams demonetized by false copyright claims by David Wilcock and his copyright vultures. So thank you, Legal Eagle, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to continue on this journey into nonsense. And Legal Eagle said David really made some outrageous claims this time. He does every time, but yeah, they were specifically pretty bad this time, or good, I guess, depending on your point of view, right? All right, we're going to get to the next clip. Sorry, I'm losing my place here. We don't have many to get through, but after we get through the clips from his latest stream, we're going to go into this David Wilcock on David Nino Rodriguez channel. I don't know very much about David Nino Rodriguez, but he has 375,000 subscribers, so it's a huge YouTube channel. And people are asking that person, sending him clips of Wilcock saying ridiculous stuff and asking him why he's grifting off of David Wilcock and David Wilcock's completely fake stories. Foxy's Friends is here. Thanks for being a member. Says he checks all the grift boxes: profit, insider, briefings, free energy grift, hover card grift, angel, Satanist grift, Q-tard grift, MAGA grift. Yeah, he's trying at least to cover all of his bases, right? Here we go. And during his live broadcast is when Wilcock learned that Biden dropped out. Wilcock learns, says Macario, live that Biden dropped out. When he hears that Ezra posted it, that's all the confirmation he needs. Shouldn't he have gotten the news from Ezra ahead of time? Why did the prophet hear about this when we did? Why didn't the alliance tell him? Great, let's hear it.
Yes, he did. On Newsbreak app, he dropped out. Holy crap. So Shadow of Ezra just posted about him dropping out. Wow. Okay, well, there you go. Talk about timing, huh? We're now up to 3,000 people. This is very exciting.
Yes, not narcissistic at all, but he has to announce how many live viewers he has.
I'm not at all worried about him dropping out because honestly, you know, we already had the Hillary switcheroo slide in there. She's probably going to be considered the most capable candidate, but you know.
Nope, wrong. They're going with Kamala, apparently.
There's a lot of stuff about her out there, and so if she starts running again, it's only going to accelerate the awakening.
Oh, it's going to accelerate the awakening if Hillary Clinton runs again. Hillary Clinton is not running, as evidenced by her endorsement of Kamala Harris. Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of people saying I should cover this political stuff, and you know, I'm doing my best to stay neutral. What people need to understand is if I come out and I'm very critical of Trump or very critical of Kamala, I lose half my audience. So we tend to avoid politics here. But I will say this, I find it extremely interesting that the Democratic Party, who has said that the right and Trump is a threat to democracy, just bypassed the will of millions of people who voted for Biden to be their candidate, and the Democratic elites like Hillary and Bill Clinton and Obama and Nancy Pelosi and others are just going to force the candidate that was democratically elected to be the candidate to drop out, and they're going to replace him. Carmen Burgess with a kind and generous $10 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and also thank you for being a member. Now we need just about another $10, and we don't have to worry about the money being stolen from me by a man who lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion and only works 4 hours a week. Praise the cash, Carmen Burgess, and thank you for being a member.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, friends, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you. And we're going to continue. We don't have many left to go. We have very few clips this time, mostly because Wilcock has just been repeating himself ad nauseum for the last 6 weeks straight. And here's another clip. Wilcock always says he's not a racist, but listen, you know that old saying, if you got to tell people I'm not a racist, you're probably racist, right? If you got to tell people about how you have black friends, you know, or I love people who are like, I'm not anti-Semitic, I have Jewish friends, which is kind of funny. I know I grew up with a lot of Jewish kids in the neighborhood and we were all friends. We didn't really care about what a kid's religion was, but that's just me. I don't know. We'll see. What does he have to say about not being a racist again? And here's another wonderful screenshot.
Created a worldwide civilization that lasted from 55,000 to 5,000 or 50,000 BC. So between that 5,000 year period of 55,000 to 50,000 BC, they became dominant all over the planet. They were, you know, they had a global civilization. And then there was another war, apparently with the Draco reptilians, that wiped them out, created the Sahara Desert. If you dig under the sand, you can still find all of their civilization down there between 40 to 400 feet below the surface. And that includes, believe it or not, statues that are very impressive that look like black people, where they have...
Oh, black people. Yeah. Then why haven't archaeologists found these incredible artifacts under the Sahara Desert if they're only 40 feet down, Mr. Wilcock? You know, the fake science only goes so far, Wilcock. You need some evidence of this. He says things like they're facts with no facts and evidence to support those facts.
Black features. And so, you know, the broad nose and the larger lips and everything looks like a black person. So, as I said before, I chilled with black guys from Harlem. I smoked cannabis with them, 420, blunts, White Owl, Philly blunt.
Yeah.
I learned raps, okay? I learned KRS-One, Guru.
Oh, I have to stop it there because we'll get a copyright claim from the music that's added. Somebody added the raps because he starts rapping during this. to prove that he's not a racist, right? I'm not a racist. I love rap, right? All right, next clip. He's back to the crop circle nonsense and claiming that the crop circles are coming from the Archangel Michael, I think, right? Again, fair use. This is a transformative work. Wilcock thinks the aliens made a crop circle, repel bullets and Trump's ear. And of course, he has to let us know that he is linked to Trump through their ears. I skipped much of the garbage again. I might have even missed something, but 99.9% of his stream was repeated garbage. I agree.
By God, doesn't it look like stylized Archangel Michael trumpets? Yes, it does. They very much look like trumpets. We've had other trumpet formations. I talk about them in the Sacred Science.
Or it's a random geometric pattern that has nothing to do with trumpets. Notice how he always pigeonholes whatever he uses to go along with his Archangel Michael nonsense.
Of course, I talk about them in the books. And notice also that they look like ears, okay? Each of the horns of the trumpet.
Oh, this has something to do. This crop circle predicted the Trump assassination, but he didn't find the crop circle till after the assassination. So that's not suspicious at all.
Look like stylized human ears. You've got the outer part of the ear as the outside edge of the trumpet. You've got the triangles inside the mouth of the trumpet that look like the area in the middle of the ear that you get right here, okay? And then...
Does that look like an ear to anybody else? It doesn't look like an ear to me. I don't know. Does it look like it? Do we really think this is an ear? And he just got done saying that this is trumpets from the Archangel Michael, but now it's an ear? Well, which is it, Mr. Prophet?
Notice,
Prophet with an F.
In addition to it looking like vibrations, you've got the same exact bullet formation. Bullets going towards the ears.
No, bullets have a flat end. Those don't look like bullets. They look like ellipses. What is he saying looks like bullets? My God.
This just showed up again on the 19th.
Oh, this just showed up. So it has to have a direct correlation with the nonsense bullshit that I'm telling people for weeks now. It's got to be connected.
A couple days ago.
Talk about connecting the dots.
Archangel Michael, it's the ear, it's the bullet. And this is obviously talking about the ascension. And so how this event...
How is this obviously talking about the ascension? It's a random geometric pattern, it looks like. A repeating geometric pattern. But that has something to do with ascension, Trump's assassination, and also the Archangel Michael. Conveniently, all things that David Wilcock is telling his stupid, dumb as rocks followers. And I'm sorry, but if you're listening to David Wilcock and believe in any of this, you're dumb as rocks.
Divine intervention is changing reality. They just showed us the crosshairs with the bullet. The bullet had this kind of football shape. You got the same football shape in the neck of each of these Archangel Michael trumpets. This is really mind-blowing.
It's not mind-blowing to anybody but David Wilcock. It's stupid. It's childish. It's nonsensical garbage information, David Wilcock, based on your assumptions, your supposition, your fake other nonsense.
I mean, it really shows American independence is right around the corner. The crosshairs, the bullet, and then we had, again, the most recent one, the trumpets would also look like the ear. I have the same scar on my ear. As I've said, it's a weird round circle here that I got in 8th grade from a pole.
Yeah, somebody clocked David Wilcock with a tent pole when he was 10 years old, and that means that he's directly connected to Trump. I'm going to say that again. Somebody clocked David Wilcock with a tent pole, and he got a scar on his ear, so therefore he's directly connected to Donald Trump because they have the same scar. It's so stupid, so wacky. Wacky world of Wilcock. Come on.
For a tent, it was a round little ring on the end of the pole. Hit me in this freakish way. It happened to hit my ear just right. It left this horrible blood all over my shirt. And now it seems like it's some type of karmic linkage.
Probably saved that shirt too.
Between 45.
Remember, he was saving his pajamas from when he was a kid and he got, the reptilians came for him. Creepy.
And myself, which makes sense. My life I was marked on my body for this event in the future that Michael already knew was going to happen.
Yes, so the Archangel Michael knew that the Trump assassination was going to happen, but David Wilcock didn't warn anybody. Why didn't you warn Donald Trump and the Secret Service and the local police? Why didn't you warn anybody if you knew that event was going to happen? And isn't it great? It's just like psychic predictions by proclamation. Oh, I knew that the Trump assassination was going to happen, and so did the Archangel Michael, who I claim to be in direct communication with, but I never said anything about it until after the event happened. A little convenient, right? Just a little bit convenient.
I mean, this stuff really, really trips me out, and I know you guys are with me because your comments are amazing.
This trips me out because you're stupid, I guess. It would only trip out a stupid person, Mr. Wilcock. So just a few more to get through, and then we'll move on to his wonderful appearance where, what is he talking about again? The solar flash event that's coming. That's what he's talking about on this huge platform. Great.
Listening to you, I've listened to you since Ancient Aliens started. What is Tranma? Tranma is a character I did last time.
Yeah, and here is a spiritual guru making fun of trans people. Wonderful. He's even got like costume pieces for it now.
I wore these pink glasses, and I talk like an Italian grandmother. I talk like this. I even have, if I ever really needed it, I've got the.
Wow, you see that shot of his head? I'm trying to get it better. He is really going bald bad.
I've got
He's got a bad sweep comb over going. Look at how little hair is on the top of his head in the middle there. Gross.
Wig to really add to the Tranma experience. If you want to go full Tranma.
He's going to need that wig soon. He's going so bald.
Doesn't really look right. I have too much hair for this wig. But I was thinking, like, how could I really make this character work for me? I got to have let's fix this thing up, right? Little joke about Maxine, right? So anyway, I'm ready to do anything here, but listening to you.
He's ready to do anything for super chats. Macario says, WTF. Wilcox says it. I really do think he would do anything to keep money coming in. Costume and fetish whip, now wigs. Trans might be right. And Osira says, David is clearly desperate for money. Imagine if his YouTube channel got demonetized. He'd be effed. Macario, I would love that the team could go live on X and celebrate. And voices in my head. For those unaware, there was a long-standing. Remember when his hair was long and he looked like shit? He looked like he hadn't showered, shaved, or groomed himself in a year. A lot of people were saying that he was going to become trans, and there's still a rumor. And by the way, I'm just repeating what I heard. I'm not saying this is true, but there's rumors that David Wilcock will be turning trans in order to generate money somehow. Or I guess to be sort of shock rocky. I really don't know. But the voices in my head 100, voices head 100 on YouTube, or excuse me, on Twitter, X, has been posting all these pictures of David Wilcock as a woman, and it is gross and a little scary, And of course, David Wilcock's going to talk. He's a big Trumper fan. He's going to talk about talk about Donald Trump picking J.D. Vance as his vice president.
T selects Vance as his VP. He took a trip to I in 2002. He does not represent America first. He says incredible.
Yeah, apparently the Q-tards don't like Donald Trump's vice presidential pick. I'm really not up to speed into why that is. If anybody knows in the live chat, let me know. But the Q-tards don't like the VP pick.
Walk around Jerusalem, the eternal capital, and trace the footsteps of Christ. Maybe he saw the actual footsteps, like I showed you, burned into the rock. And they have a picture of him wearing a yarmulke, putting his hand on this wall. So again, the basic bottom line here is they said he's not America first.
Oh, he's not America first. So the Q-tards don't like the VP pick at all. All right, next clip, we'll get to that. I've got just a few more. More Q-tard nonsense. So Wilcock is pushing the Q-tard Telegram channel garbage again.
This was the next thing that was weird. It's at the convention on the 15th, Novus Ordo Seclorum. And I had just explained to you guys on the video last week what this actually translates as. And then lo and behold, it shows up at the convention. So this is another example of dramatic signaling. There's every evidence week after week that the Alliance loves that I'm risking my life to do this.
The Alliance is a fictional organization invented by a con artist, Pete Peterson. It doesn't exist. And here David Wilcock is claiming he's risking his life for a fictional fake organization created by a career con artist and fake government whistleblower. Remember, at the beginning of the broadcast, we played you David Wilcock's latest so-called government whistleblower insider, Corey Good. Before that, he used a senile old man who also happened to be a con artist who ran pump and dump stock schemes illegally with a fake background and a fake biography. And he's the guy who invented the Alliance that Wilcock is so proud of that doesn't exist.
That the Alliance loves that I'm risking my life to do this with all the crazy stuff going on. Now it's beautifully sunny outside, but we had a horrible storm when I got started. My dog is on the brink of extinction. She just left all this stuff on the carpet last night. 2 nights ago, this black diarrhea. It's been very hard.
He's really obsessed with this black diarrhea, isn't he?
But I'm still fighting. I'm still out there. I'm still going to keep going. I had mentioned to you.
How is he risking his life telling fake stories on the internet? Can anybody explain that one to me? Like, you're risking your life because you're telling fake stories on the internet? We want to thank Amy WC for a kind and generous $5 super chat. Said, avoided coverage of this for a time, knowing a lot to wade through. So I do appreciate these laughs. Well, thank you, Amy WC, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and of course for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we've got another kind and generous benefactor in the form of Legal Eagle, who is also a YouTube channel member. Says, hope this works. Thank you for your hard work, Stephen. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And it's wonderful. Thank you for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you. We appreciate all of you people helping us to praise the cash, bitches.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yes, my son is now asking me, by the way, Legal Eagle, if he can praise the cash or do some new work for me, because he's got to praise the cash enough to buy a VR Quest. So we're going to work on that. I guess I'll do some new bumpers with him. It's so funny being a father sometimes because I have anxiety about certain things. Like, I had a great deal of anxiety about the fact that my son kept asking for a gaming PC. And I know he wanted something decent to play the latest and greatest games, so I couldn't just give him an old beater. I finally got that together for him, gave it to him for his birthday. And immediately after starting to play the games on PC, now he wants a VR Quest to link to the PC so he can play VR games. It never ends, friends. Let's see what else is nonsensical prophet of nonsense is talking about.
That Novus Ordo Seclorum was this prophecy that means a mighty order of ages is born anew. And I had just explained that, and then they put it on the screen at the convention. I'm like, wow, you guys, thank you. Thank you for the endorsement. They're not going to say it directly because they don't want to hurt me. If I got endorsed directly, it would probably cause a lot of unwanted problems for me right now. But
so now David Wilcock, not only has he claimed that he saved Donald Trump from an assassin's bullet with his telekinetic superpowers he got from taking baths in his own piss, right? Try to keep up. He's also saying that because he talked about something, the Republican National Convention put something on the screen as a nod to David Wilcock somehow. No, I don't think so.
The convention is using the pyramid on the back of the dollar with the all-seeing eye as their backdrop during Tim Scott's speech.
Yeah, that's an often used symbol. I really don't think that we can connect any hidden meanings to that, but what do we know? Let me share the next clip. We've got just 3 more, and then we're going to move on to David Wilcock's appearance on this huge podcast.
This was the next thing that was weird. It's at the convention on the 15th, Novus Ordo Seclorum, and I had just explained to you guys on the video last week what this actually translates as. And then lo and behold, it shows up at the convention. So this is another example of dramatic signaling. There's
it's dramatic
week after
signaling.
week that the Alliance loves that I'm risking my life to do this.
Macario says, I have listened to Wilcock spew his lies and BS for years, but he's really starting to annoy me. He believes that the Alliance, Shadows of Ezra, who doesn't know who David Wilcock is sending him signals. Now they sent one at the Republican National Convention as an endorsement for Wilcock risking his life. Gurley is dying, and it's hard for him. At this point, he mentions her 4 times, saying she's dying and suffering, but he's okay. Feel sorry for David. I'm not going to start having to do more here. Steven from Canada, who's in Holland, this idiot needs to lose everything. Wow. Yeah, people aren't happy with him.
With all the crazy stuff going on now, it's beautifully sunny outside, but we had a horrible storm when I got started. My dog is on the brink of extinction. She just left all this stuff on the carpet last night. 2 nights ago, this black diarrhea. It's been very hard.
Oh,
but
it's
I'm
still
still
hard.
fighting. I'm still out there. I'm still going to keep going.
He's still fighting by telling people fake stories on the internet. How are you fighting anything telling people fake stories on the internet, Wilcock?
I had mentioned to you that Novus Orsiclorum was this prophecy that means a mighty order of ages is born anew. And I had just explained that, and then they put it on the screen at the convention.
Yeah, they put it on the screen. Yeah.
Thank you for the endorsement.
Oh, yes. The RNC are
I'm not going
endorsing
to say it
David
directly
Wilcock.
because they don't want to hurt me. If I got endorsed directly, it would probably cause a lot of unwanted problems for me right now. But the convention is using the pyramid on the back of the dollar with.
Oh, my God. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid. Okay. Actually, last clip. And here's where we get into some interesting things. And by the way, I'll play the clip first and then I'll talk about. I called Stevati Aerospace today and I spoke with Christopher Beskar, and I have some new information to report about Stevati Aerospace and various claims made by David Wilcock. Here we go.
Elmo Bullseye says, congrats on the loans for Stevati. Does that mean your finances are now sorted? Well, we're very close. We're expecting it to close. We've got all the final due diligence going on. It'll probably happen in just a couple days.
Remember, for 6 weeks now, he's been saying a loan is coming through to Stevati that's going to solve all their problems and allow them to finally start producing hover cars any day now. Any day now. And he's been saying this over and over every week for 6 weeks. Still no loan, apparently.
So somebody was asking, how can we invest in Stevati? We haven't actually ever done that. So anybody who's trying to call me a con artist, well, who am I conning? I'm not.
By the way, he's lying through his teeth here. He just said that we've never taken investment in Stevati. They are right now being sued by one of their investors who invested $1 million. Stevati said that they would give him back $5 million. They haven't given him his initial $1 million back yet. So he sued them in state court. And in that lawsuit, he called David Wilcock's shady aerospace company a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam in the court documents. And here he's going to try to convince everybody he's not a con artist because they don't take investments. Why then are they being sued by a previous investor, David Wilcock?
How can we invest in Stevati? We haven't actually ever done that. So anybody who's trying to call me a con artist, well, who am I conning? I'm not. We haven't even made it possible for people to invest in our company.
They are being sued right now by a previous investor in state court. We covered that extensively here. How is he going to say we don't allow people to invest in our company? Maybe you don't now after being accused of being a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam, but you did before. And how is a business that hasn't produced any products for 30 years staying in business if it's not running on investors? I'm confused.
And most of our investors are actually governments. We're talking to a number of governments. I'm not at liberty to disclose.
Yeah. Oh, we're talking to all these governments, but I can't tell you about them. And by the way, he makes several completely and totally false statements here. And I called Stevati Aerospace to fact check these false statements, and I'll let you know what the outcome of that is after we hear the rest of this clip.
But these are very, very major players. NATO allies. We're not going to go with anybody who's not a NATO ally. We have to follow the rules of the State Department. But the point is, we have people on our board we have a naval admiral, we have an army general, and we have actually 2 naval admirals now I'm thinking of it. So
yes. So David Wilcock's claim here is that Stavati has 2 Navy admirals and an Army general on their board of directors. So I wanted to fact check him. So I called Stavati and spoke to Christopher Beskar today and said, I'm calling to fact check some statements made by David Wilcock. Do you have 2 Navy admirals and a general on your board of directors? And Christopher Beskar said, well, we have 1 Navy admiral. And I was even surprised at that. But remember that nobody in Stavati is being paid. It's important to point out that nobody at Stavati Aerospace, this is our leaders, they're not being paid. But apparently they have a vice admiral, which is not a full admiral. It's like an assistant admiral, I guess, right? Vice Admiral Charles William Willie Moore Jr. retired as a director for Stavati, joining the company in December 2022. Vice Admiral Moore is a native Texan, having been born in Midland. After graduating from the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, he completed a distinguished 36-year Navy career as a Navy aviator and rose to the rank of Vice Admiral. So, but David Wilcock claimed that they had 2 Navy admirals and a general on their board of directors. It turns out that's not true. They have 1 vice admiral. So what we know about David Wilcock is he always exaggerates, right? And by the way, this is an unpaid advisor, I guess, because they don't have any profits to pay anybody with. So is he a volunteer? And does Charles Moore Jr. know that Christopher Beskar is claiming that he invented the Star Wars armor of the Mandalorian? They named it after him. Does Charles Moore know that David Wilcock and Christopher Beskar are telling people that he built thousands of spaceships for the secret space program and worked in Area 51 and all of this black budget projects? Does this Navy guy know that David Wilcock is telling people to take baths in his own urine to get superpowers, and he's their director of technology, advanced technology, or exotic technology, is it? I don't think this guy knows what he's gotten into. I'm going to try to get an interview with him. So Charles W. Moore Jr. will be getting a call from me. And by the way, I started asking more questions to Christopher Beskar, who quickly rushed me off the phone and said, I'm not at liberty to give you any information. Send me an email, which is just a typical deflection technique. You know, if Stavati was not a shady, scammy company, would their advanced director of exotic technology be on YouTube lying about having generals and 2 admirals on their board when they have 1 vice admiral? I don't know. But it's interesting that David Wilcock is lying through his teeth, claiming they have a general and 2 admirals. They have a vice admiral, which is not a full admiral, near as I understand it. But interesting that the CEO of Stavati Aerospace is the person answering the phone. Now, let me tell you something. If you're getting multi-million-dollar military contracts and you're the CEO of a company, you're not answering the goddamn phone when people call, right? And by the way, anybody can try this. Call Stavati Aerospace. See who picks up the phone. It's Christopher Beskar, the supposed CEO, which tells you everything you need to know about this company. It's not a real company. It's a shell game. They haven't produced any products or services for 30 years. And David Wilcock is literally lying through his teeth, claiming there's generals on their board of directors. There isn't. While, by the way, they are soliciting public investment, which is illegal. You can't claim that you have generals on your board of directors while you're soliciting public investment and you're soliciting people to loan the company money. You can't make false statements. That's my understanding, but what do I know? I'm just a successful business owner, unlike Christopher Beskar, who's been running this shady shell game with something called Stavati Aerospace for 30 years, and their only income is from a garbage dumpster company. They haven't been able to make 1 product or service for the aerospace industry. But don't worry, as soon as they get that loan, everything's going to change, right? AZ said, a vice admiral with a $25,000 a month gambling and hooker addiction. Well, that's very comical, so we will allow it, but we don't know that. So just to be clear, we're not claiming that. But thank you for your comment. It put a smile on my face, right? They have an admiral that is into Vice, says Trolly Troll Troll. Yes. So we're done with the clips. We've gotten through them in record time for a yeah. And here's where there's some problems for Wilcock. Let me share my screen here. Apparently, David Wilcock said that they were trying to track all of the trolls that are saying nasty, mean tweets on Twitter. And Macario just says, Stavati trying to track us all, they will never find us. Osiris says, no chance, Stavati, no chance for Stavati. A new friend of mine who works for the IRS is about to join our group of dedicated Wilcock critics. Macario says, a new member of the team. Nice. It seems to grow daily. So I don't know if that's true, if there's somebody that really works for the IRS that's going to be looking into Mr. Wilcock, but I think he's got enough problems with the IRS. Admiral Rascal says, Stavati was around for 30 years. What did they do in all that time? Not like I'm going to get an answer. Exactly. What kind of company is in business for 30 years and it never produces any product or services for sale? How do you stay in business for 30 years? Well, according to court documents, you take $1 million in investment from somebody and then you spend it on whatever you want, and you never give the investor their money back, allegedly, right? Trolly Troll Troll says, before you know it, it will be time to let them go. Yeah. Above the Clouds, he looks like he's into that. Archaic Revival, you guys are cracking me up. All right, so we're going to move on to sampling a little bit of this stream. It's on the so-called David Nino Rodriguez podcast. Somebody let me know in the live chat. I didn't have time to really do a great deal of research into this person, but it's a huge platform on YouTube with 375,000 subscribers. Look at Wilcock. Such a narcissist. Oh, I'm on a big podcast. Awesome.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.
By the way, we'll be sharing some of this broadcast. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing and discussing the video that we are sharing, which makes this fair use and allowable by law.
TV, I am joined with one of the most brilliant minds of our time, David Wilcock. Dave, I got to say, I get a lot of guests on my show.
Look at him smiling ear to ear. He called me smart.
Man. And I got to say, you're probably one of the top 3 that I look forward to talking to. I've gotten your book, Source Field Investigations, just really impressed with your intellect. So I just want to put that out there first and foremost.
Okay. So apparently the show host is an idiot. That's what it is. He's impressed by David Wilcock's nonsense. This guy must be a real winner.
So thank you for coming on the show, brother.
Well, I'm really happy to be here, Nino. I have certainly got respect for you as well. I like what you're doing. I like your content. And, you and I have a whole similar history, as we were discussing in our phone call, where you went through boxing and you had that whole celebrity thing. I've got the Ancient Aliens. It's on all day Friday and Saturday on History Channel all over the world on television.
We have a similar background. You were a boxer, and I was fighting
on
bullshit.
The street. People want to take my picture, that kind of thing. And
another thing too, folks, we're gonna have a jam-packed show in this podcast. There's so much that is coming off the top of my head right now that I want to ask this guy. I'm sure a lot of you do too. I want to ask you, would you be the general in the general's tent for my audience to take questions from them?
He's an idiot. Is that what it is?
Not this month, I have L.A. Marzulli, but next month or the month after, would you be open to doing that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
There you go, folks. But first,
folks,
let's get into Easy Summer Cool. All right, folks. Recent forecasts predict that the summer of 2024 will be the hottest ever on record, with temperatures expected to soar into the triple digits in many areas. And 2025 should be even hotter, right? If you
can't stop
believe in that
smiling
kind of
like an
thing.
idiot.
This is why I stay cool with this magical little device.
All right, that makes sense. That's why he's got
that
Wilcock.
cools the
Oh, look,
air,
and Wilcock's drinking
costs,
wine.
It
It
gives
looks
me
like
savings and peace of mind. It brings me peace, folks. This device
this guy is
is
not
a
very
mini and portable
bright.
AC unit that fills my home, office, or even off the grid in my tent, which I never go camping, so I wouldn't know about that. With icy cold air, without traditional electricity.
Look at that. He starts his whole show with an ad read, and Wilcock's just smiling while he's selling some bullshit product. Great.
Let's start with we'll start with some ancient aliens, and then we'll go into the Mayan calendar. But I used to watch a lot of the ancient alien stuff. I kind of stopped. I haven't really
Wine
watched it
mixed
because
with
I kind of
pee.
figured out,
Yeah.
in my opinion, and I want your view on this, kind of where they're going with all this. I kind of feel like they're conditioning the
The
public
snapping dog
into
will-
this alien
Sean Ryan wannabe. Yeah.
play,
A cute
this
tart
alien
idiot.
card
Yeah.
that they're going to get ready to play. And I want your thoughts on that. What's your views on that? You were on the program yourself. You're very educated in this. What's your
Well,
thoughts?
I've
on the
always
whole
wondered,
thing?
the main thing we talk about with ancient aliens is ancient monuments that are made of large stone, which they call megalithic, lith meaning stone, mega meaning large. And
Look
we
how
see
smart I am.
megalithic
I
architecture
know the meaning
all
of
over
a
the
word.
world. There are
Great.
pyramids in China. There's over 100 pyramids in the Xi'an province of China. There's pyramids like Lalakan Pyramid in Indonesia. There's some pretty obvious pyramids in Australia that most people haven't heard of.
Yes, and humans built them all.
Then you've got these
So it has nothing to do with aliens or ancient aliens.
standing stones and stone circles all over the place in Europe, as well as dolmens, which are kind of like stone mounds. Barrows is another example. Then in America,
Good to know, Aaron.
of course, in central
Dumb as
Mesoamerica,
rocks,
you've
both
got
of
the
them,
Mayan
says
pyramids,
Michael
which is over
Orleans.
500 that are all amazing. But then in North America, we've got the mound builders. And so you can go to Ohio, you can see Serpent Mound. Cahokia, Illinois has a pyramid there. So we're looking at a worldwide pyramid building culture or cultures. And then it's also very interesting because if you go to Cambodia,
He's pulling out his
and you
old
see
stupid
some of the
talking
pyramids
points.
they have
Yes.
in Cambodia, there's certain examples like the Ta Prohm temple in Cambodia that looks exactly like the Mayan step pyramids. So we see a
It doesn't
worldwide
look
culture.
exactly.
And then we also see
It looks similar.
indications of flying saucer art in terms of, for example, in Egypt, you have the winged disc.
Yeah, because
and
a
that may be
circle
an indication
common
of a disc
shape
that
that
was
somebody
flying. They
might
just took a
carve
disc
on a
shape with
stone in
wings on it.
ancient times, right?
And
It's
then in
got to mean
Zoroastrianism,
aliens.
you see that their god Ahura Mazda also has a winged disc. So what I started to think about very profoundly was, could it be that the discs that we're seeing in modern times, starting, of course, with the Kenneth Arnold sightings in 1947, have been here all along?
Oh, yeah, you got to tie in modern ufology with the ancient aliens' flawed, fake evidence. Sure.
And that these ancient depictions of the winged disc, in those days, these people in the winged disc were actually showing up like we see in Egypt. They got the winged disc in Egypt and they got pyramids in Egypt. So were these people
Yeah, you're right.
actually building pyramids, and are they still
Circle
here
on a
now?
stone
So
equals
maybe in our
aliens,
time,
says Al Garay.
they're not building
Sure.
pyramids
Yeah.
anymore, but they're still here. It's a very compelling question.
Yeah, and I if you look at the Grand Canyon, I've heard there's a lot of things that have been found within the Grand Canyon. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, those are all hoaxes. Nobody's ever proven. Some guy claimed that there was Egyptian artifacts in a cave, never proved it. But these Q-tards and other stupid people who don't require evidence, they just hear a story and they repeat it. So I guess this guy Nino is a former failed boxer. He seems like he got punched in the head a few too many times. If he believes anything Wilcock is saying, he must have got punched in the head a few times. A few too many times, I should say.
Yeah, most of that stuff was told to me by insiders. I don't know how much of it is really public, but yes, we've heard about, for example,
Oh, he's got
a
insiders.
massive
Yeah,
cache,
that stuff's all over the
really
internet.
elaborate,
He
wonderful
doesn't have
old
insiders.
treasure that was found in the
Oh,
Grand
he was a
Canyon
champion
that actually
boxer?
got
I didn't know that. I'll
hijacked
have to look him
by
up. Thanks, Aaron.
George Bush Sr., that he loaded it all up in a train and took it to an underground base. We also have, of course, the Smithsonian Institution
You're right.
was confiscating giant skeletons they were finding giant skeletons in these mounds.
Mountains are
all over America.
buildings.
When Lewis and Clark went out and started to discover America, quote unquote, they would often find these,
believe it or not,
mounds
level
as they were going
insider
along.
information.
And when you would dig into the mounds, there would be giant skeletons inside. And then the Smithsonian just so happened to confiscate these giant skeletons. And you and I were talking about, I didn't even know. One of my insiders told me that he was at a military base and they'd gotten in a body, a fresh dead body of a red-headed, I guess 9 or 10 foot tall giant.
He's very selective in the information he shares.
And then all of a sudden, you're telling me you had people on your show talking about that. I didn't.
He doesn't want to bring out the woo too much,
dude. I'd love to have you on with L.A. Marzulli. Yeah, L.A. Marzulli did a documentary on it and talked to.
Yeah, and by the way, L.A. Marzulli is a piece of shit and a coward. I'm just going to put that out there. L.A. Marzulli, you are a coward. L.A. Marzulli booked to come on my show twice. I was going to be very respectful to him, but I had a lot of questions about the fake information that he presents. So-called Christian ufologist. He talks about the Nephilim, and he makes a lot of completely and totally fake stories, fake documentaries. He makes a very good living selling fake information to Christians. And I'm a Christian, and I know a lot of the information that L.A. Marzulli is presenting is fake. So I booked him, and let's see, once he claimed that he got the time zones wrong because he was on California time, but I gave him I still have the emails. I told him that would be this time your time, this time my time. Then the next time he said that he got stuck on a plane. So he left me. L.A. Marzulli is a piece of shit because he left me for 2 hours. Twice he was supposed to come here and be a guest. And he made me wait for over an hour before telling me he wasn't going to make it on the show both times. I was live for an hour both times. That is a nightmare for a live show host, to have to fill an hour's worth of time while you're waiting for a guest. He did that to me twice. And then, by the way, the very next day, he was on Christina Gomer's show, right? So he can do those easy ones, those easy layup, podcast appearances where nobody's going to question you or challenge you on the fake information that you're selling. Yeah, Wilcock and Marzulli are from the same cloth.
One of the soldiers, I believe, that would actually witness this giant. He said it was agile,
top funniest UFO clowns.
It was actually it was very fast. Killed a whole unit of men with a spear.
That was
came
a
out of a
story.
cave and was just
the Afghan giant. Look it up.
And,
it was a fake story.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, that's exactly what. And then we hear about Nevada, the redheaded giants in Nevada.
Oh, you're right.
The Indians
you're
talk
right.
about.
Well, we'll give him that.
They
He's a good boxer, but he's dumb as shit.
So to me,
he took too many shots to the head. He's dumb as shit.
Throws a monkey wrench
tell
into
he's dumb
the
as shit.
evolution equation for me. And now the only reason that is because these things were supposed to be 12, 15, 20 feet tall. These things were enormous. They looked at us as the size of grasshoppers, some of them. What's your thoughts on that? Like my mind, I don't know. I'm just saying my mind goes in so many different directions with this. When you add the giants into the equation,
he's a goober.
I ask myself, were they the Nephilim?
Christina Gomer,
well, sure.
whatever.
The Nephilim is a reference to, in part, the Book of Enoch.
She had to take a shot in the mouth from you know who to get
Testament. It's around the same time as the Book of Genesis, from around the time of Noah.
Several shots in the mouth, I think.
Ongoing. We see,
taking shots in the mouth.
For example, the original settlers who went to Easter Island in the 1700s. There was two different
allegedly taking
shots people on that island. There was giant redheads, and in fact, the stone faces that you see used to have a little red cap on the top, made of red volcanic rock, and so those giant faces might have in part been as a tribute to those giants that were still living on the island in the 1700s.
Might have been, could have been, all pure speculation. And I love how these guys just weave together a bunch of fake stories from the internet, as if that makes it any better, right?
And you're right. The Native American tribes were having a big problem with these giants all over the place, and they'd have to tip.
You know, I'm starting to remember. I do remember this Q-Tard show host. He was one of those people saying that Trump was still in command of the military, the Q-Tard nonsense, and he was saying that Biden was on a set. This guy is a total Q-Tard idiot. There, I said it. Hopefully the guy won't find me and knock me out. Apparently, he's good at knocking dudes out.
Typically, chase them into a cave, set a fire.
So he's dumb as rocks.
And then they would die of smoke.
As evidenced by his guest choices.
So this is a really weird.
L.A. Marzulli and Wilcock. That he's excited to talk to these grifters,
we
right?
did a few episodes on it, but part of the problem they had, as they told me, is that it's been so little explored.
Single source,
really
no
a whole lot of
evidence.
Visual support.
And I think that guy who told that original story was largely debunked.
Giants. And who were they? Where did they come from? What's this all about?
Let's go to Weave Pocahontas in.
The simple fact that they're
only giant I see is his forehead.
Giant monuments. They're not stone, but they're made out of adobe and clay.
I agree,
America,
Arlene.
like Serpent Mound. Even Catalina Island, if you've ever been to LA, there's this beautiful island off the coast. They found over 3,400 giant skeletons just on this island.
He's still saying that Trump is the president?
That you could actually take the skull and slip it all the way.
Why does he have to
head.
run again if he's already the president?
I've been to
It makes
Catalina
no
Island
sense.
many times. I have
Q-tarts, right? He
Well,
has nothing
imagine
but
that at one
wackadoos
point
on
it
his
was
show.
literally just crawling with these giants. There were certain places that they really had a stronghold, and that was one of them.
You know, I saw there's a lot of reports and articles done in the 1800s and early 1900s of them excavating these bones and actually putting it in the paper, like
those
giant
fake,
bones
mostly
being
fake
found.
pictures.
There's actually photographs of these things.
Mostly fake
and now
pictures.
Just radio silence. It seems like anybody who even begins to unearth these things, they're shut down immediately, correct?
Oh, it's all a big cover
Yeah,
up.
I mean there were museums that had the giant skeletons on display. And another thing is many of these mounds also included giant tools. They found giant battle axes. They found giant chalices.
What is the source for this?
An archaeological
Where's
dig
the
in the Middle
proof of
East
this?
where they found a bunch.
These people just love fake, unverifiable stories, right? Evidence-free, unverifiable stories, but it's all true.
Of severed giant hands. The hands were really large, all buried in a mass grave. So this was a worldwide phenomenon.
Third term
and at
baby.
least in the Americas, it's directly associated with pyramids.
We don't know that, but he is a little soft in the head.
So
We'll give
the
him that.
inside intel that I've heard on it,
Yeah,
for what
brain
it's
trauma
worth,
can change a person's
is that you
personality.
did
for
have
sure.
extraterrestrial humans who were coming here.
Giant piles
and
of poop.
they were breeding these originally as sort of like a soldier
He
race
read it in a giant
to
book.
prevent anybody from being able to
The
invade
giant
where they were
screwdrivers
living.
freaked me out, says Storm
So you
Crow.
might have a race of extraterrestrial
Tell us more,
humans
David. We
around
believe
the
anything.
pyramid,
Yes.
and then the giants were something
Cue the
that
land
they
of
used
make-believe
advanced
clip.
genetic tinkering
Yes.
to produce, and that's why they have two sets of teeth. There's a certain haplotype that you get. It's a certain genetic profile, and when you begin mixing human DNA with DNA that isn't quite human, you get these genetic defects, and one of the defects that it can produce is the double sets of teeth.
So let me ask you this:
appears-
is it outlandish to think that maybe they were created to build the pyramids, the giants? I mean,
That's a really good point, man.
you know,
Oh,
they're-
yeah,
they're
could have
so
been humans. Had to
monolithic,
be.
They're so huge. Could they? I mean, you would need immense strength to move these 10-ton, even more than that size boulders or blocks of bricks or whatever that you want to call them. So wouldn't it, to me, common sense says, well, maybe they use the giants as the workers to build these.
That's a brilliant idea, yeah. And
You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't
I
be
would
surprised
imagine.
at all. If you go to Laos, which is a country right near Vietnam, there's another really amazing thing. And maybe you can pull up some of these images for post-production here. It's called the Plain, P-L-A-I-N, of jars. And it's in Laos, and people still go there now. You can climb on these things, but what you have are these massive, massive jars that maybe at one point they had corks on them, but they look
big
like they're built
jars.
to hold maybe oil
Big
or
jars.
food or water or something, but they're extremely large and no regular person could pick them up because in some cases they're like 7-8 feet tall. But giants could work with these a lot more easily. So there's literally evidence for this all over the world. And the giants also have the elongated skulls, which is another thing that's
come on.
consistent with shorter humans
Cranial
that
deformation.
we see all over the world, like in Mesoamerica, directly next to pyramid
You
building.
gotta love
sites.
it when people that know nothing
If you
about
think about it,
anthropology,
you know,
evolution, or history.
From what these
just
soldiers said,
do
it didn't
research by
seem
proclamation.
like these giants, I mean, they're still living in caves. They have primitive type of armory. They have weapons that are kind of
Amazing,
primitive.
Chuck, man.
So they're obviously not in my opinion. I'm just guessing here. They're not that smart. So it seems like they would use them for the manual labor. Right. So
he loves them because they're like giant pea jars. Makes sense.
Stones or whatever they were used to do. If they aren't that intelligent in the first place, because supposedly the Kandahar giant came out screaming some gibberish. It was nuts. It was violent. You know, and it was very, very violent. Maybe some of them, you know, escaped or got away. They're not used as slaves anymore. They kind of went on their own. They went underground into some caverns. I don't know. I'm just posing questions here.
This is my theory. And I'm not saying this is based on any actual inside intel. This is just my speculation.
Oh, he's going to admit that he's bullshitting.
There was a worldwide civilization, colloquially referred to as Atlantis, and that during that time they were building
giants are
pyramids, as we can see. Some of them are under the water.
Yeah, that's what people say. 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes.
A bunch of submerged pyramids off the western tip of Cuba that was found by Paulina Zalitsky with her sub-sonar equipment when she was looking for shipwrecks. So we know that there was some sort of ancient pyramid building culture that was apparently worldwide, and maybe a lot of the pyramids that we see came after this great flood.
Idiotic delusional clown, says Builder Lee 72. You can't say I disagree.
So if that's true,
Kandahar
then
giant
perhaps
from
they
space.
had a lot more of these giants in the past, and there was a society where they were using them openly. And then when you have this massive catastrophic flood, you have breeding populations of giants that survived on their own. But like you said, they're kind of unintelligent. And maybe they, you know, built
Wilcock is calling somebody else
to
dumb.
commemorate their former
That's
culture
pretty rich.
and hoping that it would rise again. But they really are not that smart, and they just kind of died off for the most part and survived in these small packets. And unfortunately, they were very antagonistic to humans and saw us as a protein source.
Right, and so we were able to outsmart them because they're dumb, and that's how we beat them, because they were using us to eat. They were eating us. They needed the caloric intake, is what I would think. So, what's your thoughts on what do you think these pyramids were actually used for? Energy sources. I know that a lot of them.
I love when people start talking about the pyramids, and it's just complete and total speculation, no science whatsoever. You know, there's people making whole careers out of this. It's disturbing to me. The fact that you can make a whole career just bullshitting about what the pyramids really are and have no real evidence to back up any of your claims.
Some are on ley lines, correct? They're on nodes on the planet, so they knew something. They were used for something for other civilizations. What do you think these pyramids were actually used for?
Well, that brings up a bunch of interesting stuff. So let's talk about the global grid, because the first way that we defined the global grid was the work of Ivan T. Sanderson. And in the 1950s, he went out to the Republic of Congo and he studied the Mokili Mbembe, which is this strange, like a Apatosaurus type of thing, like a small brontosaurus that would show up.
Now we're into brontosauruses are real.
They would actually kill the dinosaur and eat it for meat.
We're at Land of the Lost.
And this is in headhunter country. The pygmies live there.
No, he's just grifting, trying to find new followers.
Unincorporated, unexplored forest.
Here's what I think.
Nobody wants to go in there.
I think Wilcock goes on shows with the dumbest followings possible, like Dana Patrick and this guy, because he's hoping they'll go subscribe to his nonsense channel. That's what I think. And Wes Snipes, thanks for being a member, says Wilcock obviously hasn't seen Andre the Giant. Yeah. This dude is taking notes. WTF. Paleontology. Yes, he's an expert at that as well. He's an expert on everything.
Because again, they'll kill humans and eat you. But this is where you have this weird dinosaur. So Sanderson went and studied that dinosaur.
Wacky ramble on and on.
He came to the conclusion that yes,
cooked dinosaur just like bison.
Perhaps there are vortexes.
I forgot the steak
where
again.
You can actually portal through time and go from one era of history on Earth to another. And he then began studying, okay, where did the ships and the planes disappear on Earth? Where are these mysterious disappearances happening? And the one we've heard the most about, of course, is the Bermuda Triangle, because in that area alone, you have, 5,000 disappearances just in the 20th century alone. You have airplanes, you have ships on the sea, and he found that there were a total of 10 of these areas around the world, and they were symmetrically spaced apart from each other. And then also you can add the North Pole and the South Pole, you get 12 zones. Well, if you play connect the dots and you connect those 12 zones together, you get a simple 20-sided geometric shape called an icosahedron, each side being an equilateral triangle. Well, that would suggest there was some weird hyperdimensional geometry involved in why these dinosaurs are appearing, because that's where the dinosaurs are appearing, is on one of these nodes.
Appearing dinosaurs.
Also where
You gotta love
the
it.
planes are disappearing. Then
We're
we go over
appearing
to Russia,
dinosaurs,
where
damn it.
3 scientists, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov, inverted this icosahedron. You can geometrically do that, turn it inside out. It turns into a shape that has
Icosahedron? What?
12 faces that are pentagonal. They look like 5-sided pentagons, like a soccer ball. And when you actually simply draw the Earth with those two shapes put together, the icosahedron and the dodecahedron, which these Russian scientists did in 1971, they published this, they found that every single pyramid on Earth, every single megalithic piece of architecture is on this, what they
He's
call
been watching
global
Jason
grid.
and the Argonauts and taking notes.
That's very, very
Yes.
strange, because
Absolutely.
again, what we're talking about is strange phenomena. You'd see orbs of
Yes.
light in these vortex areas. You have planes that
They
might
do-
fly into the orb and then they disappear.
Without any facts.
Sometimes these orbs of light are associated with anti-gravity, like cars get
Going
stuck in them and they
Howard,
levitate off
yeah,
the ground.
Full artard.
There's a beautiful book
Already
called
went full
Time
putard.
Storms by Jenny Randalls.
Yeah,
where
funny
she's
that
got some
Draco never
examples
showed
of
him.
levitation.
Too
So
busy butt banging him,
it
Admiral.
appears that
Rascals.
the
You weren't interested in
vortex
teaching them.
lines,
They were interested
these
in the butt
global
banging.
grid lines, also
Rolling
create
fleece on his
anti-gravity. They can create these orbs, and the whoever extraterrestrial beings were here were using
Get him to talk
that
about Steve
natural
Cambian on his
anti-gravity
live
to
stream,
help build
AZ.
these
Good
pyramids.
job. But get him to talk
And
about
so
truth
you couldn't
seekers.
even build them without being on the grid.
I'm wondering if Skinwalker Ranch is on one of these nodes, or
Oh, now we got to
on
bring in the
street, because
Skinwalker
there's so
scam.
much
That's how we
paranormal
really
activity that has there. So
connect the
maybe
dots
there's
here.
pyramids there that we don't even know about on that
Oh my
ranch,
God.
right?
Which
Wouldn't that be
one's
logically
dumber?
what-
Should we
that's
put
where
up
my
a
mind
poll?
goes.
Let's put up a poll.
Well, you don't
Who's
have to
dumber,
have
the show
pyramids.
host
The
or
point is the
Wilcock?
lines, the ley lines,
Let's
as they
do
were
that.
called, they
We're
already
going to do
work.
that.
And the guy who's the father of ley lines in the early
I'm going to
20th
put that poll
century
up.
mapped them all out. And what
Figure
he
this
found
out. Who's
was that
dumber, the
nobody
show
ever
host
tells you
or
this, but
David
they were
Wilcock?
building, in modern times, they were building churches, abbeys, and cathedrals on these same ley lines.
Wow.
And they kind of alluded to it in Da Vinci Code when they talk about Roseline Chapel, right? It was built on the Rose Line. Well, what are these lines? Well, it also appears that when you're on one of these lines, if you build something there, you can get interdimensional activity, and both positive and negative entities can come through much more easily in these areas. So people who are messing around with ritual magic, if you want to summon demons, it's much, much easier if you do it on the global grid than somewhere else.
Oh, you got to summon demons.
And even
doing
in
it on the global grid,
1972,
for
there
sure.
was a case where Stonehenge got struck by lightning. There was a police officer and a farmer walking towards Stonehenge. There was some hippies tending inside, and they were about to be arrested because the farmer didn't want them there on his land. The lightning strikes the stones. The entire area of Stonehenge got to be blindingly white. All the hippies are screaming, and then it suddenly flashed and everything disappeared. And when they went inside, there was nothing left but smoldering tent pegs. All the hippies were gone.
Wow.
So it does appear that pyramids and stone circles are used on the grid as a portal generator, that they harness energy and they can create these orbs of light. But yeah, like with Skinwalker Ranch, you don't have to build a pyramid. It's just going to be much, much easier to get the vortexes to form if you do.
What about something like CERN?
All right, we started a poll.
Okay, so that's obviously.
Let me know what you think. Who is dumber, the show host or David Wilcock?
Man-built, some kind of generator. What's your thoughts on CERN? Is that
Hippies
on
blinded by the light.
a ley
Yes.
line or a node? Is that also in an important area on the planet, or is that just something?
You're right,
that's-
Chuck Bam.
am I just kinda
Absolutely.
thinking out of the box or too outlandish?
No, I haven't actually
Wilcock
checked on that, but
from
that would be
now
a
on.
great
Yes.
follow-up for research, would be to check where CERN is and look and say to yourself, okay, is it on one of these ley lines? And I'm
You're right.
sure it probably
He
is.
be
because
muted in this chat
what they're
because he's
doing
an
there is it's
intellectual
a particle accelerator. They're
He
creating
knows he sells
a
nonsense.
very rapid
He cannot
acceleration of
debate me. I would
subatomic
destroy
material.
him. I would
And
leave
when
him
you
in a
smash
puddle
it
in his own
together,
piss, but he would probably
yeah,
like
that's
that.
exactly the type of high energy environment. that
The
creates
show
portals.
host is probably dumber. Yeah.
And so I wouldn't at all be surprised. In fact, there's a lot of
Q-tart
indications
for the
that
grift.
CERN has been used
Wilcock full of S.
by the dark
Yes.
elements of our planet to
Bum
try
as
to
a
create
fox.
manifestations.
Yes.
And honestly, if they're running it and then somewhere nearby they're trying to be able to see spiritual entities, we wouldn't know how successful that was.
Because you can't do that, Wilcock.
But it is also very strange that back in the days of the medieval times, they would ring a bell on like a Saturday night, and that bell was supposed to indicate that people in their homes were supposed to have romantic activity. And apparently the romantic
Talk about stupid facts. They would ring a bell, and then you're supposed to bang during the bell ringing.
activity also generates more of this energy for them to do these weird occult ceremonies where they're trying to travel through
Oh my
time.
God. He's saying that the
And
church
apparently
would
they
ring the
could,
bell so
in these
everybody would bang
ceremonies,
so that they could
invade
do dark
somebody's
magic.
mind in the past. Like, let's say you go in these ceremonies, you harness all this
Utter
energy,
grifts
everybody's
too, yes.
engaging in these activities at the same time. You create all this energy, then somebody goes out of body.
Oh, that's
and
sad,
they find
Aaron
like a
Flores.
bum passed out in a haystack from maybe 100 years ago.
I
And you
thought
can then
everybody would still
occupy
say
his body,
Wilcock.
just like the agents do
That
in
show
The
host
Matrix,
might be dumber than him.
and then get him to go and kill somebody, and thus change the future.
No, we're up
Get
to the
rid of
show
somebody you
host.
don't want. Maybe get
So
rid of
far,
their
the
father.
show host is leading
And the only person
as
who
being the
remembers
dumber
the
one,
old timeline
69%.
supposedly is the person who actually did this.
69%
So this is
of
the
our
type
audience
weird
says the
occult
show
magic
host
that
is
some
dumber than
insiders have
Wilcock.
said they were really playing around with. There's so many mysteries that we just
And
don't know.
I just want to mention, like, how dumb do you have to be for people to think that you're dumber than David Wilcock? Apparently pretty goddamn dumb. Yes.
The answers to, but
I'm sorry. You know, the guy's a child of God. He maybe got hit in the head too much. Aaron Flores said he admitted that he got hit in the head too much and it affected his brain. Then I feel bad for making fun of him as being this dumb then.
all
You know?
does tie back to the grid and the summation of these vortexes and how they can be created, and the fact that you can travel.
I love how the show host is taking notes from what David Wilcock is saying. Like, wow, this bullshit is so important. I better write this down. This utter nonsense is so important. I better write this down because this is important. Bullshit.
through them as an astral body and actually go into the past or the future for that matter.
Yeah. Let's go back a little bit to the Mayan pyramids, because I really wanted to touch on that, because I was looking forward to 2012.
Right,
I was like, man, something's gonna happen. Their calendar is just too precise, too exact.
Oh, he was dumb enough to believe Wilcock's 2012 prediction.
Before, when I had a fight down in Cancun, I went to the Chichen Itza pyramid, and
oh, nice.
I hiked it in the middle of the night, and I smoked a big bowl up there with an Indian that I met on top.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it's cool. And I was up there, and I just remember that.
You're right, Admiral Rascals.
That he told me, he goes, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening. Time.
Yeah, I don't know how people fall
this is
for
a true
this.
story. This is a 100% true story. It was after one of my fights.
Gullible, but the host is
we
very
stayed
dumb.
in the park illegally. We should have left. We stayed there, me and all my friends. We dared each other to hike the mountain. We did. It was a full moon. Hiked the steps.
Wow.
It's a serious climb, dude, going up that thing.
Yes, he has a 180
and there's
so he's so
Indian guy
smart.
up
You
there,
should take
and
that.
we hung out with him. Me and all my friends hung out with him, and we sat and talked to them. We smoked a big fat bowl, and we looked at the jungle, the mist, everything. It was amazing.
Sounds incredible.
Yeah, it was. And I kept thinking to myself, what's going to happen in 2012? I think around when this happened, it was 2004, 2006. But he gave us a lot of, I felt like he really gave us, he was a wealth of knowledge. He dropped a lot of truth bombs, educational bombs on us that we were just like blown away. I always
goes along with
what's
it
gonna
for
happen
views.
in
Yes,
2012. I feel
they
like
know
it
it's
happened.
loadable.
I feel like there was a shift. I feel like there was a universal consciousness shift that happened, that maybe time and space sped up. What's your thoughts? I mean, a lot of people, the world's going to end, this is going to happen, that is. But in a way, it was like, to me, it felt like 2012 was like the marker of the timeline that just kind of went click, and we are now in this new paradigm.
Yeah, I wonder if the show host knows that David Wilcock predicted that we'd all get superpowers in 2012 and rainbow light bodies, and we'd be able to telepathically communicate with each other, and we'd be able to levitate. David Wilcock made an insane amount of stupid predictions, none of which happens. And now the host is asking him about 2012. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, it was only a month or two after the Mayan calendar end date that we had all the Snowden revelations about mass surveillance.
Boom.
And up until then, nobody really believed in.
So the Mayans were predicting the Snowden revelations with their calendar? Sure.
Some type of greater surveillance state. It was considered a conspiracy theory, you'd be laughed at. Whereas now it's just common knowledge. Oh, yeah, they're watching you through your laptop.
That's good to know, Craig William.
The camera on your cell phone.
You got to personalize it, making it about you.
Data capture. They transcribe everything to something like Siri that you're saying.
Two morons,
files on everybody.
Beings.
That's a very fundamental shift in the way that everybody sees life on Earth, and it happened within.
That's why the world didn't end, Tyblee. Yes,
of the Mayan calendar end date. So to me, that was a very shift.
While being dumb at the same time.
Now let me ask you this: I can't remember the professor's name, but there was a guy. I believe he was.
Look at Wilcock is drinking wine, apparently, or at least he's drinking something from a wine glass. It looks like wine.
Steps on it. So he was saying that each step.
Didn't he say on his own streams he doesn't drink or do any drugs, but then he always talks about smoking some cannabis, falling off the wagon? But here he appears to be drinking wine. That's interesting to me.
Level of the pyramid represented
pouring himself another glass. Like, I got to get drunk if I'm going to talk to this dumb show host, right?
Consciousness shift or an evolution in consciousness or a spontaneous jump in consciousness. He said the very last step would be universal consciousness. That's when we reach universal consciousness. But the first step was like
he thinks, yes.
The 4 billion.
Sounds like he smoked a rainbow
3
light
billion
bulb.
years of whatever. Of consciousness.
Yes.
Then it jumps to 180 million years. I got the numbers wrong, by the way. 180 million years. And the next step is there are leaps of consciousness in the human psyche. So every step was a representation of human consciousness to the very top. He said that's what he believed the Mayan calendars represented, and at the very top was universal consciousness, which was 2012. I found that to be
105
very
IQ
interesting, very
most.
intriguing. I don't know that to be fact. It's just I'm just asking you what's your thoughts on that. Do you think each level of every? I think are they 9 levels or 13 levels? I can't remember.
Are you talking about the Chichen Itza pyramid?
Yeah, the pyramids themselves. The pyramids themselves. Each one is a level of human consciousness and a spontaneous jump in each consciousness.
Well, sure. It is interesting.
What kind of nonsense is this show host? What is he smoking? Give me some of it.
Of course, on every dollar bill, does have 13 courses, and the basic Mayan calendar.
Jimmy Church was abducted by aliens now. He must need material too.
398 years, and so the whole cycle adds up to 5,125 years. But I also like to not get hung up just on the Mayan calendar and look at it from a grander perspective. Graham Hancock did really seminal work with Fingerprints of the Gods, came out in 1996. That's when I got it, when it came out.
Isn't it interesting that the show host directly asked David Wilcock what he thinks about 2012? And David Wilcock forgets to tell the show host that he predicted we'd all get superpowers in 2012, but none of that happened, right? It's like David Wilcock has a selective memory, like, well, can't talk about all those failed predictions I made about 2012, so I'll talk about some other nonsense.
And he talked about 2 historians, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. And they surveyed an amazing amount of stuff. They were at the top of their game. They had many published papers. They're credible academics. And they wrote a book called Hamlet's Mill, which was their grand unified theory of history. And what they found was that 35 different cultures all over the earth had the same legends about some type of transformation of humankind that takes place at the end of this age that we're in. And they all of these 35 different traditions had very strange, mathematically encoded references to a very little known cycle in the earth called the precession of the equinoxes. And this is the cycle.
And here we go with Wilcock connecting dots that don't exist.
Cycle that causes the stars to drift by 1 degree every 72 years. So that if you're trying to build a pyramid, if you align it to a certain star, 72 years later, it's going to be.
He's just going to change the date of the superpowers in 2025. He already has done that above the clouds. Thanks for being a member. So then 2030, if it doesn't work like the rapture.
Santillana and Von Deschen that Graham Hancock talked about.
Yes.
They found that every single culture had been given so-called mythologies that talk about this same phenomenon. They talk about the 25,000-year cycle.
Yeah, and there's no way that legends can, go across cultures. I'm sorry. Both of these guys are just so dumb, and the nonsense coming out of both their mouths is so ridiculous that I can't. I'm just bowing out. And if we check into our poll, let me check. Sorry for the dead air there. Okay, so it appears that we asked in our Truth Seekers poll, who is dumber, the show host or David Wilcock? 67% of you said the show host is dumber than David Wilcock. Well, there you have it. The show host is definitely dumber than David Wilcock. Maybe he's punch drunk. I feel a little bad for the guy. The bull is getting deep in there. Yes, so I'll take a couple of comments and questions from the live chat. We appreciate every one of you kind and generous benefactors. For those unaware, we read every single super chat.
Truth seekers, seek of truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, truth seekers.
The people who give me money, they all forgot I did this whole grift before, and nothing I predicted ever happened. So here, I am once again kicking the can and predicting the very same global event again. Anyone want to bet what the odds are that this time all this stuff will happen now? Mass arrests. It's a massive global event, and I've been predicting it since the early 2000s. Now everyone will know I am Earth's greatest prophet and psychic medium. It's about time. 3 days of darkness. Your internet may go out. Phones and cable television channels will all play emergency announcements about the Dark Alliance finally being defeated. Everything I have been saying will happen in the next couple days. It will all happen in the next couple days, if not by next week. If not next week, by next month for sure. And hey, if it doesn't happen next month, then by next year for sure. And you know what? If it doesn't happen next year, I'll just play kick the can and predict this again in a couple years. What a great grift I have. Free money for making false predictions and promoting fake conspiracy theories. Nothing is too nutty for me to promote. Pizzagate, the global cabal, mass arrests, military tribunals. And hey, never forget I told everyone I took baths in my own piss and got superpowers.
So there's something called an emergency injunction. And believe it or not, he might actually get arrested right away once I file that injunction. That's how serious this is. You can't lie to the police. You can't do this kind of stuff. So if he makes another video, if he keeps attacking me, the judge is clearly going to see that he's obsessed and he's a stalker. And he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Steven, I recommend that you stop. You probably won't because nothing has ever made you stop. But anyway, now I'm going to show you guys the evidence on Steven that I'm going to be sharing in my lawsuit. I'm not going to give his name out, but I'm going to go through some of the things originally that we put together in 2019 because he was demanding in 2019 that I sue him, and I'm going to show you those texts.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm here to first assure you that I was not arrested by Colorado police today, as David Wilcock claimed he was having me arrested, essentially for making YouTube videos. Well, actually, he's claiming he's going to have me arrested for a multitude of false claims. We're going to cover every one of the false claims. And just so everybody is aware, we're up to speed. On David Wilcock's latest live stream, he essentially invented a supervillain But then he put my name and face to the supervillain. Essentially, what he is doing is he is claiming that every one of his online trolls, every one of his haters, every one of his detractors, everybody who sends him a mean tweet, everybody who called apparently, or I'm sorry, emailed the Boulder County Animal Rescue, or excuse me, Animal Protection in Colorado, people who claim they are suing him with fake lawsuits. He claims all of those people are me. And I assure you, I am not all of those people. And while David Wilcock is now claiming that he is going to sue me in court, all of his claims about me are completely and totally easily provably fake. And we're going to get into all of that. And I just also want to take a moment before we begin in the major presentation to recognize that there is a history of con artists and scammers suing journalists, which is a threat to free speech and public discourse. Despite how we joke around here so much, I consider one part of my job here, being an investigative journalist, to be the serious part of what I do. And let's be clear, David Wilcock is essentially claiming that because I call people and ask questions, I'm threatening his life somehow. That is not the case. The purposes of my investigation is, of all the investigations, by the way, David Wilcock is so stupid, he should look up the Streisand effect, because of putting my face, and well, he put my face behind a mask, but still, a quick Google search of UFO Lucifer, which he shared on his show, a character from our show here. By the way, it's a comedic parody. And also, by the way, that's David Wilcock's proof that I am a Satan worshiper, that I once wore a devil mask in order to do a comedic parody called UFO Lucifer here. That's a completely and totally false claim, provably false claim. But we'll get into all of that. First, I wanted to take a moment, however, to talk about the relationship between journalism and litigation. After all, we have seen that Corey Goode used these exact tactics. To be clear, Mr. Wilcock implied or basically said that I'm a Satan worshiper. He also said that I am I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. The YouTube does not like the P word. Yeah, he called me a child predator, essentially. And what Mr. Wilcock should be aware of while he's throwing around words like slander and defamation is that I happen to volunteer for children's charities. And because of that, I get background checks every so often, whatever is required. But I volunteer for children's charities. So for David Wilcock to do something so despicable, so disgusting, and so dangerous on a public live stream as to call somebody who works for children's charities a child predator, and you think you have a lawsuit, Mr. Wilcock? Is that really the way you're going to go here? And by the way, Mr. Wilcock, it is against YouTube's what you did is against YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines. So my advice to you is to take that video down. I have not yet reported your video or taken any action. I'm still consulting with my own attorney about what steps we are going to take, because you called me a Satan worshiper in a public live stream, and your only proof for that is I wore a devil mask in a comedic parody. Further, you put up on the screen the word PEDO and claimed that I was one of those people on a public live stream. This is completely and totally despicable, especially coming from Mr. Love and Light New Age guru. But I'm going to try to maintain my composure. I don't want to get angry and start yelling and screaming at this clown, because what happened, let's be clear, what happened on his live stream were very, very incredibly serious, reputation damaging and destroying allegations were made against me with absolutely no proof or evidence that those claims are true. But back to the relationship between litigation and journalism. Many people have tried to silence journalists. And regardless of what you think of me or what you think of my show, one of my functions here is to investigate things and report on them. This is the textbook definition of what an investigative journalist does. And by the way, I mentioned the Streisand effect. Anybody who really wants to know the truth about David Wilcock and all of his shady business dealings, and why so many people on Twitter and all over the internet are calling him a con artist, I believe that it does have something to do with our investigations here. So in the description of this video or podcast are, I believe, 5 separate investigations that I did into Mr. Wilcock's various business dealings. And if you will indulge me, I know it's a lot to go through, but Mr. Wilcock has a very long and sort of ridiculous history of these shady business dealings. It's all in the description of the video, some 5 different investigations that we ran. There was one on the GoFundMe. That was a complete and total scam for Pete Peterson. There's one on the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. That was a complete and total scam. There's one on his charity and their shady use of charitable donations. That's in there. There's one on his shady aerospace company, which details that in court records, Mr. Wilcock's Stavati Aerospace was called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. So if you're wondering why David Wilcock is attempting to silence me with threats of being arrested and lawsuits as well, there's your answer. There's your answer. The truth is, I'm such a good reporter. I know more about all of his different business activities than anyone on earth, I believe. I've done more homework on his business dealings, and I've detailed it, journaled it, and reported on it here. He's not going to get me arrested for anything that I did wrong. He's going to try to use lawfare to shut down a journalist that is critically covering his business activities, his very shady business activities. But back to the relationship between journalism and litigation, when it comes to the exposure of fraudulent activities, throughout history, con artists and scammers have often resorted to frivolous lawsuits as a means to silence journalists who uncover and publicize their schemes. These lawsuits aim to intimidate and burden journalists and reporters with legal fees, the fear of retribution. And these lawsuits ultimately have a chilling effect on free speech. And by the way, just to be clear, David Wilcock is taking a book straight out of the Corey Goode playbook. Everything that he did on his latest live stream was straight out of the Corey Goode playbook. Corey Goode also called his critics satanic people, most notably dark journalists and others. Corey Goode then threatened to, and indeed in some cases did sue his online critics. And so I would caution Mr. Wilcock, before you go forward with a frivolous lawsuit against me. Oh, and by the way, I just want to publicly inform him, he can't sue me personally. He has to sue my company, which right now I think we have about $75 in that bank account. So good luck recovering any damages from a company that is struggling since COVID. He has to sue my company. And by the way, I'll just give it out there. My company is called Spectral International, LLC. And you will clearly see that every reporting that I do, every content that I create is clearly marked, created by Spectral International, LLC. He can't sue me personally, which means all of my personal assets and everything are safe. He can only go after my company and recover damages from the company funds. Good luck with that, David Wilcock. It would be an extremely fruitless endeavor. But back to Corey Goode. Corey Goode did all of this. Look how these same tactics worked. How great did that work for Corey Goode? Corey Goode brought what happened to him on himself. His frivolous lawsuits forced him to sit in a deposition chair for an entire day answering questions from the from the defendant's lawyers. If David Wilcock were to be so silly and stupid enough to try this with me. And he would have to, first of all, he's going to have to give me he's going to have to give a deposition, which means me and my lawyer will write a huge list of questions that he is forced by law to answer under oath. How do you think that sort of questioning is going to go for you? How much damage do you think? I mean, apparently he thinks I've done damage to his business with my reporting. How much damage will I do when I get to ask you questions for an entire 8-hour day and you're forced to answer those questions, Mr. Wilcock? And also, if he were to go forward with a lawsuit against me, he's going to give me subpoena power. I will be within my legal rights to subpoena all of his financial records, all of his texts, all of his emails, all of his phone call records, any financial records, the records from the PayPal thing with Emery Smith, the records from the GoFundMe with Pete Peterson, the records from his charity, the records from Stavati Aerospace. Anything I want, I can subpoena if he were to go forward with this. So, and by the way, if this becomes a reality, I will subpoena everything that I am legally allowed to subpoena. And I will be making all of those records public on our Truth Seekers Google Drive and in our Truth Seekers Discord here. The best defense against some nut job like David Wilcock is to let him know he's free to do. Everybody's free to, this is America. It's a very litigious nation, right? That's my big word of the day. It means people love there's a lot of lawsuits in the United States. People are free to be litigious. People are free to sue people. However, they should be aware there's consequences. Corey Good was so dumb, he didn't realize that he was giving his critics subpoena power and the ability to put him in a chair and make him answer questions for 8 or 10 hours straight. That's what Wilcock is going to be volunteering for should he go forward. The use of litigation to suppress unfavorable press is not a recent phenomenon, though. As early as the 18th and 19th centuries, journalists and reporters faced legal challenges from powerful individuals and entities who were seeking to suppress negative coverage. However, the modern trend of con artists and scammers specifically targeting journalists and lawsuits gained prominence in the mid-20th century, coinciding with the rise of investigative journalism. And of course, there's some great historical examples of the chilling effect that these stupid lawsuits against reporters can have. In 2008, with Bernie Madoff, he was the orchestrator of one of the largest Ponzi schemes in history. And he was notorious for using legal threats to suppress scrutiny. Before his arrest in 2008, Madoff and his associates often intimidated journalists and reporters and also whistleblowers with the prospect of endless lawsuits. This tactic delayed the exposure of his fraudulent activities, allowing the scheme to continue and expand for much, much longer than it would have absent these legal threats. And then, of course, I believe that Wilcock is also taking a page out of Scientology's strategy for dealing with critics. The Church of Scientology, while not a traditional scam, has been involved in numerous controversies and allegations of fraud. The organization is well known for its aggressive litigation tactics against journalists and critics. The church's use of lawsuits to silence dissent has been documented extensively, highlighting the chilling effect that these things can have on investigative reporting and free speech. I know many reporters, some would say, including myself, that won't touch Scientology because of the tactics that they use. They also, by the way, are doing things like Wilcock has done, floating false rumors that people are Satanists or, have problems with children. This is all out of Scientology's playbook, and there's been a long history of that. Frivolous lawsuits against journalists like me serve as a powerful tool for con artists and scammers to deter good investigative reporting, like we've done here on David Wilcock. These lawsuits are often lacking substantial legal merit. They aim to exhaust the financial and emotional resources of the journalists and media organizations. The implications of such legal actions are profound, and we see a great deal of these lawsuits and the effect that they can have on information and on good journalism. First, self-censorship. The threat of costly legal battles can lead journalists and reporters like me to self-censor, avoiding stories that could expose them to litigation and frivolous lawsuits. This self-censorship, it serves to undermine the media's role as a watchdog and compromises the public's right to know. Then, of course, there's the financial strain. Remember when Corey Goode did this? He was telling Jay Weidner, I'm going to take everything you own. You're going to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. That's Corey Goode's intention. And I believe, should David Wilcock be stupid and foolish enough to go forward with his threats, that's what he wants. He wants to put financial strain on me to shut me up. Even when journalists successfully defend against frivolous lawsuits, the financial strain can be immense. Legal fees and the diversion of resources from journalistic endeavors to legal defenses can weaken media organizations, particularly smaller independent media organizations like mine, Spectral International. We're a tiny media company. And if Mr. Wilcock goes forward with this, I'm going to be forced to divert all of our resources to pay a lawyer to fight this instead of equipment, travel expenses, things that I can, software, things that we can use to produce more content here. So certainly it would put a financial strain. Then, of course, there's the erosion of public trust, because when con artists and scammers successfully use lawsuits to silence journalists, it erodes public trust in the media. The perception that journalists can be easily intimidated or silenced just by the threat of a lawsuit diminishes their credibility and the perceived reliability of their reporting. We're known for our accurate reporting here. We're known for getting the stories here that no one else can get and having exclusive information that no one else has. If Mr. Wilcock silences me, who's next? Is the message just sue him and he'll stop making videos? And let's be clear, Mr. Wilcock specifically stated in his video making threats directly at me that if I just stop making videos about him, he won't go forward and sue me. So is that Mr. Wilcock's message? Stop making videos and I won't attack you with lawfare. Then, of course, there's the deterrence of future investigations. High-profile cases of journalists being sued for exposing scams can deter others from pursuing similar investigations. The fear of litigation creates an environment where fraudulent activities can continue unchecked, ultimately harming public interest. And one moment here, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I tweeted that we were live. No, I didn't. So we want to welcome all of you here. I will be we're going to go over every part of the video and we're going to prove a great deal of Mr. Wilcock's claims are completely and totally fraudulent and fake. But is it any wonder that a guy who lies to his audience so much would lie about somebody investigating his shady business dealings? Now, of course, there's anti-SLAPP legislation. Many jurisdictions have enacted anti-SLAPP laws designed to protect journalists and other public participants from frivolous lawsuits. I believe there's a very powerful journalist shield law in my home state of Pennsylvania. These laws provide mechanisms for early dismissal of baseless cases and may include provisions for recovering legal costs. But that's another thing. There's no guarantee. I'm aware of a certain content creator that was sued by Corey Goode that I think spent something like $40,000 on legal fees. He may not get that money back. There is some legal support organizations such as the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press and the Committee to Protect Journalists that offer legal support and advocacy for journalists facing litigation. By the way, David Wilcock, should you move forward with this, I will get all the help that I can. I've already contacted the Committee to Protect Journalists. I've already contacted the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press. They will be assisting me if any litigation comes my way besides my own personal lawyer. So I'll have a team. Best of luck to you, buddy. Of course, there's some public awareness campaigns. Raising public awareness about the use of lawsuits to silence journalists is essential. Advocacy and education can help build public support for stronger legal protections and highlight the importance of investigative journalism in maintaining a healthy democracy. So really, the history of con artists and scammers suing journalists, it underscores the ongoing battle between truth-telling and suppression. These frivolous lawsuits, like the one Mr. Wilcock is claiming he will wage against me, pose a significant threat to free speech and public discourse. This, of course, creates a chilling effect on free speech that undermines the fundamental role of the press in a democratic society. Legal protections, advocacy, and public awareness are critical in safeguarding the rights of journalists and ensuring the pursuit of truth remains unimpeded by those seeking to conceal their shady activities. So we're going to get into, we want to take a moment. Oh, by the way, you really want to be sure to get those super chats in tonight, because I have good news for my audience, but probably bad news for David Wilcock, and that is that we got a new cash clown. You know, AI is doing incredible things. Unfortunately, it's putting a lot of people out of work. May put my little cash clown son out of work. For those unaware, he helps with the bumpers, which we use to thank people. We're a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat, and we thank every single person. Village Floral House is here with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat and says he can't handle being made fun of or questioned and only likes to be worshipped. He's actually ruining it for the real conspiracy theorists who do real research instead of report their daydreams. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I disagree. We want to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show, and we appreciate all of you. Thank you, Village Floral House, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
We've got a whole bunch of them, so get those super chats in, and I will be sure. Oh, look at that. We've already got another one. Go Kicks Rocks. Yes, says, dude, this is ridiculous. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. I agree. For those unaware, I was at my cabin on Sunday, and my phone blew up, and I'm trying to pack my car and get out of there. But of course, I had to stop what I was doing and listen in. And I was just blown away by the stupidity of David Wilcock. He literally, on a public live stream, accused me of being a Satanist and a child predator. And then he claimed I did all of these things that we're going to prove tonight. I didn't do any of them. Thank you, Go Kicks Rocks, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash.
There we go. So there's our new cash clown for those unaware. Get those super chats in. We've got a whole bunch more of them. Sandra McDonald is here, who says, smells like rock on, Steven from Canada. Smalls the like. I'm not sure what that means, Sandra McDonald. Smalls the like. But thank you for being a member, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Sandra McDonald is a YouTube channel member. By the way, if you become a member of our channel during the live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and a praise the cash thank you as well. So hit that join button, and you get some extra exclusives. Thank you, Sandra McDonald, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and of course for helping us to praise the cash.
Ra commands you to bow down and praise the cash.
I think I like this new cash clown better. And by the way, a great deal of what we do here is comedic parody. And by the way, David Wilcock, last I checked, doing comedic parodies is still legal in the United States. So your claims that you're going to get me arrested, that's right, he's getting me arrested, are absolutely ridiculous. And we want to thank Stormcrow, who's also a longtime show supporter and a YouTube channel member, who says, go back to the old cash clown, please. Oh, come on. You don't like this one? All right, maybe you like the next one, Stormcrow. Here we go. Praise the cash, Stormcrow. Thank you.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, Stormcrow. So, along with the new, and by the way, I just want to put also on record that this isn't the first time that somebody tried to sue me into silence. The first was Corey Good. And And, people have been very critical. I decided to take those videos down, but most of me took those videos down because another content creator was saying, now, in other words, I didn't really do it. Most of me did it because another content creator was claiming that I was only successful here with my show because I covered Corey Good and he did it first. So I said, okay, I'll take them all down and then I'll get more subscribers and I'll cover other topics and be more successful, and that's what I did. And there was also the threat of lawsuits there. But that it sets a bad precedent. So I'm here to tell you, and only one case in our entire history did I get a fact really wrong and agreed to take a video down. If I make an egregious factual error, I may take a video down. But going forward, I don't care what threats I get. I'm not taking videos down. People are going to do what they're going to do, and I'm going to defend myself. And they should know that I am going to defend myself incredibly aggressively. And by the way, Wilcock, the gloves will come off. I haven't contacted any law enforcement agencies about your shady business dealings or about your charity. I haven't contacted the IRS. I haven't, been very aggressive. But if you do this, the gloves are coming off, buddy. And by the way, I want to take a moment to thank, I told a bunch of other content creators and journalists and reporters what had happened with Wilcock doing this. We had a tremendous outpouring of support. And I'm also here to tell you that many of the journalists, reporters, and content creators that I talked to said that if Wilcock goes forward with this and tries to step all over my free speech as a journalist, they're going to start covering him. So the Streisand effect, and by the way, I'm thankful for those people and their support. And a few of them, by the way, have huge platforms, huge platforms. So Wilcock, you need to rethink your strategy here because I think you're dumb as rocks to go through with this, but it is what it is. And, one of the things that I think is pretty funny is that, Wilcock wants to make completely and totally fake claims about me. And by the way, Wilcock, first of all, you should apologize to me for all your fake claims, especially after you see the evidence I'm going to show you that all of your claims are completely and totally easily proven false. You will be laughed out of court. One of the other issues is he keeps saying I'm doing things with no proof. Somebody tweeted at him something mean. That's Steve Cambian. Somebody called animal control because they felt like he was neglecting or abusing his dog. That's Steve Cambian did that. Somebody, called somebody. He's claiming that it was me. No, you have to prove these things with things like IP information. Can you prove I sent those emails? Can you prove I have, And so let's just get into, first we're going to go over just the claims. These are the claims that David Wilcock has made against me. He claims I had created 40 identities on Twitter. I have no sock puppet accounts. And by the way, Wilcock, if this gets to a legal situation, you're gonna have to subpoena my internet records, and that will confirm I have no alt Twitter accounts. None. You blocked me years ago. I can't respond to anything you tweet or any of your Twitter threads because I don't have any sock or fake accounts. I do know who does, and they've admitted so on Twitter. So you blamed me for having all these identities. It's somebody else. I'm not going to throw them under the bus. I have no obligation to help David Wilcock track down his trolls and sue them too. He claimed I attacked people who left comments on his Twitter. I can't do that. I'm blocked and I don't have any alt accounts. At Steven Cambian. By the way, follow me on Twitter at Steven Cambian. That's my only Twitter account. I don't have any others. And Wilcock or anybody else is free to subpoena all my internet records, and that will confirm I don't have any Twitter accounts other than at Steven Cambian. That's my only one. He claims I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city. That's completely and totally false. We tracked down who sent those emails. We're going to share with you the evidence. Got you. If you like gotcha moments, we're going to have a lot of them against Wilcock tonight because he's so piss poor, stupid, and dumb. It's easy to catch him lying. Usually it's when his lips are moving. He claimed I was a problem with him for 10 years, but I didn't start my show, my original audio podcast show, for something like 7 years ago. So he's completely and totally wrong in that claim. He claims I went to his house. I didn't go to his house. I know who did, and we're going to share the evidence with all of you tonight that will prove that is a false claim. He says I am subject to be arrested for having him swatted. Anybody's free to call the Colorado police in his local jurisdiction. David Wilcock lied through his fake teeth. He was not swatted. An animal control officer left a card at his door saying, please call me. That's the reality of what happened. He wasn't swatted. Why are you claiming you were swatted on a public live stream? Do you think nobody's going to call the police and check if they swatted you, David Wilcock? You dumb as rocks idiot. All right, I'm getting upset. I apologize for calling him dumb as rocks, and I apologize for calling him an idiot. I don't want this to get personal. Let's try to keep this business-like, because this may be part of courtroom, evidence. He claims I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. No, I didn't, but we know who did, and we're going to show you, and that is a completely and totally false claim. He claims I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland in another country. Completely and totally false, and we have proof of that as well. He says I am knowingly trying to destroy him. Well, Mr. Wilcock, no, I am accurately reporting on your shady business dealings. And if somebody pulling the rug back and showing all the dirt you've been hiding is enough to destroy you, I don't know what to tell you, but it's never my intention. My intention is to seek truth, to bring people the truth behind your various claims over the years. He says I made threats against him on June 29th, 2024, between 4:45 p.m. and 5 p.m. That's impossible, and I'm going to show you all why. He claimed I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. No, I called that organization to ask them why they were connected to David Wilcock's charity. I wasn't rude, aggressive, and I certainly, this is how ridiculous David Wilcock is. He claims at the end of the phone call, I said something like, I hope all those sloths die. How childish and stupid are you? And by the way, David Wilcock, I record all my calls. I'm not releasing that until we get to a courtroom. Generally, I'm in a 2-party consent state. So what I generally do is when I'm calling is I just say something like my calls may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. You okay with that? I've never had somebody say no. So I've got to go through my archives, but every time I do an investigation, just to prevent false claims like you just made, I generally have a recording. He claims that I am all these different people on the internet. We're going to show you the proof that I am not. So, but the first thing, I'm going to wait to show the proof, and I'll show the proof of these things as we're going through the video. But before the video of him making these completely and totally false claims. But, just to summarize, David Wilcock claims he is suing me for all of these things. I created 40 identities. Easily provable false claim. He says I attack people who left comments on his Twitter. Easily provable false claim. He says I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city. I have on the record statements from the people that sent those 2 emails to animal control in his city. That's a false claim. He claimed I was been a problem for him for 10 years. The math doesn't add up. That's a false claim. He claims I went to his house. I'm going to show you who went to his house. It was a filmmaker and Spooky, who, by the way, happens to do graphics here. And by the way, I want to thank all those people who stepped up and said, we can't let David Wilcock make these false claims about Steve Cambian. He's claiming Steve Cambian is doing things that I did or saying things that I said. He claims I'm subject to being arrested for having him swatted. Anybody can call the local police. He wasn't swatted. That's a completely and totally false claim. He says I took full credit for a swatting attack on 4 new aliases. Didn't do that. Provably false claim. He says I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland and another country. Prove it. Prove it. Prove my IP on an alt account or whatever. Subpoena my internet records. I did not file any fake lawsuits or real lawsuits or anything. I've never been to Holland. Don't know much about Holland except for the wooden shoes. That's a completely and totally false claim. I am knowingly lying, trying to destroy him. No, I've never knowingly lied. I guess you'll have to take my word for that. we generally show evidence of our claims. He says I made death threats against him on June 29th, 2024, between 4:45 p.m. and 5 p.m. When you see the evidence I have to prove that that's a complete, you're going to laugh. Claims I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. Well, I got to dig out the recording, but I can prove that as a completely and totally false claim. He claims I'm all these different people on the internet. Those people are standing up and saying, Steve Cambian didn't do that. I did that. He's not all these people. So essentially, Wilcock is saying he's going to sue me and get me arrested for all these things that are completely and totally easily provable false claims. Wilcock, you are not smart enough to do this with me. My advice to you is to take down that video and issue a public apology. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I'm well within my rights to contact YouTube and demand that they give you a community guideline strike for associating my name, a man who volunteers for children's charities, multiple children's charities, by the way, Wilcock. Unlike your fake charitable work, I do real charitable work, and I don't collect hundreds of thousands of dollars for my charitable work and then spend it all on myself. What was that? $5,000 for meals and entertainment for you and your wife in one calendar year? Another false claim. He claimed that I called an accounting firm and demanded his records. Yeah, I demanded the charity records. It's law in the United States. If you run a charity, you have to release those 990 forms. He's only released 2 or 4 years. I called the charity, I called his accounting firm, his one-time accounting firm. I don't believe they work for him anymore. And I asked them to send me the other 2 990 forms. Crickets. They refused, which means David Wilcock is in violation of federal charity law, to the best of my understanding, but I'm not a lawyer. All I know is that a charity is required by law to give their 990 forms. For those unaware, the 990 forms show how much money a charity took in and what they spent it for. They got to file it every year, and it's public information. If any member of the public asks a charity for that 990 form, they're required by law to give it to them. David Wilcock and his accounting firm have so far refused to provide the other 2 years of the 990 forms. So what we have here is a case of ridiculous nonsense from David Wilcock, who is basically claiming that I did all these terrible things to him with no evidence, no proof. But I'm going to prove many of the things that he claimed I did are completely and totally false. But before we get to that, I mentioned that David Wilcock should take his video down and issue a public apology before I take action. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. I don't know how aggressive I'm going to be, but I'm feeling a little bit aggressive. I wish I would have got that clip. Remember Dr. Banner, Bruce Banner? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, right? I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but my advice to him is to take the video down or private it. You already made your money. By the way, he was collecting super chats the entire time he was slandering me with completely and totally easily provable false claims. Is that what your life is, David Wilcock? Lying to people for money? Because that's what you just did on your latest live stream. But I thought, what if there was a way that I could get David Wilcock to finally start telling the truth? And then I remembered I have a background in computer science. I have a great deal of AI tools at my disposal. So we created a David Wilcock AI with one change. It's patterned after him. It's patterned after his behavior, after his speech patterns, and more. Haven't quite got his voice cloned yet, but Mr. Ian did. And in the future, when I make these Wilcock videos, they'll have his voice cloned. So I wanted to see, wouldn't it be great if David Wilcock start telling the truth? Like in this situation where he slandered me on a public live stream and made all these false accusations. What if he had to admit that he got it all wrong? Wouldn't that be great? I think so. So take a listen as David Wilcock finally tells the truth, friends.
I just wanted to publicly apologize. Turns out I made many slanderous and false statements on my latest live stream. Looks like I totally didn't get my facts right, and I falsely accused someone of many heinous things that he did not do. I just wanted to say I'm sorry since it was wrong to do that. I said I was going to get Steven Cambian arrested. The truth is that he is an honest and well-respected investigative journalist. By making phone calls and fact-checking the things I say on my show, he is just doing his job, which is covering New Age, UFO, and conspiracy land topics on his show. I was wrong when I said he told Christopher Besker he was working for the Washington Post. The truth is, Steven Cambian has a written agreement with a Washington, D.C.-based news organization, but not the Washington Post. When he called Christopher Besker, he gave his correct press credentials. If I sue him, Steven can show everyone in court his written agreement with the Washington, D.C.-based news organization he has a written contract to produce written articles for. Then everyone will see his genuine press credentials and know he'd have no reason to lie about his press credentials. If I sue Steven, I'd be proving that I am attempting to silence an investigative journalist who is writing a story about me and Stavati Aerospace. That's right. If reporters call and ask questions or try and fact-check me or Stavati Aerospace, I'm just going to sue them into silence or die trying. I claimed Steven sent me multiple death threats on June 29th between 4 and 5 p.m. It turns out Steven could not have sent anything to me during that time. He was at a pond at his cabin teaching his son to fish. His public X post confirmed that. He sent no messages other than those tweets all day. His phone log shows on that date he sent no text messages, had no voice calls, and sent no emails. His only activity was to post to X of his sons and him fishing at the pond next to his cabin. His phone was in airplane mode most of the weekend. He unplugs from the web at the cabin as much as he can. I also accused Steven of calling animal control on me, but it turns out neither of the people who contacted animal control was Steven. He was able to track down who sent those messages to animal control, proving, once again, I was completely and totally wrong to accuse Steven of sending those messages. Now you may be wondering, how many times can I get my facts wrong in one live stream? It turns out I got everything about Steven wrong. I collected super chats while I was telling my audience complete and total lies about Steven Cambian of Truth Seekers. I profited from fake facts and misinformation. So every threat of lawsuits I make, you have to keep in mind, I'm threatening to sue a reporter who has been asking questions about my business dealings. All his reports have been factual and accurate. I can't attack his facts, so I'll just call him a satanic pedophile. That worked great for Corey. Wow, yeah, that worked out great for Corey Good. Maybe this is a bad plan. After all, if I sue Steven Cambian, I'll be giving him subpoena power over all my records. Then I'll have to sit in a deposition for an entire day while he and his lawyer get to ask me any questions they want to. Maybe this is a bad plan. Maybe I shouldn't have lied that I got swatted too. After all, anyone can call and check and find out that is another fake fact I used to collect super chats with. Wow. Yeah, I guess I should probably stop threatening to sue reporters covering me. This could end badly for me. I made many false claims on my last live stream. I got almost all my facts wrong, even though I claim I am such a great researcher. The truth is, I made it all up. I conflated multiple people into one main villain I could sell to my dumb as rocks audience. They ate it up. Facts don't matter. Praise the cash. I collected a lot of super chats giving my audience completely fake information. I made many claims, but I can't prove any of them. Meanwhile, Steven can disprove many of them. He's going to show evidence that I lied to my audience. Again, he's proven I lie to my audience many times. Steven Cambian is a great reporter. He reported on the Emery Smith PayPal thing, the Pete Peterson GoFundMe thing, my charity, my shady aerospace company, and more. In fact, this reporter is so good, I'm going to have to hire lawyers to shut him down. His fact-based reporting is affecting my grift. So like I said, I'm going to have to apologize in advance for what happens next, but I just can't let a reporter this good keep reporting on me. I'm sorry I lied about him, but the grift has to go on. Nothing can stop the grift. Praise the cash and praise the grift, bitches. I got to take Steven down.
All right. And that, of course, is fair use. It's a comedic parody, Mr. Wilcock, and that's still legal. And by the way, I forgot to mention, but should any lawsuits come my way, actually, it's not one deposition he'll have to sit for. He'll have to sit for two, because upon receiving a lawsuit from Mr. Wilcock, I will immediately countersue him. And included in that countersuit, I'm going to want the money for the donuts. I bought donuts. There were supposed to be police knocking on my door from Colorado today to arrest me for making YouTube video. I bought donuts, David Wilcock. I saved the receipt. Any expenses related to your false claims, I'm going to put in the countersuit. So 2 depositions, 2 full days of questioning David Wilcock. Imagine what that would be. And also, I will petition the court to allow me to film everything. You're allowed to film depositions. They become public record. I'll film it all, and I will make it all public, along with any records that I obtained from my subpoenas. He's not smart enough to do this with me, but he can try. I would highly suggest that he just apologize and take the video down. He got it wrong, Mr. Wilcock. And by the way, do I think he's going to apologize? Absolutely not, because he's either, and by the way, I'm not diagnosing him. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I've read a lot of books on psychology. David Wilcock has an inability to apologize when he does something wrong. Clearly, calling me a satanic P word is wrong and inaccurate and complete and utter horse shit. Honestly, you know, a normal person, if they did that in error, they would apologize for it. He's not going to apologize for it. A normal person making all of these provably false claims, and we're going to prove it next. I've got a lot of receipts here. We're going to share them all. A normal person who got something so incredibly wrong and damaged somebody's reputation lying about them while collecting super chats would apologize for it. Remember, he's supposed to be so spiritually evolved. He's supposed to be a Edgar Casey reincarnated, and he's supposed to be talking to angels. By the way, did the Archangel Michael tell you to call me a Satanist, David Wilcock? Would an angel tell you to call somebody the P word that volunteers for children's charities? And let's be clear, do you have any idea how damaging somebody making that accusation, even an accusation of that, against somebody who volunteers for multiple children's charities? You want to talk about emotional distress, right? You want to talk about slander and how you're going to sue me? I think you better rethink things because I certainly have an actionable case based on your latest video, Mr. Wilcock. And just the amount of false claims he made against me, besides the Satanist and other stuff, the provably false claims, we're going to go through them all. We're gonna go through his video. And by the way, this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. I'll put my banner up. And I'm responding to completely and totally false claims. So this is definitely covered under fair use. We're going to be discussing the video. I'm going to be critiquing the things he's saying. I'm going to be showing you proof that his claims are completely and totally false. And we're going to move on from there. But anybody who falsely copyright claims me should know that lawyer letters are standing by, and I win every one of them. By the way, another thing, David Wilcock, I believe, sent one of his unhinged followers into our chat who threatened me and our channel in our live chat and then filed false copyright claim. We appealed and we won. Talk about being under threat, right? I'm under legal threats here. I'm under threat of getting arrested. People are attacking my YouTube channel, which is the primary source of my business's income at the moment. Talk about being under threat. But we want to take a moment before we begin the video to thank some very kind and generous people. We've got Beverly Hassel with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Says, Wilcock is mental and your laugh is the best. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. Beverly Hassel, thanks for helping us to praise the cash. Thank them, Davey.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, and we've got one more kind and generous benefactor. Let me grab that one. Thank you. Emma Starr, good to see you. We're kind of generous. $2 Australian says, love you, Steven. Wilcock is a clown. Well, we love all of you kind and generous benefactors, and we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Thank him, Davina.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash, Emma Star. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. And it looks like I have two more of those Praise the Cash bumpers. So get those super chats in. We'll try not to interrupt the video too much, but I'm going to have to. We're going with a mirrored. For those unaware, we go with a mirrored copy of Mr. Wilcock's video because he's got ads every 5 minutes and it's very distracting. Okay, so we're going to begin at about 2 hours and 30 minutes into his latest live stream. So for those unaware, apparently Animal Control visited David Wilcock's house. He then turned that into, I called Animal Control or emailed Animal Control and got him swatted somehow. But anybody can call the local police and confirm he was not swatted. The only thing that happened is that an Animal Control officer left a business card on his door, which he essentially admits in this video. It's just bizarre that he's blaming me for all of these things. But to be clear, I believe that this is all theater for David Wilcock. Well, it's not theater to me. You called me a Satan worshiper and a child predator, David Wilcock. That's not theater. That's not art. There's consequences to your actions. So again, my advice to him is to issue a public apology. He can do it anywhere he wants. All he has to say is, I got my facts wrong about Steve Cambian. And I apologize. And I'll forgive him. I really will. I try to be a good Christian, and that includes forgiveness. No, I'm not a Satanist. I was raised Catholic. I consider myself, well, I'm sort of a jack of all trades when it comes to spirituality. I'm really I'm still a Christian, or try to be, and I'm really into Buddhism as well. Definitely not a Satanist, though, Mr. Wilcock, despite your various claims. And what's his evidence for me being a Satan worshiper? I wore a devil mask once, and you guys are all familiar with that. UFO Lucifer. All right, so this is a mirrored copy, and
euphoric, and
all right, we're going to back it up a little bit. So he claims, first of all, that I'm his stalker and that I emailed Boulder Animal Control. Those claims are completely and totally false, and I have proof of that, which we're going to show you in a moment. Yeah, let's get to the video, though, and hear what Mr. Wilcock has to say about me being a supervillain that's doing all these things, which we can prove other people did.
From this lady who will...
All right, let me back it up just a little bit more. I apologize.
Speaker next week. They say it takes 1 to 2 weeks. So that is going to be happening. 1 week would be this coming Monday, tomorrow, but it could be next Monday. I'm going to spread the ashes here on the land. I've had a lot of time to grieve.
Yes, and for those unaware, apparently David Wilcock has been saying his dog was dying for quite some time. People felt concerned and they contacted animal welfare. Everybody on Twitter was saying, why isn't he taking the dog to a veterinarian and getting it medical attention? That's why people were concerned. And so people emailed Boulder County Animal Control. But to be clear and to put it on the record, I have never contacted Boulder Animal Control. I did not send them an email. I didn't call them, text them, communicate with them in any way whatsoever. But I do have proof of who did send those emails, and we're going to show it to you shortly.
That's why I'm not crying now. But anyway, getting back to our narrative, I had never been so happy to get barked.
Notice he calls it a narrative.
At by the hellhounds, as I sometimes called them, because it meant they were alive, and that was the only dogs I was concerned about. So I'm like, okay, the dogs next door are alive. They didn't get killed. Thank God. There isn't any other death besides the death that I just had to go through. I don't know what the heck this is. So I came back to the house, and now...
Yeah, he's confused over why Animal Control left a card on his door saying, call me.
I had these text messages on my phone from this lady who we'll call Sadie. And she's actually the supervisor of that whole animal welfare division. And
if she's a public information, she's a public figure. Why can't you name her? Is it because you maybe don't want people to call her and fact check the lies that are spewing out of your mouth right now?
And she's a military veteran. And so I called her. She left me a text, and then I called her and she tells me that she'd gotten these 2 different emails, and that the emails, and then I had her read them to me, and they were totally defamatory lies. They painted me as some type of criminal or villain.
By the way, I just want to put this out there, David Wilcock. You are so stupid. Do you realize that emails sent to a government organization are FOIA-able? And I haven't filed the FOIA requests or right to know requests yet, but I will. And then we're all going to see those emails. So these statements you're making, they better be accurate. I'm going to show the world what those emails really said. It slipped my mind, but I know who sent them. Maybe I can get the people who sent them to give me copies of the emails they sent to the Boulder County Animal Control Officer, because he's claiming that they're defamatory, and I don't think they are.
They said that I wasn't feeding the dog. They said that she was having very nasty tremors, which was not true. That I hadn't fed her, that I was starving her, that they were concerned about the dog, I said, look, I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence, just a little.
Yes, his evidence is out of context 5-year-old tweets. That's his evidence. He has no evidence that I sent those emails, but I have evidence that I did not. The people who sent those emails contacted me and said, I sent that email. We have 2 people. I'm going to show you the proof of that.
A little bit, because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually...
I did not create 40 identities on Twitter. I have no alt accounts. And if he subpoenas my IP records, that will confirm that I have only one Twitter account. It's at Steven Cambian. By the way, you should follow me if you enjoy this kind of content. I would appreciate it.
More like 7 years, as much as I can trace.
Oh, well, there he goes. He said 10 years, more like 7 years. That might be the first time that I ever covered Wilcock was that long ago. I'd have to check my records.
So again, he emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted. She had left this business card on my front door, but it was on Tuesday. So by the time he didn't know this, because I had left a 48-hour period of silence.
Yeah, so David Wilcock put his own dog down. He had the dog euthanized. And he's going to take a big victory lap, like, oh, he called animal control after I already put the dog down. You know, I don't know the exact sequence of events, but what I do know is that I was not the person who sent the emails to animal control. So 1 second here. Here, I'm going to share my tab. So the provably false claims, David Wilcock claimed that I, Steven Cambian, called or emailed, I should say, animal control to report him for cruelty or neglect or whatever. No, this is Osiris Christensen. That's his real name. And here he is on Twitter admitting that he was one of the people who emailed animal control. He says, even if I did take Gurley to the vet before I contacted Colorado Animal Control, he was still neglecting his dog probably for months. I did say that he would try to spin this all in classic David fashion. And Macario says, tonight he said she has been having issues for the past 3 years. And by the way, I'm not going to take any position on whether David Wilcock was neglecting or abusing his animal. That's out of the scope. You know, honestly, I don't care, but I do care that Mr. Wilcock is making provably false claims. Here he just said that I emailed animal control under 2 pseudonyms. These are not pseudonyms. These are these people's real name. Osiris Christensen admitting on Twitter and admitted to me in DMs, he is one of the people who emailed Colorado Animal Control. There's the proof that your claim is false, David Wilcock. Are you going to apologize for falsely claiming on a public live stream that I emailed animal control? I did not email anybody. I did not email anybody at animal control. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that I have to do this. It's ridiculous that some DEF level celebrity that was on a failed fake television show, Ancient Aliens, it's ridiculous that I have to prove this. So remember, 2 people emailed animal control. We've shown you the one. Here's the second one. This is Macario, who got doxxed by David Wilcock with his real name and information on a previous live stream. Osiris Christensen, who is one of the people who emailed Colorado Animal Control, says Steven did not call Animal Control on him. And Macario, at Macario Mend, says he sure didn't. I just let Steven know that I also messaged Animal Protection. I was the one that was talking to Shadows of Ezra in the DMs, and one of the emails read on his live stream was mine. He used my real name and accused me of a few things. So just in case he goes on to say something like, just in case he ever sues Steven Cambian, that claim is false. I emailed Colorado Animal Control. Now remember what I told you. David Wilcock is creating a fake supervillain for theater for his dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers. And they ate this up. There's a bad guy coming after David Wilcock. No, I'm not the bad guy. I didn't email Animal Control, David Wilcock. So you're going to sue me when there's people publicly acknowledging that they're the people who sent the emails, and you're going to sue me for sending emails to Colorado Animal Control? Or do you really want to get laughed out of court? Are you this stupid? Remember, no matter how stupid you think David Wilcock is, he's even stupider than that. And let's talk for just a moment also about how Mr. Wilcock keeps claiming in this live stream that I am multiple different individuals. Well, I have proof that I am not those individuals because the Hidden Podcast spoke to several individuals. He says, hey, man, sorry you have to deal with this nonsense. David has brought up both Pedro Mendoza and John Christian Spadavaccia as being alt accounts of yours. I have communicated privately with both of those individuals and know them not to be you. I'll send screenshots of them having joined our Patreon on different dates that are years apart. Excuse the awful redaction. I'm doing this on my phone. So thank you to the Hidden in Plain Sight podcast. If you have a chance, be sure that you check out their podcast, which also critically covers David Wilcock and has uncovered a lot of the same things I did. Are you suing them, David Wilcock? And it's also ridiculous. David Wilcock has claimed that things that John Christian Spadavaccia did or emails he sent or calls he made was me. How can that be true? I interviewed John Christian Spadavaccia on our show here. How did I pull that off, David Wilcock, if John Christian Spadavaccia is me? He was on my show live with me. We did the show live, and I interviewed him. We had a 2-hour conversation. If I'm John Christian Spadavaccia, how did I interview myself with 2 different voices? David Wilcock, explain that one to your dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers. How dare you make these false accusations against me that are so easily provable? How dare you claim you're getting me arrested or you're suing me because I'm doing all these things? It's multiple people. He's conflating everyone and blaming me for everything negative or critical that people are saying on the internet about him. I never would welcome a frivolous lawsuit, but I would love to see the jury's face when I show all my evidence that David Wilcock is I'm going to bring clown shoes to court and hand them to David Wilcock. He deserves clown shoes for this stunt. And he's so desperate for money that he has to make up this false narrative. Notice at the beginning of his spiel, he said it was a narrative and collect money while damaging my reputation. By the way, David Wilcock, you dummy. All right, I don't want to keep getting personal. I apologize for calling him a dummy. I have a wife and children, and you called me a child predator on a public live stream. I volunteer for children's charities, and you called me a child predator on a public live stream. Are you going to apologize? Are you going to do the right thing and apologize and take that video down? Or are you going to double down on your nonsense? The choice is yours. Make your choice carefully, though. So we'll go back to the video. We're just getting started. There's so many false claims here, and I have evidence that proves a great deal of it is completely and totally false.
Knew this guy was going to try to do something because he's been very, very aggressive. I mean, he is constantly hitting my page. So I said, when
I'm not hitting his page. I think he means his Twitter page. Just to be clear, I am hidden from David Wilcock's YouTube channel, which means if I were to leave a comment on one of his videos, nobody would see it. I am blocked by David Wilcock on Twitter, which means I cannot hit his page, reply to any of his threads or any of his posts. And I do not, once again, I'm putting it on the record, I do not have any alt Twitter accounts. So it would be impossible for me to do these things that he's claiming.
When the Trump shooting happened, he was like practically euphoric, and he just attacked every single person who wrote a comment on that page. Just bang, 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 right down the list. Boom, boom. I mean, every single one. It's like, wow.
No, that wasn't me. I know who it was, but it wasn't me.
Wow, this guy's nuts. What is going on here? He's so excited about the idea that I would feel nervous because what if what happened to T could happen to me? So he's just going crazy with all this hatred. So of course the emails are him. And I'm like, yeah, this is what he does. We've got like, it's too much evidence. So how do you condense it down into a written document?
He said, of course the emails are me.
He's been doing this.
He said, of course the emails are me, Steven Cambian. But we just showed you that the people who emailed Colorado Animal Welfare admitted that they did it. We have the two people who sent the emails, and neither of them is me. So you're completely and totally wrong, David Wilcock, just like you're wrong about Ascension, Corey Good, the fake Pete Peterson, fake government whistleblower. Oh, and he's calling me the P word. I want to put that on the record. This is important. He called me the P word on his public live stream. And what people need to know is that while he was working for Project Camelot, David Wilcock worked with and profited from Bill Brockbrader, who was a court-martialed child predator, proven, and is to this day, I believe, a fugitive from justice for not registering in the state that he lives as a child predator. David Wilcock, dumb as rocks as he is, interviewed a convicted child predator and pretended he was a secret space program insider. You remember that, David? So maybe you shouldn't be making P-word accusations at me. Then he's also very proud of hanging out with Steven Tyler at some charity event. Hey, David Wilcock, did you know that Steven Tyler once adopted a 14-year-old girl so he could fuck her, right? But I'm the P-word. I don't think you want to go there with me, Mr. Wilcock. I don't hang out with P people, but apparently you do. You work with them, you hang out with them, right? And you're gonna cast aspersions. Boy, talk about glass houses. I've never hung out with somebody that adopted a 14-year-old girl so he could bang her. I've never hung out with, worked with, or profited from a court-martialed child molester, but you did that, Mr. Wilcock, didn't you? That's the truth. How dare you accuse me of that? I have a wife. I have children of my own. How dare you go on a public live stream? Take that video down, Mr. Wilcock, or deal with the consequences. Let's continue.
For so long. Like, I don't even know where to begin. He does a new video every week. He's been doing it for like...
Yeah, we cover, when you do a live stream, we do a live stream covering it. When you weren't doing videos, I didn't cover you at all. And here he's going to say most of my videos are about him. No, maybe 2% of our total video output is about him. We cover all topics in conspiracy land, not just him.
Like 7 years. We have so many pieces of evidence. What do you even start with? So here's the thing. The business card was arrived on Tuesday. I didn't let people know that she was dead because I figured, you know, Steven's probably going to do something with this. So let me just keep it quiet, and I'm going to keep it to myself, and I'm not going to announce it until Wednesday.
And by the way, I just also want to put on record that I once had to put a dog down. It was the worst, one of the worst things that ever happened to me. My father had this beautiful Malamute husky named Casey. Actually, his name was Sir Casey of Rockmount. He was like had this whole pedigree. He won all these dog shows. He was the most beautiful dog and kindest dog that I've ever known in my life. And my father died. I took the dog in, but by that time he was like 15 years old and he was getting really sick. He had hip dysplasia and many other things. He had incontinence, a lot of the things that Wilcock is describing his dog. You know, they have similar problems. I think his was a German Shepherd. They have similar problems to Malamute Huskies. But anyway, I would never, ever make light of somebody having to put their dog down, because I had a tremendously horrible experience with that myself. I felt so bad because I felt like that dog was like the only thing that I had left from my father, who had passed away. And it was so terrible. I couldn't take him. I couldn't do it. My brother had to take him. I spent my last day with that dog in the park, his favorite park by our house. And I cried my eyes out like a child. I cried my eyes out apologizing to him, but he was in such pain and suffering. He used to wake up screaming. He couldn't get up sometimes because his hips were so bad. I would never make light of anybody having to do that to their dog. For him to act like I'm taking joy in this, or I'm going to use this as an opportunity to attack him, is completely and totally false. Would never do that.
So by the time the officer had arrived, she had already been euthanized. So then this card was this is an up close version of it, and I had to block out some things. So again, Steven doesn't stalk her.
That's a public officer. It wouldn't be stalking. And by the way, I haven't done any fact checking on the things he's claiming here, but I will, David Wilcock. If you don't take that video down, I'm going to fact check everything that you said in this video. Or I'm going to hire another journalist to do it so that you can't claim I'm stalking you or harassing you or whatever. But we're going to get to the truth. We're also going to FOIA all the records about this event from the local officials. Do you realize, as you're lying on a public live stream about being swatted, that there's records that are going to prove that never happened?
And then it says, please call. Now, it turns out that the geometry of that badge showed up.
Now we got to connect it to crop circles.
Exactly the same geometry showed up on the exact same day. When you see it, you are going to be blown away. It is so amazing. So I didn't know that until Wednesday, after I actually first posted.
You got to connect it to crop circles for as dumb as
then I was
rocks,
checking my email,
stupid
and
as
somebody
dirt
else
followers.
had made a web post about this new crop formation. I looked at it, and immediately I'm like looking at the business card, and then I'm looking at the crop formation. I'm like, oh my God. Plus, it was already weird enough with the blue tape, which was the same as the catheter. They had blue tape on Gurley's arm for the catheter.
This guy's such a conspiracy theorist. He has to connect all kinds of dots that don't exist. I don't know why, but he's constantly connecting dots that don't exist.
They used to introduce this anesthetic. So again, as I said, the attack came from 2 emails loaded with flagrant provable lies. They were wildly defamatory.
Well, Mr. Wilcock, why don't you publish those emails, and we'll see if they were defamatory or if they were just 2 people who are hearing you talk about your very sick dog on your live stream that they believed you weren't taking proper care of and contacted the authorities. Let's see the emails. Just so you know, Mr. Wilcock, I'm going to FOIA, and I'm going to get those emails, and I'm going to publish them here.
Completely full of nonsense. And again, multiple lies that are just so easy to prove. And she'd already spoken to the vet and everything, so she knew that it was legit. So now she's like, wow, this guy is really out to get you. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain to somebody. People don't even believe that somebody would go this nuts.
Throughout this entire live stream, David Wilcock is saying that the local officials said all kinds of things. We're going to find out if they said those things, David. And then what are you going to say? We're going to get on the record comments from them. We're going to find out if you were sending them pictures of me in a devil mask from 3 years ago, claiming that I was stalking you. And that would be added to our countersuit because that's defamatory. I'm not stalking you. I'm covering you as a journalist.
So I explained to her the 10-year problem that we have, about 10 years. And then I ended up talking to her later on.
Haven't been covering
she
them
ended
that
up
long.
telling everybody
Completely
in the
false
office
claim.
about this. That this is what this guy's doing. So now it's like everybody in the whole Boulder Police Department knows about Steven, because we're expecting that if he keeps doing what he's already doing, it's just going to escalate more and more. What's he going to do next? He's going to try to get a whole SWAT team out here, or he might come out here in person, which he's now subject to immediate arrest if he does.
And by the way, Mr. Wilcock also claims in this video that I was at his house. I've never been to Colorado. I may have driven through Colorado on the way to California, but I've never stopped anywhere near Mr. Wilcock's home. You know, it's just completely and totally ridiculous. These are false claims.
He's subject to immediate arrest if he calls a SWAT in. He's actually taken public credit for doing all this stuff, if you can believe that. So
yeah, and here we go again. He says this is a completely and totally provably false claim. David Wilcock right here says, I publicly took credit for writing those emails to Boulder County Animal Control. Show the screenshots. Where are your receipts, David Wilcock? You are so bad at this. You are definitely not smart enough to do this with me. You're saying that I publicly admitted it. No, a Twitter sock puppet account admitted it. And I don't have Twitter sock puppet accounts. Those Twitter accounts are not mine. You know, in court, you're going to have to show IP information and track those accounts directly to me, or that's a false claim. All of your claims are false, Mr. Wilcock. Take your video down, apologize, and move on with your grifting. That's my advice.
I don't know why. I feel really sorry for him. I mean, I think he's funny. He actually does make me laugh. I think he's kind of an amicable character in some ways. He does have some comedy in what he does.
Oh, yeah. Flatter me as you're threatening to get me arrested and sued. Great.
I don't hate him. I don't even dislike him. But I also can't continue to let this go on and be threatened, and he's trying to make me sad. I mean, I've been thinking about this all week.
Oh, yeah. My whole life revolves around trying to make David Wilcock sad. No offense, David Wilcock, you are sad. You're sad enough. I would never want to make you sadder. Look at your life. You've spent decades of your life lying to people for money. You spent 5 years selling fake secret space program stories from Corey Good, the astronaut. You spent how long selling fake stories from Pete Peterson, the fake government whistleblower that never worked for the government? You worked with a child P, a court-martialed predator related to children in the form of Bill Brockbrader. Your wife left you because you can't make her come, right? That's why his life, did you know that? Well, rumors. There's rumors that David Wilcock's wife left him because he could never make her come. And she's a woman warrior. You got to make a woman come or they leave, right? David Wilcock, you are sad. You're sad enough. I don't need to attack you to make you sad.
But wait till you see this crop circle. This is so amazing.
Oh, again with the crop
So again,
circle.
now everybody in the police department knows nobody's against me. They're all on my side. Absolutely 100%. They're veterans. They love my military company.
And by the way, just to be clear, if he's telling the Boulder County Police all of this false information about me, isn't that covered under filing false report to the police? Couldn't you face legal consequences for that, Mr. Wilcock? Are you really that stupid that you told the Boulder County Police that I emailed those emails? We've just proven that wasn't me. You told the Boulder County Police that I issued death threats at a time that I could not have, and I'm going to prove that as well.
Guy's doing. So now it's like everybody in the whole Boulder Police Department knows about Steven.
And that's slander. You slandered me to a public police organization. You told the police completely and totally fake and false information about me. Easily proven fake and false information about me. How much is your house worth, David? Isn't it $2 million? Right? Dave Grush just filed a $2.5 million lawsuit against somebody that he felt harmed by.
Because we're expecting that if he keeps doing what he's already doing, it's just going to escalate more and more. What's he going to do next? He's going to try to get a whole SWAT team out here.
Yeah, by the way, Wilcock claims that he was swatted. I'm here to tell you that if somebody calls animal control on you, they don't send a SWAT team to deal with that.
Or he might come out here in person, which he's now subject to immediate arrest if he does.
I'm never
He's
going
subject to
in
immediate
person.
arrest if he calls a SWAT in. He's actually taken public credit for doing all this stuff. You can believe that. So
Again, I never took public credit. Those are Twitter accounts. I know who they belong to. If I have to go to court, I will reveal it to a court, but I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. And by the way, there's a reason that people create fake accounts to reply to Mr. Wilcock's threads. And that's because he's such an intellectual weakling and a coward. He can't withstand debate. He just blocks anybody who says anything critical of him. People get pissed off. They make another account and they keep posting. I've never done that, but I have observed this happening. Okay. Let's continue with the false claims.
I don't know why. I feel really sorry for him. I mean, I think he's funny. He actually does make me laugh. I think he's kind of an amicable character in some ways. He does have some comedy in what he does. I don't hate him. I don't even dislike him. But I also can't continue to let this go on and be threatened, and he's trying to make me sad. I mean, I've been
I've never threatened him.
thinking about this all week. But wait till you see this crop circle. This is so amazing.
Oh, again with the crop
So
circle.
again, now everybody in the police department knows nobody's against me. They're all on my side, absolutely 100%. They're veterans. They love my military company. We're getting along great. I have everybody's cell phone number.
Do the police know that your military company got called a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam in court documents? Do they know that your shady aerospace company has been taking public investment money from people for 30 years, but apparently have never produced a single airplane product or service? Do they know that your shady aerospace company is being sued by multiple vendors because you took hundreds of thousands of dollars of products and services from vendors and then never paid your bills? Do they know that, Mr. Wilcock?
The exact same day that this card was left, Tuesday, July 23rd, we get the Roman Road crop circle. And it's even interesting, isn't it? Because
oh boy, a circle,
look at
a
that
star,
shape and tell me.
And there was
if
a
that looks
star on the
familiar.
card.
The Roman Road. Well,
How
I was just
incredible.
talking about that the deep state is from Rome. All roads lead to Rome, right? And the Romans came into Great Britain. And so Roman Road was one of the original roads that they built going back to probably around the time of Jesus, back when they started to create this as their financial
I love
center.
how he has to mix in nonsense.
So that's a
with his narrative.
weird DS connection. But it's the geometry of this thing that is so crazy. Take a look at it. And first of all, even before we get into the badge, notice that there are again grails. If you look at the internal 7-pointed star, the one that's the dark color.
What nonsense.
The 7 points are actually, they end in these grails that have, cups.
We're going to skip
It was
that.
pentagonal, and it was just like that, including the fact that it's a little bit stretched. But also, don't forget, just the week before, I did a whole elaborate show on Valiant Thor going to the Pentagon as a human extraterrestrial.
He thinks Valiant Thor is real. He's dumb as
There's
rocks.
5 pentagons in there that are all in this white color.
Wow.
So I have to say, looking at this,
Such
it's
a
like so
synchronicity,
amazing.
right?
I now consider this
Such
to
a
be the greatest
synchronicity.
miracle of my entire career. That crop circle showed up on the same day.
This is a
that
it's
this
a
business card
miracle.
was left on my door. And the geometry
is
is
so
the
crazy.
same. You got the 7-pointed
Yes.
star inside the
Astronaut.
circle. I mean, I could not
The
believe
crop circle
it. What do you
doesn't look
guys
like
think?
a
Let's hear
badge,
your
though.
comments.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Miracle Hands may request that you lead a group prayer for many thousands of people affected by the Park Fire in Northern California. Over 350. I didn't even know about that. Wow. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Mr. Floyd Channeling says, yep, I live in Boulder County. That looks familiar. A lot of people are saying, wow, wild, cool. Somebody said, let's go, Brandon. Could be vibrations, hopefully good vibrations. Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, I can't
says,
say
is
that
amazing.
I disagree with you.
You are still in Rome. What do you think the birth certificate is? And the county means parish. Cool can achieve. He probably envisioned.
I don't care about his stupid followers.
Mind-blowing. The same day, you try. What are the statistical odds of having
Of a
this
star
stuff
crop
show up
circle and you getting a
the
card
same
in your
exact
geez, I think it's
geometry
pretty good odds.
on the
Wilcock.
same exact day? Again,
it's called a
I've
coincidence.
never seen anything like this.
It's called a
And
coincidence.
also, if you look on
He
the
doesn't
left,
believe in a coincidence.
they turn out to be Tesla turbines. We're going to get into that a little bit later. We've still got our full audience here, 4,600 people. Nobody's dropped me. And even just the synchronicity also of competence and communication and character. I mean, yeah, they were great. Everybody was really cool to me. And they've
He
been very
blocked you from his
supportive on
chat,
this. So
huh?
whatever Steven was trying to achieve, he probably envisioned that the dog was still alive, that the dog's in bad shape, that Boulder is going to tell me that I'm doing something wrong, that they're going to try to take the dog from me. But again, the dog was euthanized on Monday. There was no dog barking when she knocked on the door because Gurley was already gone. And it took a little.
I love how he's doing like a victory celebration because he put his dog down before Boulder County Animal Welfare reached him, right? That's not something to be proud of.
While I mean, she was a little suspicious at first, and I explained to her the whole thing in detail. She doesn't suspect me of anything, so they know who's responsible. And he really screwed up. I mean, now the police are going to cooperate. They're mad that he did this.
He gave completely and totally false information claiming that I called animal control. By the way, Mr. Wilcock, I'm going to forward the evidence that I did not contact animal control to those proper authorities. And then I'm going to demand that I get all the records of everything that you said about me. because I may have to use that in a countersuit.
We know where he lives. We know he lives in Pennsylvania. We know he lives in Philadelphia.
Yeah, genius of the millennium. He got my state right, but I haven't lived in Philadelphia in 5 or more years. He doesn't even know where I live, but he's going to have Boulder County sheriffs get on a plane and come here and arrest me. He doesn't even know where I live. Great.
Got his address. He's subject potentially to arrest right away because we're going to do an emergency injunction.
Hear that? He's going to do an emergency injunction, and I'm getting arrested for making YouTube videos critical of his New Age claims. I'm not allowed to say it's ridiculous that this man is saying that the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss in order to get superpowers on the internet, or he's going to get me arrested. All of your claims are false, provably false. Do you think that a police in Boulder, Colorado, are going to get on a plane, come here in a place that they don't have jurisdiction and arrest me based on your piss poor fake evidence?
So at this point, the main thing he needs to do is back off.
And here's the threat. Back off and stop making videos about me, and I won't sue you. That is what he wants. He wants me to back off and stop covering him. He's trying to scare me into silence. He's trying to shut me up, to shut me down. He's threatening me. This is a direct threat. I will sue you if you don't stop making videos about me. Well, here we are, Mr. Wilcock. I'm making another video about you and how ridiculous, pathological liar you are, and how you profited on a public live stream from telling people I'm a Satan worshiper and I did all these horrible things to you when I can prove that I did not.
Stop attacking me. Don't make a follow-up video. Don't talk about this. But
well, here we are.
Whatever you say in the video, we're going to use it in our investigation, okay?
Yeah, I did the investigation for you, Mr. Wilcock. You can use my video. I didn't do any of these heinous things that you're accusing me of. And I've proven that. You're going to use my video in your investigation? I investigated for you. I was not the person who emailed Boulder County Animal Control. I was not the person on those Twitter sock accounts. I did not send you any written communication, to the best of my knowledge, for my entire life. So, great.
I don't have any choice. And they were like, David, why in the world haven't you gone after this guy? I'm like, well, you know, I really hoped that if we just ignored him long enough that he would go away, but we've had to hire 3 different people.
By the way, here's where it gets good. He's had to hire all these people to deal with attacks that he says came from me that I never made. Do you have receipts for all that? Because I'm going to subpoena them if this gets to a legal situation. And I don't think that he hired 3 people to deal with online critics. I really don't.
One of them is not even a person, it's a whole team. We got like 10 people.
Okay, so now he's hired. First, it was 3 people he's hired to deal with my harassing and cyber stalking, right? Now it's 10 people.
Just to stop all these attacks that he's putting on my page, and he's constantly lying.
I think he's confusing me with him. David Wilcock, I can prove that you lie to your audience constantly. You can't prove that I've lied to my audience. We do our very best. And by the way, I have made a few mistakes here, but we issue a retraction and an apology, which is something you should seriously consider, considering how terribly wrong you got all of this.
I've got my ex-wife, Elizabeth, who's ready to say that I did not abuse her. That's one of the things he said. He made.
No, I did not say. I never said that David Wilcock abused his wife. I did say he was mean to her during the live streams. He yelled at her during live streams. Remember that? Somebody else on Twitter, one of the accounts I showed you earlier, said that he was abusive to his wife. I never said that. So again, another false claim. And remember, he's claiming he's going to get me arrested and he's going to sue me, but every claim he has against me falls apart under the least little bit of scrutiny. I can show you who said that on Twitter. It wasn't me. He's blaming me for things that other people are saying on Twitter. Essentially, anybody that tweets something mean that he perceives as mean at him or in one of his Twitter threads, he's blaming me for. That's slander, David Wilcock. I did not say those things. I didn't post those things. And my computer records will prove that if this goes to a legal situation. What are you going to do then? What are you going to tell your dumb as rocks, dumb as dirt followers then?
Made death threats. We'll get into all that stuff. Anyway.
Here he said I made death threats against him. This is great. Wait till I show you the proof I have that refutes that I ever made any death threats.
I got some more slides on this. So what an amazing thing from the universe. So Steven's weird stalking behavior triggered this phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I triggered a
crop
circle. I triggered a crop circle from the universe.
The higher forces who are doing this stuff had my back. They said, "Don't worry, David. The trumpets of the archangel are blowing. They got the trumpets in there."
Yeah, the archangel really wants you to call people that have wives and children and volunteer for children's charities child predators on the internet. I'm sure the archangel Michael would approve of that, David Wilcock. Like, he doesn't even realize how stupid and ridiculous this is all, right? He doesn't even get it. And what about his followers? They're that dumb. You should see the live chat. They were eating this up. Oh, yeah, Steven's evil. He should be arrested immediately. But they don't know that all of this is fantasy. All of this is made up nonsense. None of this is true.
You are drinking from the holy grail of knowledge. And we got the Tesla turbines. I'll show you what the turbines are. That's another thing that's just so amazing. I haven't even finished decoding this for you yet. But then also the trumpets and the grails look like the tails of airplanes.
Again with this.
I mean, if you look at it's not exactly the same, okay? But like, you look at the tail end. This is our SM31 stiletto. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a plastic toy you made on a 3D printer. It looks like a G.I. Joe toy. Cobra! Right? It looks like a Cobra plane.
Okay. You see how there's two fins here, and then there's a line down the middle. Well, you look at this image, and you've got two fins with a line down the middle where each of the grails are. Crazy Silver SC says, sorry to hear about your dog. I've been through the same with my dogs and horses in the past. I have a question about the Mandela effect. Do you know what is causing them? Bud Riggs says maybe he will back down now. I don't think he will. He's so excited about trolling. He's so excited about hatred that...
Again, I never trolled him. I reported on him. I investigated his claims. And no, I'm not backing down from doing my job here.
Anytime I pay attention to him, even if it's negative attention, he just wants more and more of it. I mean, it's almost like...
This is the first time he's ever publicly acknowledged me. So this is a completely and totally false statement. Again, he's conflating me with John Christian Spadavaccia and Macario and Osiris Christensen. These are all different people that are saying things or doing things. I didn't do any of those things.
He wants to be arrested. He wants to be...
Oh,
sued.
sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody wants to be arrested and sued. Sure.
Wants to be in jail. I don't know why you'd want to mess with your life like this. I mean, to hate somebody this much, to try to get, to try to get me hurt, to try to get my dog hurt.
I don't hate David Wilcock. I'll put that on the record. I hate that he victimizes vulnerable people with fake information, disinformation, and misinformation. I hate that he lies to people for money. I do hate that.
It's really wild, and I kept thinking maybe he'll go away, maybe he'll stop, but he just won't. So again, this event was the greatest miracle of my entire career. It's got if you don't look at the wings here,
it's a miracle.
Look at the fins. It's got the fins.
There's a crop circle.
Very fascinating.
It matches my G.I. Joe
really
toy.
Similar. I mean,
it's a miracle.
Not exactly the same, but
it's a miracle. It matches my G.I. Joe toy.
Like the tail end of an airplane.
Printer.
So yes, this was the greatest miracle of my entire career. I explained the whole story to her.
Yeah,
and then we had another
consultation
consultation where I provided her with additional evidence on Wednesday. So
all right, that's great. So just so David Wilcock is aware, any evidence that you gave the Colorado Sheriff's Office, police, or animal control is FOIA-able. So you're saying you provided additional evidence on Wednesday for her investigation. I'm going to FOIA, and we're going to get those documents, David Wilcock. So if you're bluffing, we're going to know about it. We're going to get the records, and I'm going to share them publicly. How dare you make all these false accusations about me, both on a public live stream and to law enforcement officers?
So, for legal purposes, people know that I'm not making any of this stuff up. Here is the text. So again, I took her to the vet on Monday. I got to black some things out so he doesn't stalk everybody, which he's going to do anyway, probably. He's going to call them up. Oh, my God, David is so evil. No.
No, asking questions is not stalking. And David Wilcock, the only people who fear questions are people with something to hide.
They know who he is now. Hi, David. This is Sadie with Boulder County Sheriff Animal Protection. Just returning your call. Now, by this point, I'd already explained to her the dog was already euthanized, that this was something that had already happened. I was worried that another dog might have been hurt, and that's thankfully not what it was. So she was already figuring out that these emails were fake, and somebody had called in a fake hit on me, but she had to follow up. So she said, if you don't...
No, the emails were real, and the concerns were real.
Don't mind giving me a call when you have a second. I'm out of here at 5 today. I'll be back in at 7 a.m. Thank you so much for getting back to me. Thank you so much means she's not mad at me. She says, have a good night. And then...
Animal control officers have to be professional. This is just an animal control officer being professional. That he's ascribing some kind of meaning to, oh, she's on my side. She told me to have a good night and thank me for getting back to her.
After I spoke to her on that Tuesday, again, Girlie was euthanized on Monday, so it was already too late. There was no dog here by the time she arrived. After I'd given her this massive debriefing on this whole situation, she said, hi, David, the case number for this is 24-blank, and the phone number for records is 303-blank. Now, why didn't she give me the phone number for records? Because we talked about on the phone that there's going to be an investigation. We're going to use her document that might be available as early as Monday.
Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to get those documents.
There. She's going to talk to them directly. So is the SWAT team supervisor. So is the deputy.
Oh, so all these people are going to get me arrested. David Wilcock, you are a clown show, dude. You are a clown show. And I bought donuts just in case, right? Got to be,
Okay. And they are going to help me because they see that this is like a very bizarre situation. So then I started to give her a lot more evidence by text. So I said, here's my Twitter post. This was on Wednesday when I finally announced it. Here's my Twitter post where I announced Girlie's death to my audience. Everyone apart from Steven has been very supportive.
Again, I had nothing to do with any of this. And he's telling a public official in the state of Colorado that I was not supportive of him putting his dog down or whatever. He's lying to public officials.
YI. And it says, thank you all in advance for your condolences about Girlie. She passed away on Monday peacefully. I waited 2 days to announce it so I could observe my own silent process. I didn't reveal that the real reason was because this guy's attacking me. And I figured he'd try to do something. I just didn't know he'd actually go that far.
Again, I did nothing. We have tracked down the people who sent those emails, and neither of them was me, David Wilcock. You lied to your audience. You lied to public officials in your home state and hometown in order to disparage me and damage my reputation, I think.
I rushed her to the clinic at the first opportunity after the black diarrhea. They reopened on Monday. That's when I got her in. Nothing about this SWAT attack was made public.
Yeah. So again, he's claiming that he was swatted. Anybody can call the police in his local jurisdiction. There would be public records if there was a SWAT team at his home. There wasn't.
And then this is the end of the post, which again, thank you about your condolences. Well, that's the same stuff. But again, notice the numbers. 477 comments, it's actually 24,000 views. 1,300 likes.
This is the height of being a narcissist. Look how many views and likes my tweet about my dog dying got. And he attacks me further along in this video for lack of engagement on my Twitter posts, but he's sharing like jokes that I put online or whatever. We'll get to it.
Not a single negative comment except for this one guy who would just, write the same stuff. And he admitted, this is the part that's so crazy, after he's under police investigation. Because if you do this and you're lying, then they're going to get mad at you, not at me.
Again, I did not put anything on his Twitter. I'm blocked on his Twitter. We know who did that. And it wasn't me, David Wilcock. You lied to police officials. You lied to animal control officers. You have damaged my reputation. And you've slandered me to local public officials, and all of that information that you gave them, that failed fake information, is going to be public records, and I'm going to get it. And I may take action against you for that.
After he already did this, he admitted publicly with his name.
Check my Twitter. No, I didn't. I never admitted to anything. That would be public record as well. It would be on my Twitter feed. Does anybody want to go through my Twitter feed and see where I admitted to posting mean tweets to David Wilcock? And even if I did post mean tweets to David Wilcock, is that an arrestable offense, David Wilcock? Are you really this stupid? No matter how dumb you think David Wilcock is, he's even dumber than that, I think.
That he was the one responsible for this because nobody knew about the Boulder Animal Control. Nobody knew this happened. This is the first time I've ever announced it this Sunday, okay? Check this out.
The people who sent the emails knew about it and talked about it on Twitter. Neither of the people who sent the emails was me.
Story gets crazier and crazier. This is the end of the post now where it shows 23.7 thousand views.
I love how he's got to point out how many views that his post about his dog dying got.
Every animal owner ultimately has to go through this. It's a part of our sacred soul evolution. Thank you all for your kind wishes of condolence. We appreciate you, your love and prayers.
He's literally grifting off of his dog dying, collecting super chats about this. Great spiritual guru.
I will share more of my process, which is what's code speak for the fact that somebody swatted me, and I have a police investigation now underway, and the police have basically demanded that I do a lawsuit.
Yeah, police do not demand that you sue somebody. And again, David Wilcock, I'm going to get on the record statements from all these people that you're claiming said these things, and we're going to get to the truth. Or maybe you should take your video down and apologize for all these false accusations that you have leveled against me and severely damaged my reputation. And you know what, Mr. Wilcock, I'm suddenly feeling a great deal of emotional distress over being called a Satan worshiper and a child predator, and over the fact that somebody is making all these false accusations about me on public live streams and damaging my reputation, and the fact that somebody is lying to the police saying that I did all these heinous things, trying to get me arrested for doing these things that I had nothing to do with. I'm suddenly feeling a great deal of emotional distress. Maybe I should talk to a lawyer about that.
So now we're going to have to do a Savati lawsuit and a David Wilcock lawsuit. They'll help me. But
there's going to be two.
But you need to do this immediately. We don't want you having this guy stalking you and he wants to destroy you. You got to do something. I'm all right, you guys. All right, I'll do it. I will share more of my process. That's the code. When we reconvene this Sunday on my next live stream, all is well. 23. So there's a huge number of views. So then the thing that I couldn't even believe is he took full credit for this swatting attack, created 4 new aliases. He clearly wanted you to see these statements.
I did not make any of these posts, and my internet records will confirm that in court if necessary, David Wilcock. You have to prove that I am the person behind those accounts. You've offered no proof of that, but I have proof of who is making those posts, and it is not me.
He wants people to know.
And by the way, I did not create alt accounts. I have no alt accounts, more false statements from the Lord of Lies, David Wilcock.
That he was the one responsible. So in this one case, we're going to give him what he wants. So my team deliberately left this stuff up. And
these are all the alt accounts that he claims I created. You know, David Wilcock, that in court, you're going to have to show IP information and directly link me to the creation of those accounts and to these posts. Where is your evidence that I did that? You have none. This is a completely and totally false statement and defamatory. He's attempting to damage my reputation with completely and totally false information.
This is one of the subheadings under the main post. One of the people I responded to was Teresa Sutton Sherrill. I recently lost 2 cats. One appeared back the next day, so full of joy. They are letting us know they are happy and okay. The other came in a dream. Then you got to click on, show probable spam or, impolite content, whatever they say. Now notice that these are all 4 of them are exactly the same words. They hardly had any views. They had the biggest one had 12 views, Stephen of Holland. And they only had 2 likes, which is probably one. Stephen of Atlantis had 3.
I think if you check them now, they have many more views.
Probably his own personalities. He's liking himself. I think this is what these kind of people.
And by the way, I never saw any of these posts. Not only did I not post these things, I didn't even see any of this stuff, let alone like it. Another false statement.
People do. So he says, and we'll read the first one.
My internet records will confirm I never viewed this thread, David Wilcock. Then what are you going to do? How are you going to lie your way out of this much lies that you just told on your public live stream? And how dare you lie to thousands of people? I'm feeling a lot of emotional distress because he's He's spreading these lies to thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Somebody check his latest live stream and tell me in the live chat, how many views did he get? Completely and totally lying through his fake teeth about all these heinous things he said I did that he has no proof for. But I have proof it wasn't me.
One John of Norway. So, after being officially investigated by Boulder County Sheriff Animal Protection Unit, which, again, nobody knew that. Only the person who actually did it would know that, and notice that the second name is...
Well, we know who sent the email, so you can connect the dots and figure out who these alt accounts are.
Stephen of Holland. The third name is Stephen of Atlantis. Well, he gave us a fake lawsuit out of Holland.
People are making fun of him with the name Stephen, because remember, first he claimed it was Stephen from Canada. I'm not from Canada, never lived in Canada, wasn't born there. And he claimed that John Christian Spadavaccio was Stephen from Canada. Then he claimed it was Mr. Mendoza, I believe, was Stephen from Canada. Now he's claiming I'm Stephen from Canada. He doesn't even know who this mythical supervillain attacking him is, but he told everybody on a public live stream it's all me. This is the third iteration of who this supervillain is that's, you know, trying to destroy him and all of this stuff. It's all nonsense.
He pretended to be a Dutch lawyer, so he's claiming responsibility for the fake lawsuit. He's using his own name. When he does the YouTube videos, he calls himself Stephen. Different last name, of course. But how would anybody know unless he's massively psychic? And then he...
Maybe that's it, Wilcock. Maybe I'm more psychic than you because you're the world's worst psychic.
Did 4 different identities? I mean, it's kind of funny. It is kind of... You have to laugh at it because it's so weird. And notice that 2 of them, he's got the...
Nobody's laughing at you with your false claims, David Wilcock. They're laughing at how stupid you are, how ridiculous and childish you are, claiming you're going to get somebody arrested. And your evidence is that somebody tweeted mean things to you on Twitter. You're going to get me arrested because somebody tweeted mean things that you can't even prove is me?
He's got the flag of Norway and Holland, so he does a style here. So after being officially investigated by Boulder County Sheriff's Animal Protection, you were forced to do something. Well, that's a lie because all I was forced to do, they tell me you really need to sue him. So if they force me to do something, it's to sue him. Okay, that's all they really.
Oh yeah, animal control is going to force David Wilcock to sue me, Steven Cambian, for things that I had nothing to do with. Sure, that makes sense.
David, you let Gurley suffer for months so you could get super chats. That's defamation. You capitalized on her dying. You disgusting low-life con man.
Oh, that's another issue. He keeps claiming that I called him a con man. No, people on alt Twitter accounts called him a con man.
So, wow. I mean, this is so rude and inconsiderate, and he's trying to inflict emotional distress.
Yeah, kind of like you're trying to inflict emotional distress on me, somebody who volunteers for children's charity, by calling me a child predator on a public live stream.
And I couldn't even believe that he would be foolish enough to actually claim responsibility for doing these attacks. So,
again, he keeps saying that I claimed responsibility. No, I never said anything about this whole series of events.
So I called the police again, and I informed them of the danger he poses. So my team, I instructed them, don't take these.
And, you know, it's interesting. David Wilcock's logic is that if you file false reports with local officials, you could be arrested. Yet he is filing false reports with those same local officials, claiming that I did all these heinous things that I had nothing to do with. So by David Wilcock's own logic, doesn't that mean that the Boulder County Police are going to arrest him for making false claims and accusations?
He's down, leave them online so the police can look at it and investigate, which I asked them to do. So here it is up close, John of Norway. You let her suffer for months so you could get super chats. I mean, you guys donating money to me has nothing to do with my dog dying.
No, you didn't use that for sympathy.
The problem on the last show.
You didn't use that for sympathy, to garner sympathy in order to get more donations. No, you wouldn't do something like that, would you? And by the way, I have to take a moment to catch up with the super chats. We want to thank Thomas Robinson, longtime show supporter, for 2 things: being a member and a kind and generous £4 super chat. We thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And we want to thank you, of course, for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
praise the cash.
All right, and we have a few more here. So we thank you, Thomas Robinson. We thank Self-Licking Ice Cream Cone for a kind and generous $27.99 Canadian. Very, very kind of you. He just bought David Wilcock clown shoes for me. So thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity and your support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Praise the cash, Self-Licking Ice Cream Cone.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And do we have? Yeah, we have some more. We have Legal Eagle with a kind and generous $20 says David Wilcock is probably watching this while on the phone, crying to Corey Good for legal advice. Yeah. It would not surprise me if he was doing that. But thank you, Legal Eagle, for two things: being a member and your kindness, generosity, and support. Very generous of you, longtime show supporter. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash. Thank him, Davina.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, and we've got Archaic Revival with a kind and generous. He's been a member for 7 months. So we thank him for his kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash by being a member for 7 months. Thank you, Archaic Revival, longtime show supporter and member.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank Ra Almighty. Praise the cash.
Oh, man. Thank you, Archaic Revival. We have Village Floral House with a kind and generous $4.99 says, I admit publicly that was one of the dozens of commenters talking about his animal abuse on Twitter. So there you go. There's another person that was talking about this on Twitter, and he's probably blaming me for your posts, Village Floral House. I did not post anything about his dog. I didn't call animal control. I didn't post anything to any of his Twitter threads. My internet records will confirm that in court if necessary. But thanks for helping us to praise the cash. And thank you for being one of those people that has stood up to defend me, saying Steve Cambian didn't do those things. I did them.
Ra commands you to bow down and praise the cash.
All right. And just a couple of more, and we'll get back to this presentation. Thank you, Village Floral House. We want to thank Christina Diaz. Good to see you. Love the new bumpers. That dirtbag can't bring you down. The proof is in the receipts. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you, Christina Diaz. Thanks for appreciating us and helping us to praise the cash. Thank them, Davina.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. And we've got just one more, kind and generous Al Warrior. We want to thank him for being a member for 16 months. Longtime show supporter. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us for 16 months now. Long-time show supporter, long-time channel member. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Al Warrior.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. Thank you very much. So we'll continue with our journey here, and then I'll have some more receipts to share with you to prove that David Wilcock made a multitude of completely and totally false and defamatory statements about me.
Oh, and the donations weren't any higher than the previous weeks, which I could show if I wanted to. And for a job.
That's right. Show us your AdSense. Show us how much money that you made each week, David Wilcock. Why don't you show the receipts? He won't, because he doesn't want people to see how much money he's collecting.
Judge or a police
in my opinion,
I absolutely will. There was no spike in donations. To say that I let her suffer for money, it's just so silly. You get what I'm saying. He's trying to call me a con man and said that I made money on her dying. Well, everything that happens to me, everything that I do, he tries to spin it into something where I'm disgusting, I'm evil, I'm a lowlife. And as I just said, Gurley's health was rarely even mentioned in my shows. Here's the other three. They're all exactly the same wording.
Yeah, and again, there's a reason why people make alt accounts, because they don't like you blocking them, and they want to share information with your followers. And by the way, I'm not endorsing these claims or saying that they're true or accurate. I'm simply saying that I did not post these things on Twitter. I know who did, however, and it wasn't me.
So this again proves, okay, just like I'd already told the police, he does multiple identities. He uses different names, but his real name is Steven.
I don't have alt accounts. I do not use sock accounts. That's a defamatory statement and provably false by my own internet records.
Two of the names are Steven. And the main argument is that I'm a con man. Oh my God, David is making money. As it says right here, the most common accusation is that I'm a con artist.
Yeah, and people can make up their own minds. I'm not sure if I ever characterized David Wilcock as being a con artist, but I do know that people call him that on Twitter, and I've reported on that. And again, in the description of this video or podcast is multiple investigations I did into his shady business dealings. Watch those and see if you can understand why people on the internet call David Wilcock a con artist.
Well, here's something that you don't know, Steve, and that is that I could quintuple the money.
Yeah, and here's his justification. I'm not a con artist because I'm not running ads, but I could.
Monthly income that I have if I would simply do advertising. There's two types of advertising that almost everybody in my field does. They're called pre-roll and mid-roll. Pre-roll would mean that somewhere within the first couple of minutes of the show, I read a 30 to 60 second blurb that advertises someone else's product, and then I get a pretty significant chunk of change for doing that.
Thank you, Thomas Robinson.
And then the mid-roll ads would be somewhere in the middle of the show. I read those things. So I'm not kidding when I say
kindness, generosity,
that if I actually was in it for the money, if I was doing this to make money,
he's not doing this to make money.
I could do those ads and I would quintuple my income, at least, maybe even 10 times.
Thank you, Thomas Robinson. Praise the cash.
Praise the cash. When you have somebody paying for your ads, that means that they now have some discretion over what you say. Even though they tell you, they like what you're doing.
Generosity.
No. I've already heard. I'm not supposed to talk about 45. I'm not supposed to talk about the alliance. I'm not supposed to talk about arrests. I'm not supposed to talk about any of these things.
Because they're fake?
And, well, you don't want to jeopardize your relationship with the advertisers. You like this money, don't you? So I've been voluntarily poor. I've been voluntarily bankrupt.
Oh, yeah, he's bankrupt.
It wouldn't really bother
me. He's making $10,000 a month on YouTube.
It's not a big deal. I don't mind helping other people make money on their product. What I do mind is the message integrity. I haven't done it because I want to be able to talk about the things that I reveal in this show. Now, here's another thing. He calls me a con artist. But every single con artist I've ever met,
I'm not a con artist because I don't run ads.
Making like big 7 figures a month, maybe even I might even be able to get up to $100,000 a month if I did this. Every con artist I know would tell me, "Well, take the money. My God, who cares? Just read these ads." But
his cries poor.
He is
money all the time.
I'm not doing that because my loyal.
If you're not doing this for the money, David Wilcock, then turn the monetization on your videos off. Stop collecting ad revenue and stop collecting super chats. Then you could prove that what you're saying here is true, that you're not here for the money.
Loyalty is to the alliance. And so it's your public support. It's your donations here that allow us to remain commercial free. So I'm not doing those ads and that I get to have control over my message.
No, instead of running the ads, he just does, he does that pitch for his $333 books of nonsense several times, right? So he's saying it's ad free, but he's constantly telling people to buy his crap. He's not here for the money. Turn off the ads, turn off the super chats, and give your angel books away for free. That would prove you're not here for the money. Otherwise, this is a completely factually inaccurate statement. You are here for the money.
Otherwise, well, David, the advertisers don't like what you said last week, and we really need you to tighten it up. You still want to make this money? Then you're getting blackmailed. Or you could call it a bribe. So again, all of these things are projection because he is the one who is.
Yeah, David Wilcock saying that I am constantly lying and manipulating. David Wilcock, did you lie to everybody for 5 years with Corey Good about his fake secret space program stories for money? Can you show that I have lied or manipulated my audience? You can't. Again, a defamatory, slanderous statement designed to damage my reputation. I have never been caught lying on my show or manipulating my audience. This is a garbage statement.
He's constantly lying and manipulating. One of his fake lawsuits that he sent to Stavati was allegedly from Holland. He claimed that by calling himself Steven from Holland. And then on Friday,
I never sent him any lawsuits. I never sent any emails to Stavati Aerospace whatsoever. Never. And my internet records will confirm that in court if necessary. Again, he's claiming I'm doing all these things that other people are clearly responsible for. David Wilcock, you need to take that video down and apologize for all the damage you've done to my reputation, broadcasting this complete and total false claims to thousands and thousands of people.
Friday, because I still hadn't said anything, I think he's just burning. He's like, why in the world hasn't David said anything? He changed the story again, and he posted it publicly. So obviously he wanted me to read this to you because, you know, it's a new message. So here's another one. He was responding to the post that I made for this show. Roger Kleinhans says, since I started watching you, David, you've given me more hope in this world than I've ever felt before. I'm looking forward to big changes. Thank you again. So when he sees something like this, he's like Angry Daddy. God, I can't stand it. Ah! And he'll probably use that face too. I got to give him faces so he can make video.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to screen capture that one. That'll make a great thumbnail of you being ridiculous.
He uses pictures of me when I have funny faces on his videos. I mean, this guy is really obsessed. So then he wrote this. Richard Weimer, same one as the other identity.
Again, I didn't write
David
this.
was officially investigated.
I did not write any of this.
Boulder County
I know
Sheriff's
who did,
Animal
and
Protection
it wasn't
Unit,
me, David
who were
Wilcock.
forced to confiscate
completely
his
wrong.
dog, Gurley, due to severe neglect. That is a flagrant, blatant lie. How do you think, Stephen, the police feel when you lie about them confiscating my dog?
How do you think the police feel when you lie and tell them that I'm doing all these things, David Wilcock? How do they feel, right? You talk about false reports. I didn't make any false reports to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. I didn't make any false reports to Boulder County Animal Control, but you did. You admit to doing so in your own public live stream.
Does it look good to have the police to tell everybody that, this very famous person who everybody loves, we hate him, we the police hate him, we confiscated his dog? No, you're defaming the police. They don't like that.
Yeah, the police don't like to be lied to. And David Wilcock, I haven't yet, but do you think I'm not going to contact the local police and animal control and let them know about all of these false claims that you've made against me and request all the records of these events and then share them publicly? Because I'm going to do that, David Wilcock. You better take that video down. It is completely and totally slanderous what you did. It is despicable. It is disgusting that you were willing to lie to these depths while collecting super chats, but which, by the way, is a form of fraud. You're collecting money telling all these people that this is true and accurate information you're giving them, and it's completely and totally provably false, all of it.
Actually makes them mad. Imagine that they would get mad about this. The Boulder County Sheriff's Animal Protection Unit was forced to confiscate his dog. She was dead the day they arrived, same day the crop circle showed up, due to severe neglect. That's not true. Gurley was in such poor health that she had to be euthanized. Yeah, that part is true. Technically, that's true. If you isolate that sentence by itself, it's true. But this was all done very ethically, and it was done the earliest opportunity I could after she bled out on the carpet with that black diarrhea. David is trying to capitalize on her suffering and death. Again,
and by the way, regardless, that's somebody's opinion that you're trying to capitalize. That's not an arrestable or suable offense. We have constitutional rights to freedom of speech.
Officer did not arrive till the day after her death. Therefore, Stephen is knowingly lying to try to destroy me.
I did not lie. I did not file those reports. I did not write those Twitter posts. My internet records will prove that in court if necessary. David Wilcock, take your fake, false, defamatory video down.
And he's probably going to make a whole video about this, and he's going to be laughing and telling me I'm a jerk.
Oh, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm feeling a great deal of emotional distress that somebody shared this completely and totally slanderous fake information to damage my reputation to the tune of 60,000 views. 60,000 people listened to this, and I'm feeling very vulnerable about that. You lied to 60,000 people on a public live stream. Provably lied.
And mocking me, that's all he ever does is mock.
Now, it might be true. People might take some of my comedic parodies that we're doing, kind of like our Cash Clown, saying I'm mocking him. No, I'm using comedic parody to educate people. Comedy can be a great tool for educating people. People remember when I do these things.
And again, I don't even dislike him. If he hadn't gone this far, I might not have even moved forward with the lawsuit. I might have just let it go. But the police are demanding that I do it now.
All right. You said several times during this video that the police demanded that you go forward with a lawsuit against me, who you claim did all this heinous things, but we can clearly and demonstrably prove was not done by me. So we're going to talk to the police, David Wilcock, and we're going to find out if they said that you have to sue this person.
It's like, okay, well.
And we're getting all the records and we're making them all public.
Then we're going to do it. You guys can help me. Thank you. So he's knowingly lying. We just proved it. I proved it with receipts and texts.
Talk about knowingly lying. David Wilcock knows that all those people that he's claiming are me are not me.
The first time she texted me was on a Tuesday, and Gurley was euthanized on a Monday. Therefore, it is a lie that Boulder Animal Protection had to confiscate her. She was already dead before they ever showed up. So that's called lying, okay? And when you go in front of a judge, which they've asked me to do now, the only thing the judge cares about is who is lying.
I love this screenshot. This is great. We're gonna have to make something out of that. He's saying all a judge will care about is who is lying. David Wilcock, I can prove that you lied about me to 60,000 people on a public live stream, including claiming that I'm a Satan worshiper because I wore a devil mask once and that I'm a child predator. Do you think the judge will look kindly on you doing that with no evidence whatsoever? Or a jury?
There's something called an emergency injunction.
By the way, I'd request a jury trial.
And believe it or not, he might actually get arrested right away once I file that injunction.
Oh, I'm going to get arrested right away. I waited all day for the police here at my door. Kept checking the door. I didn't see any police here. I was not arrested. This is just more theater for as dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers.
That's how serious this is. You can't lie to the police.
He's just saying you can't lie to the police, as he's admitting on a public live stream, genius of the millennium that he is, that he lied about me to the police.
You can't do this kind of stuff to people.
You're right, David. You can't do this kind of stuff to people. And there's going to be consequences if you don't immediately apologize, take your video down, and move on with your life.
So if he makes another video, if he keeps attacking me, then the judge is clearly going to see that he's obsessed and he's a stalker.
No, I'm making a video to defend myself against the false accusations that you made about me on a public live stream to 60,000 people while you were collecting money, telling people completely and totally fake facts, destroying my reputation in the process.
And he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Steve.
So there's the threat. There's the threat. If you stop making videos about me, I won't sue you.
Oh, this very famous person who everybody loves. We hate him. We, the judge, which they've asked me to do now. The only thing the judge cares about is who is lying. And so there's something called an emergency injunction.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting
Believe
arrested.
It or not, he might actually get arrested right away.
I might get
once
arrested.
I file that injunction.
Oh,
That's
no.
how serious this is. You can't lie to the police.
No.
You can't do this kind of stuff to people.
Take me away, coppers.
So if he makes
Take me away, coppers. I said mean things on the internet about David Wilcock.
He's a stalker, and he's much more likely to get arrested than if he actually stops. So, Stephen, I recommend that you stop. You probably won't, because nothing has ever made you stop.
I'm going to make a video defending
myself. But anyway, now I'm going to show you guys the evidence on Stephen that I'm going to be sharing in my lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you see the evidence he's going to use in this lawsuit. I'm going to go through some of the things originally
that we put together in 2019, because he was demanding in 2019 that I sue him, and I'm going to show you those texts.
Yeah.
So again, all the judge cares about is
claims that I demanded he sue me in 2019. No, he's taking a joke tweet out of context.
Who's lying? And there's this thing that you learn in freshman year law school. It's a Latin saying, falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. What that means is, if you tell one lie, false uno, then everything that you say is a lie.
Okay, so if you tell one lie, provably, then everything you say is a lie. Well, that's great, because David Wilcock, you told multiple lies. You said I created 40 identities. That was a lie. You said I attacked people who left comments on your Twitter. That was a lie. You said I sent 2 emails to animal control in your city. That was a lie. You said that I was a problem for you for 10 years. That was a lie. You said I went to your house. That was a lie. You said I'm subject to being arrested for having you swatted. You weren't swatted. That was a lie. You said I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. That was a lie. You said I filed fake lawsuits against you from Holland and another country. That was a lie. You said I am knowingly trying to destroy you. That is a lie. You said I made death threats against you on June 19th, 2024 between 4:45 and 5 p.m. That was a lie. You claimed I was rude and abusive to the Sloth organization. That was a lie. You claimed that I'm all these different people on the internet. That is a provable lie. So by Wilcock's own logic, if you lie once, they don't believe anything you said. I've just proven that you've lied many, many, many times. What's a judge or a jury going to think about that? And that's before I bring in all the times you've lied to your audience for money, including the Corey Good debacle, where you lied about secret space nonsense for 5 years for money. Really? You want to put our reputations to the test in front of a judge and a jury? I'm a good family man. I'm an excellent father. I've been faithful to my wife for something like 25 years. We were together for 13 years before we even got married. I have no criminal record. I have no history of shady business dealings. I haven't been sued by none of my companies have been sued by an investor and called an investment scheme or Ponzi scheme. I never started a motion picture company, Convergence Pictures LLC, collected money from investors and then never made a film. You have. I've never collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in charitable donations and then admitted on my own IRS forms that essentially I spent all the money on myself except for, what was it, a nickel on a dollar, which I gave to other charities. David Wilcock, you understand that both of our reputations will be put to the test if this goes to a legal arena, and the judge and the jury are going to have to decide who is more credible and believable here. This man who's been caught lying over and over and over and over again. This man who told people that the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss and he got superpowers. This man who claimed that he used those superpowers to save Trump from an assassin's bullet. This man who claimed that mass arrests are coming. And then he said mass arrests happen and Guantanamo Bay was getting filled up with all these prisoners and that never happened. This man who claimed that the government was going to send tanker trucks to siphon everybody's gasoline out of their cars. This man who claimed he knew the secret to anti-gravity and free energy, and for $333, he'll teach you how to do it, and you'll be able to do it too. That was called a scam, by the way, by a real scientist with a real lab, David Wilcock. I will put my history and my reputation against David Wilcock in front of a judge, a jury, or anyone else to decide who is credible here. How dare you attack my reputation with your history, your sordid history of conning people, scamming people, lying to people for money, in my opinion. And by the way, this is America, and I'm entitled to that opinion based on thorough and adequate research, something that you are sorely and severely lacking in.
Falsus in omnibus. So all the judge cares about is who's lying. And if they can prove that you have lied about one thing, then they don't believe anything you say.
Okay, so I can prove you lied about all these things, David Wilcock. So I guess the judge and the jury isn't going to care about anything you say, so bringing a lawsuit would be a fruitless endeavor, especially considering the company that you're going to have to sue. My company has about $75 in my checking account, so good luck recovering damages. If by some miracle you should win, which won't happen, I will aggressively defend myself. I'm going to call in every favor that I can. I will, and by the way, that's another thing. If this goes to the situation, and I think it might, I am going to call in every favor I can from every great researcher that I know from the internet. And we're going to go through everything, your entire history, David Wilcock. And we are going to make all of the information that all the researchers that I call in favors from, we're going to make it all public. The court documents will all be public. The depositions will be public. Your financial records I subpoena will be public. Come at me, bro. How dare you do this to me? and my family, telling 60,000 people this nonsense. How dare you?
You lose all your credibility if you try to say, well, David is also a con artist. David has also lied about that. No, they don't even care.
Well, we can save that for the countersuit that I will file against you, Mr. Wilcock.
Can you prove it? No, but we can prove this.
Oh,
David,
I love this. Talk about a narcissist. We can prove that everybody loves David Wilcock and he's hugely popular.
David is very popular. People love David. Everybody, there's 24,000 people that wished him well for his dog. There's 477 comments. There was no video. The dog was not mistreated. The dog was always fed. The dog was not confiscated by animal control. These are all.
And by the way, just to be clear, I never made any accusations of animal abuse or neglect about him or his dog. Check my record. Check all my live streams. I've never said anything like that.
Lies. And why is he doing this? To commit crimes such as tortious interference with business.
Okay, I've never interfered with his business. I've called people and asked questions, and I've reported on his business dealings, but I've never tried to interfere with his business. Meanwhile, my reputation, David Wilcock, is of a truth seeker. So you are interfering with my business, telling people that I'm doing all these heinous things that you can't prove I did. Lying to the police, lying to the Boulder County Animal Welfare Office. That's interfering with my business because my business is based on my good ethics and morality. People are aware that I have good ethics and morality. That's why they trust my reporting. And you making all these false claims against me is damaging my business.
That's a crime that means when you're trying to hurt somebody's business. Intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Well, I don't know, David. I'm suddenly feeling a lot of emotional distress. And by you lying on a public live stream, when you know better, you know I am not all these people you're rolling into me and blaming me for. You know I didn't do all those things. And you're broadcasting this to 60,000 people. You want to talk about emotional distress? How about I volunteer for children's charities. And it's coming up. We're going to see where he essentially claims that I am a child predator. So now I've got a lot of emotional distress. Are the charities that I work for going to find out that somebody accused me of being the P word to 60,000 people on a public live stream? Am I going to face consequences or problems in doing my charitable work for those children's charities because of the despicable allegations that you levied against me with absolutely, positively zero proof or evidence of those things? Yeah, emotional distress.
Aggravated harassment.
I'm not really sure what that term means. I forgot to look it up. But the purposes of my live streams or investigations is to get to the truth behind people making wild claims on the internet. The purposes of my broadcasts have never been to harass, defame, cyberstalk, or any of that. That's a false statement. I've never tried to harass him.
Stalking, defamation. We've got multiple.
Defamation. Again, he intentionally lied through his fake teeth and made all these false accusations against me that he knew were not true. He defamed me to the local police. He defamed me to the local animal control officer. We're going to get all these records, David Wilcock. We're getting all of them, and we're going to make them all public.
Multiple criminal charges. We've also got.
By the way, many of those things are not criminal charges. Those are not criminal charges. That would be something you could sue somebody for in civil court. But if you slander somebody on the internet, they don't come and arrest you. If you torturously interfere with somebody's business, I don't believe they come and arrest you. That's a civil matter, not a criminal matter. He's getting incredibly bad legal advice from somebody, probably Corey Good, right? Because Corey Good's dumb as rocks and believes that he's a legal expert. Look how great his lawsuits went. And by the way, David Wilcock has enough legal problems. Why is he creating more? Here's just a quick list of his legal problems. His hovercar company, Stevati Aerospace, is getting sued by investors. His hovercar company, Stevati, is getting sued by his creditors. People are suing Stevati and are seeking liens and foreclosures on Stevati's only real asset, the airplane hangar they own. He also, by his own admission, owes $1.5 million to the IRS. He's also involved in Gaia TV's lawsuit against Corey Good. But he's going to sit here and tell you that he's going to open a lawsuit against me while he's in the middle of all of these legal problems, right?
About criminal impersonation, because he's done 2 fake lawsuits.
Oh, yeah. Criminal impersonation. This is where it gets good. Wilcock is about to claim that I called Stevati Aerospace and claimed I worked for the Washington Post. That is a completely and totally false statement. And Wilcock, here's another gotcha for you. I have a written agreement, and I'm not going to share it publicly on the stream, but I'll share it in court. I have a written agreement with a Washington, D.C. based news organization that I will be writing articles for. One of the articles is about you and Stevati Aerospace. That's in the written agreement, I believe. And so he claims I said I was from the Washington Post. I'm not going to tell you what the news organization that I'll be working for is, because I don't want him to create problems for that relationship. I'm not sharing the paperwork that proves that, yes, I'm working for a Washington, D.C. based news organization. I'll be writing articles for them. I gave Christopher Beskar my correct press credentials. He said, "Who are you with?" And I said, "I'm writing an article for the Washington blank." You figure it out, David Wilcock. I can prove in court there's no reason for me to lie about my press credentials. There's no reason for me to lie and say I work for the Washington Post when I work for the Washington something else, and I have written documents that prove that. And by the way, I'm sure that I said the proper press credential when I called Christopher Beskar.
He impersonated Washington Post. It's crazy. He was called up Chris Beskar on Monday of last week and said he was the Washington Post.
By the way, I have witnesses as well to the agreement that I have with the Washington News Organization I'll be writing those articles for. And I'll just let David Wilcock sweat. It's not the Washington Post, but I have a written contract and agreement to write written articles for a very well-respected Washington, D.C. based news organization. When I called Christopher Beskar, I told him the name of that organization. In fairness, maybe Christopher Beskar misheard me, but that means that this is just a mistake, David Wilcock, but you should still apologize for it, because I never said to Christopher Beskar that I worked for the Washington Post. I said the Washington something else, which I'm not going to share with you. You're not going to damage my business and my reputation any further, but I will share that with a judge and a jury, that written agreement, which will prove to any reasonable person that you misheard me, or you're inventing fake things in order to damage my reputation.
And I can't imagine he's not going to do another video, but
yeah, I'm going to do a video defending myself while you're lying about me. Sure.
The faster that he keeps attacking me, the faster.
Here it is again. If you stop making videos, I won't get you arrested. If you stop making videos, I won't sue you.
The injunction is going to come down, and the faster they're likely to arrest him with the cooperation of Boulder. Okay, that's what's going on. I've already spoken to the commander of the SWAT team.
Okay, and these are statements that can be fact-checked, David Wilcock. I haven't done it yet, but maybe I'll speak to the commander of the SWAT team and the local deputy and see if they remember speaking to you.
Local deputy.
We're going to fact-check all of this, David Wilcock. Everything that how dare you let all these lies come out of your mouth about me? Do you think I'm not going to prove you wrong if I can? Do you think I'm not going to investigate these false claims as you're destroying my reputation, damaging my business, telling people I'm a Satan worshiper and a child predator, and I've done all these heinous things that I had nothing to do with?
The head of animal welfare, none of them have ever heard anything like this. They don't know what the hell to make out of it. I gave them evidence that death threats had already been made.
Okay, here's where it gets great. David Wilcock is now claiming that I made all these death threats against him. Wait till you see the evidence I have that I couldn't have done that. It's going to be a great gotcha moment, David Wilcock. You are dumb as rocks. And again, you're not smart enough to do this with me. I'm going to prove that I couldn't have made those death threats. I'm going to prove it, David Wilcock. You can't prove I did it, but I can prove I didn't do it.
In a 15-minute period on, I think it was June 29th, from 4:43 to 4:58 p.m.
So from about 4:45 p.m. to 5 p.m., he says I made all these death threats.
The 15-minute period, he attacked me like 30 times with 4 or 5 different identities.
Again, those Twitter accounts are not my accounts.
And in those 30 or 40 attacks were death threats. And
Notice he doesn't show them.
What they are. They're not boldly. They're not, I have a gun, I'm going to come and kill you.
They weren't death threats. They were mean tweets. I looked them up. Somebody tweeted mean things to him between 4:45 and 5 p.m. on his Twitter threads on July 29th.
Or I have a knife, I'm going to come and stab you. But man, he walked so close to the edge. And I'm not going to, if I give them all to you, he's going to try to pick it apart and say da-da-da-da. But they're death threats. And I think the judge is going to agree that they're death threats.
The judge won't agree they're death threats. They're mean tweets. Mean tweets are not death threats, David Wilcock. Show the tweets. There's a reason he won't show the tweets, because there was no death threats, David Wilcock. And I certainly didn't send those tweets that he's referencing here, and I'm going to prove it to you.
And it has significantly escalated this to a much higher level. So now I have to do a lawsuit. Now I have to get all this evidence together. So that's what I've been doing most of the week. I've been investigating the self-declared investigator.
Okay. When I started my career here, I was a self-declared investigator. I guess you could say that. That's a fair assessment. I'm a self-taught investigative journalist. But now, David Wilcock, I am not a self-declared investigator. I'm an investigative journalist for a Washington, D.C. based news organization, and I have a written contract with them. So this is a false and defamatory statement itself. Do you see where we're going here, David Wilcock? Do you really want to play chess with me? I don't think he could beat me. I don't even think that David Wilcock should be playing checkers. He's so dumb, let alone chess with me. He's not smart enough to do this with me. I'm not a self-declared investigator. Maybe I once was. We did investigative journalist pieces as an independent media producer. But now, David Wilcock, I have a written contract, which I'm not sharing it here. You're not damaging my business, my reputation, or my business relationships any further than you're not doing any more damage. I'll release those in court and make you look like the ass clown that you are for lying about me for hours straight on a public live stream to 60,000 people. But here we go. Back to the death threats. David Wilcock claims that I, Steven Cambian, sent him death threats from 4:45 p.m. to 5 p.m. on July 29th, which was a Saturday. And so I checked my phone log. July 29th, or June 29th, I'm sorry, was a Saturday. And I knew that I couldn't have made those posts because the internet and cell phone reception at my cabin is very, very spotty. And that's where I was. And in fact, according to my own phone log, which again, I'm not sharing here, I'm not helping your case, but I'll share it in court and I'll share it if this goes to a legal situation. I will share all of my phone records that will prove I did not post anything to your Twitter thread on June 29th at 2024 between 4:45 and 5 p.m. And I know that is a fact. And here's why. Here's what I was doing during the time that David Wilcock claims that I was issuing death threats to him. Notice the time of the post, 4:19 p.m. I posted this, and I'll show you the next post, which is after 6 p.m. So from at least 4 o'clock until after 6 p.m. on June 29th, 2024, I was at the pond right near my cabin, David Wilcock, and I was teaching my youngest son to fish. He's very good at it. I wrote, when your son always catches more and bigger fish than you, just take credit for teaching him so good. And so that's at 4:19 p.m. And 1 second, I have to pull up the other one. So just bear with me for a moment. But my major point here is that David Wilcock is claiming that I issued all these death threats against him between 4:45 and 5 p.m. on June 29th. And there's no way that I could have done that because I was at the cabin, which has incredibly spotty cell phone reception. I think it took 10 minutes just to upload that one photo. I checked my phone logs, and the only internet activity I had for the entire day of June 29th, and this is proven by my phone records, David Wilcock, the only activity I had whatsoever was to post that about me and my son fishing at the pond right near our cabin. And isn't it interesting that he's claiming I'm making death threats, but my phone log proves that the only internet activity I had for the entire day was to post those pictures that I shared with you of me and my son fishing at the cabin. So David Wilcock is such a clown that he's telling a public live stream, broadcasting to 60,000 people, that I'm issuing death threats against him at a certain time, and my phone log clearly proves that I was not that person. And, okay, 1 second, I can share this. So from 4 p.m., about 4 p.m. as nearest I recall, to after 6 p.m., here's my second post of the day, and my only internet activity for the entire day, according to my phone logs, which I'll share in court, was the only internet activity. I sent no emails that day. I was not on any alt Twitter accounts because I don't have them. The only internet activity my phone shows for the entire day of June 29th is these two posts. Here's the second one. At the pond right near the cabin, he caught 6 fish today. This was his biggest catch today. I caught 0 so far. He's killing me. So, David Wilcock, you clown, while you are claiming that I was issuing death threats, my phone log clearly shows that these were my only 2 internet posts of the entire day. And just to be clear, my phone log clearly shows, and I'll share them in court, my phone log clearly shows that on June 29th, here was my total activity. 2 posts to Twitter, which I've shared with you. I also, later that night, logged into my Google Drive and I played a media file, rockalbum2.wave. There was no other internet activity for the entire day. No other activity. No voice calls, no emails sent, no email logins, no text messages sent or received, no Facebook messages sent or received. Now, I'll share my wife's phone log as well in court, David Wilcock. That's the only 2 places that I could have made an internet post from my cabin. So what are we going to do here? You're claiming on a public live stream to 60,000 people that I was issuing death threats to you when my phone log proves these are my only 2 internet posts of the day. Besides playing, I was playing an audio file from my Google Drive, a rock album that I'm working on. Nope, no other calls, no other texts, no login to email, nothing for the entire day of June 29th. And let's be clear, David Wilcock, you're claiming that you're going to get me arrested for making death threats when I have clear evidence that any police officer would be happy to have that clearly proves you're lying about me? Why would you say I'm issuing death threats to you when I couldn't have? By the way, my phone log also clearly states that my phone was in airplane mode for most of the weekend. While I'm at my cabin, I try to disconnect from all the internet as much as possible. In fact, it drives me crazy if we're at the cabin and any of my family members are on the phone. I try to keep my mouth shut, but it bothers me. We're here to enjoy the outdoors. We're not here to do things on the internet or to watch, Facebook reels or whatever, Instagram reels. So completely and totally provably false statement. David Wilcock just lied through his fake teeth, claiming that I made these death threats. My phone log and my Twitter posts confirm, my X posts, whatever, clearly confirm that was my only internet activity. And you know what? I take my phone off of airplane mode because I was so proud of my son. Look at how big that fish is. Look at that. That was an awesome day for me. So David Wilcock, you're the Lord of lies. I was engaged in wholesome, good family activities while you're claiming I'm some nightmare maniac making death threats against you. How dare you do that to me? A good family man, a good father, husband, provider. You're none of those things because you're a selfish egomaniac liar. All right, back to the video. I don't know how much more of this I could take. He starts sharing my shirts soon, I think, claiming I'm a Satan worshiper because I wore a devil mask for a comedic joke.
So as I just said, he had multiple death threats within a 15-minute period on June 29th.
Yeah, and look, apparently David Wilcock is so dumb he can't even get the date right. He says it was in 1994. So I guess I'm like Corey Good. Maybe I did a 20 and back, right? I time traveled. I made death threats on June 29th, 1994, and then I traveled back to the present. I'm sure he meant 2024. David Wilcock, my phone logs will exonerate me of your false and defamatory claims. In court, if necessary, to law enforcement, if necessary. Take your fake ass video down, damaging my reputation like this to 60,000 people. I have the evidence. I have the receipts. I have the proof. You have none. You have false claims. Do you understand the can of worms you have opened for yourself? Don't you have enough legal problems without threatening an investigative journalist who has a written contract with a Washington, D.C. based news organization who is investigating and covering stories about you? Don't you have enough legal problems? I would think so.
The judge is going to see that. That'll be in the lawsuit.
Yeah, the judge is going to see my phone log and know that you lied about me on a public live stream to 60,000 people to damage my reputation and claim I did things that I did not do. Clearly, I have the receipts, Mr. Wilcock. You don't. You're not smart enough to play this game with me.
And after I posted the shooting, he was jubilant. He attacked everyone on the list.
I didn't attack anybody. I don't know what he's talking about.
So he was demanding that we sue him in 2019 December.
I never demanded that he sue me. I made a joke about not getting a cease and desist letter at a time that David and Elizabeth Wilcock were sending everybody cease and desist letters that were critical of them on the internet. Well, maybe not everybody, but they sent a bunch of them. And so I made a joke. Maybe it was in poor taste. And remember, this is 5 years ago. This is his evidence that I'm cyber stalking him. I made a joke about him 5 years ago on Twitter. This is his evidence, his piss poor evidence. He's got to go back 5 years and go through all my tweets to try to find something to make me look like a bad person here. I'm not the bad guy, David Wilcock. I'm not the person lying to people every time I press go live. That would be you. And by the way, if this goes to a legal situation, I'm also going to subpoena your ex-wife, and I'm going to make her sit for a deposition, and I'm going to ask her about all that charity money you collected. You want to play this game, Mr. Wilcock? You really want to go there? I will subpoena your wife for sure and make her sit for a deposition, maybe in the countersuit as well.
We actually were just about to do that, but I had to finish Awakening in the Dream, and then I got this COVID thing. Wait for this part, folks. Don't drop off, because this is... Wait till you see what this guy has put online. I mean, it's outrageous. So check
and
this out.
By the way,
this is slide.
A comedic parody is sometimes intentionally outrageous. I fully admit that sometimes when I do things, I intend them to be intentionally outrageous to get the attention that, we live in an attention-based economy. I'm not going to apologize for anything I've done. I stand by. By the way, in the description of this video or podcast is 5 investigative journalist pieces that I've done on David Wilcock and his various false claims. So if you're a follower of David Wilcock and you're here wondering who's the bad guy, go watch all of them and come back and tell me I'm the bad guy.
Number 7777,
dare you.
Ironically. So my ex-wife put together some really brilliant research from that December period. If this hasn't already amazed you, wait till you see the... Now, again, these are statements that he's already made. He's already made these statements public, and he's been proud of what he said. So
I did not make any of the statements that he has attributed to me. Those were other people on the internet.
But there's no reason why he should be upset, because this is just stuff that he wanted you to read. This is who he is. And the evidence shows that he's openly and proudly satanic.
There we go. David Wilcock called me a Satanist. He says that I am openly and proudly satanic. I'm a Christian, David Wilcock. And I take great personal offense, and it's causing me great emotional distress that you are claiming that I am a satanic child predator on a public live stream. And what is David Wilcock's evidence that I'm openly and proudly satanic? I wore a devil mask for a comedic parody on my show here.
Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. However, this gives us an accurate character portrait of the man who's been making all these accusations against.
I did not make the accusations, first of all.
That's me. Now you're going to get to learn who he is.
And let's just take a moment to remember, this is right out of Corey Good's playbook. Do you remember when dark journalists started going after Corey Good and calling him a fraud? Suddenly, there was all these memes all over Twitter calling dark journalists a Satan worshiper, a Luciferian Satanists. His doxing group, Corey Goods, went on a tear calling all of his critics Satan worshipers. This is a tactic designed to damage the critic's reputation so that you do not believe anything they say. Can't believe anything that guy says. After all, he's a Satan worshiper and a child predator. This is straight out of Corey Good's. Corey Good did this to all of his critics, including dark journalists, who has a huge platform. And now David Wilcock is doing it too.
This is what he's proud of. This is what he wants to be. This is what he's saying. And this is the stuff that's going into the lawsuit. So
yeah, I can't wait for a judge and jury to see me in a devil mask. And my first question from my lawyer will be, is this your only evidence that you've used to determine that my client is openly satanic, that he wore a devil mask? Because by that logic, that would mean that every child, every woman, every man who ever wore a devil costume for Halloween or anything else is openly satanic. That is certainly not the case. It is completely and totally ridiculous.
So the police, I've invited them to watch this video, and I'm going to...
Yeah, so he's showing the police me in a devil mask saying, see this bad guy? This is the bad guy who's making all these false accusations. I didn't make any false accusations against you, David. I didn't send those letters. I didn't send those tweets, and I'm going to prove it in court. And you're going to pay for what you did to me in that video you made.
I give them the timestamps of where we're presenting the evidence so they can see it for themselves, because they're having a really hard time wrapping their head around this. I'm like, well, I'll show you some of his tweets. I'll reveal to you his pattern of activity, which is what they're always looking for.
Yeah, and he had to go back years to try to make me look like the bad guy. And the only evidence he could find that I'm a bad guy is that I played the character of UFO Lucifer. I played the character of a bad guy in a comedic parody. That's his evidence.
Looking for a pattern of activity. Okay, so here's the first one. December 19th, 2019, he posts the face of the devil, and he says he's angry that he was not being sued by Corey Good. It says it right here.
This is a joke that was taken out of context, David Wilcock. This is a joke. And by the way, if you're going to damage my reputation, if you're going to claim that if you're going to make false claims about me, then say my name, bitch. Say Steven Cambian from Truth Seekers did this to me. Why would you redact my name? Could it be because you don't want your followers to get the other side of the story? This is a joke. This was a joke because David Wilcock and Corey Good were calling anybody critical of them the Dark Alliance and also claiming that they were Satan worshipers. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? This is exactly what he's doing. He's trying to paint me as the bad guy, as a Satan worshiping child predator, so that nobody believes my reports. Which, by the way, I stand by. In the description of this video, I stand by every one of my investigative journalism pieces on David Wilcock, Corey Good, or anyone else. My research, unlike yours, David Wilcock, is impeccable. And we know that because anybody could go after me and find the same information and facts that I found that I present my stories with. Unlike you, who has to resort to using some joke I made. I wasn't even named as a co-conspirator. How dare they not realize I'm the head of the Dark Alliance? And for those unaware, at the time when Corey Good and David Wilcock were claiming everybody was a satanic, I don't want to keep saying the P word, and in the Dark Alliance, we were all joking about it because it's so ridiculous that these people would resort to that because people are saying that their Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories weren't true. And by the way, we know now that Corey Good made up all those stories. They lied to everybody for 5 years. My integrity is not in question. My morality and ethics is impeccable compared to yours, David Wilcock. How dare you try to damage my reputation with a history like yours? And this is how desperate he is. He has to go back to some tweet from 5 years ago.
I wasn't even named as a co-conspirator because this is when he was talking about the law.
By the way, he's ascribing things. He's upset that he wasn't part of the lawsuit. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard, David Wilcock.
Lawsuits. How dare they not realize that I am the head of the Dark Alliance? Then he's got this very creepy image of the devil.
It's a gif.
And people are saying Steven deserves to go to jail. Big Matt says he goes by Steven Black, but that's not his real name.
Again, people in his live chat were saying what my name was. David Wilcock, what kind of a weasel are you that you're going to make all these false accusations about me, but then only use my first name? But don't worry, anybody can search UFO Lucifer, which he shares in a moment, and find out who he's speaking about. So the damage is just as bad. But I just think, you know, I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia. If you're going to talk shit on somebody, you use their name so people know who you're talking about. He's trying to be a weasel here.
His YT channel is blank, and almost every video he makes is about...
Say it. Say Steve Cambian from Truth Seekers.
David, that's not really true. I mean, look, you can...
Oh, at least he admits that all my videos aren't about him.
Find him. It's really easy to find him. Some people went to bed. We're now around 4,100. But again, that's just...
He's live broadcasting, trying to destroy my reputation to 4,000 people. And 60,000 people saw all of these false, completely and totally ridiculous fake claims that he's made to try to damage me and my family and my relationship with charities and my relationship with the Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'll be working for.
Just because, you know, they're going to sleep. Tripp says, I am praying to keep David surrounded with light and physically protected from this hater and any negative force trying to come after him. The One Infinite Creator's love surrounds you, David. Galadriel Ray says he's wasting police resources as well. Cynthia Marie Brewer says Steven is intoxicated. We don't really know that. We only want to say things that we know.
Oh, good. Yeah. Go after my history, right? And by the way, I've dealt with that demon. And I'm not going to get personal about that.
Poor sad Steven. He has zero life. Says,
oh, yeah, I have zero life. This clown is claiming that I'm making death threats against him while I'm fishing with my son at my cabin, but he's claiming I have no life. And as dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers are claiming I have no life. Great.
Lenny Kenny. Well, Paul Can says he's an attention addict. Amy Smith says this is a crazy story. Much love. We're almost done, but
I'm the attention addict
by his posts. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, David Wilcock, it's something you don't have. It's called talent.
It deserves to be a television series. He's probably going to make it right into the television show.
I will refuse to participate in Corey Good's stupid television show. And by the way, Corey Good has been bragging that he's going to do a television show about all this. Somebody beat him to it. And there's a docu-series that's going to be airing shortly about David Wilcock and Corey Good. Somebody already did it. And you guys are not the good guys in their version of events. So look forward to that. And if you think that I have made David Wilcock and Corey Good look like a complete ass clowns, wait till you see this docu-series, which, by the way, I was already interviewed for David Wilcock. So I am going to be in a docu-series about you two clowns, but it won't be where you two are the heroes and everybody's the Dark Alliance satanic P words. No. Couple of them, it's going to be released soon to streaming services. Corey Good's been bragging that he's going to do a television show about this for all this time. But Corey Good's a lazy slob and didn't do anything. I don't even believe they started filming. Somebody's already completed a whole docu-series with multiple episodes about these two. It'll air soon, and we'll be covering it here.
Elmo Bullseye says, why are you doing your whole show on Steven? I'm not. This is a little segment, but it's important that you know this. It's important that the investigators know this. So let's
it's
go through it really
important
quickly
that I
here.
slander him for an hour straight.
My condolences. Giant protective hug. So sorry you have to deal with this. So many people love you, says Angela. Stand firm. Sorry you're going through this, but look good to stay positive. Why do you trust the police, David? They can say they're on your side, but they might not be. How will this information help us learn about what's happening worldwide? Well, look, this is something that's real. You guys, I'm not just here to entertain you. I have to protect myself. And this guy wants to destroy me. He made death threats that were very serious. Yeah. I need to talk about this. And I
made no death threats.
So please don't heckle me for doing it.
I did not make those posts he's claiming are death threats, which, by the way, are not death threats. And also, I can prove that I did not post those things, David Wilcock, by my own internet records. Can you prove I did? If not, you've got a real legal problem on your hands. And I think you have enough legal problems, Mr. Wilcock.
Doing that, okay? And you're going to be fascinated when you read this stuff. So I think it's very entertaining. So again, he says he's the head of the Dark Alliance. He posts a picture of the devil. Okay, this is December 19th. Then he mocks my charity where I'm helping veterans and rescuing sloths.
Yeah, I never mocked his charity. I said what I said in the report, which is in the description of this video. David Wilcock collected hundreds of thousands of dollars and spent most of the money on himself. As best I recall from recollection, he gave a nickel on the dollar out of those hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then he bought equipment, software, supplies, I guess cameras, spent money on meals and entertainment for him and his wife. That's what I said. And those are factually accurate statements.
And says it's a religion. He says, I'm just putting this out there. If anyone will pay $400 for me to incorporate a 501c3 in Nevada like David Wilcock just did, I will test the limits and turn MindHack into a religion. What happens?
Again, this is a joke. This is a joke about his charity being such a scam. There, I said it. It's a joke. And again, he has to go back to 2019 to try to find things to slag me with. You got to go back 5 years, David Wilcock, to try to make me the bad guy?
This next will be worth far more than the cost of registration. Trust me. So that's another threat. I put a black mark over his face.
Yeah, why don't you show my face, David Wilcock? You're going to make these accusations. Show my face. You have my permission to say my name and my show name. You know, at least give me a shout out so I can get a bump while you're slandering me and making all these fake accusations against me.
Just because I don't want to give away his identity, even though it's very easy to figure out who he is.
Yeah, you basically doxed me, David Wilcock.
Just look up who's hating me on YouTube, and there it is. So then on the same day, he demands that we send him, that we sue him with our attorney.
No, I didn't. This is again a joke. This is again a joke from 5 years ago. David Wilcock was sending cease and desist letters to everybody that covered him, and somehow I got left out. So I made a joke.
Since I'm feeling left out, any cease and desist letters to me should be emailed to blank@gmail.com. If I don't get one before my next data dump coming next week, the data dump will proceed. What are these data dumps? They're doxing, where he wants you to know how to go after me.
I've never doxed David Wilcock. Never.
What's my address?
I've never given out his address publicly or privately. Never.
When he says data dump, these are illegal criminal actions, okay?
I have never performed any illegal or criminal action against David Wilcock or anyone else for that matter for many, many years. I've never been criminally charged. I've never been arrested. I've never been convicted of any crimes. Again, this is all designed to make me the bad guy and damage my reputation and tell everybody. So essentially, he's telling everybody I'm satanic, I'm a child predator, and I'm also a criminal. None of those things are true, David Wilcock, and I can prove that. Can you prove what your claims are? You can't.
Okay, so it's just outrageous. Somebody donated $20, says, sorry I missed most of the show. Sorry about your dog. Thank you for all you do. Carla Gibbler says, I'm glad you're talking about this. You are cared for. I'm only in it for the parking. Says he's trying to make money off of David. LOL. I mean, isn't that ironic, right? He's trying to capitalize on my name and the fact that I get a lot of views. And so everything he accuses me of is actually what he's doing.
No, we're a viewer-supported show. My content is now and will always be free. It's ad-supported. And David Wilcock, I'm not making $10,000 a month lying to people. I'm covering my show expenses and equipment and supplies that we need, telling people the truth. And I'm not going to apologize for that. You don't work for free, but you expect me to, right?
His Twitter is verified. He didn't even try to hide it. I'm shaking my head, says Colt Browning. Chad, this is David's show. Shut it, says Sam Barton. Thank you. Manny Buds says, people can't see. This is why people don't understand why you're explaining. He will argue that he's got free speech. Well, yeah, you can't use free speech to do these crimes like tortious interference with business practices, intentional infliction of emotional distress, stalking, harassment.
All of those things are things that he is openly doing on his public live stream. He's interfering with my business. He's, you know, what if the Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'm contracted to write articles for hears that I'm lying and telling people I work for the New York Post and believes that? I will lose that gig. You're interfering with my business, David Wilcock, and you're certainly causing emotional distress, broadcasting all these false allegations to 60,000 people. You know, this is projection on his part.
But wait, it's going to get so much better. Wait till you see the stuff that he put online. This is crazy. Here's the next one. So he's demanding that I sue him. Email me the cease and desist letter.
It's a joke because everybody was getting cease and desist letters.
He says, okay, now the cops want me to do that. So then, you know, you can see all these posts were deleted. The accounts have been blocked.
Yeah, this is Daniel from the context that I was joking with. And I said, hey, we need to get our own cease and desist letters. How about you come on my show and we become true co-conspirators? I'm down for that. I want my goddamn letter. It's a joke because everybody was getting cease and desist letters.
He says, yeah.
And Daniel and I are the two people that were very critical of Wilcock who did not get a letter. So I was making light of that. I was making a joke of that. I often deal with uncomfortable situations with humor. And by the way, that works great in a marriage, you know. Me and my wife joke around a lot about stuff like this. If there's something weird happening or uncomfortable, we make light of it. We make jokes of it. That's a very human thing to do. I'm not going to apologize for this. This was a joke. He's trying to use a joke to make me look like a bad person.
F this, hey, dull, we need our own cease and desist letters, which is now what he's doing. He's pretending to sue me, which is a crime. You can't pretend to be a lawyer.
I didn't pretend to be a lawyer. I didn't pretend to sue him. I sent David Wilcock no written communications. I once sent him a written communication to both him and his wife and that contact form on his website asking for the 990 forms for his charity. That's the only communications I've ever sent to David Wilcock in my entire life. And my internet records will prove that in court if necessary, David Wilcock. So you're slandering me again here, claiming that I'm doing all these things that I clearly did not do and had nothing to do with.
And pretend to sue somebody, that's illegal. Why don't you come on my show and we'll become true co-conspirators? I'm down for that. I want my goddamn letter from David's lawyer. You'll get yours too after this, I think. So he's trying to drag other people into this. Okay, he's publicly saying he wants me to sue him.
And by the way, I'm not even sure that this is about David Wilcock. I'd have to check. It might be about Corey Good, who was also sending a lot of cease and desist letters.
All right. Then on December 21st, he gives out, it's going to get worse and worse, folks. Wait till you see where this goes. It's a great show. Hang in there. If there's a couple haters, you're going to...
Again, five-year-old tweets.
Get very fascinated as you watch where this is about to go. It's going to blow your mind. This guy is wild. I mean, I like him in some ways. It's kind of funny. He's so out.
You're not going to like me soon, David Wilcock, if you don't take this defamatory, slanderous video down and apologize.
Outrageous. It's like a satanic clown or something. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and so before Corey Good blocked me, I did send this tweet saying, making a video easily showing people how you and your partner in slime, David Wilcock, keep lying to people is not cyberstalking. It's a public service. If anything goes to court, you'd first have to prove your blue chicken stories. Good luck. This is 5 years ago, before all the lawsuits. I was exercising my rights to free speech on Twitter. And isn't it interesting? By the way, there's proof here. There's proof of something stupid. David Wilcock lies to people constantly, and I can prove it. David Wilcock is claiming that his wife gathered these tweets in 2019. Do you notice the blue check mark next to my name? I didn't get that blue check mark until last week. I'm going to say that again. David Wilcock is claiming that his wife gathered these tweets in 2019 because they were going to sue me in 2019. These screenshots were clearly made in the last couple of days. I just upgraded to X Premium and got a blue check mark not more than last week. I can give you the exact date. I can check my financial records, but I believe that I upgraded to Twitter Premium on the 25th of this month. That would be last Thursday. That's when I got the blue check mark. So David Wilcock can't even keep his story straight about when these screenshots were made. These screenshots could not have been made in 2019. They couldn't have been because I had no blue check mark. That's something else I can easily prove in court that you lied about. And remember, David Wilcock, you said if you lie once, everything you say is a lie. He lied about when he made these screenshots. He just made them from the 25th forward, because notice the blue check marks. I didn't have a blue check mark before last week on the 25th. Just another lie that David Wilcock gets caught in. How many times am I going to catch you lying during one live stream, David Wilcock? Again, you're not smart enough to do this with me. Guy's dumb as rocks, lying through his teeth. Oh, we made these screenshots in 2019. I had no blue check mark in 2019. You had to make these screenshots in the last week, David Wilcock. That's when I got a blue check mark.
Making a video, that's what he's doing. Easily showing people how you and your partner in slime, David Wilcock, keep lying to people. That is not cyber stalking. Actually, yes, it is.
I stand by that
public
statement.
Service.
If anything
goes
it's not
to court,
cyber stalking making a video.
You first have to prove your blue chicken stories. Good luck. That's not true. Even if I talk about stuff that's weird and paranormal and you might not necessarily believe it, you might think, oh, David's full of it, David's not telling the truth. I have civil rights, and you can't just do this stuff. So he's giving somebody else bogus legal advice. You know, he's telling people, come on my show.
The tweet was to Corey Good. I was telling him, he was claiming that he was being cyber stalked because people were making videos critical of him. Making a video critical of a public figure is not cyber stalking. It's not harassment. If you can prove that the person is a liar and are conning people, I do believe that's a public service. I stand by that statement. So the best he has is 5-year-old tweets.
Let's attack David. Let's get sued. David is going to have to prove all of his paranormal claims in order for this to be taken seriously. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that worked out great for Corey Good. The lawyer for the defendant in a lawsuit, or a plaintiff, if I countersue you, is able to ask any questions they want to in a deposition. David Wilcock, you're getting terrible legal advice. It's clear you don't have a real lawyer, because a real lawyer would tell you, take that video down where you defamed that man who's a family man, a husband, a father, a provider, volunteers for children's charities. You called him the P word. That's actionable. A real lawyer would tell you to take that video down, maybe apologize. And like I said, if he apologizes and does that, I will forgive him and I will move on.
I can talk about UFOs. I don't have to prove UFOs are real. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. It starts to get a lot darker from here on out. Wait till you see how wild this is about to get, folks. Hang in there.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too personal here, but he's sharing a tweet while I was still in the throes of alcohol problems. Let's just leave it at that. And this tweet was a late night, probably alcohol assisted tweet. And I said, my demons are right here with me. I meant my demon alcohol. But he's going to try to turn this into something it's not. And by the way, for all who struggle with any form of addiction, I have such empathy and sympathy for you. There's help out there. Get it. Life can be so much better without those demons in your life. And the fact that he is, again, let's go back to emotional distress. He's causing me emotional distress. He's bringing up 5-year-old tweets from a very dark time in my life. I'll freely admit that. You know, sometimes people vent on the internet when they're having a tough time. That's all this is.
This is all going to be worth it. Trust me. He says on December 22nd, my demons are right here with me. So here's the top of it. I'm showing you the whole thing right now. It's 2:56 a.m. Do you know where your demons are? Mine are right here with me. Now,
yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, is that proof that I'm a Satan worshiper? Or maybe, David Wilcock, is that proof that I was having a very tough time late at night on a bender and I posted that? And I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to explain it further. I was having a tough time at one point in my life, and you know, like a lot of people, I vented on the internet. You know what? That doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, David Wilcock. It makes me human.
6 a.m. Do you know where your demons are? Mine are right here with me. Now, is that anything bad? Well, not necessarily. I mean, he's just joking around. Okay.
So why are you trying to turn it into something bad, David Wilcock? Why do you have to go back to 5-year-old tweets to try to make me look like a bad guy?
Demons are associated with evil, so he likes to be associated with evil. Okay, that's what he's saying.
That's an opinion, David Wilcock. That's not a fact, and there's no evidence that I like to be associated with evil.
Then he says somebody responded to him and said, the demons in my head are waiting for someone to piss me off, which sounds like somebody that would go into an accelerated state of violence, right? And then this is where it gets even weirder. Look at the bottom. He says, having a bit of a Crowley moment, and then he responded, definitely. And then notice the John character has the two.
Yeah, quite honestly, I don't even remember responding to that. And, I'm certainly not into Aleister Crowley or ceremonial magic, but he's going to claim that I am in a moment. We'll see that completely and totally false claim.
Ball cane symbol, very stylized number 7, the bar through the middle. That's the 2-ball cane symbol, which is, again, from the DS. So he's having a bit of a Crowley moment. Well, what is Crowley? This was in Beth's original write-up.
Yeah. Again, he's claiming that Beth did all this research, but the screenshots clearly show that I have a check mark. And so it couldn't have been, these screenshots they couldn't have been from 2019.
Had capture algorithms where we're capturing all of the tweets, all of the posts, all of the videos. So anytime he deletes something, anytime he does a video and he takes it down, we still have a record of it. Because we knew we were going to have to sue him at some point. So we started doing that back, I guess, in 2019. And then we...
Oh, yeah. He was doing this all in 2019. But all the screenshots he's showing, again, have a blue check mark, which I didn't get till last week. You are a pathological liar, David Wilcock.
He went backwards. So, again, he edited the post. This is very weird, huh? Why would he need to edit that he's definitely having a Crowley moment? He took that down. Then on Christmas Eve 2019, he did this crazy thing.
Yeah, I retweeted a joke that somebody sent me, which is something I often do. Again, it doesn't make me a terrible person. It makes me somebody who shares jokes on Twitter or Facebook.
I don't even want to read it to you. I rear-ended a car this morning.
By the way, this is admittedly a bad joke.
Part of a really bad day. The driver got out of the other car, and he was a, person who's small.
He was a dwarf. It's a joke. He looked up at me and said, I am not happy. I replied, well, which one are you then? Snow White, the 7 Dwarfs. I'm not happy. It's a bad joke.
He looked up at me and said, I am not happy. I replied, which one are you? That's how the fight started. Happy holidays, everyone. So again,
this is evidence to him. This is evidence that I've done all these heinous things and I'm a horrible person. I retweeted a joke, which, by the way, wasn't my joke. And I did copy and paste it from an email somebody sent me. And he's going to show that like I'm a plagiarist. Meanwhile, if you put any of his books through a plagiarism checker, they come back 50 to 60% plagiarized because he just copies and pastes everybody else's work. But I'm a terrible person because I copied and pasted a joke.
Yeah, and this is Christmas Eve. Who would write this on Christmas Eve? It's
somebody that was joking about the Christmas spirit, maybe. I don't know.
It's not true. It's merely a recycled joke. It's available on Reddit from the same time period. You can see it right here.
Yeah, and somebody sent me this in my email, and I just copied and pasted it on Christmas Eve. But this makes me a terrible person. This is his evidence. How desperate are you to make me look bad, David Wilcock? How desperate are you to make me look like a terrible person to your dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers that believe that retweeting a joke makes me a terrible person?
So, okay, that's a very insulting, demeaning thing to say about other people. And again,
yeah, meanwhile, he's always making fun of gay people and trans people, right? But I'm a terrible person. And by the way, I do apologize for making a joke that, some people may find offensive. So I'm a man, David Wilcock, and if I do something wrong, I can apologize for it. Right? So I apologize for making an off-color bad joke or repeating an off-color bad joke. I apologize for that if anybody's offended. Meanwhile, you're telling people I'm a Satan worshiper on a public live stream to 60,000 people. And we've proven that most of your claims are false. Are you going to apologize for that like a real man would?
Say you're demanding that I come after you, then why would you post this a couple days later? This shows that you have a very derogatory view of other people.
Oh, I have a derogatory view of other people. Sure. The guy who's always making fun of gay and trans people and libtards and everything else, right? I have a derogatory view. Again, this is classic projection.
It shows that you're willing to dehumanize, that you're willing to laugh and mock people. But wait, folks, nobody's left, so you're all with me. Okay, it's going to get really dark now. Wait till you see how crazy it's about to get. He says on April 3rd, 2021, he does a video wearing a devil mask and dubs himself the UFO Lucifer. I say, okay, fair enough. There was already a UFO Satan, so I'm UFO Lucifer. And then somebody writes him back and says, sorry, being Jewish, I forgot Gentiles don't know the word Satan is not a name. It simply means adversary or deceiver in Hebrew.
Again, and by the way, I had two versions of the UFO Lucifer mask. I went with the second one, which he'll show in a moment. This is for a comedic parody on my show. It doesn't prove I'm a Satan worshiper. It doesn't prove I'm Luciferian Satanist or any of this other claims that he's making, which is slander, David Wilcock. You're slandering me, claiming because I wore a devil mask that I'm a Satan worshiper. You said I was openly satanic because I wore a mask for a comedy bit.
Hebrew, UFO Jesus is in trouble now because his nemesis has a name, Lucifer, instead of just being a generic description of an attribute. So this is a video he actually did wearing this mask, mocking, and then he declares himself quite magnificent.
Yeah, and by the way, David Wilcock, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it one time because it bears repeating. UFO Lucifer is magnificent, okay? UFO Lucifer is quite magnificent. I stand by that statement. And by the way, another false claim. He claims I made a video in that other mask. No, that was from a screen test. That was a screenshot. I never released a video in that other mask. You got your facts wrong again, David. How many times am I going to prove you a liar in one live stream? We should have had a counter going. We're probably up to 100 false claims you've made against me and lies you've told your audience while collecting super chats.
On April 13th. You can't even make this up. UFO Lucifer is quite magnificent. He is not bothered by these critics and haters. And then this is somebody, I don't give a damn. Dressed like this is sick. I have no clue what this is, even if it's a joke or some crazy stage thing. Anything to do with Satan is against the light of God. I'm not amused. He or she looks like
it is a joke.
What an ugly MF. Well, he got one comment and 7 hearts. So he's definitely not getting very many views here.
Yeah.
But then he responds that he's quite.
I'm going to respond to that. David Wilcock demeans me multiple times during this live stream. And what he's saying is nobody is viewing my posts. Nobody is liking my posts. David Wilcock, my show has gotten millions of views. My show has gotten millions of downloads on the audio podcast side. So again, you're disparaging me. You're attempting to damage my reputation. And you're claiming that nobody is watching my posts. Meanwhile, why don't you share one of the posts that people are really paying attention to? Here's something I shared, and and I hate this. Like, honestly, I don't have an ego, but just to correct the record, this video that I shared on X yesterday, or excuse me, today, was it? Yes, no, 2 days ago. Yeah, I shared it on Sunday evening. It got 7,827 views. It got, 40 replies, 17 retweets, and 67 likes. So why don't you show one of the posts where I do get views, right? But you're going to disparage me, claiming that nobody's watching me. That's slander, David Wilcock. That's a false statement.
Quite magnificent. He shows a picture of himself in a devil mask. Then he mocks the fact that we make money, and he's actually making money. UFO profiteering, here I come. My UFO Lucifer merchandise is coming soon. UFO profiteering, here I come.
Yeah, this is a joke. You guys know I joke about getting money for the show. Praise the cash, bitches. It's a joke, David Wilcock. Not a dick. Don't take it so hard. It's a joke. And what's so funny is that these are stock images. He's so dumb, he doesn't know that those were stock images. And so he blacked out the people's faces from stock images. This is a joke. And by the way, in the description of the video, you can visit our Amazon store and you can buy a UFO Lucifer shirt too. Praise the cash, bitches.
Two comments, 2 likes. Okay. When we looked at our saved archive, he declared himself UFO Lucifer 48 times in his Twitter post. So again,
there may have been that many posts, but I really don't think so, because I've only made, I believe, 3 videos with that bit, with the UFO Lucifer bit. So that could be a false statement, but I'd have to check. I doubt that I made 48 posts about UFO Lucifer, but I may have. So we'll give him that one.
Again, it's kind of funny, and I kind of think it's amusing. But this is what he's doing, so he's asking me to have to go forward.
Yeah, I'm playing a character. He's got to sue me because I wore a devil mask and I'm a Satan worshiper. Sure.
And again, this.
And oh, by the way, we got to thank some more kind and generous people. We did thank Archaic Revival. Let me see, where are we at? I'm just going to do them all together. So Al Warrior, kind and generous, $2, says, praise the cash. Thank you, Al Warrior. Thomas Robinson, kind and generous, £3 super sticker. Praise the cash, Thomas Robinson. Thank you. We have DM Andy with a kind and generous £5. I'm late, so only 30 minutes in so far. Unlike David, you don't have to scam people to raise legal fees. Praise the cash. Absolutely. Praise the cash, DM Andy. Thank you.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Yes, and Thomas Robinson, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
Okay, and we've got a few more here. We want to thank High Speed Chase, who's been a member for 6 months, says this guy's definitely had a triple dose of bath salts. Laugh out loud. I cannot say that I disagree with you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and being a member for so long, helping us to
praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, and we have R2 Dizzle 2 with a kind and generous $10 super chat. Says, great show, Stephen. It's good to see your work ripple through the thin veil of the grift. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, we're all caught up now with the super chats. By the way, for those unaware, you can also buy me a coffee. I monitor that. You can send a PayPal pledge. Just add a note if you send a PayPal pledge with your chat room user ID. We read all of those as well. We'll get to those at the end of the broadcast here.
This is very critical because if you understand what's going on, why is he doing all this? Why doesn't he give up? Is he really just a self-made man? Or is somebody goading him into doing this? Is he being blackmailed? We're not really sure yet, but this is fascinating.
Yeah, and by the way, he's implying I'm being paid to do these hit pieces, what he characterizes as hit pieces. I'm an independent journalist. Well, now I'm going to be working for a Washington, D.C. based news organization, David Wilcock. So, you know, these are just more stuff.
So he responded to somebody, Halo something or other, April 13th. I am also Christian. Yeah, good luck. I don't really believe that. He says he's a Catholic. I've had 12 plus years of Bible study, so I'm well educated to play Lucifer. Fair enough. That might be true.
Yeah, and by the way, here he's claiming I'm not a Catholic, I think. I mean, David Wilcock, I have records from my 12 years of Catholic school, you dumbass.
And then that was the other post. This is from our archive where we're capturing everything. You can see, you can click on the links where it says his name and the date, and then it goes right to the Twitter post. If it's still there, if he's taken it down, it disappears.
Yeah, I generally don't take Twitter posts down.
So now we're going from the time interval of these captured posts of UFO Lucifer are from December 20th, 19, October 7th, 22.
What a loser.
So what this shows is
he had to scrub my whole Twitter trying to find every time that this UFO Lucifer was mentioned. It's a goof. It's a goof. It's a bit. It's a character from a comedic parody that we do here. Something you'd understand if you had any talent yourself, David Wilcock, besides bullshitting people for money.
Is that there was 3 years where he was so into being UFO Lucifer that he kept calling himself that for 3 years.
Listen, this is, again, slanderous and false statement. I made 3 videos, I believe. I made 3 videos. Anybody can check my archive and see how many videos I made as UFO Lucifer. I did not spend 3 years promoting 3 videos I made, David Wilcock. That's a lie.
That's what the archive actually shows. So he loved this name. And he said, buy 6 Lucifer shirts, praise the cash. Again, he's actually raising money The hater Maz something or other said,
yeah, and this was a joke. Anytime somebody would really go after me on Twitter, I would post that they had to buy 6 shirts for insulting the magnificent Lucifer, UFO Lucifer. It's a joke. It's a joke, David Wilcock.
Says, numbnut, you know I'm not buying 4 of this ugly mug. Go get some holy water. Trying to make it seem ugly. The devil is cool. What are you we're talking about? What a crock of crap this is against the Almighty. I'm not overly religious. I just see somebody who's deranged and trying to sell this thinking it's cool, but it's sickening. Then he writes back, this hater now has to buy 6 T-shirts for insulting the magnificent UFO Lucifer. Praise the cash. I mean,
if you insult UFO Lucifer, you got to buy 6 shirts at least.
But then he actually says that he's doing an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. It's a bad stage name, if you ask me. It's an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. He was talking about this character he calls UFO Jesus.
I was talking about UFO Jesus.
UFO Lucifer is the same. I'm just more honest. So he's admitting that he is doing an offensive, ridiculous gimmick to get clicks and views. Then he brags about destroying UFO Jesus. This is one of the ones somebody told him, you probably don't want to say destroy, and then he took it down. But we have it. You know, we still have the original.
I believe that. Let me look that up. I got to look up to see if I did change that. I don't believe that I did. 1 second. Bear with me, friends. I want to see if he's accurate. We'll fact check him. Oh, wrong one. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, I did. I changed it. You know, listen, I take criticism. Somebody was like, oh, you shouldn't use the word destroys. So I changed it from the word destroys to discusses. Okay. You never, and by the way, David Wilcock makes these hyperbolic clickbait titles all the time. He's going to slag me for that? So stupid. Yeah, I changed it from destroys to discusses. Okay. I don't want people to be so offended, and people were very offended by my use of the word destroys. When I make a mistake, I admit it. Okay, maybe that's too much. So I'll change it from destroys to discusses.
UFO Lucifer destroys UFO Jesus's fake narratives about Bob Lazar.
And I did destroy the fake narratives about Bob Lazar that he was pushing.
And he's promoting himself. So again, he wants to destroy people just like the police had said.
No,
UFO
I want to destroy
Lucifer
fake narratives.
Alien hopium. I mean, I find this very entertaining. I have to admit, he's kind of a likable guy. If he wasn't so mean to me, I would probably enjoy talking to him. But I know that he can't see me in any other way except through hatred. We just got a couple more of these.
Oh, what am I supposed to be kind to somebody that's slandering me to 60,000 people, making all these false claims and claiming that I did all these things that I didn't do, telling everybody I'm satanic and that I'm a child predator? I'm supposed to be kind to you, David Wilcock? You have no idea the can of worms that you just opened up.
So let's keep going. He says, your promised disclosure was coming any day now. What, 3 years ago? Silly UFO Jesus, always reaching for alien hopium to sell people who are dumb enough to listen to. So he's insulting our audiences. UFO Lucifer does not approve.
No.
Well, okay, you got one comment, Lucifer. One like. Fair enough. Then he retweets that he wants to be in a battle to the death for UFO entertainment. That again is, he's mentioned the word death.
Oh yeah, like I want to murder people now. I'm a terrible person.
People, okay. This
So
one got taken
stupid.
down. We have it in our archive. Baby Blank said, and that name's pretty provocative too. I want to see blankety blank, aka UFO Jesus, and Steven, aka UFO Lucifer, in a battle to the death for the soul of modern UFO entertainment.
It's a
and
joke.
Again, the police will be able to click on this in our archive, and he retweeted it. So he likes the idea of the battle to the death.
Oh, come on.
That's pretty freaking disturbing, isn't it?
You're so childish.
And then he was smart enough to take it down, because when you click on that link in our archive, it says this page doesn't exist.
I don't recall taking it down.
And he wrote a book about, I guess, being in hell. Music video made a video called Down Here, a song.
Yeah, that's a song. It's in our archives. It's a music video for a song that I made, and I used the same devil mask that I used for UFO Lucifer, and the song's called Down Here. And again, I'm not going to apologize for being an artist. Sometimes artists have dark times, and their work reflects that. So I made a whole album called A Very Dark Place. And included in that is a song called Down Here, which I wrote about feeling down and depressed. And, this is so stupid. Like, this is his evidence that I'm a terrible person, that I'm an artist that once made a very dark song. Yeah, because no artist in the history of songwriting ever wrote a dark song. Come on, David Wilcock, you lived through the 90s. Every song was dark in the 90s. But you're going to say I'm a terrible person because I made a video, I made a song called Down Here about feeling down and despondent. Again, this doesn't prove I'm a Satanist. This just proves I'm human and I'm a great artist. And by the way, that's a great song. You should check it out. I love that song. If I can, I'll grab it and we'll play out tonight's broadcast with it.
Down Here music video and a new song by Steven. There's only a couple more of these and we're going to get back to the content. If you're bored, hang in there. We're almost done. This one's pretty funny.
We're almost done slandering me.
October 7th, 2022. UFO Lucifer infiltrates the avian cult. This was his name for Corey. There he is, out there in the public wearing his devil mask. He actually got, what is it?
Yeah, and again, this is a joke. This is a joke, David Wilcock. This was Halloween at Sesame Place with my children. I was at Sesame Place for Halloween with my two boys. For those unaware, Sesame Place is like Disneyland, but it's themed to Sesame. And they have all the characters. They have a parade with, you can go meet Big Bird, right? My kids love it. And I needed a costume, and my son wanted me to wear that mask. And so I did it for him. And then I saw Big Bird behind me, and we were standing there, and I thought, this is funny. I didn't find any blue chickens as UFO Lucifer, but I found a yellow one or something, and I made a joke about it and I tweeted it. Again, this is his proof that I'm a satanic child predator, that I'm at an amusement park with my children on Halloween wearing a mask. You are so pathetic, Wilcock.
Is that 12 likes on this one? He's got Big Bird behind him. And again, everybody was saying, oh, Corey saw the blue avians, so it's the blue chicken cult. And they would make fun of him and say it's like Big Bird. So here he is out there in public rocking his UFO Lucifer mask in the black shirt.
Yeah, because my son asked me to wear that. So I did it because that's the for those unaware, and why do I even have to talk about this? It's so stupid. My son Xavier, who's usually the cash clown, but tonight we have Wilcock as the cash clown. He picks everybody's costume. My older son is nonverbal autistic. He couldn't tell us what he wanted to be for Halloween if he wanted to. So his brother helps him and picks a costume for him. He tells my wife what costume she should wear, and he tells me what costume. This makes me a good father, David Wilcock. This doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, you asshole.
And it says, UFO Lucifer infiltrates the secret space program avian alien cult. I admit, it's pretty funny, okay?
It is funny.
Kind of a funny guy. Yeah, real funny guy. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of funny.
And there he is, and it looks like he might have some hair on his back or something. I'm not sure what that is, but there's straw coming out of his back.
No, you dumbass. Those are Halloween decorations behind me. But whatever.
Pretty wild dude, right? I mean,
still waiting to get to the proof that I'm a satanic child predator, David Wilcock. And you're going to have to prove those things to prove that those weren't defamatory statements and false statements that you made to damage my reputation.
Wow. Okay. And he's got his 19 likes. That's probably about the best he's done on any of these so far.
Yeah. I just showed you a video that 7,000 people watched on Twitter. Why don't you show people that, Wilcock?
Then he insults somebody, says it's a devil mask, you idiot. From a magic show I did for a long time. It's a prop. Anyone who knows me or my real religious beliefs is laughing at you idiots. You're all calling me a Satanist. Funny, no one ever called me a Satanist until I said Corey Good's a lying con man.
Yeah. And that is a Corey Good Kool-Aid drinking cult member, right? Who is attacking me for wearing what he calls a satanic mask. Sure.
But then right here, January 8th, 2020, he admits that in his childhood, he was obsessed with reading witchcraft and books on ceremony.
I didn't admit I was obsessed. I said that I did. Again, false statements.
Magic. I grew up Catholic. My father found tarot cards, books on witchcraft, and ceremonial magic in my room. Then he and our local...
By the way, I talked about this on the show, and we cover esoteric topics. We've even done a few shows on magic and witchcraft and things like that, and the occult. It doesn't make me a Satan worshiper, David Wilcock. You have no proof. You have no evidence. You're desperate to make me a Satan worshiper here.
Local priest went in the backyard and burned them. Next, I had to spend time in counseling with the priest. This, of course, only made me buy more books on ceremonial magic, like Aleister Crowley.
I did not buy books on ceremonial magic. I said this, of course, only made me buy more books. And the point I was making is that when you try to stop somebody from gaining hidden or esoteric knowledge, it only makes them want it more. That's the point I was making. Try to stop somebody from gaining secret or esoteric knowledge, it makes them want it more, like the forbidden fruit. I don't even really remember the context of this. After all, he's got to go back 4 years to try to scrub my Twitter to find things to make me a bad person. I don't think this makes me a bad person. I've talked about this very story on the show before. It makes me human and a seeker of truth and esoteric knowledge. That's not something I should be disparaged for, Wilcock.
Okay. So you want to be sued. You want to have lawyers come after you. And you're admitting that you practiced, that you at least were reading books on this stuff. So
I never performed any spells, any rituals, any ceremonial magic. Let's just put that on the record. I did read many books on witchcraft, on angels, on demons, on Bigfoot, on UFOs as a child, which I'm sure Wilcock did too. So by his logic, that makes him a Luciferian, Satan-worshipping, Aleister Crowley ceremonial magician somehow.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. October 21st, he took another one down. It's in our archive where he said, I want a bat cow demon as a pet. It's kind of funny.
I don't look at the acts too. Like, I don't know where he got this from. I think it's a joke. Somebody showed some kind of bat cow demon or something. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know where he got
this. It's
this.
a joke. It's funny, but he took it down because he's
Again,
like, maybe I went too far
3
on
years.
that one. So once again, you click on it and nothing shows up.
And again, he's trying to make it like I'm a terrible person because I took some tweets down. How many tweets has he taken down over his history of using Twitter? Maybe we'll do a show on that, Wilcock.
So in summary, we're kind of through the whole thing now. Just a couple more things.
Yeah, and this is what he says about me. He says, I am a very sick and twisted man who gets joy from causing others the maximum amount of suffering he can conjure. Notice he used the word conjure.
This was what Elizabeth summarized it with in the original thing we were going to hand to a lawyer. This is a very sick and twisted man who gets joy from causing others the maximum amount of suffering he can conjure. And so, yeah, there's a lot of people writing here. They all know what his name is. Why is this the exact kind of person I would picture if I had to imagine David's number one hater? He's really playing the part well.
I'm not his number one hater. There's many more people than me. People hate him more than me. After all, I didn't call animal control on him. Other people did. Maybe they hate him more than me. Why am I the number one hater? And by the way, many people in his live chat were mentioning my name, my channel name. Say my name, David Wilcock. Say Steven Cambian from Truth Seekers. You're going to make these public accusations. Say my name.
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's funny. The UFO Lucifer thing is funny. The pictures are funny. I don't really dislike him, but he actually does apparently want to destroy me. He does want to hurt me.
No, none of those
things are true. He publicly deny that he went that far, but he did make death threats on June 29th. How did he find your house? Well, the Dark Alliance posted this address all over the place. And when he says data dump, I'm sure that was in there.
No, I never doxed him.
Destiny before me says, I'm so sorry, Dave.
I never doxed him. I never shared his address. I went out of my way to redact things on documents I shared here on the show.
In the last 2 years, I had to put 2 sisters to sleep, ages 14, 15 Rottweilers. I have a 17-year-old hanging in there, Yoki Pomeranian. These are our children. Hugs. You got to learn your lesson. Take it easy, Stevie. LOL. Sheesh. Apparently, he has a team of hellacious attorneys wanting to traffic DW. No, well, up until now, he's not done anything real. And then somebody says, miracle hands, please don't.
Well, David Wilcock, you're going to find out what kind of attorneys that I have. If you continue on this dark and dangerous path that you're on, you're going to find out.
Forget group prayer for the fires. We will do that. A big hug. UFO Jesus, my man. You need the dog to watch your back, says Richard Osterman. Stephen is the anti-David. Mindy Newman says,
I'll take that one. Yeah, I am the anti-David. David Wilcock lies to everybody for money. I tell people the truth. That's a fair characterization then.
Really sorry, David. This guy is a pest. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild.
You're having a really good time slandering me on a public live stream to 60,000 people. I hope the fun you had doing this to me was worth it to you, David.
We're already 3.5 hours in, and I haven't gotten to the end of it. So we're going to have to, I guess I'm going to have to do the Ezra slides next week because this was important that I get through all this stuff.
Yeah, it was important that he spends, let's see, almost an hour straight slandering me, making false claims, false accusations, and claiming other things. Great.
It's taken longer than I thought. So again, very sick and twisted man, that's what Beth's opinion was. Then,
this is great. He says I harassed the Sloth Foundation.
After he demanded to be sued, he actually called the Sloth Conservation Foundation and harassed.
By the way, the results of the call that I made to the Sloth Foundation are in my investigative report that's in the description of this video or podcast. So if you want to see what really happened between me and the Sloth Foundation, you have to watch or listen to that video about David Wilcock's charity.
Harassed them, saying he was investigating, and he began yelling at her.
Yes, I was investigating. And by the way, does this make any sense that I would yell and scream at somebody I'm trying to get information from? I really have never, to the best of my knowledge or recollection, ever raised my voice to somebody I was calling for information. It would be kind of counter to the act of investigative journalism to start yelling at people who could potentially give you the information you're looking for. I called the Sloth Foundation because David Wilcock had it listed on his website. And I'm going from memory here, so forgive me if I get something wrong, but I called to say, hey, David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock have you listed on their charity's website. Are they giving you charitable donations from the money they're collecting? I was told no at that time. Maybe later he gave them some money. As we saw from the 990 forms, he gave about 5 cents on the dollar of the hundreds of thousands of dollars he collected for his charity to other charities. This one may be one of them. But at the time I made the call, I'm always very nice. I called it. I'm an investigative journalist. I'm working on a story on David and Elizabeth Wilcock's charitable foundation. I noticed that your organization is listed on their website. Can you tell me what your relationship with them is? And as best I can recall, the woman at the Sloth Foundation told me, well, I know Beth, and they agreed to put my charity on their charity website. And I said, are they giving you any money out of their charitable donations? And she said no. And so I said, well, then why are you on their website? And she said, oh, well, they're just trying to help us get donations too. And I said, okay. And I thanked her for her time and I hung up. He's going to claim that I said, all those sloths, I hope they die. It's so stupid.
When he didn't get the results he wanted. So here's the foundation.
And by the way, we're going to call her David Wilcock, or I'll pay somebody, and I'll pay an investigative journalist to do a whole story. By the way, if you're a good researcher or journalist and you want to do this story, contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. You're going to have to contact this woman and verify that she told David Wilcock I yelled and screamed at her.
And he called her up and he said, you know, I know that what's happening is that David is stealing money and he's posing as this foundation.
I never said any of that. Never. And like I said, Wilcock, I may have that call recorded in my archives. I'm going to check. And if I do, I'm going to release it publicly.
But all the money that's supposed to go to you guys is actually going to him. She said, no, that's not true. That's not what's going on. And then he actually yelled at her. She's willing to testify to this effect. There she.
All right. I'm going to have to call her and make sure that she's going to be willing to testify against me in court. And by the way, even if I did yell and scream at her, that's not a criminal act. You're getting me arrested for yelling at some woman that runs a sloth foundation?
She is.
Come on.
He yelled and screamed and actually cursed at her and said, I hope the sloths will effing die.
Yeah, this is completely and totally a false claim. Just to be clear, I would never yell and scream and curse at somebody that I was calling for information. It would be counterproductive. And David Wilcock, you got to know that I'm going to fact check this, or I'm going to get somebody to fact check this.
So this is an example of what happens. He actually calls people up, anybody attached to me, and he threatens them and he curses at them and he yells at them.
No, people attached to him, I may call for information. when I'm running a story on David Wilcock, but that's what a good investigative journalist does. Phone calls, boots on the ground, ask people questions, give out business cards, ask people to contact you or email you with information. I would never curse or yell at scream at somebody that I was asking for information to include in one of my stories. I conduct myself ethically, morally, and correctly, and professionally, David Wilcock. And many of the people that I have spoken with in order to do the investigative journalism work that we do here would agree with that.
And he was threatening death, in this case, to an animal. And again, he wanted my...
What an attempt to paint me the bad guy. I want them sloths to effing die. I hope those sloths all die. I like sloths. I would never say that. I love sloths, and I love monkeys, and I love all animals, really. I got a soft spot in my heart for animals. I would never tell somebody that's running a charitable organization that's helping animals, I hope those animals die. This is a pure attempt to paint me as some kind of terrible, horrible person, so people don't believe the things I'm uncovering about Mr. Wilcock.
My dog to be hurt as well. So this is the kind of person he is.
I never wanted his dog to be...
This is the pièce de résistance, where he actually mocks me for crying about this abuse that I now have remembered going through.
Yeah, very convenient that David Wilcock has this whole fiasco happen where everybody finds out he's been lying to everybody for 5 years, with Corey Good admitting in the deposition that he made it all up and the stories weren't true and he'd never been to space. Suddenly, David Wilcock has recovered memories that include him getting butt banged by reptilian aliens, eaten and killed and brought back to life. I'm allowed to make fun of that, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of somebody that's so ridiculous that he's telling people he was abused by reptilian aliens, eaten, killed, and brought back to life. That's what this tweet is about. Making fun of a guy for crying on a live stream and got new superpowers. I stand by this tweet. I didn't take it down. I won't take it down.
It's kind of amazing that anybody would go this far. Ancient Aliens, David Wilcock.
It's amazing that anybody would go this far trying to make me a bad person.
Area 51
so they're dumb as rocks.
Join me tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, for a breakdown of David Wilcock's latest stream. He cries again, and he gets new superpowers, plus he got molested by evil aliens. Exclamation mark.
You said those things, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of that. You're a public figure saying ridiculous things on YouTube and the internet. It's not a crime to make fun of a wackadoo claiming they got M'd by evil aliens or S8.
He's got 1 comment and 8 likes.
Again, he's cherry picking. Notice that he's cherry picking all the tweets that didn't get much engagement to try to make it seem like nobody's listening to me or nobody's watching me. Wilcock, I just showed my latest video about you on X, got 7,000 views, dude, in 2 days.
Again, you know, I've been hated by so many people for so long that I can't really get too worried about this, but like, it's really kind of hard to imagine that somebody would openly, publicly mock me this much. And at the same time, he's got all these interesting things, UFO Lucifer, he's wearing masks. Pretty amazing.
You're right, David Wilcock. I am pretty amazing. And here we go with this claim. I called his accounting firm, and you can see this also in my report. I mentioned in my report about his shady charity that I called the accounting firm and requested the 990 IRS forms that show how much money he collected and what he did with it all. And they refused to give me the forms, which to my reading of the law is against the law. A charity must give those forms up when any member of the public asks for them. And again, he's claiming that I was rude to them or something. That's not the case.
He repeatedly called the accounting firm and demanded my info for my income, my financial records. That's not legal. You can't do that.
David Wilcock, that's a completely and totally false statement. Oh, I lost my place.
He's wearing masks. Pretty amazing. He repeatedly called the accounting firm and demanded my info.
Now, he's going to tell you it's illegal for me to ask for IRS 990 forms. I'm here to tell you it's not. But you know what is illegal? Refusing to give the 990 forms to any member of the public who asks. You're required to do that by law. At least that's my understanding. But he's going to tell you it was illegal for me to ask for 990 IRS forms from his public charity where he's collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars and essentially spending all or most of it on himself, except for 5%, which he cuts off to some other charities, I guess.
For my income.
And all of that information is in my reports that are in the description of this video, our previous investigative journalism pieces on Mr. Wilcock.
My financial records, that's not legal. You can't do that.
It is not illegal, David Wilcock. That's a completely and totally false statement. How many times are we going to catch you lying to your audience in one show, dude? What are we up to? I think we're up to over 100 lies he's told during this 1 hour. You got to be a great liar, or at least very good at lying, to lie that many times in 1 hour.
He's repeatedly called Stavati and threatened everybody.
I never threatened anybody. I'm the only person from Stavati that I've ever spoken to is Christopher Beskar, which, let's put that on the record. David Wilcock claims that Stavati Aerospace is a multi-million-dollar company, and yet, if you call Stavati Aerospace, the CEO gets the phone. Can anybody show me another multi-million-dollar successful company? You know, like if I call Amazon, is Jeff Bezos answering the phone? If I call Tesla, is Elon Musk answering the phone? No. That shows you what a shady, dumb company that is. They can't even afford to hire somebody to answer the phone for the CEO. This is a completely and totally false statement. Show the evidence, David Wilcock, that I threatened anybody from Stavati. I've never done that. I've never emailed Stavati. My internet records will prove I never emailed Stavati or any members of Stavati, except for you, David Wilcock, who I sent requests for 990 forms to. Completely and totally slanderous, false accusations being made here. My internet records, if we have to go to court, Wilcock, you can subpoena my internet records and all my emails. And what you'll find out is I have never emailed Stavati at all. Never. Period. Full stop. I've never emailed anybody from Stavati. I've talked to Christopher Beskar on the phone because that clown gets the phone of his fake aerospace company that for 30 years has never produced a single product or service in the aerospace market. What a joke.
Everybody publicly attached with the company. He basically threatens anybody whose name's attached to me.
I've never threatened any person attached to him. I've called people for information while I was doing my job as an investigative journalist, either for Truth Seekers or for this Washington, D.C. based news organization that I'm writing an article about David Wilcock and Stavati for. Yes, I have called people asking for information. I've never threatened any of those people that I called. Full stop.
He produced 2 fake lawsuit threats.
Those letters did not come from me. I know who they came from, but I'm not going to help him or throw that person under the bus. I don't know what he's, I know this person sent some letters. I don't know. Basically, somebody who David Wilcock doxed and called the P word did send a letter to Stavati saying, you have to retract that, apologize, and take that video down. Or make your board member, David Wilcock, do that. Those letters did not come from me. Those letters did not come from me, David Wilcock, but you're telling people on a public live stream to 60,000 people that I did that. I did those things. I did not, and I can prove it.
Last 2 months. And these lawsuit threats use the pseudonyms.
And here is where he calls me, essentially calls me a child. You know what?
Pedro Mend and Peter Mendoza, which have potential encoded names in them. And again, this is not slander.
And by the way, that person's real name is Peter Mendoza. He's saying it's not slander to put that up on the screen and tell people that's what I am. He's saying this is not slander. It is a provable fact that builds a profile. He's saying it's a provable fact that I am a P word. And he's saying it's not slander. This is how dumb David Wilcock is. Wilcock, I'm going to say it one more time. You need to speak to a real attorney. And any real attorney, make them watch my video refuting all of these false claims. Any real attorney is going to make you take this down, take that video down, or advise you it's in your best interest to take that video down.
This is a provable fact. It builds a profile. Those words can be derived from these names. I showed it to you.
But you're implying that I am those things.
Called our CEO last Monday impersonating the Washington Post.
I've explained that. I did not say I was calling from the Washington Post. I gave him my correct press credentials.
And he routinely is mocking top UFO personalities, Dr. Greer, Luis Elizondo.
That's true. I do mock them. They're all public figures, and I mock them for the same reason that I mock David Wilcock, because they make ridiculous statements. Steven Greer has said that people on his team got assassinated, right? And Elizondo is telling people he's got superpowers. It's just completely ridiculous.
Et cetera. 40 to 50 fake identities a week, as I said.
I never made 40 or 50. I never made any sock accounts on Twitter. That's a false statement.
I've had to hire 3.
Show the receipts then. Show the receipts.
People, as I said.
But again, it's not me doing all those things. Maybe he had to hire people to deal with his haters, but I'm not doing all those things. He says nobody agrees with me. We've got hundreds of people watching me. Millions of people watch my show, David Wilcock. We've got millions of views. You keep saying nobody agrees with me.
Keeps doing it even though nobody seems to agree with him.
And he says I got almost no views. Wilcock, listen, I don't get views by lying to people like you. You know, the truth is boring. It doesn't attract as many viewers as you lying through your teeth about ascension and hey man, we're all going to get superpowers soon. And those mass arrests are coming. Donald Trump's still the commander in chief and he's going to take back the presidency and all your Q-tard nonsense.
And he's getting almost no views. But in my entire career, nobody's ever tried to swat me with police before.
Nobody swatted him. And now he says, I am subject to an emergency injunction and arrest.
And as a result, he's now subject to emergency injunction and arrest, which the police want me to do.
Oh, sure.
He actually, as I showed you, has been demanding I do this for at least 5 years.
I joked that I didn't get a cease and desist letter. That's not demanding that he does that. The final police report will be available hopefully Monday. I'm going to get that police report and I'm going to read it live on my show, Wilcock. And we'll see who's telling the truth. I'm going to get the police report from them on Monday. He's probably just going to keep on going. But again, Stephen, I have to do this. The cops have demanded it. Oh, sure.
Protect myself.
Yeah, he has to do it.
I would have left this alone, but he's now forcing me to have to do something because he's just escalating so much.
Yeah, I forced him to call me a Satan worshiper. I forced him to make... How many false claims has he made? I've lost count.
So now our local police are on alert for a man of his description.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just going to put this on the record. David Wilcock has nothing to worry about me being near or in, anywhere near his home. I'm not traveling to Colorado anytime soon. This is just more theater for his dumb as rocks, stupid as dirt followers to make them think that he's under some kind of threat from me. There's no threat from me except for the information that I provide that proves what it proves.
They were dazzled that I haven't already filed anything. And they told me that this greatly increases my ability to stop him because this is very serious when you file fake complaints with the police and then take credit for it publicly.
I did not file any complaints with the police, the animal control, or any other Colorado authority. I did not publicly admit that I did that. In fact, I am disputing that that was me, and I've proven to you who sent those letters to animal control, and that proves it was not me, as David Wilcock is fraudulently claiming in his live stream.
Publicly. So they're friends with me now. They're cooperating. They're all veterans who gladly support a military company. Last but not least, Jenny McCarthy, who is, her husband is Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh, he's so proud of, he got on Jenny McCarthy's show once.
His brother is Mark Wahlberg.
Great.
They're tapped into all the top celebrities in Hollywood. They have now said, and they're willing to go on the television show that Corey's doing and say, this Dark Alliance stuff is the worst, craziest thing that anybody's ever seen.
Who cares what Jenny McCarthy thinks?
Nobody in Hollywood, none of the big celebrities have ever been stalked this badly. And Steven is kind of the most outrageous character out of all of them.
Yeah, so I'm the worst thing Jenny McCarthy's ever seen. No offense, honey, but you're on the downslope. You were hot 20 years ago, but it ain't holding together too well. Is that crass? Probably.
So we've already been asking in the Stavati company, is somebody paying him to do all this? It could be.
Yes, my viewers are paying me to do this investigative journalism work and to reveal the truth behind your lies. That's who's paying me. We're a viewer-supported show.
The B or L, these major contractors they might think of us as competition, even though they're going to get a lot of business from us. We've looked at that possibility. Or another possibility, is he being blackmailed? Is somebody forcing him to do this, even though it's so self-destructive? We don't really know.
Oh yeah, I'm being blackmailed.
Again, Corey's making TV about this, so he's probably going to get famous because of what he's doing.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there's already a docu-series, David Wilcock and Corey Good. It's coming out in a little while, and you've been beaten to the punch. So you can brag all you want that there's a television series. There's a docu-series going to be on streaming services soon. And I hate to tell you this, but you people, you and David Wilcock, and you, Corey Good, are not the good guys in this docu-series. And if you think that some of the information that I have uncovered here is damaging to those two clowns, wait till you see this docu-series.
Unfortunately, but I haven't agreed to start any of them, at least not yet. This is the final point I wanted to make, and then we're going to get into the rest of the crop circle thing.
Thank God.
He has inoculated me against any future attacks like this. I almost wanted to call him a vaccine. You know, it's like I've been vaccinated. I've got my team, so nobody can hate me on Twitter.
Yeah. In other words, I am hiring people so that I can have an echo chamber, and none of my dumb as rock, stupid as dirt followers will ever hear the truth about the lies that I tell them. He's actually got to hire, according to him, a whole team of people to stop all those mean tweets. But yet he says he only has one hater, and it's me. If you only had me, I'm blocked on Twitter. You wouldn't need a whole team if it was only me.
I've gotten in touch with the local police, you know, and his absolute hatred of me triggered this remarkable response from the universe in the form of this crop circle. So yes.
Oh yeah. I don't hate David Wilcock. I feel sorry for him, and I feel even more sorry for his victims, but I don't hate him. Hate is a very, very strong situation, and I do my very best not to hate people. You know, despite all of the things that I have said, and as critical as I have been to David Wilcock, Corey Good, or any of these other people, I always wish a road to redemption. You know, regardless of what I think of Wilcock, Good, Greer, Elizondo, Grush, all these guys, Ross Coulthard, those guys have God-given talents. I just wish they would use their God-given talents to do something other than grift and lie to people.
If you're going to go after somebody, you try to shoot 45, there's divine intervention. You try to get me swatted, there's divine intervention.
Oh, yeah. God made a crop circle for David Wilcock.
So even though not very many people hate me, this quote from John 3:13 is really appropriate. Do not be surprised, brothers and sisters, if the world hates you. Well,
you got to love that he's going to throw in a Bible verse after he just spent an hour lying about me, and I have a wife and children and a good reputation. He just spent a full-on hour making completely and totally provably false claims about me, blaming me for every hater he has on the internet, telling his followers I posted all that stuff on Twitter when I clearly did not, telling his followers I sent those emails when I clearly did not send anything to animal control. Let's throw in a Bible verse at the end so people think I'm a godly man. You are far from godly, David Wilcock. You are a false prophet, pathological liar.
Not the world, it's just one guy. Whoever, there might be somebody behind him. I don't know. It's possible. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. Maybe we'll find out. Stavati is now within weeks of massive startup success, and this crop formation has...
Stavati's getting that loan. Any minute now. Any minute now, Stavati's getting that loan. And they're going to make the hover cars.
Many additional prophetic references. So now I want to close out the show with a return to our overview of the 2024 season, and then give you this final piece because it's really fascinating.
All right, so we've made it through. We have made it through, friends. I hope that I have properly defended myself. One other thing, however, David Wilcock claimed that I visited his home. Yes, and Macario says, you can tell them that is me. I sent that email to Beskar telling him to talk to Wilcock because, again, he put my name on the screen calling me the P word and saying it's you. I have sent 3 emails to Beskar. The first was years ago when Beskar himself, gave me info on David. He is the one that told me he put 1 million plus into the company. Second was after David said he was going to sue people. I sent an email to Beskar asking him if that was true. After that, Wilcock showed my real name and called me the P word. and then said I sent a third email to Beskar telling him that video must be taken down. So every time David Wilcock claimed that I sent him fake lawsuit threats, that was Mr. Mendoza defending himself when Wilcock called him the P word as well. And let's talk about that for a minute. How dangerous and defamatory is it that Wilcock is willing to call multiple people he doesn't even know, with families and children, the P word? This is your spiritual guru, right? The context is here. It says, I'm just tuning in. Is this new? Is Wilcock really threatening you? Bro can go find a big box in the woods. Welcome, Daniel. And yes, you got to watch the whole thing. It is a laugh riot. So I had a lot more to share with you, but I didn't realize that we've gone this long. Some of these shows go by so fast, and then I don't realize that we're here 4 hours. And I'm sorry for keeping it so long. I'm sorry. I don't know how to make it any. I didn't know how to make it any more, succinct or short. But one of the other claims, David Wilcock claims that I went to his house and I knocked on his door. That's a completely and totally false claim too, but I know who did it. Here, have some proof, David Wilcock says Spooky. And in full disclosure, occasionally Spooky does some graphics, like tonight's excellent thumbnail, which has been called the best David Wilcock thumbnail ever on the internet. Thanks to Spooky for that. He says, Steven Cambian never knocked on your door, and I can prove it. April 18th, 2023. I was working with a filmmaker. By the way, that's the people who made the docuseries. It's already edited and done and being delivered, and they're going to start promoting it soon, and it's going to air on all the streaming services, David Wilcock and Corey Good. Spooky says, I was working with a filmmaker who knocked on your door to ask for an interview. It was filmed. You then called Jim Martin at 1091 and threatened calling law enforcement. You threatened the filmmaker over text messages that if the footage ever got released, you would sue. So we see that David Wilcock has a habit of overreacting, threatening to sue people, and threatening people. For someone who is terrified of being sued and going through discovery, you love to threaten others. You went live on April 23rd talking about psychopathic negative greetings. We watched your stream in Seattle Airport. We were warned before going live. You were warned before going live not to slander our production team. Our reply was, I'm too smart to do that. That's what he said. And here's the filmmaker. And here they are on the plane. But anyway, another completely and totally false claim. Wilcock claimed that I knocked on his door and I'm stalking him. I've never been anywhere near his home. Full stop. So, what we learn here is, first of all, Wilcock is dumb as rocks to do this. He owns, I believe it's a $2 million home. And he is on a public live stream calling people P words. He's on a public live stream calling me a Satanist, and the only evidence he has is that I wore a devil mask for a comedic parody. He lied through his teeth and said that I emailed Boulder County Animal Control. We found who sent those emails. They've admitted to it, and it was not me. He lied and said that I'm harassing people. None of this is true. Everything he said was a lie, but are we surprised that he's so willing to lie? I think that the walls are closing in on Mr. Wilcock, and he knows he's never, ever done anything but ignore critics and negative coverage of him. And now we've seen in the past few weeks, he's lashing out against all the critics. Could it be that the money's drying up? Could it be that his followers are starting to question his narratives and look for alternative sources of information? By the way, if you're one of those people, you're welcome here. All of us here, we have a community of truth seekers. We do not accept false and fake information like the kind that David Wilcock peddles and has peddled for decades. So what we've proven here is that Mr. Wilcock is essentially claiming that he's going to sue me because I created 40 identities. We proved I didn't do that. He's claiming he's going to sue me because I attacked people who left comments on his Twitter. I didn't do that. We can prove that with my internet records. He claims I sent 2 emails to animal control in his city, and he's going to sue me for that. We just proved to you who sent those emails. It wasn't me. He's claiming he's going to sue me because I was a problem to him for 10 years. That's completely and totally false. He claims he's going to sue me because I went to his house. We've just proven to you I wasn't the one that knocked on his door, but I know who did, and they've admitted to that, coming to my defense saying, Steven Cambian didn't do that, David Wilcock, you liar. He claims he's going to sue me because I'm subject to being arrested for having him swatted. Anybody could call the local police and know that he didn't get swatted. He says he's going to sue me and that I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. My internet records will prove that wasn't me. He says he's going to sue me and get me arrested because I filed fake lawsuits against him from Holland and another country. I've read to you the proof of who did that. It was not me, right? Next, he says he's going to sue me and get me arrested because I made death threats against him on June 29th, 2024. My own phone logs and my ex-posts prove I didn't send any of those messages, David Wilcock. He says he's going to get me arrested and sue me because he claimed I was rude and abusive to a sloth organization. Well, I say prove it. My recollection is entirely different of those events. He claims he's going to get me arrested and sue me because I am all these different people on the internet. We showed you who those people are. They've admitted. They've come to my defense and say, David Wilcock is lying. Steven Cambian didn't do that. I did that. How's this going to work out in court, Mr. Wilcock? Are you this dumb? You said you were suing me, and you constantly, for an hour straight to 60,000 people, repeated completely and totally provably false claims which are slanderous and damaging to my reputation. That's actionable, Mr. Wilcock. So I strongly advise him, listen, this would get thrown out of court and dismissed so quickly because his claims have no proof. They have no merit. If you're going to sue somebody in court, your claims have to have merit. We'll just file a motion to dismiss instantly, but not before we subpoena all of his records and everything else that we're legally entitled to do. So, and again, David Wilcock has all these legal problems. Do we really believe he's going to start a legal battle with me? And I want to be very clear here. I don't want a lawsuit. I would prefer at all costs to avoid that, but I will not be threatened into silence by threats of lawsuits from a man who claims that angels told him to take baths in his own piss so he could get superpowers and save Donald Trump from an assassin's bullet. No, if you're going to say ridiculous things on the internet, welcome to the internet, David Wilcock. I'm allowed to make fun of you. You're a public figure. I'm allowed to do comedic parodies about you. You're a public figure. I'm allowed to investigate your claims and report on the results. I have freedom of speech. I have freedom of expression. And I have this microphone and I have this webcam and I have an incredible ability to investigate things. And I have done so. All of my previous really important investigative journalism pieces about David Wilcock are in the description of this video. Now, let's talk for a moment about the Streisand effect. David Wilcock, how dumb are you to have done this to me? You don't think that any of your followers are going to look me up and watch this video? You don't think maybe some people are getting curious about whether you're really in communication with the Archangel Michael? You don't think any of your followers have a little bit of doubt that maybe, just maybe, you might be sort of a swindler and selling false, fake opium and fake information to them? I can't wait until that docuseries comes out. I got to tell you, friends, I know it's going to be incredible. And I think it may put an end to certain grifters' careers. And so this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And again, David Wilcock, your video is against YouTube terms of service. Your video is liable to get you at least a community guideline strike. You can't call people the P word with no evidence on a public live stream. And again, I'm sure he doesn't care, but I happen to volunteer for children's charities. Do you know how damaging that is to my reputation for somebody to even make that leap, to make that false accusation? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, I had some more things to share, but apparently Mr. Wilcock is making a new video. Is it tomorrow? Maybe? I don't know. So I'll include the rest of what I had to share. I'm sorry, we sort of run out the clock. I got other things I have to do. It is 1:13 a.m. here. So that's the news, folks. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to be sure that we recognize you kind and generous benefactors. We'll give one more praise to Cash for our YouTube channel members and for our Patreon supporters. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you, in helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
There we go. So, so that's really all I have to share with you for now, but I reserve the right to talk about this again. I think Wilcock's so dumb, and he always doubles down on his lies. So he's going to invent new fantasies to cover for the evidence I've shared with you that I'm not all these people that he claims I am. And that's my prediction. I think he's going to double down into his own stupidity. My advice to him is probably stick to crop circles. It's not a good look when you try to sue an investigative journalist that's writing a piece for you in a Washington, D.C. based news outlet. But best of luck to you. But I will say this, I've been kind of slacking on getting that article done, and now I'm all chips in. I will get that article done. I'll let you guys know when it's going to be published. That's when I'm going to publicly announce that I'm a writer for that news organization, David Wilcock. I don't know what else to say. I'm shocked that he's this stupid to put all of this in a public live stream. Such provably 100% false, fake facts and fake accusations. And then and at the same time telling everybody he's going to sue me for slander while he's slandering me. Just incredible. So I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, our super chatters, super thanks people, Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Twitch subscribers, people who buy me a coffee. Did you know that you could do that? It's buymeacoffee.com/Truth Seeker Show. We read all of those, so just leave a note if you buy me a coffee. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you guys for letting me vent. I felt the need that we have to do this and defend myself. I'm sorry it took so long to do that. But as Brandolini's law clearly states, the amount of Brandolini's law, I've talked about it several times, and it states that the amount of energy required to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. David Wilcock just clicked go live and said all kinds of things with no evidence or proof. Now, he's got slides of tweets he found objectionable, but that's not evidence. That's not proof. And I will once again just warn Mr. Wilcock, if he does not take that video down and he does not apologize for all these false and defamatory statements, then, may God have mercy on your soul, because I won't. That's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Steven Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Sheriff's office. Because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven.
Do you realize as you're lying on a public live stream about being swatted that there's records that are going to prove that never happened?
But again, I don't hate Steven. It just kind of amazes me that since 2018 that he just won't stop. He's just so mad at me and he's so disrespectful and he's always making up these lies that are very easily disproven. And he's got a show on YouTube and he does 2.5 hours a week, sometimes more than once a week, just to hate me. And he's also out there attacking like Dr. Stephen Greer. He's really gone after Luis Elizondo. I mean, I think Luis Elizondo's cool, you know?
How dare you make these false accusations against me that are so easily provable? How dare you claim you're getting me arrested or you're suing me because I'm doing all these things?
I said, look, I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence, just a little bit, because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. He emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted.
He claims I took full credit for the swatting attack with 4 new aliases. No, I didn't. But we know who did, and we're going to show you, and that is a completely and totally false claim.
I mean, it's almost like he wants to be arrested. He wants to be sued. He wants to be in jail. I don't know why you'd want to mess with your life like this. I mean, to hate somebody this much, to try to get, to try to get me hurt, to try to get my dog hurt, it's really wild. And I kept thinking maybe he'll go away, maybe he'll stop, but he just won't.
Put together for you guys. Why the hell not? Does Galian need to wear sunglasses? He probably should.
Spooky says, I was working with a filmmaker who knocked on your door to ask for an interview. It was filmed. You then called Jim Martin at 1091 and threatened calling law enforcement.
Me here at Truth Seekers challenge UFO Jesus to find us one investor that will show us proof that they got their money back or made a single penny.
This is who he is, and the evidence shows that he's openly and proudly satanic. Now, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. It's an accurate character portrait of the man who's been making all these accusations against me. Now you're going to get to learn who he is. This is what he's proud of. This is what he wants to be. This is what he's saying. And this is the stuff that's going in the lawsuit.
Just like my troll, wants to come after me with swatting. It's the same kind of thing. They are going to get really mad at you. They're going to threaten you. They don't want to publish your paper. But there is a very important reason why I'm doing this, because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven. This was the business card that was left on my door on Tuesday, and he then took public credit for swatting me on Wednesday with the police. That's right, this person who has been stalking me for at least 7 years that we know of escalated to the point of actually calling in a police hit on me to try to say that I was abusing my dog. And he wrote 2 different emails to them, which is all going to be in the investigation they're doing that's done on Monday. I did get swatted, and I never expected this to happen. Is that this turned into the most dramatic escalation of stalking and threatening behavior from a particular person that I've ever had in my whole career. He clearly wants me to be destroyed. That was one of the terms that one of the police used. He wants to destroy you. I'm like, yeah, that's true. In essence, what's happened is that we've had this very intense
invasion of my freedom and privacy, this person who wants me to feel bad, this person who is trying to hurt me. Steven wrote two letters under pseudonyms to the police here in Boulder, which is, again, a serious crime. I mean, the police are very, very angry about this. They are not happy about this. They do not appreciate people calling in false claims like this. I told them, I don't know what this guy is capable of doing if he tries to call in a SWAT on me. So the SWAT team supervisor has assured me that they're not going to do any SWATs on my house. They know if anybody calls in with David Wilcock stuff to be very, very suspicious of it. Plus, I don't have anybody here. Somebody will call in, say, oh my God, there's violence. And what they're trying to do is to get a SWAT team to show up at your house, and they have their guns drawn. And it could be AR-15s or something like this. They could have body armor on, helmets, and riot gear. And they pound on your door. They might even break the door open. And they put you at gunpoint because they think that you're killing somebody inside the house. And I was so busy with what happened with this guy calling in a fake SWAT on me and trying to say I was abusing my dog that I wasn't even involved in this stuff. So thankfully, I didn't post anything about this. So I got to be very careful when I post because, again, this guy is attacking me with like 40 aliases a week. We now have hired a team and then 2 individuals. So I don't even know how many people are on the team. I think there's like 8 people on the team. So there's like a total of 10 people involved in stopping this one guy from bombarding my Twitter page with constant amounts of very, very vicious attack. But for him to escalate to the point of calling the police on me, he's actually now gotten himself in way more trouble. And it's much easier now for the police to cooperate with me to make sure that I'm safe. The crop circle directly tied back in with this business card that ended up on my front door thanks to getting swatted, which again shows that whoever this person, Steven, is, he's really stepped it up and he's made mistakes. I mean, he's going to be, the police have told me I need to get a lawyer immediately. They're going to cooperate with the investigation. They're going to give me whatever help I need. They don't want to see me get hurt. Nobody should be threatened like this. And the police have already, as a result of him doing this swatting thing, the police have already spoken to the veterinary clinic. I know who this is. It's this guy, Steven. I've got an enormous amount of evidence. Let me send you the evidence just a little bit because we're going to have to sue him anyway. We're already working on that. He can't stop. He creates 40 identities a week, blah, blah, blah. We've been dealing with this for like 10 years. It's actually more like 7 years, as much as I can trace. So again, he emailed the animal welfare to try to get me swatted. And the phone number for records is 303 blank. Now, why did she give me the phone number for records? Because we talked about on the phone that there's going to be an investigation. We're going to use her document that might be available as early as Monday. Going to contact the people in Philadelphia, the police there. She's going to talk to them directly. So is the SWAT team supervisor. So is the deputy. Okay. And they are going to help me because they see that this is like a very bizarre situation. Nothing about this SWAT attack was made public. And then this is the part that's so crazy. After he's under police investigation, because if you do this and you're lying, then they're going to get mad at you, not at me. After he already did this, he admitted publicly with his name that he was the one responsible for this. The fact that somebody swatted me and I have a police investigation now underway, and the police have basically demanded that I do a lawsuit. So now we're going to have to do a body lawsuit and a David Wilcock lawsuit. They'll help me. But they're like, you need to do this immediately. We don't want you having this guy stalking you and he wants to destroy you. You got to do something. I'm all right, you guys. All right, I'll do it. The thing that I couldn't even believe is he took full credit for this swatting attack, created 4 new aliases. He clearly wanted you to see these statements. He wants people to know that he was the one responsible. So in this one case, we're going to give him what he wants. He was called up Chris Beskar on Monday of last week and said he was the Washington Post. And I can't imagine he's not going to do another video, but the faster that he keeps attacking me, the faster the injunction is going to come down and the faster they're likely to arrest him with the cooperation of Boulder. Okay, that's what's going on. I've already spoken to the commander of the SWAT team, the local deputy, the head of animal welfare. None of them have ever heard anything like this. They don't know what the hell to make out of it. I gave them evidence that death threats had already been made in a 15-minute period on, I think it was June 29th from 4:43 to 4:58 p.m. in a 15-minute period. He attacked me like 30 times with 4 or 5 different identities. And in those 30 or 40 attacks were death threats. And I'm not going to, if I give them all to you, he's going to try to pick it apart and say da-da-da-da. But they're death threats. And I think the judge is going to agree that they're death threats. And it has significantly escalated this to a much higher level. So now I have to do a lawsuit. Now I have to get all this evidence together. So that's what I've been doing most of the week. I've been investigating the self-declared investigator. So as I just said, he had multiple death threats within a 15-minute period on June 29th. The judge is going to see that. That'll be in the lawsuit. I've got my team, so nobody can hate me on Twitter. I've gotten in touch with the local police, and his absolute hatred of me triggered this remarkable response from the universe in the form of this crop circle. So yes, if you're going to go after somebody, if you try to shoot 45, there's divine intervention. You try to get me swatted, there's divine intervention.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. Tonight, we'll be giving you a very special report and an exclusive, a Truth Seekers exclusive story. Some 10 days ago, I believe now, David Wilcock made some fantastic claims, claiming that I got him swatted by filing false animal neglect reports with the Boulder County Animal Welfare Office. These allegations are completely and totally false. And I believe that we proved most of that in my last stream on this very subject. However, in the past week or so, I have been busily communicating with the Boulder County Sheriff's Department Records Division. What Mr. Wilcock fails to understand is that, first of all, Boulder County is one of those places where all officers wear body cams, so everything is recorded that they do. Mr. Wilcock, you saw in our introduction here, by the way, that was fair use. We need to show you him making these allegations in order to be able to properly defend myself from these false allegations. So we saw in the introduction that Mr. Wilcock claimed over and over and over again that he was, quote, swatted, unquote. But we have the evidence of what really happened. We have the proof, and we're going to broadcast it to you tonight in a Truth Seekers exclusive story. But before we begin the major presentation, I just want to put something on the record. Mr. Wilcock has made various claims that I hate him, that I'm perpetrating violence against him, that I'm stalking him, harassing him. No, I just want to put on the record, I don't hate David Wilcock, but I do hate what he does, because I believe that what he does is he lies to very vulnerable people, and he manipulates very vulnerable people to get into their wallets and make money from very vulnerable people. We have been reporting on him for quite some time, but it's important to note that he's only one of the many characters in conspiracy land that we cover. We've covered, I don't know, hundreds of different people in conspiracy land. Certainly, we have done multiple stories on him. So it's important that we make a distinction that what we're doing here is we are fact-checking and reporting on the things that David Wilcock talks about. You'll also notice that Mr. Wilcock says that I spend 2.5 hours a week hating on him. He doesn't understand how commentary works. Mr. Wilcock makes a 4-hour live stream, and yes, I do a show offering my opinions and commentary about the things that he said. This is normal on YouTube. There's many commentators who, if someone does a stream, they do a show commenting on it. I'm not specifically targeting Mr. Wilcock, or, I'm certainly not obsessed. I've covered many different subjects. So I just want to make sure that we understand the purposes of my broadcasts and my show here is truth seekers, to seek the truth about fantastical claims people make on the internet. I'm within my constitutional rights to do so, and I'm even within my rights to make fun of people, especially if they're public figures and they say ridiculous things like, I take baths in my own piss to get superpowers, and then I use those same superpowers to save Donald Trump from an assassin's bullet. I'm allowed to make fun of that. Comedic parodies are still legal in the United States of America. Nothing that I did has been wrong or malicious, or, I've never done anything that I would consider harassing or stalking, or no. Now, I certainly have made phone calls investigating his claims, but he's a public figure. And if he is claiming something, and we'll get into some specific examples about that, I'm allowed to call those people he's making claims that involve those people and fact check him. I've always been kind and courteous. And also, before we begin, I will make a very special announcement today. Mr. Wilcock has also falsely claimed that I called Christopher Beskar, the CEO of Stevati Aerospace, and lied and impersonated someone from the Washington Post. I have been hesitant to discuss this publicly because I don't want to screw up the deal or arrangement that I have, but I'm going to put it on the record. I approached a Washington, D.C. based news organization, and I pitched them two stories. One on the worst, biggest, you could call it a medbed scam that I've ever seen in my entire life, and another story involving David Wilcock and Stevati Aerospace. And so I was sort of accepted as a freelance writer, and my stories would appear with that news organization. That news organization is not the Washington Post, it is the Washington Spectator. And so I have, I have the emails, I have an agreement with them to write these two articles. It's called a spec deal. Look it up, David Wilcock. So I just want to make sure that we understand that, in fairness, maybe Christopher Beskar misheard me and thought I said the Washington Post. I know for a fact that I told him I'm a freelance writer and I'm doing a story that will appear in the Washington Spectator on David Wilcock and Stevati Aerospace. That's how I opened the call immediately after I said hello. I did not say the Washington Post. And any reasonable person would understand I have no reason to lie about my press credentials if I have valid press credentials with, so maybe he misheard me. Washington Post, Washington Spectator. In fairness to him, maybe he misheard me. But Mr. Wilcock is free to take that off his list of lies that he's told about me and apologize to that. I'll show him the written contracts. And also, if anybody has any questions about that arrangement, they could speak to well-known journalist Art Levine, who is a contributor for the Washington Spectator and will be serving as my editor for those two spec pieces. So that's a complete and total lie that Wilcock told about me. And hopefully that one is cleared up. I have no reason to impersonate someone from the Washington Post when I'm writing a spec article for the Washington Spectator about David Wilcock and about Stevati Aerospace. And also what this proves is that Mr. Wilcock is attempting to threaten into silence an investigative journalist. Clearly, if I have a spec deal to write an article about him and Stevati Aerospace, and he's threatening to sue me and get me arrested, that is a form of intimidation and a tactic used to try to silence a critic. Clearly, Mr. Wilcock said multiple times, if he just stops covering me or just stops making videos about me, I will not sue him. That is clearly a threat intended to stomp all over my rights to free speech and freedom of expression. And I, for one, will not stand for it. And by the way, I'm in touch with multiple journalist organizations, all of which are going to help me should this situation get any worse for me. But I think tonight we're going to get to a great deal of the proof about this whole entire situation. But before we begin, I think it's important that we clearly establish another thing. I have a good reputation for telling people the truth. After all, my show is called Truth Seekers. We kind of pride ourselves on doing good research, and we're very fact-based. If we make a mistake, we admit it, and we talk about it. I've made very few factual errors here in my run here. We're known for good research. We're known for very good investigative work. And by the way, a great deal of that investigative work, specifically about David Wilcock and Stevati Aerospace, is in the description of this video or podcast. And one of the things that's very disturbing is that Mr. Wilcock won't address any of my reporting. Instead, he's gone on a public live stream, which I think has gotten 100,000 views now, and told everybody that I'm a Satan worshiper and also a child predator, or heavily implied I was a child predator. Mr. Wilcock, go through my reporting. Tell me where I got a fact wrong. Tell me what is wrong. You're even free to come here and we can have a debate about any of my previous reporting. But you won't do that, will you? Because you're an intellectual weakling and a coward who instead chooses to try to stomp all over my free speech and silence me with threats of getting me arrested. By the way, that's not happening, Mr. Wilcock, and we have the proof of it, and I'm going to broadcast it tonight. So, but before we begin, with what I'm sure many of you have come here for, which is to see this body cam footage of the so-called swatting event. I have an important history lesson. Now, I'm hopeful that this won't take us too long to get through. But Mr. Wilcock has claimed that I'm his only critic on the internet. And by the way, we're going to get into that. He has created a supervillain, and he's put my name and face to that supervillain, which actually is an amalgam of all these different people on the internet that either he considers a troll or a critic or a hater. He has provably combined all these different things that people have done and blamed me for all of it. And we're going to prove it. But before we begin, this is an interesting video. It's quite old. It's called Proof David Wilcock is a Fraud by Truth Be Told. So this kind of busts the notion that he only has one hater. This is a years old video, but it details David Wilcock lying and making false predictions and just straight bullshitting people for decades. This goes back to before the year 2000, and here is the proof of that.
Who is David Wilcock? Prophet? Con man? Douchebag?
By the way,
well, he's probably a douchebag, but let me explain. Ascension2000.com. This was David's first website that he tried to scrub from the internet back in the days when he claimed to be the reincarnation of Edward Casey and was channeling through Raw. He made predictions as far back as 1999.
Yes, before David Wilcock was claiming that he was channeling secret and sacred knowledge from the Archangel Michael, he was claiming he was doing the very same thing from the Egyptian god Ra, but this is back just before the year 2000.
Such as gems like 1998 will bring many of the great awakenings that lead into the Aquarian age. This is being caused by the great cycle of the sun. This great solar cycle is in turn caused by the revolution of the sun through the various spheres of activity in the galaxy.
And by the way, that didn't happen in 1998, so false prediction.
But one of the strangest predictions that Wilcock made was that we would all have Christ-like abilities, the ability to...
This is pre to the year 2000. He claimed that a big event was going to happen, an ascension event, and we would all get superpowers. This is the first time he made that prediction. Then he made the very same prediction again in the year 2000, but slightly different, or 2012, leading up to 2012, but slightly different.
Fast forward and rewind linear time as though it were a video cassette. The ability to fly at will and to manipulate consciousness by thought alone.
Yeah, flying in 1999.
Even in 1999, Wilcock was always claiming something was always on the precipice of happening. Like in
1999, something big is just about to happen. He's always claiming something big is just about to happen, just as he's doing right now.
This message here, The message in this article are of extremely urgent nature as they deal with a series of massive events that are going to unfold in the near future upon our planetary sphere. These events will dramatically, permanently affect every living person on Earth. The key question is what these effects will be and how to prepare yourself to reap the positive benefits of what is about to happen.
And nothing happened that he predicted in 1999. He's
Other
the world's worst
outlandish
psychic.
Claims that Wilcock's claims will happen ranges from San Andreas Fault is soon to disappear altogether.
That never happened.
To other outlandish claims such as buses in Atlanta will be seen to blow up.
Yeah, that never happened either.
Forget the Y2K fiasco. Do all of you have 2 weeks of food ready? Because the
Sound familiar?
virus is getting ready.
Have 2 weeks of food and water ready
David
for
says
this
here,
big
there
event
will be
coming.
localized
He's
disturbances
saying that
from the
same
Y2K
shit
computer
now.
virus. But you are correct in ascertaining that its effects will be cumulative over time rather than a sudden bang up at the turn of the century. This rippling effect in the global economy will, however, lead to economic downturns and changes that are unavoidable. There are pages you can go through that David probably assumed was gone from the internet and scrubbed. But unfortunately,
He doesn't want you to know this,
cache
that he
of
did
pages
this
of
before.
lies. You can visit pages where other people decided to channel through David and give us their lies as well. Like in this gem here, if you don't plug into the ascension part, people will be very upset by what he is offering.
He's saying Ascension's coming next year. He was saying it was coming in 1999, friends.
That's the way the Earth moves.
It never came.
There's another opportunity for it to
Nothing he
happen in
predicts
October or November
happens.
of this year. But also, if it's a 6.5-year cycle and it adds up to 13, it does loosely add up to the 2012-13 vortex. And you may very well be able to get or take 8 months like that. You are welcome yourself to check all the pages and all the lies that David spits out through all the years.
This video
As
is
you
by
can see,
Truth
these
Be
are all
Told.
his quotes and nothing
And
is
it's
made up. So for the people who think I'm giving him a hard time, check it out yourself. All I'm doing is using his own words against him. If he is who he says he is, and he does predict correctly, and he does tell the truth, then why are there pages and pages of lies, lies, lies?
That's a good point. If he's such a great prophet, why are there pages and pages of false predictions and lies on his original website? All these things that he predicted that never happened.
Other gems that you can research yourself include 2001 magnetic pole shift on Earth, also associated with the dawning second coming of Christ.
In 2001, he predicted a magnetic pole shift that never happened and the second coming of Christ that also never happened.
Or, I don't know whether this will be the big one or just a major quake, but I do know that this is what we're heading into and is truly beyond description. Our bodies will be transformed.
Oh, the light
and as
body
explained in the book,
prediction.
There is full scientific explanation for how, when, and why this will happen. February 19th.
We're all going to get light bodies when the year 2000 hits, but nothing happened.
Lastly, there is again a repeated reference to the upcoming Ascension event here on the planet. We need
Again
to
with the
realize that
Ascension.
this is not speculation, but fact. I have written a comprehensive book called Convergence from a largely scientific standpoint that gives definite proof that this Ascension event is really going to happen.
Yeah, he said the Ascension event was going to happen in the year 2000. Then he said it was going to happen in the year 2012. Now he's saying it's going to happen in 2025. Just keep kicking the can, Mr. Wilcock.
April 1999. And who could forget the first chapter of his book, Convergence? Why do we somehow know that we are indeed about to experience something so fantastic as to be the single greatest moment of all time? We will demonstrate that in the 1999-2000 Ascension Vortex, which is the result of all dimensions in the solar system operating through large, approximately 25,000-year cycles.
He must not be able to do basic math. He's still talking about these 25,000-year cycles, making new predictions. But his 1999 predictions for the year 2000, none of them came true. Yeah, that's basically what it amounts to. Yep.
Now let's talk about those books. So if you go to duplychecker.com, you can check to see if any type of text.
This is a plagiarism checker for Mr. Wilcock.
Now, I'm not accusing David Wilcock of plagiarizing any type of works. I'm sure he sources everything that he copies, but I took an ordinary book here, as you see. It's just a comprehensive universe, which is done by generic authors. If you come down here and you scroll down and you grab any type of text from the book.
Yeah, so run a plagiarism checker on his book.
What pop up is 0% if it's an original work of the author.
Yeah, so this is an example.
Now, all I did was go to divinecosmos.com and under the free books highlight, You click on the link, and it should give you free books.
He's a copy and paste artist. Watch what happens.
The Shift of the Ages.
When you copy his work into a plagiarism
And as you
checker.
scroll down and highlight any of the text.
And we see,
paste the text into
what
the box
happens.
and click check plagiarism. And as you can see in the results, there's 58% plagiarism, 42% unique. Now the first part
he copied and pasted 60% of the book
in the first part of the plagiarized works. It isn't plagiarized, it's just recognizing his own text. But as you scroll down, you can see that there's other texts that are in bulk that are verbatim copied into his book.
Copy and paste.
If you come back and you grab another piece of his book so that you know it's not just one section, you can pretty much grab any part of David Wilcock's books and they will always show up as 50% at least cited through other works.
Yeah, and he gives the sightings, but who thinks they're paying Wilcock for a book?
We have 53% plagiarism.
He just copied and pasted half of it.
And then below we have the highlighted text. And then on the right, we have the other websites that have the text that he used in his book verbatim in block words. Now, again, I'm not accusing David of plagiarizing any works, but most of his ideas are not his own.
Let's check out some of his previous predictions. This is where it gets great. Remember, he's Earth's greatest prophet.
Is don't stop here. Go back to my website, divinecosmos.com. Look it up. Read all this stuff. This is just a tiny portion of what I've done. Yes, you have to buy the book. It's only $30 retail. You can get it for like $18 on Amazon.
Always pitching.
Yes, divinecosmos.com. David's new website that was created in the hopes of helping you forget about his first website that had all the lies. But don't fret, because
there's plenty of lies on this one. There's plenty of lies on this one.
Right now, it's reached the point where I've heard that the people in the CIA, the Pentagon, and the other agencies are ready to take action against the financial cabal. November 2011. Not satisfied with that one? Well, then what about if you have been following this and certain other websites, then you have already heard the eyewitness testimony suggesting that thousands of conspirators in finance, media, defense, military, corporations, and government are about to be arrested.
The mass arrests. Look at, here's the 2012. He's saying these mass arrests are going to happen this year before November now. He said that stuff already in 2012. He thinks everybody forgets. The internet never forgets, Mr. Wilcock.
April 2012. And then there's gems like the greater story was that something big was about to happen either way. April 2013.
Yeah, something big's always about to happen, according to Wilcock.
The reason I seem to be getting by combining all the data in these very highly intense dreams with the equal intense insider data is something big is about to happen.
Something big's about to happen in 2014 and 2013 and 2012.
Well, what about
every year? Something big's about to happen.
Remarkable high-level briefings about the takedown of the deep state.
Oh, they're taking down the deep state again. Or still.
And also, there is widespread agreement among these insider sources that some sort of major visible action against the genocidal globalist entity is now impending. September 2018.
Oh, geez.
So when Gariev transformed those salamander eggs,
I remember the salamander eggs that turn into frogs. It's so stupid.
Zapped it into.
It's so dumb.
I believe that's.
How can people believe this man?
We're moving into this new energy zone.
Here's where he's predicting we're going to get superpowers and Ascension's coming. This is pre-2012.
Increasing the source field vibration, which is
making the same kind of predictions right now.
So we're dealing now with the next wave that's coming in 2009. As we head into 2010, 2011, they're going to start happening every couple months, and then they're going to start happening.
Oh, these big solar events that give us superpowers.
By the time we get to 2012,
we're getting those superpowers. We're getting the superpowers.
It's multiple times.
I can't wait to get superpowers.
Now my readings have told me, for what it's worth, that some of us will be able to have ascended abilities. I mean, full-on ascended abilities prior to the actual shift happening. So that would be very cool.
Don't be embarrassed. You didn't know he was so full of shit. And see,
times more
now you know.
Utopian world where things
he's
like
copying
time
Q's
travel,
content. Yes.
Instant telepathy, instant healing, telekinesis are as common and as everyday as breathing.
And that was supposed to happen by 2012. Did anybody get their superpowers in 2012? I must have missed them. I didn't get the superpowers.
The most important year. 2012 is predicted as the year in which whatever the second coming of Christ is supposed to be will happen.
Oh, Jesus is already here
When
then.
does the age of Aquarius come in? 2012. And that's
2012.
been calculated based on constellations in the sky by mainstream astronomers. So look, things are not going to stay the way they are very much longer. The year 2012, if nothing else, represents a bifurcation point, a split between the way that things have been and the way that things are going to be. They were known about long ago, and it's all part of this spontaneous evolution that humanity.
We're going to get superpowers in the year 2012. I must have missed my superpowers.
And would this mean
Did I get in the wrong line?
Experiencing a rise in its consciousness? That is exactly what I'm suggesting. That once the truth comes out,
2017,
very likely of these people having been arrested on.
The mass arrests again.
Logistics about how that's
every year the mass arrests are coming. David Wilcock says.
And I am not authorized to give all the details.
This is a very different thing. This is not an Earth-killing event. This is an Earth-birthing event. And they're very clear on that when you read these ancient prophecies.
Oh, Earth is birthing.
That the Earth has to go through its worst point. It has to go through the dark night of the soul. And we're having that now. It's very after we go through the worst point, there is this event.
The solar flash. He predicts the solar flash.
Of an overthrow of the deep state.
Oh, look, mass arrests. Mass arrests. The rest of this is just him doing this stupid chant. So there's a history lesson for you. So Mr. Wilcock is claiming that he's going to sue a journalist for reporting on him, and he's going to get a journalist arrested for reporting on him. And these are the kind of things that I've been reporting, that Mr. Wilcock makes all of these prophecies and predictions, and all of them fail. And I don't consider that any form of stalking, harassing, attacking, or violence like he does. I consider it a public service to just let people know the truth. You know, false prophets are prevalent on the internet. And Mr. Wilcock, I believe it can clearly be established, is a false prophet. He has clearly made completely and totally false prophecies over and over and over again. And it's just, it is what it is. And so he's attacking me for reporting things like we just showed you. And you know, it says a lot about Mr. Wilcock that he is willing to, you know, essentially make false claims against a journalist who's covering him critically in order to shut that journalist up. But let me go to my notes here. We have a great deal more to share with you. So it's very important that we establish that reporting on David Wilcock lying or getting predictions wrong constantly to his audience is not stalking. Now, another history lesson is these false arrests. Right now, mass arrests. Right now, David Wilcock is claiming that big mass arrests are coming before November, and the deep state is being taken down. But these are the same predictions that he made. We just showed you how many times he's made them. But one of the interesting things is that Mr. Wilcock kind of forgets. I believe he's a pathological liar, and we're going to get into that next. And I'm entitled to my belief about that, having observed him lie to his audience and lie to the public over and over and over again constantly. Now, when it comes to these mass arrests, he kind of forgets. Right now, he's predicting mass arrests are coming by November, and an ascension event is coming by 2025, and open contact with angelic extraterrestrial human-like ETs is coming by 2025. These are his current predictions. But when it comes to the mass arrests, he's predicted that over and over and over again, and it's never happened. And he's even lied and said that there was prison ships going to Guantanamo Bay, and the mass arrests already happened. And he forgets that he already predicted the mass arrests happened, or he said they happened. And then there's all these other predictions of the mass arrests that never happened. Here we go.
We are looking at right now tribunals that are allegedly taking place. We have very good intel on this from multiple insider sources that they have arrested right now key people in the deep state. They already have tribunals going on in several locations in the United States and apparently Guantanamo There are prison barges taking people to Guantanamo. And what they've done is they've started with the mid-level people who were directly involved in child trafficking. The sealed indictments that we've been hearing so much about are being unsealed.
This is 2019.
People are being put on trial.
Does anybody remember any mass arrests or trials in 2019 or unsealed indictments? I don't.
In secret tribunals. These are military trials.
If you've come to this work through my material on the Alliance, and then you're saying, well, okay, David's talking about people being arrested and he's talking about tribunals. How does this relate to the idea of ascension? And I believe the two are fundamentally interconnected because part of it is this concept of the tribunals and the arrests. I believe this is going to happen. I've spoken to multiple people in the Alliance.
Happen in 2019.
That's what's so exciting about the sealed indictments. That's what's so exciting about the idea that tribunals have begun. And I had heard all the way back in 2009 about mass arrests, that there would be tribunals.
There's tribunals.
That the most evil and sadistic people in the world who were doing really horrific stuff, that we're not even going to get into all of it. You've heard me talk about this many times. That those people would be brought to trial.
Every time he talks about it, it doesn't happen.
Actually forced to answer for their crimes, and that they would be then incarcerated, or in some cases actually receive the death penalty.
Gonna kill them.
So things have gone really wild because I've been talking about this since 2009. I had other insiders giving me information about these mass arrests. The 30,000 U.S. soldiers who will spread throughout the entire European region.
So it didn't happen in 2019
with tanks,
and he's predicting it again.
What we're getting from our briefings, folks, is that this is a targeted effort for the mass arrests that I've been telling you about this whole time. That's why they're there. There's 37,000 troops from 18 countries, including the U.S., many U.S. troops.
37,000 troops are going to go do the mass arrests in 2020, except he forgot that he said the mass arrests already happened in 2019, and he predicted they would happen in 2019, but they didn't. Nothing happened.
Better believe those are elite soldiers. They're very trained. What are they doing? They're going to the places where the deep state is. They're infiltrating their strongholds, and they are arresting people. They're not this really...
Anybody remember any arrests?
Interesting moment in our timeline. And I will just point out to you to start with that we have received new briefings.
Oh, we got new briefings about the mass arrests.
Very amazing. So I'm going to cut to the chase, stop mass the suspense right off the bat, and say
mass arrests
that we have gotten. We heard it years ago, and I had forgotten about this. The briefing is that we are going to get 3 days without internet.
Oh, the 3 days of darkness.
Without telephone.
Which he's also predicting again right now, 4 years later.
We'll be able to
call.
It
didn't happen in 2020, so he predicts it again in 2024.
Services. You will not be able to use the internet. It will slow to a crawl, or maybe not even.
This never happened when he predicted it in 2020, and now he's predicting it again.
You might be able to get your email. I don't know if
but he's Earth's greatest prophet.
Or not. But basically, it's
can't remember all of his lies. That's the problem,
George. And that's for 3 days. We have 4 different sources that are telling us this, and one of those 4 sources has 5 different independent sources that told him this. The timing that we're getting on when this is going to happen.
Oh, when's going to happen?
Is anywhere from today or tomorrow.
Oh, 329.
There's another window that suggests, and this is from a State Department source, the latest one that I just got.
Because people from the State Department always talk to this clown on the internet. Sure.
That it could be before, the 3 days could be before Good Friday.
Right before Easter.
But during those 3 days.
Does anybody remember 3 days of darkness in 2020 with no internet and mass arrests?
There's going to be
the
arrest of the bad guys.
Oh, the mass arrests
this is a very wonderful thing.
Oh, the mass arrests.
So that's where you get your sealed indictments from. Now, we have a lot of sealed indictments, and from what we're hearing, during those 3 days, many of these
who's he hearing this from? His imaginary friends?
Indictments will be unsealed, and many people will be arrested. So what do we got ahead in the coming weeks?
2022, same predictions. If they didn't happen in 2019, he predicted them again in 2020. They didn't happen in 2020. he predicted them probably again in 2021, and here he is in 2022 making predictions again.
Probably a blackout, probably
3 days
big,
of
crazy,
darkness?
weird stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Probably scary stuff. It could get a lot worse. I don't know. I don't know if it's all going to roll up this week. I don't know if it's going to take weeks more after the cabal has been arrested and exposed, which is going to take a while. When we get into the next class, and I'm going to talk about the solar cycles and how that's working.
Yeah, he's so accurate. Buy his course for $333, and he'll tell you more about the mass arrests coming.
It's going to be a couple more years, but the bulk of it, I think, is going to be over before the end of this year. The bulk of the most kinetic stuff, which is why
over by 2020, the end of 2022. Anybody remember mass arrests and unsealed indictments in 2022? Yeah, me neither.
Doubt that we have to wait until November to see some really big stuff. I don't even think the election's going to happen. I don't even.
And here is he's making the very same predictions again in 2024.
I think there's going to be an election at that time because why? Other events are going to supersede that. And you're going to probably see a bunch of people arrested before November 5th. There's going to be a full exposure of the DS. There will be high-level arrests. That almost immediately turn into disclosure.
So there we have it, friends. If you make a prediction and it doesn't happen, just keep making it every year. Maybe eventually it'll happen. So what I'm trying to establish here is that Mr. Wilcock is running around claiming he's going to sue journalists when he has a real credibility issue. I haven't made false predictions over multiple years. I haven't repeated predictions. I haven't sold courses on my predictions. You know, when it comes to credibility, I have a good reputation for telling people the truth, and we can see his reputation and his history. Now, I know that many people are here to see these, see the body cam footage. So just to be clear, Mr. Wilcock is claiming that I'm getting arrested, that he's suing me because I filed false claims with Boulder County Sheriff's Office. We have shown you I did not file those claims. In fact, I'm such a good reporter and investigator, we tracked down who did make those claims. They've given me on the record statements that they made those complaints to animal welfare. And I've got written on the record statements from the people who actually sent the animal welfare complaints. But before we do that, let me explain something. This is very important to establish that what Mr. Wilcock is doing is he is creating an amalgam of multiple people on the internet, including me, and he is claiming that I am doing everything all of those people are doing. So I think it's important that we first explain that, and I'm going to try my best to explain this. So this is one of the people that he claims is me. It is not me. It's somebody who lives in an entirely different country. His name is Peter, or he's from an entirely different country. This is at Macario Mend on Twitter, who is someone that I think Mr. Wilcock would characterize as a hater or a troll. And he also makes clips of David Wilcock making ridiculous claims, which we, in full disclosure, have used here. That is one person that Mr. Wilcock is claiming Steven from Canada is. He did one stream attacking that individual, claiming he was Steven from Canada and he was doing all these horrible things to him. And then we have another person that Mr. Wilcock is claiming is me, which is not me. And here is another person, and that's his real name, Osiris Christensen, who again is from a foreign country. And he is also one of the people who wrote the animal neglect complaints to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. And I have on the record statements from both of these individuals saying that they are the people who wrote those emails to animal control, not me. And there's one other person, and remember, David Wilcock claimed that this individual, Osiris Christensen, was Stephen from Canada. He doesn't even know who's who in this stories that he's telling. So talk about credibility problems. And then we have a third individual who he is also claiming was Stephen from Canada, and that would be John Christian Spadavaccia, who is a researcher and journalist and is writing a book on Stevati Aerospace. So David Wilcock has made various false claims saying that I, Steven Cambian, harassed or emailed board members of Stevati. No, I didn't. And just to be clear, Mr. Spadavaccia did not harass anybody, but he did email people that work at Stevati asking questions for his book project, which he is researching. There's no crime in that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That's not stalking. That's not harassing. That's doing good research and asking people for comments about a book that he is writing. Mr. Wilcock has also claimed that John Christian Spadavaccia is Stephen from Canada. But we know the latest is that I'm Stephen from Canada. And he claimed that he got the information that Stephen was from Canada from Corey Good. And we all know what a great source of information Corey Good is. So what we have here is that David Wilcock is creating a fake supervillain. And all of these people who he considers online haters, trolls, or harassers of his, including me, I suppose, he has combined into one person who he has called Stephen from Canada. And as I said, just to be clear, he's accused Macario Men, Peter, of being Stephen from Canada. Then he accused this Osiris Christensen, of being Stephen from Canada. Then he accused John Christian Spadavaccia of being Stephen from Canada. And finally, he said it was me. Now, all of these things that people have done, which I don't find any fault with, that's up to Mr. Wilcock, to make his false claims that people are harassing him. Mean tweets, by the way, are not death threats. He's also claimed that there was death threats and that I sent him death threats. He won't show them. Show the death threats, David Wilcock. Mean tweets are not death threats. But just to be clear, he has created an amalgam of all of these different people, and then he's blamed me for everything that those people sent or said or did or tweeted. And this is really wrong. So I asked Osiris Christensen, who is one of the people who gave me an on-the-record statement saying, I am one of the people who sent one of those emails to animal control because he was concerned for the dog based on what Wilcock was saying on his shows. And I asked him, can you answer this question for me? Why did you send the complaint to animal control? Did you have a genuine concern for the dog, or was this some act of revenge or false report you filed? I will read whatever your response is on air. And so let me bring back 1 second. Let me bring back the right one here. So Mr. Christensen has given me an on-the-record statement admitting that he was one of the people that sent one of the animal neglect complaints into the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. And what he told me in response to my question was, and this is a direct quote from him, quote, I sent the complaint out of genuine concern for the dog's welfare. I am a longtime animal lover and activist. I also put nothing in the report that David did not mention himself in his streams. There was no mention of swatting by anyone at any time. Wilcock is lying about all of that, just like he is lying about making lawsuits. David is deflecting and dodging to make himself look better after the fact. So that's an on-the-record statement from one of the people who sent the animal neglect complaints. It's very important to point out that Mr. Wilcock has claimed that I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was small. Mr. Wilcock has claimed that I'm getting arrested for filing false reports with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. But what we're going to see is that David Wilcock filed false reports with them in this phone call. Mr. Wilcock wasn't aware, but he was being recorded in this call with the animal control officer, and Mr. Wilcock blames me for one of these complaints that this person has admitted to with an on-the-record statement that he sent the complaint out of genuine concern for the animal. Now we have another on-the-record statement from Peter. Peter is another person that Mr. Wilcock has blamed me for his actions. And by the way, I'm not supporting or condoning these people sending these complaints. I'm simply reporting on the fact that David Wilcock falsely claimed that I sent those complaints. I have on the record statements from the people that have actually sent the complaints, and the complaints were not sent by me. One second. Okay, so Peter, who is this person, gave me an on-the-record statement that he was one of the second person that sent the other email to animal control. And I asked him the same question. Why did you send this complaint to animal control about David Wilcock and his dog? And this is a quote from him. He says, quote, actually, I wish that I had sent a report sooner. As we all remember, David started talking about Girlie's condition well over a month ago. When I had made the first clip of him saying that she had black diarrhea and had fallen over, it pissed me off. I can deal with him taking advantage of his followers because they have a choice. But when he started letting a dog suffer, it was upsetting to me. Even then, I didn't do anything. It seemed like every stream he talked about her condition, and I saw others getting upset, even some of his followers. That's when I decided to make the report. Girlie was suffering, and he didn't seem to care. I would do that for any animal. We all heard Wilcock say her condition was so bad, and I don't think it could have been a false report. The things I wrote just repeated what David Wilcock said weekly on his streams about his dog. So there's the proof that I did not send those complaints into animal control at Boulder County Sheriff's Office. We have these on the record statements. These are the people, I tracked them down, who actually sent the complaints. I did not do it. So David Wilcock lied to the police, claiming that I sent those emails under pseudonyms. Those are the people's real names. I have their real names. I have on the record statements proving they sent those emails to animal control. And remember, David Wilcock claims that he was swatted as a result of me, Steve Cambian, sending those emails. He repeated over and over again that he got swatted. I'll play just a short portion of his swatting claims again to remind you he keeps saying that he was swatted.
But there is a very important reason why I'm doing this, because I got swatted by our dear friend Steven. This was the business card that was left on my door on Tuesday, and he then took public credit for swatting me on Wednesday with the police. He actually, that's right, this person who has been stalking me for at least 7 years that we know of, escalated to the point of actually calling in a police hit on me to try to say that I was abusing my dog. And he wrote 2 different emails to them, which is all going to be in the investigation they're doing that's done on Monday. I did get swatted.
So Mr. Wilcock continually claimed that he got swatted. But not only did he claim that he got swatted, he claimed that I got him swatted, which is completely and totally factually inaccurate. I did not send those emails. I've provided more than adequate evidence that we know who sent the emails, and it was not me. But I want to take a moment to recognize that language is important. Mr. Wilcock claimed over and over and over again on his Instagram that he got swatted. Now, one second. Swatted is not in the dictionary, is it? Okay, so according to Google, swatted is a criminal harassment technique that involves making a false report to emergency services to get a SWAT team sent to a victim's location. The term comes from SWAT, which stands for Special Weapons and Tactics, a specialized police unit in the United States. The goal of swatting is to provoke an emergency response from law enforcement against a target victim under false pretenses. For example, a swatter might call 911 and falsely report a violent situation, like a hostage situation or shooting at the victim's address. So in order to be a swatting, you got to have the SWAT team there. David Wilcock, over and over and over again. Now, I'm sure he's going to try to weasel out of this somehow. Over and over and over again, said that he was swatted. But before we get to the main event here with this body cam footage, I just want to play this clip about David Wilcock continually claiming that mass arrests are coming.
The people who give me money, they all forgot I did this whole grift before, and nothing I predicted ever happened. So here, I am once again kicking the can and predicting the very same global event again. Anyone want to bet what the odds are that this time all this stuff will happen now? Mass arrests. It's a massive global event, and I've been predicting it since the early 2000s. Now everyone will know I am Earth's greatest prophet and psychic medium. It's about time. 3 days of darkness. Your internet may go out. Phones and cable television channels will all play emergency announcements about the Dark Alliance finally being defeated. Everything I have been saying will happen in the next couple days. It will all happen in the next couple days, if not by next week. If not next week, by next month for sure. And hey, if it doesn't happen next month, then by next year for sure. And you know what? If it doesn't happen next year, I'll just play kick the can and predict this again in a couple years. What a great grift I have. Free money for making false predictions and promoting fake conspiracy theories. Nothing is too nutty for me to promote. Pizzagate, the global cabal, mass arrests, military tribunals. And hey, never forget I told everyone I took baths in my own piss and got superpowers.
Never forget the superpowers, friends. So it's important that we note that Mr. Wilcock claimed over and over and over again that he got swatted. And I just want to also mention that I had to pay for this body cam footage. So we want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors who help to make sure that I have the money to do these things. Rotary Motion with a kind and generous $2 says respect, research, and fact checking, calling out. Yeah. Soil Alpin 900 AD with a kind and generous 10 pounds. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thank you, Rotary Motion, for being a member as well. And we thank UFO John Doe. Stephen will help you out of the rabbit hole if you let him and you listen. He cuts to the BS and he calls out the lies. Too many of these grifters, frauds, taking advantage of people. Hope all is well. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And because of your support, I was able to have the few $100s that it costs to get this footage so that we could share it and establish what really happened. Was David Wilcock really swatted? Anyway, thank you guys for helping me to praise the cash a little bit and recoup some of our expenses. All right. So, and we have Yash with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Thanks for helping us praise the cash, you Patreon supporters and channel members as well. All right, now to the main event. So David Wilcock continually claimed that I got him swatted. He claimed falsely that I sent in animal neglect complaints, which I did not do. He claimed that he was swatted. Now, remember, in order to be swatted, you need a SWAT team. And now I was fairly sure that he was not swatted. We could read the report and see what happened. I have the report, which I'm going to share as well. But I know many of you are here. I'm sorry for taking so long to get to this part. You want to see what really happened at David Wilcock's house. Now, to be clear, this is public records. This is body cam footage that came directly from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and the people who actually went to his home. Mr. Wilcock has shared videos of the inside and the outside of his home many, many times. So I don't believe there's any privacy concerns here, especially because these are public records. And also, I'm being forced to share this because Mr. David Wilcock made false claims claiming that I, Steven Cambian of Truth Seekers, got him swatted at his home. He made those false claims, which forced me to get the body cam footage and show it to all of you. So without any further delay, I want to show you exactly what happened that David Wilcock is calling a swatting. Here we go, friends.
Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office, anyone home?
See anyone?
His bedroom sliding glass door is open, screen shut, but
See any dog?
there's a dog bed right here, no dog.
Okay. Will you run and grab tape? Thank you.
Dude, I thought we had a fire in Colorado somewhere. I looked it up. This is all from Canada.
I know, 5 million acres.
5 million?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, because
All
there's
on fire?
no, there's several burning right now. By grand total, 5 million acres so far this year. Sucks.
Yeah, that's
Highly unfortunate.
yeah. That's really unfortunate because that's where America gets like 80% of their wood.
Mhm.
It's from Canada, so wood prices are about to skyrocket.
Yep, as if they weren't bad enough. Such is life, I guess.
Yeah, this is a beautiful place.
Yeah,
He's
hell of a
obviously
property.
making money off his YouTube accounts.
I'm sure he gets some nice gratuity. I don't know what the right word is for ancient aliens.
Well, I mean, he clearly isn't broke.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's not thinking about doing that.
That's a great question. Take care. Seven and seven on debit.
7 and 7.
Can I have a CR goods call on Ridge?
797-3692-3692.
Copy, thanks. Good. Oh, it's fine. I know, but I already took it off, so it's like... Might as well.
No, I'm gonna peek through the garage, but the blinds are closed. There's a trail cam at the beginning of this driveway, but there's no other cam. Well, good job making the right turn. I did not make the right turn.
I was, when we saw you make the wrong turn, and we're like, okay, it's supposed to be like right here.
Yeah. Right now, don't trust me ever on directions. I'll drive around in circles for 3 hours. I don't give a shit. Absolutely. Yep. Oh, don't be sorry. I got shit going on up here right now, so. This was the exciting part of my day so far. Okay. I won't look at it, but okay. I mean, I will, not the whole 4 hours. I do kind of want to see what this guy's all about, though. So yeah, send it to me.
Over and over and over again on his latest 2 live streams, David Wilcock claimed that I got him swatted. As we can clearly see from the body cam footage of the actual event, the only event at David Wilcock's home, there was no SWAT team. There was no men with rifles. There was no body armor, no shields, no busting down of his door. There was, in fact, zero danger to him. What actually happened is they received some animal neglect complaints. They went to speak to him about it. He was not home, and they knocked. He wasn't home, although Mr. Wilcock has claimed that he was sleeping through this event, which I'm here to tell you, if you get swatted, you're not sleeping through it. I believe he said he was sleeping or something like that. Clearly, Mr. Wilcock lied. These are completely and totally false claims. All of his claims of being swatted fall apart under scrutiny. And Mr. Wilcock was so dumb, he didn't realize that there's body cam footage of everything in Boulder County. But I knew that. Well, I didn't know that. I had to check. I checked with Boulder County Sheriff's Department and found out that there was body cam footage of all of these things. And then I had to contact records and get the report. And the report, I have the report here. We'll go through it very quickly. The report just says exactly what happened, that Mr. Wilcock, there were some reports of animal neglect. Here, I will share my screen. Again, these are public records. And I always say this, Mr. Wilcock lied to his audience. He lied and made completely and totally false claims about me, claiming I got him swatted. He used that word over and over again. Our friend Steven got me swatted. No, I didn't. You lied about me. And what's worse about all of this is in the same streams, Mr. David Wilcock claimed that I was a Satan worshiper and a child predator. I happen to have a wife and children, and it's despicable and disgusting that he would make such dangerous claims about a good family man. Not, what do you don't realize the kind of problems that could bring a good family man, even that those allegations that you made with no evidence whatsoever. Now, about the report. I apologize. I made a mistake here. I should have cut off that open with Google Docs. 2 emails from Colorado Humane Society regarding a report of animal abuse, unincorporated. And oh, by the way, he keeps on saying that I'm giving out his address or his phone number. These reports that I received from Boulder County Records Division clearly had his home address, his home telephone number, I think his cell phone number. If I was really being malicious here, would I have taken the time to redact all those things from this report to protect Mr. Wilcock's privacy? There's no maliciousness here. I'm here for the truth. Okay, I reviewed those emails, which stated the following. The owner, Mr. Wilcock, was a YouTuber. Over the last month, he has said that his dog is in bad shape. He's no longer eating, falling over, was trying to walk, and possibly bleeding while using the bathroom. He has refused to get her care from a vet, even though people are telling him to get her help. People have even sent him money for her. I believe she is in pain and needs care that he will not give her. And here's the funny part. The submission, the email came from Steven Canada. And the only contact information provided was an email address. And the German Shepherd appears to be old and clearly dying, as per witnessing the animal of David's video via YouTube. Within the last week, the dog is shaking, whelping, and clearly in extreme pain. The owner, David, claims that the dog is dying. The German Shepherd needs immediate medical intervention. The suffering of the animal is horrendous. The submission was from Robert Crawford, and the only contact information was an email address. So, and this report is by the woman we saw in the body cam footage. I went to David's YouTube channel and watched the latest live stream on his channel. At 7 minutes, 6 seconds into the video, he mentioned that his dog is ill with bloody black diarrhea and that she may not survive the week. At 3 hours and 6 minutes into the video, he again mentions that his dog is dying. This poor woman had to sit through 3 hours of David Wilcock ranting. At no point in the video did I observe the dog or hear it yelp or cry. I responded to both emails with the complaints the video does, asking if the video showed the dog in distress or yelping. I received a response from, and they redacted that one, using a different name than the one on the report submission from Colorado Humane. The name associated with the email was now Arthur Crow. The email stated the following, and I have the second part of the report right here. And these reports, and especially the body cam footage, show that Mr. Wilcock simply lied. Hi, in recent videos, there is little to see this female German Shepherd named Girly. However, David often implicates himself. He regularly talks about the fact that his dog is physically suffering and that he should take her to the vet, but he never does. He has admitted such on several occasions. David describes her condition in many of his videos. He talks about her vomiting, having extreme diarrhea that is black in color, which suggests to me blood. He also describes in his videos that she is shivering in pain. At the very least, his dog needs fentanyl patch. My views on this matter have not been echoed strongly by many others who have, or have been echoed by many others who have been watching his videos. David Wilcock is a somewhat nefarious character who would use his dog suffering to garner sympathy donations in the form of YouTube super chats. A visit to his residence by an agent would be appropriate. Okay, so, and the officer goes on to say, I responded to Mr. Wilcock's home with my trainee animal protection officer, this person, and Boulder County Sheriff Deputy Jay Bauer to attempt to contact David and check on the welfare of Girly. No one appeared to be home. I knocked several times and waited several minutes. At no point did I hear the dog inside the residence. I posted a business card to the front door asking David to call me. Later received a call from David, but was unable to answer the phone. He left me a voicemail asking me to text him, as he often doesn't hear his voicemails. I texted him, asked me to call when he had a moment. He called me back a short time later and explained to me the reason for his visit to the residence was to check on the welfare of Girly. David explained that he was famous for his YouTube channel as well as his appearances on Ancient Aliens. David explained was due to his pain. Someone by the name of, they redacted that, not me, began stalking him using the alias Steven Cambian. David, oh no, I did redact that. David explained that Steven had a YouTube channel in which uses the alias Steven Cambian. David stated that Steven was trying to defame him and that he was faced online harassment from Steven for the past 10 years. I haven't even had a show for 10 years. David stated that Steven has also attacked his aerospace company. David explained that due to the long history of issues, he believes that these complaints come from Steven. This is, David repeatedly expressed concern that Steven may escalate the nature of his complaints to the sheriff's office in an attempt to further harass him. He stated that he was concerned that it may escalate to Steven attempting to get SWAT called on David. So he tells the animal control officer that he's afraid that I, Steven Cambian, I'm going to get him swatted. So which is it? Because you said on your live stream that you already got swatted. How can you be saying both? I don't understand how this works. How is it that Mr. Wilcock can claim in his public live streams that I, Steve Cambian, got him swatted, but he tells the officer, I'm afraid he may get me swatted. But it gets better, friends, because David Wilcock is so dumb. Remember, he's claiming that I'm getting arrested, right? And by the way, let's address that. Mr. Wilcock has continually said that he's getting me arrested, that the Boulder County Sheriff is cooperating with the Philadelphia police, and that they're going to arrest me for filing false complaints. Mr. Wilcock has made incredibly damaging, reputation-destroying, damaging statements about me to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, while simultaneously claiming that he's going to sue me for slander. And I have recordings of it. But it gets better, because Mr. Wilcock, he doesn't, you know, this guy is not very smart for having a 180 IQ. You know, he claims continually that he got swatted by me. But then he tells the animal control officer he's afraid that I'm going to escalate things, and then he will get swatted. So again, which is it? Now, in regard to Mr. Wilcock claiming that there's a criminal investigation into me, that is not the case. And we know that because I placed a records request for all records relating to my name, my show name, my legal name. And here's the response we got. Good afternoon. In looking at your multiple requests, the only case we have involving Mr. Wilcock is 24-03892. That's the report that I just showed you of the animal neglect, and the body cam footage I showed you relate to that case. And that has already been emailed to you. But here's where it gets interesting. There are no other cases involving the names you gave us. Mr. Wilcock has continually lied on his live stream, claiming that the police are investigating me, Steve Cambian of Truth Seekers, for making false complaints to the police. He claimed that I was going to be arrested. There is no criminal investigation into false complaints concerning this original case. And we know that because I requested all the records with my legal name, with my working name, with my show name, with his address on them. There is no records. And what that means is, that means David Wilcock lied to his audience, not only about me having him swatted, but about there being a criminal investigation into me. There is no criminal investigation. But just to be sure, I still have some friends, a source within the Philadelphia Police Department. I checked in with him. There's no records in the Philadelphia police system about any investigation into me. There's no records of these Boulder County officials contacting the Philadelphia police officials about any of this. Mr. Wilcock bluffed. He lied through his teeth to his audience in order, in my opinion, to garner sympathy and they all do this. They all pretend, oh, I'm under attack. I'm getting swatted. We saw what happened. They knocked on his door and they left a card on his door. Nobody got swatted, David Wilcock. You lied about that. And no, the police are not investigating me for filing false reports, which is good, Mr. Wilcock, because I did not file those reports, but I have on the record sources admitting that they filed those reports, so it was not me. How many times have you lied about me while claiming that you're going to sue me for defamation, sue me for slander? But it gets even better, friends, because Mr. Wilcock is so stupid that he does not realize that all calls to the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, including animal control, all calls are logged. So I requested actually it came with the body cam footage, but the call that Mr. Wilcock made to the Boulder County Animal Control Office, that was recorded. And in that recorded call, Mr. Wilcock made an incredible amount of completely and totally easily proven false claims against me. He claimed that I am stalking and harassing him. That's not true. He claimed that I am harassing Stevati board members. I've never emailed any member of Stevati board. He claimed that I lied and said he doesn't have an admiral on his board. I did call Stevati to fact check that and found out there is a vice admiral. But remember, David Wilcock always lies, embellishes, and exaggerates out the wazoo, because in a recent live stream, Mr. Wilcock claimed that there was a general and 2 admirals on the Stevati board. No, there isn't. There is a vice admiral on their board. So, yeah, I'm guilty. I called to fact check. He makes all kinds of defamatory, slanderous accusations against me to this Boulder County animal control officer. And Mr. Wilcock is so stupid that I don't think he realized that the call was being recorded, or he would not have made these statements. And again, these are public records. And because David Wilcock made all of these false, slanderous, defamatory accusations against me, I was forced to pay for these records and broadcast them to defend my reputation. I have never done any of the things that Mr. Wilcock is claiming, or he's twisting the facts. A great example is claiming that I called and harassed them about they don't have an admiral on their board. No, I called Mr. Stevati, Mr. Beskar, who's supposed to be the CEO of a multi-million-dollar aerospace company, but he gets their phone. Yeah. And I asked him, is there an admiral on your board? And he goes, yeah, go right to our website. There's this vice admiral. And then I asked Mr. Beskar, I said, well, what about the general and the other admiral that David Wilcock said? Oh, I'm not at liberty to discuss that. I can't discuss that with you. In other words, David Wilcock lied about there being 2 admirals and a general on the Stevati board. And let's talk for a moment about Stevati. All I've ever done, he claims I'm harassing them. All I've ever done is covered his claims about Stevati Aerospace. He's claimed that they're getting multi-million-dollar contracts. Stevati has been caught lying about developing laser weapons for the United States military. They've been caught lying, saying they have wind tunnel contracts they don't have. They've been caught lying, saying they're going to create all these jobs, and they didn't create one job. And by the way, while we're on that subject, Mr. Wilcock 2 years ago has claimed that they would have a working hovercar prototype. But what we know is from court documents is Stevati Aerospace has no income from the aerospace sector. Their only income is from a garbage dumpster company who apparently rents part of their property to store dumpsters in. It's continually claimed that all these big contracts, multi-million-dollar contracts, are coming to Stevati Aerospace. They've never created any products in 30 years, but they're going to create hover cars with free energy engines, and they're going to create the world's fastest jet fighter. And another stupid claim is he's claiming that they're getting contracts to sell MiG fighters to African countries. That would be completely and totally illegal. You can't sell weapons platforms to a non-NATO country if you're a United States-based company. Look it up. David Wilcock is a pathological liar who lies constantly, and all I've ever done here is fact-check his lies and show people that he lies constantly. And suddenly, Wilcock is lying again, saying he's getting me arrested. Again, we checked for the records. There's no record of any criminal investigation into me. There's no record with my name on it, other than the one that we showed you, the animal neglect complaint. And that record was generated because Mr. Wilcock lied through his teeth to an animal control officer over and over and over again. I don't believe that he realized that this call was being recorded, but I got it, and we're going to play it for you right now.
Hi, Brian. This is David Wilcock.
Hi, how are you?
Well, a little sad. I had to put my dog down yesterday, but what's going on?
I'm so sorry to hear that. So we were reaching out because we got a couple of people that sent us in some emails concerned about your dog Girly, that she wasn't doing too well. So they wanted us to pop in and do a welfare check, but it sounds like
I agree,
you've gone ahead and put her to sleep. But we just wanted to follow up on those complaints to check on her welfare.
So I'm a famous person, and I have a
He's
stalker.
famous.
His name is Steven Cambian.
Okay.
And he has been attacking me for 10 years online and getting ready.
I haven't even had a show for 10 years.
Because he also attacks my aerospace company, Stevati.
I never attacked him. I asked questions.
Way of swatting me. He calls. He's done fake lawsuits from Britain, fake lawsuits from Holland.
I didn't do any of those
We
things.
told him that we're going to sue him. He called the CEO of my.
By the way, when he says that somebody is sending fake lawsuits, somebody, one of those people that I mentioned that he's blaming me for everything that they do, sent him a cease and desist letter because Mr. Wilcock called them a child predator, a sexual child predator on his live stream. They sent him a legal letter saying that he had to take the video down. They didn't send him a fake lawsuit. They sent him a legal letter because he was slandering them, much like he did me, claiming that they were a child predator on his public live streams.
Aerospace company, Chris Beskar, and pretended to be the Washington Post. He did that yesterday.
I have already explained that situation. I have a spec deal with the Washington Spectator, Mr. Wilcock, and you can call journalist Art Levine and confirm that if you don't believe me. I have no reason to lie about being with the Washington Post. Maybe your CEO misheard me or misremembered and thought I said the Washington Post. I would never lie about press credentials when I have real ones with the Washington Spectator, not the Post.
And he was all concerned about, the lawsuits that were going to file against him. This guy.
No, David Wilcock claimed that Stavati was going to file lawsuits against me. So I called Stavati's CEO and asked him, is this true? You guys are going to fund lawsuits for David Wilcock's critics now? And he didn't want to talk to me about it.
He's really, really crazy.
Okay. Oh, I'm the crazy
And
one.
so my guess is that because I said that Gurley had this accident, that he is again trying to use. I mean, he's a psychopath. He's a stalker.
Oh, yeah, I'm a psychopath.
So it would make sense in his warped mind that he would.
Listen, only a psychopath would accuse somebody of being a sex creeper with children and a Satan worshiper with absolutely no evidence. But he's going to call me a psychopath. Great.
Try to swap me with the police and say that I was abusing my dog, but no, she had septicemia, and if I hadn't have.
Yeah, see, here he says he's trying to swat me. Does he not understand what a swatting means? He's telling the animal control officer, Steve Cambian's going to try to get me swatted. But on his stream, he said he was swatted by me.
Taken her to the vet yesterday and euthanized her. She could have been, she could have gone into convulsions because she had this black diarrhea. I filmed there was like a 15-foot splatter area of diarrhea all over the carpet. I mean, she's been degrading for 3 years. But this is part of it. This is going to be part of our lawsuit. It's almost certainly him. So if you could get me those emails, it would really help with the lawsuit.
Notice he said it's almost certainly him. But on his live streams, he didn't say it's almost certainly him or I think it's him. He said it was me. He made vile, disgusting, false claims against me, claiming that I did all these things. Here, talking to the animal control officer, I'm almost certain it's him. No, it wasn't, Mr. Wilcock, and you should apologize to me.
Okay.
So I'm almost certain it'll end up facing him.
What I will do is I'll text you a
I'm almost certain it will come back to him. Okay.
case number that we have where all of this will be documented. And the emails will be included in that. You can then go forward with making a records request with our records unit. And I just have some follow-up questions regarding Gurley, just because I need to dot my I's and cross my T's. You mentioned in your voicemail that your regular veterinarian was Netherland.
Yeah, I took her to Netherland Veterinary Hospital yesterday. They have 2 doctors. I met with Dr. Nate. We debriefed about Gurley for probably an hour before the decision to go ahead with the euthanasia was made. She was diagnosed with degenerative myoplegia, and he didn't really know what the internal bleeding was. It could have been a massive stomach ulcer or something, but of course it's going to lead to septicemia. So.
And you said she had been going downhill for a few years. I'm assuming you had her seen by a veterinarian in that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is there any reason?
It was never bad enough to take her to the vet.
Okay.
I mean, she just wouldn't get up off the floor, and she'd grown, and she was peeing on the floor a lot. And, she had intermittent pooping and peeing. Sometimes she'd do it, sometimes she wouldn't.
Okay.
But I never felt, I mean, I'm a very busy guy. I'm a public figure. I'm always struggling financially. So it never seemed real.
He just said he's always struggling financially. On his latest one of his latest live streams, he mentioned that he makes $10,000 a month on YouTube, and that's not enough. Could you live off of $120,000 a year? Why does he need a millionaire's lifestyle? He can't survive on $120,000 a year?
Feel enough to go take her to the vet until this happened. But when I took her in there, I wasn't 100% sure that we were actually going to carry through with it. That's why we talked for so long.
Okay. And when did she start to go downhill pretty badly?
Well, I mean, this has been a very long process, but I would say that as of maybe 3 months ago, she started to have these farts that smelled really bad. Like
Again with the farts.
When I would have her in my room, I'd have to air out.
Yeah, please hit the like button and share this video. Help us get the truth out.
She was about to die.
Share this
I had
video.
a conversation with my mother on, I guess, Friday, and I still didn't want to put her down. But we had discussed, well, you got to take her to the vet. You got to get a diagnosis because it's smelly farts and she's peeing on the floor and her legs don't work. And on the day that I called my mother, that was the first time that she had fallen while she was walking. I mean, she would fall sometimes on the stairs trying to get upstairs or something, but
This part about the dog is a little bit boring, but I assure you that it gets so much better with him making all the false claims against me in a short amount of time here.
that day, Friday, was the first time that she had fallen while she was just walking through the house.
Okay.
I was like, oh, man.
And about when did her legs really start to fail? You said that was a few weeks ago. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the timeline.
Well, I mean, yeah, there was periodic stuff where she would stumble when she was going up the stairs, and that's been happening.
I agree. Yeah, it's very
3 or 4
sad.
months, where it was more often. It would happen occasionally before then, but nothing really that old.
Okay.
In the last 3 or 4 months, the myoplegia started to become more obvious. But again, it was just she was going up the stairs and she wasn't getting strongly injured. She just stumbled a little bit. But it was when she fell on Friday while she was walking just in the house that I'm like, oh, shit.
Okay. And about how old was she?
Well, she was a rescue when I lived in L.A., so we don't know her exact age, but she was probably 14.
I agree with that.
So
Village
she's
Floor
getting up
House.
there in her years
You're
for
right.
sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm quite certain that this is Steven Cambian. This guy, this is really helpful. The fact that he tried to swap me with you guys is really going to help our lawsuit. If I shared with you the amount of incredible malice and violence that this guy has, the incredible number of things he's done.
Violence, asking questions and fact-checking David Wilcock's completely and totally false claims is violence against him, is hatred and violence. Notice how he exaggerates and embellishes everything. This is the same guy who turns mean tweets into death threats, right? This is the same guy who turned somebody leaving a card on his door into swatting. He exaggerates and embellishes everything, which, in my opinion, is the mark of a pathological liar. They always exaggerate and embellish everything.
Try to hurt me just because I'm a famous person. It will blow your mind. I have no doubt that it will trace back to him. No doubt at all.
Okay.
Nobody else would do this but him.
All right. Well, I'm really sorry to hear this is all going
I've been
on.
swatted already, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Sounds like there's a
Here he says, I'm actually surprised I haven't been swatted already. Yet on his public live streams, he claimed that I got him swatted already. On his public live streams, he claimed he was swatted. Here he's saying, I'm surprised I wasn't swatted. He didn't get me swatted yet, this guy. I have no desire to harm Mr. Wilcock. My only desire is to inform people and fact check him and show people what he's really about. And, it's so funny to me that this guy is supposed to be some truther, right? And his whole world is built on lies.
a whole lot going on in regards to that. How do you spell his name?
Well, his real name, so he has this show online on YouTube called Truth Seekers. And that was the title of the show I was developing with a production company several years ago.
So here he says he was developing my show, Truth Seekers, with a development company several years ago, which is kind of saying that I stole the concept of Truth Seekers from him, which is ridiculous. Maybe I could contact Joe Rupi from the Fringe FM. He's the one who gave me that name. Somebody was calling me Steve Cambian's a terrible skeptic, and Joe Rupi from the Fringe FM said, no, he's not a skeptic. He's a truth seeker. He's willing to investigate all the things paranormal, but he's not willing to accept bullshit. So he's not a skeptic. He's a truth seeker. That's where I got that from. I certainly didn't steal it from David Wilcock, but he's telling an animal control officer that I stole the concept of truth seekers from him somehow.
So that's on YouTube, Truth Seekers. So the name he uses on YouTube is Steven Cambian, spelled Cambien.
He can't even spell my name right. This guy can't even spell my name right, but somehow he's got a 180 IQ and he's got a mountain of evidence against me. He can't even spell my name right.
And in the course of us doing our harassment and stalking lawsuit, tortious interference with business practices, and he's been acting more and more desperate now that I've mentioned publicly that we're going to be suing him. And as I said, he called the CEO of my aerospace company, Sabati, and pretended that he was the Washington Post.
And again, I've explained that. I never said I was calling from the Washington Post. I said I'm a freelance writer, and I'm writing a piece that will be appearing in the Washington Spectator. I have a written contract with them or agreement. It's called the Spec Deal. I'll release that to court if necessary, or to Mr. Wilcock, or Mr. Wilcock is free to call well-known investigative journalist Art Levine, who contributes pieces to the Washington Spectator, and verify that I have a spec deal to write an article about him and Stavati Aerospace with the Washington Spectator. I have no reason to lie and say I'm from the Washington Post when I'm writing the piece for the Washington Spectator.
And Chris answered the call, but then found out, okay, this guy's talking about lawsuits and David Wilcock, and it's obviously
he's so famous.
Okay. And so this guy has no limits in what he's trying to do to hurt me. He's been doing, just to give you another piece of context, I have all the evidence. It's going to be in a lawsuit.
Yeah, if somebody fact-checking you and proving that you lie to your audience constantly is hurting you, then, I'm sorry, I don't apologize for what we do here. We fact-check people making claims. What he's really saying is I'm hurting his grift, because people are starting to wise up to all of these tactics that he uses, like we've shown you in the beginning of the broadcast. Just keep repeating the same prophetic predictions over and over again and hope people forget that you've already predicted these things. Is that what's hurting you? That I'm peeling back your layers of deception?
He creates like 40 new identities a week on Twitter.
I've put it on the record. I have said I have no alt Twitter accounts, but then I realized I want to make a correction. I do have 2 Twitter accounts. Years ago, while I was considering a career in comedy, never really pursued it, but I started a Twitter account that was something like shit my wife says, because my wife says some funny things, and being married is kind of comical. So I had a Twitter account for a while, and when my wife said something really nasty and sarcastic to me, I would tweet it. Those are the only 2 accounts that I have, at Steven Cambian and this other Twitter account, which, by the way, I went looking for. I don't know what email address or phone number it was registered to. Haven't used it in many, many years. I have no alt Twitter accounts, but we did track down who was tweeting those things at him, and it was not me. So here he's lying to the animal control officer, saying that I'm creating all these fake sock accounts. Everybody knows how I feel about sock accounts. I don't believe in using a sock account. If I have something to say to you, I'm going to say it with my name at Steven Cambian. I have no sock accounts, and he's free to subpoena all my IP records. What Wilcock fails to understand is he's making all these claims. I have a background in computer science. Maybe he doesn't know this. In order to prove in court that I made all those accounts, he has to match them to my internet service provider, my IP number, my computers. my home or my cabin. He cannot and he will not, because I never made fake Twitter accounts, and he's blocked me years ago. I can't tweet at him. But here he is lying through his teeth to the animal control officer, slandering me, making false accusations. And again, he's going to claim that mean tweets are death threats.
And he's constantly bombarding my page with just spectacular hatred, which includes death threats. He's actually made, I mean, they're not strong death threats, but he said, like, we are going to get you and stuff like this.
Yeah, why won't David Wilcock show those alleged death threats that I made against him? Could it be because they don't exist, or because they're just people tweeting mean stuff at him, like you're a liar and a con artist, or you scam your audience? Like, I've seen people tweeting stuff like that at him. He's blaming me for every mean tweet on Twitter about him, claiming those are my sock accounts. I have no sock puppet accounts.
And they're just the level of malice and hatred and violence in these things that he puts on my Twitter are incredible.
Mean tweets are not violence. It might be hatred, Mr. Wilcock, but that's not violence.
And we've had to take down probably like 6 impersonation accounts just in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I know who was making those fake David Wilcock accounts, and they pissed him off because somebody was making fake David Wilcock accounts, and they would reply to his tweets or to his followers and say things like, I'm so glad Stevati got funded. Now I don't need any more money from you guys. I could just give away my content for free. They were trolling him in a humorous fashion. This was not violence. It was not hatred. It was somebody trolling him that doesn't like him on Twitter. In other words, mean tweets. Those are not death threats, Mr. Wilcock.
Where he uses my name, David Wilcock, but then he misspells it. I have all that evidence as well. There's another one that he just did that I got to take down now, actually. I haven't done that yet. Okay. And so given the fact that I actually had to hire 3 different people just to stop him, because it's like whenever I post on Twitter, he just absolutely bombards it with these fake identities, and the hatred is incredibly violent.
Yeah, the hatred is violent. Mean tweets are not violent, Mr. Wilcock. You may perceive them as such. And you notice that he told this animal control officer that he had to hire 3 people. In his public live stream, he said that he had to hire a team of 8 people. Then he said, I'm not even sure. I think it's 10 people, right? So he doesn't know how many people are working for him to create an echo chamber. And what is he doing with that echo chamber? Why he's blocking everybody, and you're not allowed to tweet anything negative at him or ask him, or question him or inform his followers of anything, is because it's messing up his grift. And so he's hired a bunch of people to delete all the mean tweets so that his followers don't see that, and he doesn't want to see that. But he can't even get straight how many people he hired. To the animal control officer, he's saying he hired 3 people. On his public live stream, he says, I hired 8 people, 10 people. We have the clips, Mr. Wilcock. How many people did you hire? 3, 8, 10? You don't even know. He can't get his facts right. This is another mark of a pathological liar.
He keeps escalating. So I had to hire 3 people. I've got Ridgeline, which is my customer service team.
And listen, who else?
I've got Mike Wiskowski, and I've got Artie Thomas.
Okay.
So
Mike Wiskowski, he's Corey Good's business partner that runs Corey Good's website. Isn't that nice? Mike Wiskowski, the enabler that helps Corey Good tell his fake secret space stories, is now working for Wilcock, deleting mean tweets. Very, very nice.
Between those 3 people, we're all basically taking the shit down that he posts. But he also has been calling everybody on my board of directors for the company.
I've never called anybody on the board of directors at Stevati, just to be clear. I have called the main number to Stevati to ask questions. And one of the questions that I asked, listen, there's nothing wrong in what I'm doing. David Wilcock is claiming all this criminal activity. And here is one great example. One time, David Wilcock claimed that the CEO of Stevati Aerospace, Christopher Beskar, designed spaceships for George Lucas that were in the prequels, episodes 1, 2, and 3. And George Lucas was so happy about that, and he did such a great job that George Lucas named Beskar armor from The Mandalorian after Christopher Beskar. He said that on a public live stream. So I called Christopher Beskar to fact check that. We did it live on the show, and Christopher Beskar basically said that's true. But the problem is that people contacted the writer who never heard of Christopher Beskar. The person who developed the Mandalorian and Beskar armor never heard of Christopher Beskar. And no, I don't believe that Christopher Beskar designed shit for Star Wars. I believe that was a bullshit story that he told David Wilcock. So when he says I called somebody at Stevati, yeah, because you said something wacky and I wanted to fact check you. That's what a journalist does, David Wilcock. He fact checks people he's covering. And that's the ridiculous part of this. David Wilcock thinks that he could say ridiculous things like Beskar armor in the Mandalorian series was named after Stevati Aerospace CEO because he worked for George Lucas. And nobody's allowed to fact check those lies. I did.
He threatens them on the phone.
Never threatened
When I was
anybody.
donating to a sloth rescue in Costa Rica. He
Oh,
called
again with
them,
the sloth
said
rescue.
he was doing an investigation, and then he abused the woman on the phone. He swore at.
Yeah, I don't remember being rude to anybody on the phone ever. When I'm calling to fact check certain things or get information, I have to be nice to people or they won't give me information. And when I get a chance, I'm going to reach out to that woman and get an on-the-record statement from her. Was I nasty to you? Did I say, I hope all those sloths die? Because that's what David Wilcock is claiming, that I called the sloth organization and said, I hope all the sloths die. I didn't say anything like that.
And said, I hope all the sloths die. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, he is unstoppable, and he brags about it.
And by the way, I was calling that sloth organization because they were listed on David Wilcock's charity page, and I wanted to see if he was giving them any money, and if so, how much. And to the best of my knowledge and recollection, she said they didn't give them any money. They just were helping them get donations by putting them on their website. I was trying to find out what charities David Wilcock is giving the hundreds of thousands of dollars he's collected with his charity, but we were unable to find any charities that he gave the actual money to the best of my recollection when I made those calls. And by the way, if you want to see my investigation into David Wilcock's shady charity, it's in the description of this video or podcast. Let's continue.
On his YouTube, he's done videos that you can watch where he's talking about all the things he's doing to disrupt me and laughing about. So we need to get like a restraining order on him and a cease and desist and injunction, but we're waiting until we actually have our lawsuit.
I don't know. I think I need a cease and desist and injunction against David Wilcock because he's talking to, look, I don't care that it's an animal control officer. It's still a deputy with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, and he is lying through his teeth clearly to this person.
Ready to go. We're not quite there yet, but this is just going to add to the portfolio of all the stuff he's doing.
Okay.
Incredible.
Well, I'm sorry this is going on. I'll be sure to text you the case number for this.
I agree.
And I'll be documenting our conversation in that case. And if I have any follow-up questions, do you mind if I just reach out to you?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I mean, in a way, I'm actually glad that he did this because the more crimes he commits, the better it is. But I'll tell you this.
He's accusing me of crimes to a law enforcement officer.
This is a new level of escalation for him. That probably the next thing he will do, especially after because I haven't publicly announced that we euthanized Gurley yet,
Mm-hmm.
but probably the next thing he's going to do is call in a SWAT.
So here he's telling the animal control officer, the next thing Steve Cambian is going to do is call in a SWAT. But on his public live streams, he said over and over again that I already got him swatted. So which is it, David Wilcock? And are you this dumb that you didn't realize this call was being recorded? Are you really this stupid, Mr. 180 IQ?
And say that there's somebody here and that I have a gun and I'm threatening them. So I probably do need to speak to whoever in Boulder County
Hey, Jeremy.
that he would call, because I would imagine that's going to be his next move, so that I don't get swatted or that you guys know to be suspicious if somebody calls that in. Or maybe you can help me warn them to expect that somebody might be about to do that, because this guy is the worst. I mean, I'm friends with Jenny McCarthy.
I'm friends with Jenny McCarthy. Isn't this funny, though? Because on his public live streams, he keeps saying, hey, alien scientists, he keeps saying that I already got him swatted. But here he is, before those public live streams, saying he's afraid that I'm going to get him swatted. So which is it, David Wilcock? Are you afraid that I'm going to get you swatted? That's an irrational fear. You ought to see a therapist about that. I have no desire to do anything like that to you. My only desire is to fact check the wacky things you say and report on the results of my fact checking. That's all I'm here to do. I'm not here to do anything else. Or this is crazy. It was pretty surreal listening to this. Mr. Wilcock just, for 22 minutes straight, making all these false accusations and claims against me. And by the way, he has no evidence of any of this. But I have evidence that he is making false accusations and false claims.
That somebody might be about to do that, because this guy is the worst. I mean, I'm friends with Jenny McCarthy.
Name drop. Oh, he's friends with Jenny McCarthy.
Brother. And she says they've never seen anything like this in Hollywood history. This guy is the worst we've ever seen.
Okay.
It's incredible what I'm going through with this guy. I wouldn't at all be surprised if he tries to swap me next.
Okay. Well,
I wouldn't at all be surprised if he tries to swat me. He said on 2 public live streams that I already got him swatted. You see the problem with being a liar, Mr. Wilcock? You can't keep your lies straight. And I'm sure he did not think this call was being recorded. And he never thought that people were going to hear all of these false accusations he's making against me. And Mr. Wilcock, you're on a public live stream that was viewed by 100,000 people, telling people that I'm a Satan worshiper and that I'm a child predator, and you're going to sue me for slander and defamation. You're saying all of these things on a recorded call, and you're going to sue me for slander and defamation? Really? Really?
Since I am part of the sheriff's office, I do work pretty closely with the deputies. So I'll just make the Netherland cars aware of what's going on and the allegations. And yeah, we'll just kind of go from there. But do you have any further questions for me while I've got you on the line?
Maybe.
Well, I have a gigantic, overwhelming amount of evidence that I could give you if you need more proof of what I've been telling you.
He gave them no evidence.
If you need any of that, I'm happy to provide it, but you probably don't. I mean,
at this point, I don't think it's necessary.
I have 500,000 subscribers on YouTube.
I have 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm famous. And on his streams, I think that he said he gave them all this evidence. He didn't give them any evidence. They did not want it. They didn't want. Did you hear? We don't need that. He didn't give them any evidence. And just to be clear, once again, there is no criminal investigation against me or about these animal neglect complaints being false. I believe that the people who made those complaints believed that the dog was being neglected or was in danger and were concerned for the dog and made the complaints. That doesn't really qualify as false complaints if the people were truly concerned and truly had a genuine concern. But again, he's accusing me of all these crimes, and he's telling people on a public live stream that he's getting me arrested, that I'm getting arrested for all of these accusations he's making against me with absolutely no evidence that they're true.
I'm on Ancient Aliens. I'm in over 100 episodes. It runs all day Friday and Saturday on the channel.
Oh, I'm on Ancient Aliens. I'm famous.
There's people who just really, really hate you and want to hurt you. And this guy just happens to be like the worst anybody's ever seen in Hollywood history. So it obviously
I'm the worst anybody's ever seen.
Anybody else in my audience would have done this to him.
Okay.
What exactly?
It obviously is him, but he doesn't know it's me, but he's still saying it's me. He has no evidence that I made those animal neglect complaints, but he's still telling law enforcement officers that I did this terrible criminal thing to him.
What did the letter say? They said they were worried about the health of my dog or something?
Yeah, here, I'll pull up the email complaints and I can read it to you verbatim.
Yeah, this is going to be a Truth Seekers Classic for sure.
A few emails. So
absolutely.
What a jerk. I can't believe he would go that far. But then again, I mean, he keeps escalating more and more and more and more. So it's really scary, actually. I don't know but what he's going to come out here and try to kill me. I mean, it's very frightening. The whole thing is very frightening.
So this says...
Did you hear that? He's afraid I'm going to go there and kill him. Well, let me put your fears to rest, Mr. Wilcock. I have no intentions of hurting you physically or otherwise. I just don't have that kind of violence or malice in my heart towards you. And I'm sorry that you have that irrational fear. And let's be clear, if you're afraid that somebody that is accurately and factually reporting on you is going to hurt you like that, then you need to see a therapist. You really need to see a therapist. But, you know, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. It's just, you know, if you were one of my friends and you were, and I was seeing this in one of my friends or family members, I would say, I would find you a therapist. I would find you a psychotherapist to work through these irrational fears that you have.
Here, the German Shepherd appears to be very old and clearly dying, as per witnessing the animal of David's video via YouTube within the last week. The dog is shaking, whelping, and clearly in extreme pain. The owner, David, claims the dog is dying. The German Shepherd needs immediate medical intervention. The suffering of the animal is horrendous.
Yeah, he lied on his public live streams.
Okay, well, that's all
he exaggerated. He embellished. That's what pathological liars do.
I haven't put up a video with her in it in months, and that's easily provable by going to my YouTube and my Twitter pages.
Yeah.
This is a completely fabricated fake attack.
Yeah, I'm sure he is watching right now. And he should be afraid. Because I've got a good case here. This is a great case. And he's got a, what has he got? A multi-million-dollar home? And he's doing this shit with no evidence and no proof whatsoever?
Really fast, I couldn't type it all, but
Oh, I apologize.
yeah, it's okay. Shaking, whelping, all that stuff, that's completely false. I've made no videos of her. And so that is somebody who's totally lying to you and fabricating information that I can easily disprove. So I am going to need this for my lawsuit because this is another level of escalation that he's just conducted. It's obviously him. It wouldn't be anybody else.
It's obviously him. Well, we've proven that I'm not the one who made those animal neglect complaints. And he's telling an officer, I need those emails because I'm going to sue Steve Cambian for doing this. I did not do it, to be clear. So, wow, how many false claims can he make to a law enforcement officer? And remember, he said, if you make false claims to the police, you get arrested for that. By his logic, doesn't that mean that he should be investigated or arrested for this? I mean, he said, I was getting arrested for making false claims. These are all provably 100% false claims that he's making to a law enforcement officer.
Okay.
Animal control officer,
that was
whatever.
one of the emails we received.
Right, and then he'll make another identity, and he'll either call himself a woman or he'll have some other.
I didn't make another identity.
So you have another one.
Yeah, and both of these emails will be attached to the case file.
Yeah.
The other one is fairly vague, just stating that you mentioned her over the last month on your YouTube, that she's no longer eating, falling over while trying to walk, and possibly bleeding while using the bathroom. States that he has refused to get her care from a vet, even though people are telling him to give her help. People have even sent him money. So.
No, these are all defamatory. This is defamation. These are lies.
Okay.
People repeating the things that he said.
It's not true.
On his live streams.
She always would eat very enthusiastically. She had not fallen over while walking. I mean, I guess that could happen once, and I mentioned that on Sunday. But no, this is Steven. I'm telling you, it's this one guy. I've got a warehouse of evidence. I've got part of the problem with the lawsuit is
he's got a warehouse of evidence against me, but he didn't give the police any of it, and he hasn't shown his audience any of it. All he's got is false claims and accusations. And we saw on his live stream, he showed tweets of mine from 2018. That's what he's calling evidence. Just like Corey Good called, mean tweets evidence. That's where he's getting his legal advice from.
Done so many things. It's like, this is going to be like a 200-page filing,
Yeah.
I mean, how do I even wrangle the fact that the guy posts these attacks on Twitter like 50 or 60 a week, and I photographed them all. And he uses tons and tons of different aliases.
I agree. I don't use any aliases.
He's aggressively trying to destroy me and our company. So this is just his latest creative attempt to send you two different emails. But again, I can easily disprove these things as lies because
there you go.
I never made a video about her. Nobody's ever seen her for months. The last video I had her in was, last year, I think.
Okay.
It's just total defamation and fabricated. I mean, we know who it is. It's a stalker. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to go through this.
Yeah, he didn't have any
Well,
records
I'm
like
sorry
that.
to have, brought this up during a painful time during the loss of your dog, but I sincerely appreciate you giving me a call back and being willing to remain in contact if I have any further questions. And you have my number, so if you have any questions, please let me know. But I'll make sure to
So
get
you
that.
said I can do a records request with the case number, and then I can get these emails from there?
Yep, so I will send you the case number as well as the phone number for our records department. This may not be available until probably Monday next
Yeah, I got the records before he did, I believe.
week because I do need to move forward with just typing out my report and documenting our conversation. And I'll probably just reach out to Netherland Vet to get the record to show that Girlie was euthanized and that
Yeah, she is like, get
we
off the
don't have to
phone.
worry about her welfare moving forward. So that tomorrow's my Friday, but I should have my report done.
Yeah, I've been in
by the end
Hollywood
of
circles for
tomorrow, and then it
years,
needs
Emma
to go
Star.
through the approval
Sure.
process with records before it's available to the public.
Man, I think I'm being very calm, and I'm not cursing, and I'm not getting angry, but I am very, very angry that he did this. This guy will not leave me alone.
Again, I didn't do
He
it.
started doing this 10 years ago. He does it on a week-by-week basis.
Yeah, I haven't even had a show for that long, David Wilcock. That's a false statement. Completely and totally factually false statement. 10 years? I think the first time I reported on him was 2018. I'd have to check my records, though.
He tried to get people to get me audited by the IRS. I have a
That's not true. I've never tried to get David Wilcock audited by the IRS, but somebody tweeted at David that they were contacting the IRS to have him audited. That was not me. That was another individual.
nonprofit that I donate to animal rescues and stuff. Like I said, the sloth thing. He tried to get, he told people to audit my company.
No, I did. I might have said that your charity should be audited. And you, Mr. Wilcock, are in violation of federal law because you won't file the 990 forms. For those unaware, Mr. Wilcock, I think he still has a charity. And you got to file a form called a 990 every year. He only filed two, I believe 2018 and 2020. He's missing 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And really, his charity should be on the auto revocation list. If you don't file those forms showing the IRS how much money you collected and what you spent it on, they auto revoke your charity license. That's what I talked about. I never said that he should be audited, though. But maybe it's a good idea considering he spent, what was it, $4,500 on meals and entertainment for him and his wife from charitable donations. He spent $6,000 on software, thousands and thousands of dollars on furniture and equipment and all these other things for a charity that I really can't figure out what charitable work they do other than giving about a nickel on the dollar to other charities, according to his own IRS filings.
He's published by address. He's published by phone number.
I've never published his address. I've never published his phone number. In fact, I went to great pains to redact those things from tonight's broadcast, which I always do. I would never publish somebody's home address. I would never publish somebody's home phone number. Never. I've never done that. That's a factually inaccurate statement.
He wants people to attack me. He's published all the names of the people on the board of directors of my aerospace company.
Yeah, I didn't publish the names of the directors. They're on your website. The names of the board members of Stevati Aerospace are on Stevati Aerospace website. And here he is lying to a law enforcement officer saying that I've published all their names. I have published the court documents. And by the way, Stevati Aerospace is being sued by an investor who, in the court documents, called Stevati Aerospace an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. That's in the court documents. That I showed, but I've never published the names of anybody on Stevati. I've published the court documents. Those are public records. That's not a crime.
He says that we're a fraudulent company. He posed as Washington Post. He said
he's repeating himself. Do you notice that he made the same accusations twice? As if saying it twice, saying a false accusation twice makes it true. I've explained the Washington Post lie. What else did he say there? He said, I said Stevati is a fraudulent company. No, I never said Stevati is a fraudulent company. I said they've never produced a single airplane product or service in their 30-year history. And I have said that they're being sued by their creditors. I have said that the tax breaks and incentives that they got from Niagara were pulled because they never created any jobs. And I have said that a former investor of Stevati sued them and in the court documents called them, accused them of being an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. I never said that they were a fraudulent company. Facts matter, David Wilcock.
Said to my CEO that we don't really have a naval admiral on our board, which we do. His name is Charles William Moore.
Oh, I explained that part. Yeah, Mr. Wilcock said that there was 2 admirals and a general on Stevati's board of directors. So I called Stevati and I said, do you have 2 admirals and a general? And they said, and Christopher Beskar said, well, we have 1 admiral. It's on our website. And he directed me to the website. And I said, well, what about the other admiral and the other general that David Wilcock claims is on your board of directors? Christopher Beskar said, I'm not at liberty to discuss that with you. So this is another lie. Or, you know, he's twisting things terribly to make me look bad.
And he was actually going to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but then the DEI stuff, he got butted out of that. And he's working with us. This guy just is unrelenting. He does it every day. He creates about 40 new identities a week.
Do I do a Wilcox show every day? I didn't create false identities.
He's
Violence?
Threats. He tells me he's going to get me. And he's filed 2 fake lawsuits against us, which, you know, he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. They don't even look right.
I never filed any
he's really
lawsuits.
Scared because he knows we're going to sue him.
I'm not scared.
On my show because I've never had
I'm
anybody.
a little angry, but I'm not scared.
And so this is just his next step. So yes, please tell everybody in your office, if David Wilcock gets swatted, it's not real. I don't have anybody here. I mean, you know, I'm not going to be hurting anybody because there's nobody here. But that'll be the next step is he's going to say, he's going to call up you guys and be screaming and say, oh my God, I'm at David Wilcock's house. I'm being stabbed or something like that.
So here he is claiming that he's afraid that my next step is going to be to get him swatted. Yet we'll play it again over and over and over again on his live streams. He kept saying that I, Steven Cambian, got him swatted. We showed you there was no swatting. Now he's lying to this animal control officer, claiming, maybe he's not lying. Maybe he really is afraid of that. Oh, Steven Cambian, the next thing he's going to do is get me swatted. Well, you already said that I did get you swatted. Which is it, David Wilcock? Which one is the truth and which one is a lie? Did you already get swatted? Or did you turn being afraid of getting swatted into I got you swatted, right? He can't keep his facts straight. Another sign of a pathological liar.
That's probably what he'll do next. So please be on the alert for that, okay?
Okay, I'll make sure to let the deputies know that this is a pretty complex and fluid situation and that there's potential for that.
Yeah, I would call it terrorism. He's essentially terrorizing me, and he's trying.
I'm a terrorist.
Hurt me and hurt my life and hurt me in any way that he can, and this is just the next step for him, you know.
Yeah, and
he has no fear.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't speak to the laws outside of the animal realm since I deal primarily with the animal stuff. But I'll make sure that the deputies are aware of the report that was filed and your address. So.
I'm a famous person.
Let them know that there's a very high risk now that he's going to do a fake swat and that they might get a call like that.
Oh, I'm going to do it? You said I already did it on your public live streams, David. Why did you lie to your audience saying I got you swatted? When here you're just telling the officer, I'm afraid that that's what he's going to do next. He may be like suffering from some mental illness with these irrational fears.
And please call and text me if he does that so that I can respond without you guys just showing up here with guns. Because that's probably... You know, people do this. They want you to get shot by the police. They're going to make it sound like there's some horrible, violent event happening in my house. But I'll just tell you right now, nobody else lives here but me. I'm alone. Nobody is going to be here. It's just going to be me. So if that happens, it's totally fake, and it's the same guy.
Okay. The deputies will have access to my report, so your phone number will be included in that.
Great.
Is your last name spelled with 1 L or 2?
It's Wilcock.
Okay. And David, what is your date of
People
birth?
misspell it as COX, but that's not correct.
Okay. So David Wilcock, COCK. What is your date of birth?
March 8th,
I think so, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And this is the best phone number to reach you at?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I think that covers the questions for me. I'll get that case number and the phone number for records sent over to you here shortly. In the meantime, if you have any further questions, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I want to get my hand on these emails, but you say that with the records request, once I have the case number as of Monday, we can do that.
Yeah, and I just can't guarantee when it'll be available to the public. The earliest would be next week.
We have such a mountain of evidence against this guy that it's like...
He has a mountain of evidence against me that amounts to tweets from 2018. That amounts to, oh, I wore a mask once, so that means I'm a Satan worshiper. Where's your mountain of evidence, Mr. Wilcock?
He's going to add this to a gigantic body of data, but it really emphasizes that he is continually escalating, and we have to move pretty quickly now to do the restraining order and the injunctions and all that kind of stuff.
By the way, Mr. Wilcock has not gotten a restraining order, an injunction, and I am not under criminal investigation by the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. Records requests confirm that.
This is the next step. The only thing left he's got now is a SWAT call. So I highly expect it will happen.
Oh, he expects I'm going to do it, but he said it already happened.
Like
he said it already happened.
Deputies are aware of what's going on. You're welcome.
I appreciate it, Rhiannon.
Yep, sorry to call you at a distressing time. Sincerely sorry for the loss of Girly, but I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you, Rhiannon. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
I'm surprised he let her go. I thought he was going to repeat the same false claims for a third time. He repeated all of his false claims twice. That's another hallmark, in my opinion, of a liar. They're trying to be convincing with repetition, or, you know. So I don't believe that Mr. Wilcock knew that he was being recorded while he was making these false and defamatory statements against me. We have proven that I did not send those animal neglect complaints. We found who did. They've given us on the record statements stating that they were concerned for the animal, which is why they made the neglect complaints. I'm not going to comment on whether I believe he neglected his dog or not. It's really, judge. I'm not here to judge him. I do know, being a responsible pet owner, whether my dog is sick or not, it goes to the vet twice a year. That's just the way my wife is. Some people don't do that. And I don't really blame him for that. And I do feel bad for him for the loss of his dog. I mentioned previously on a previous broadcast, I once had to put my father's dog down, which is a dog we had for like 16 years. And he was a Malamute Husky, just a big, beautiful wolf-like creature. I love that dog to the depths of my soul. And I couldn't even bring myself to take him to be put to sleep. My brother had to take him. So certainly I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I feel like he is making all these false claims and false accusations against me. But back to Stavati, remember, Mr. Wilcock, I believe that he's a pathological liar. He told everybody they'd have a working prototype and be in production within 5 years. You'll have a working prototype. You'll have a working hover car in your garage. That was 5 years ago, or excuse me, that was 2 years ago when he said they'll have a working prototype in a year. And here's Mark from Falcon Space, who visited the hangar. And also Mark from Falcon Space has an anti-gravity lab. And he paid $333 for David Wilcock's course in anti-gravity and free energy. And both him and Alien Scientist, who you may be familiar with, friend of the show, both him and Alien Scientist essentially said that Wilcock's course was a cobbled together bunch of nonsense. Yes, and I'm receiving multiple messages. I'm going to try to, so please pardon me. But Mark from Falcon Space says his course was complete bullshit. It was him and the Stevati aerospace guy talking nonstop about everything but actual science, engineering, or theory. Like I'd give him a pass if his science was wrong and a D+ for trying, but there wasn't even an attempt to give anything meaningful. I couldn't even watch the whole thing. It was just too boring and too long. And this is a person who has a real anti-gravity lab in New Jersey, right near me.
So we're here in Niagara Falls, New York, at Stevati Aerospace, aka David Wilcock's UFO factory. And as you can see, there's nothing going on. The main entrance is locked. There's nobody there. There's nobody in the parking lot on the side of a semi-busy road. But there's not a single person in the building. And yeah, they're supposed to be in full production right now, and I don't see a single employee there. So, David Wilcock, you're full of shit.
So, there we have it from Mark from Falcon Space, who has a science background and thought that David Wilcock's anti-gravity and free energy course was essentially a scam. It was cobbled together nonsense from all over the internet, nothing original and nothing that worked. Alien Scientist says, facts, Wilcock's $333 anti-gravity course was recycled old stuff like Eric Waite and Sandy Kidd. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And by the way, David Wilcock, Jeremy Rise, the Alien Scientist, has a physics degree, and he said that your course was a cobbled together old nonsense, nothing that worked. But yet you told people, if you take my $333 course, you'll be able to do it too. Has anybody been able to build a free energy device from your course? Has anybody been able to build a working anti-gravity machine from your course? So I guess your course was bullshit. But back to, I have a few more things that I need to share here. 1 second, let me get to my Google Drive. By the way, all of this information I have shared with a number of other show hosts. And they're going to be doing shows about this, Mr. Wilcock. So while my bullhorn may not be bigger than yours, my bullhorn and maybe 10 or 20 or who knows how many more show hosts interested in this story, I'm giving them all the source material. And even though I had to pay for it, I'm giving it to everybody that wants it for free. In fact, there is a Google Drive link. And you know what? I'm going to do this right now before I forget. I'm going to share the Google Drive link with all of the information that I'm sharing tonight on a Google folder. And anybody that wants to can go through and see and use it. Now, there's one other point I wanted to make. David Wilcock is such a pathological liar. In his live stream, Mr. Wilcock claimed that his wife compiled these screenshots of me. And his wife compiled these screenshots in 2018. And these, or 2019, I'm sorry. So anyway, his wife, he claims, compiled these screenshots of me and my tweets years ago. But there's just one problem. David Wilcock lied to his audience again. Because one thing you'll notice when you look at these screenshots that he said that were compiled years ago is that there's a blue check mark next to my name in every one of these screenshots. Well, my friends, I did not get a blue check mark on Twitter until the last week in July. That means that David Wilcock even lied about when the screenshots were taken. Again, just to be clear, I did not have a blue check mark on my Twitter account or X account in 2019 or when he claims that these screenshots were taken. So he's even lying about when he's taking the screenshots. He's claiming that these screenshots were taken years ago, but I didn't have a blue check mark on my Twitter or X account until this last couple of weeks. So he had to take them recently. He lied to his audience. He lies about meaningless things like when screenshots were taken. So is it a big surprise that maybe, just maybe, he would lie about these false accusations? And let's be clear, what this is about is that my fact-checking and investigating his claims is affecting his grift. He used to be able to just say anything he wanted. Nobody would fact-check him. Nobody would check if his claims were real or any of that. And, one other thing I wanted to share as well, this is important. He's calling me a member of the Dark Alliance. Did you know that Corey Good was forced to come to a legal settlement with somebody that he claimed was a member of the Dark Alliance? That would be Alyssa Montalbano, also known as Airy Stone in Conspiracy Land. So Wilcock is calling me a member of this fictional Dark Alliance. Corey Good says, we apologize for associating her with the cyber-stalking group we dubbed the Dark Alliance. And we retract those public statements, as well as the statements regarding her dream visions. We are in the process of removing social media posts on these topics. Corey Good got sued into oblivion and had to take down all of his false and defamatory statements about this person. Yet Wilcock is making the same claims and statements about me, claiming that I'm a member of the Dark Alliance somehow. I'm not. That's a fictional group, just like the Alliance, and it was created by con artist Pete Peterson. So, it's just the lies never end with this guy. Also, proof of David Wilcock's pathological lying. Remember, credibility has some place in a courtroom situation. My credibility is not in question, Mr. Wilcock. Yours is. On a public live stream, David Wilcock claimed that only people that are participating in top secret classified briefings can get these coins. Only people, he said, who are participating in high-level classified or top secret briefings can get these Intel coins. But it turns out that anybody can buy these coins on Amazon. You know how I know? Because we bought them. He lies all the time. David Wilcock, you're going to sue me for telling people the truth? I have a reputation, a good one, for telling people the truth. Your reputation is of being a proven liar. Why did you tell people that you can only get these coins in a top secret or a classified briefing? You can buy them on Amazon or eBay. Anybody can buy them on Amazon or eBay. Now, to be fair to him, he may have just been repeating claims from some stupid sources of his. And let's take a moment and talk about his sources. David Wilcock has repeatedly used problematic, let's just call them problematic sources, like Pete Peterson. Remember that Mr. Wilcock has made a multitude of claims about Pete Peterson, that he worked for Ronald Reagan, that he worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA, that he was an early computer pioneer. None of that is true. And we have a whole report on Mr. Wilcock and his false claims. Pete Peterson claimed that David Wilcock made that Pete Peterson was an early computer pioneer who beat Apple, Commodore, Tandy, Atari, and more to market with the first alphanumeric personal computer to market, brought by major universities and major businesses. We called 10 vintage computer museums. No one ever heard of Pete Peterson, his company, or his personal computer. We talked to early computer pioneer Dave Haney of Commodore and Amiga fame. He never heard of Pete. He's a real early computer pioneer. And Mr. Haney said that there would be magazine articles or a history supporting his claims, and there is not. David Wilcock claimed that Pete Peterson invented a revolutionary central processor that had 40 cores and was 50 times faster than any available evidence. Any other available CPU. But here's the evidence. No evidence of this fictional CPU ever mentioned in any magazine, trade publication, website that covers technology or computers anywhere on the internet. Likely another fake claim. If he beat Intel and AMD and Apple with a CPU like that, he would be a billionaire. Instead, he died penniless and broke. And here, Pete Peterson is using his completely fake, fictionalized biography, which, by the way, his education is completely and totally fake. His college degrees are fake. We checked all that. Here, Pete Peterson is participating in what can only be described as a pump and dump stock scam. in which they used Mr. Peterson's fake biography as an early computer pioneer to pump up the price of a stock, and then they dumped it. And here we go. Claimed degrees in electronics, philosophy, and physics from Golden State University, now known as Stanford University. No record of him at Stanford at all. His educational claims are all fake. Then there was the Pete Peterson GoFundMe, in which they made a multitude of false claims about Mr. Pete Peterson being a former government employee or whistleblower. He never worked for the government, near as I can tell. David Wilcock claimed that he was worked for Ronald Reagan as a science and technology advisor. We checked. If he had, there'd be some record of him in the Ronald Reagan Library. There isn't. Pete Peterson is a complete and total, he is not who he appears to be. 1 second, let me open this with Google Docs so that I can make it bigger. So David Wilcock uses completely and totally fake government whistleblowers and insiders. That's who he's getting his information from. Now he claims that in one of his latest courses, he claims that Christopher Beskar, who's been running an aerospace company for 30 years but can't show us a single airplane product or service or prototype airplane that he made, he is supposed to be some kind of government insider now. I don't believe that is the case, right? Boy, 1 second. This did not open well. Well, it's enough to say that Pete Peterson is a complete and total fraud. And the Pete Peterson GoFundMe was, I believe, an act of fraud. They lied to everybody. Then, of course, there's David Wilcock's Convergence Pictures LLC. That was another shady business deal that we reported on. We reported on David Wilcock's shady charity. 1 second, let me check here in my folder. And by the way, like I said, I'm going to be sharing this folder with all other content creators so that people can get the, the full, people can get the truth. Oh, I do have something else to share, which is funny. Does anybody remember the David Wilcock story about the smoke detectors, and it was the worst day of his life and all of that? When getting the records from Boulder County Sheriff's Office, I requested any records at his address or under his name. And I found an interesting one related to the worst day of his life, the smoke detectors. Let's take a moment here to, oh, that's the wrong one. I have two videos. One of them is him calling. He called 911. This guy with a 180 IQ, who is the director of he's the director of exotic technology at what he claims is a big aerospace company. He called 911 to get the fire department to help him change batteries in smoke detectors. So this is how ridiculous and wacky the world of Wilcock gets, right? I'm just going to play a little bit of the smoke detector story, and then I'll play you the 911 call that he made to the Boulder County 911 system. He insisted that the fire department come out and help him change the batteries in his smoke detector, right? And listen, Mr. Wilcock's home is worth millions of dollars. Couldn't he have hired a handyman with a ladder to change the batteries in the smoke detectors? By the way, this is fair use.
I had such a horrible day yesterday in this house, and you have no idea how bad it was. Okay, check this out. I just want to show you something. Both of these smoke alarms, well, we had to rip them out. And the reason why is that when the house was built some 20 years ago, these guys have a terminator cell in them, as it turns out. And so even if you change the battery, it just says, nope, F you, we're too old, we're not going to work anymore, and we're not going to work for you. So I had my smoke alarms go out on me for 2.5 hours as beeping is happening. And then what was so strange was that
Wilcock said this was the worst day of his life. Smoke detectors beeping.
Not only did one of these two things go out where you put the battery back in, it's still beeping, but I also had a separate carbon monoxide detector smoke alarm that I had also unplugged and thrown into a box in the closet.
Yeah, and here he's making fun of he's actually making fun of the fire department people for trying to help him find what was beeping.
That started beeping and dying at exactly the same time as the other smoke alarm did. In my bedroom in the middle of the night, somewhere between 5:30 and 8:30 in the morning yesterday. And by the time I got up, the dog was so traumatized that she had to immediately go outside, and then she had to immediately go outside again. The wind was insane. The cold was insane. And then the next thing you know, I got the fire department here. And
yes, because he called the fire department and he insisted to the 911 operator that every time he needs to change the batteries in his smoke detectors, he calls the fire department and makes them come and do it. Talk about a rich, entitled slob. You live in a multi-million-dollar house. You can't buy yourself a ladder so you could change a smoke detector battery. And also, remember, he's the director of exotic technology at an aerospace company. He's going to develop anti-gravity engine hover cars with a free energy engine so you won't even need to put fuel in them, and you could go anywhere. You could even power your house from it. He's going to develop that technology, but he's so dumb he can't change a smoke detector battery by himself. He has to call the fire department and insist that they come to his home and help him.
We could not figure out what.
And we have the 911 call.
Was beeping. It was like there was some kind of time bomb in the house, you know. So we literally, I mean, these guys. I had basically officials in my closet yesterday, ripping through my stuff. The very serious look on his face. Is this what it is? Are you sure that this isn't beeping? I'm like, dude, I got this in Kentucky. Like,
yeah, so he's making fun of the fire department people who came to help him change his smoke detector batteries, right? He's making fun of them throughout this video because they couldn't find the beeping or something, right? These people who came and helped him. And don't the fire department have better things to do than help people with million-dollar houses change batteries in their smoke detectors? But hey, don't let things like that get in the way. And by the way, when I made these record requests, I requested every 911 call, everything from Mr. Wilcock's home. This is one of the things that we found. This is David Wilcock's emergency call to the fire department to help him change smoke detector batteries. Remember, this is the guy with the 180 IQ. This is the guy who's going to develop anti-gravity technology and hover car technology. He's the director of exotic technology at a big aerospace company. And he has to call the fire department to help him stop smoke detectors from beeping because they need batteries?
Dispatch fire. Hi there. I'm calling because my smoke alarm is beeping loudly every 30 seconds and from an inaccessibly high location. It's driving me crazy. I've usually had the fire department come out when these things happen and get the batteries changed, and I wasn't able to find anybody who'd answer the phone until I called this number. So thank you for answering.
Okay. So in the past, what have you done?
So I have a smoke alarm that's beeping every 30 seconds.
Yes.
It makes you want to kill yourself.
And in the past, what have you done?
He wants to kill himself because he can't figure out how to get a smoke detector to stop beeping. The man with the 180, who claimed 180 IQ, which would make him smarter than Einstein, can't figure out how to get a smoke detector's battery changed.
What I've done is called the fire department, and they come, and we use a ladder, and they crawl all the way up there with me spotting them so that it's safe.
Okay.
They can change the battery.
What is your address?
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Wilcock keeps claiming that I dox him or give out his address or his phone number. Went out of my way to redact his phone number and his address from this recording. This is a 911 call. I believe it's a 911 call or a call to the fire department.
Okay, one moment.
Thank you.
What's your phone number? And your name?
David, and I do have a gate code they should probably have too.
Gate code was redacted as well. It's responsible journalism. But he's saying that I'm such a disgusting, terrible person.
Might be open, might be closed, and that's...
Yeah.
Okay, I will let them know.
Is somebody going to be coming here?
I will tone them out. This isn't something we usually tone out the fire department for.
Yeah, and she tells him this isn't something we usually call out the fire department for. Normally, we tell people to hire a handyman with a ladder to help people in your situation. But Wilcock's going to insist that the fire department has to come and help him with this emergency at his house, remembering that he's got $1 million home. He can't afford a handyman to come and help him. He's got to get the fire department. What if there's a fire somewhere and they're busy helping Wilcock with smoke detector alarms? Isn't that irresponsible, especially of a spiritual guru? Shouldn't he be, this is so ridiculous.
Well, I have no other way to fix it, and it is a very, very intense, bad situation with how noisy it is and how frequent it's beeping. I can't even live in my house like this.
I can't live in my house. I can't live in my $1 million house. It's
When
beeping.
people usually call with these, we ask that they call like a handyman or someone else.
Call
who might
a
have ladder.
handyman, pal. He insists.
Well, this is the third time I've called the fire department. You guys never had any issue with it before or told me that it was a problem. It's the first time anybody's given me pushback.
Okay, all right, I'll tone them out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Yeah, and Area 503 says, what a douche, wasting firefighters' time and resources because he doesn't want to pay a few bucks to replace his 20-year-old smoke detectors. Well, we don't know how old they are, but I think it's so funny that this guy claims that he's going to develop anti-gravity and free energy technology, and he can't change a battery in a smoke detector. And I get it. He says it's in a really high place. So you buy a ladder, dude. You buy a ladder. Area 503, I have really high ceilings in my living room in this home. And when we moved here, I went, oh man, I'm going to have to buy a really big ladder because I didn't have one big enough and the ceilings needed to be painted. So I bought a ladder. I didn't call the fire department. It's just so ridiculous. But this is the wacky world of Wilcock, where you live in $1 million home. You're the director of exotic technology at an aerospace company, but somehow you can't figure out how to change the battery in a smoke detector, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous. Now, I have more information in this folder, including how much money David Wilcock spent from his charitable donations. That's his 990 forms. But I think we've covered enough for one stream. This is what David Wilcock is claiming was a swatting. He is claiming that he was swatted because an animal control officer knocked, there was no answer, and then left a business card taped to his door saying, please call me. He lied to everyone, claiming that he was swatted. We want to take a moment to thank some kind and generous benefactors. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Yash with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show. And to be very honest with you, this David Wilcock making these false claims against me has cost me hundreds of dollars, because not only did I have to pay, I can't remember how much it was, $100 or $200 for these Boulder County records, which I am sharing with the public so that the people can know the truth of David Wilcock's so-called swatting event. But I also had to pay Spooky to help me with the editing and redactions for this broadcast. So thanks to Spooky. I don't believe in, sometimes people offer to volunteer, but I knew it was a big job. So I asked for Spooky's help and got that help. But I have to pay Spooky for Spooky's time because Spooky's a very talented video editor, much more talented than me. I'm not going to expect Spooky to do that for free. So all of this cost me hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And I have a question for David Wilcock. Are you going to give me my money back that I had to spend to defend myself against your false and defamatory claims against me on public live streams? Are you going to give me my money back and apologize? I shouldn't have had to spend that money. I could have bought other things for our show here. Right? I could have went on a road trip for the show and covered some, convention or conference. I could have bought some new microphones or new cameras or new lighting or new set equipment or whatever. But no, I had to waste my show's resources so that I could prove that you lied to your audience. But thank you, Yash. All right. And we thank Legal Eagle with a kind and generous $15 super chat, and Thank you for being a member, and thanks for putting a smile on my face, because Legal Eagle, longtime show supporter, said David was squatted. That's right, and thank you for helping us praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and now we have Elise de Avalon, who's a longtime show supporter, and I have a treasure trove of Stephen Greer material still to get to. Elise de Avalon with a kind and generous $7.99 Australian says, keep up the good work. Well, keep up the support, and thank you for your help getting that Stephen Greer material, and thank you for helping us too.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Quick on the draw there. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. And we want to thank Chet for a kind and generous $10. Says, Stephen, Langley is grateful for your hard work and dedication to the company. Management is pleased. Yes, and that's, of course, as a joke about the CIA, which is headquartered in Langley. Mr. Wilcock and other people, well, I don't know about Wilcock, but other people have claimed that I'm a CIA disinformation agent. Yet all of my reporting is completely factual and accurate. And one of the reasons you know that my work is factual and accurate is, let's take tonight, for example. Anybody can go over all the evidence that I have shown you tonight and find the same evidence. That's the hallmark of a good researcher. But thank you, Chet, and thanks for putting a smile on my face.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and we have UFO John Doe with another one, longtime show supporter, stayed away last 6 months from all the UFO circle jerking. Question for you: has Grush provided any evidence? Has Nat produced Element 115? Has Coulthard shared where the giant UFO is located? Well, that is a great point, and no, there's still no evidence. But thank you very much for helping us and being a longtime show supporter. Good to see you, UFO John Doe. We missed you, especially when you're helping us praise the cash, buddy.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and we've got one more. If you've got any more super chats, please get them in, because we'll be wrapping up the broadcast soon. Keep up the great work, Steven, says Tommy T with a kind and generous $9.99. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And, of course, for helping us to praise the cash. We also want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. Thanks, all of you. We're a viewer-supported show. And thank God that we have the support that we do, because when I needed this couple $100 to defend our show, and to be honest, to defend my reputation against these completely fake allegations being made by David Wilcock, the money was there in the till. But honestly, I'm cheap about spending the show's money on anything. I didn't want to, but I'm glad it was there thanks to all of you. Thank you all. We're a viewer-supported show. In the description of the video is instructions for how to help. You could send a PayPal pledge. You can buy me a coffee. You could send a super chat. And remember, after the show, just hit the thanks button and you can throw a couple bucks in our hat. We appreciate all you, and thank you all for appreciating us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. Well, we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And I want to thank all the viewers. Today was one of our most attended shows in a long time. Mr. Wilcock is claiming that is one more issue that I do want to address. Mr. Wilcock claimed he went out of his way to throw digs at me. Like he showed tweets from 2018 or 2019 of mine, and he made claims like nobody is listening to him, nobody pays attention to him, nobody is watching him. So he does this stuff, but nobody is watching. That's not the case. He was very selective in trying to insult me or imply that nobody is watching me. Because just on Twitter alone, we just had a video about Mr. Wilcock and his false claims. I think it got 10,000 views, right? I think it got 10,000 views. I'm trying to locate that. And also, I want to take a moment to put on the record, you guys know this, but Mr. Wilcock claimed that I issued death threats to him at a time that I was at the cabin, And my phone log clearly shows I only had 2 interactions with the internet, and that was posting pictures of my son catching fish. So, you know, it's just ridiculous that I have to defend myself against these accusations. I was fishing with my son at a time that David Wilcock claims that I was issuing 40 death threats in a 15-minute period. Could have been me, and my internet logs will verify that. I'm trying to find this video. You know, maybe it's better that I don't. Does it really matter that Mr. Wilcock is making these false claims? Nobody's watching me. I can't find it right at the moment. But just one video about Mr. Wilcock on Twitter alone got 10,000 views. And that was the video in which I said something like, did anybody else have David Wilcock calling you a Satan worshiper and a child predator on their, 2024 bingo card? And then I posted a video of his false claims, 10,000 views. The last stream that we did, 4,000 views. Now, granted, okay, Wilcock, you get a lot more views than me, but you get your views by lying to people. I get my views by telling people the truth. And, I'm not going to apologize. The truth is boring. You lie to people about all this fake Q nonsense. Of course, people are going to tune in, right? And I'm trying to check in then, and we'll go over. I thought I had some more things to share, but yeah. So where do we go from here? Where we go from here is that I will vigorously defend myself and my show's reputation against some clown making completely and totally provably false accusations. And here's another one that I just want to share. Mr. Wilcock lied to everybody, claiming that I was subject to some sort of emergency junction, and he claimed that I was getting arrested by the Boulder police, or they were going to cooperate with the Philadelphia police to have me arrested. He claimed that I was under investigation. Well, we showed you that that is not the case. There is no records in Boulder with my name on them. If there was an actual investigation, there would be a report of that investigation. There is no investigation. The Boulder County Police are not investigating me. He embellished, he exaggerated, or he just straight lied. In looking at your multiple requests, the only case I have involving Mr. Wilcock is this case, and that has already been emailed to you. There are no other cases involving the names you gave us. I gave them my legal name, my working name, my company name, my show name. There's no investigation. There's no criminal investigation, David Wilcock. So you claiming to get me arrested was a lie. You claiming that I made these animal neglect, complaints, that was a lie. You claiming I lied and said I was with the Washington Post, that was a lie. You claiming that I issued all these death threats against you on June 29th between 4:45 and 5 p.m. I showed on my Twitter. I was fishing with my son during that time. I made 2 posts to the internet all day. I turned my phone off, or I put my phone in airplane mode while I'm at the cabin. My internet logs will prove that I couldn't have been the person that issued your so-called death threats. And by the way, why won't he show the death threats? Could it be because they don't exist? Or because they're just mean tweets that he exaggerates and embellished into actual, threats of violence against him? Remember, this is the same man who claimed that there were bomb threats called into contact in the desert, and all this increased security, and the hotel had to get more security guards. We fact-checked that. That was all lies. There was no bomb threats called into contact in the desert when he was a speaker. He claimed that he was under immense threat. You know what it was? There was one of his critics sitting in the audience as he gave his talk. And he exaggerated that into bomb threats, into there's increased security. There's all these extra, they needed all these extra police because I was speaking here. He's clearly a very paranoid and delusional man. And, if there's anybody that is his friend or family member, get this man some mental help, because he is clearly unhinged and unstable. After all, he's telling people that he's talking to angels, and the angels are telling him to take baths in his own piss to get superpowers. And then he used those superpowers to save Donald Trump from an assassin's bullet with his telekinetic superpowers. Clearly, this man needs help. And honestly, as I said in the beginning of the broadcast, I don't bear any ill will against him. I don't hate David Wilcock. I hate that he lies to people like this for a living. And here's why. I am somewhat spiritual, believe it or not. And one of the things that I think about a lot is God-given talents. All of us, every single one of us. Think about all the people you know, friends, family, relatives, neighbors. Don't you know some people in your life that have incredible talents or abilities that you don't have or that you wish you had? Don't you know people in your life that are just very gifted at some things? David Wilcock is very gifted as a bullshitter, but look at what he uses it for. He uses it to make up lies and pretend that he has real secret or sacred knowledge, and you can buy it from him for $333. I have said it previously that I believe all of us are given God-given talents and gifts, and we are our best selves when we are using those gifts for the betterment of our communities and others. David Wilcock, despite all of my feelings about this event where he made all these false accusations, despite my initial anger, David Wilcock is a child of God that I will pray for. I will pray that he finds a road to redemption and finds something better to do with his God-given talents than lie to people, make up false prophecies, make up false information, use ridiculous fake sources claiming they're government insiders. I wish all men a road to redemption, even David Wilcock. And by the way, now that I'm over my initial anger about all these false accusations, I'm going to try my very best to do the Christian thing. First of all, I'm going to turn the page on this part of our show history. And I am going to try my very best to do the Christian thing and turn the other cheek. Now, many people have told me that I got to file a criminal complaint against him for making all these false allegations against me, or that I could do that. I have gotten legal advice. By the way, I have a lawyer in my family. It's not really his area of expertise, but he looked at this situation and decided that I have a great case that could be brought. So there's a lot of aggressive, angry things that I could do if I was somebody who wanted to seek revenge on David Wilcock. But my revenge is the truth. My revenge is people knowing that he lied through his teeth about me. Wilcock has to decide what he's going to do next. Is he going to double down on all of these lies and false accusations? Or is he going to do what a real spiritual guru, a real godly man would do, and just say, hey, I got this wrong. I apologize for what I said. I had inaccurate information, or I didn't understand the situation. I conflated all these people into thinking it was all this guy. And I know what it is. Wilcock has an irrational, in my opinion, he has an irrational psychological fear of me because I was the one who published those Corey Goode depositions and essentially ended Corey Goode's grift, in my opinion. So he thinks I'm the big bad guy that's going to end his money train. And that may be the case, but I have done nothing that I've done out of malice or, there's nothing in my heart that wants to harm this man. I just wish that he would use his God-given talents to do something better for the world than lie to people and take their money on false information, disinformation, misinformation, false prophecies, false claims of talking to angels. He said complimentary things about me. Oh, well, the guy's funny. He's an affable guy or something. You know, there's, despite the fact that I think that he really is a bottom feeding grifter that takes advantage of people, he's a child of God and he has God-given talents. I don't hate the guy. I hate that he lied about me. I certainly hate that he claimed that I was a Satan worshiper when that's not the case. I certainly hate that he heavily implied or all but said that I was a child predator. After all, I have children of my own. I also volunteer for children's charities, and I'm planning to do more of that in the future. You know, I hate that he has done this, but I don't hate him. And I don't wish him ill will. I don't wish Stevati Aerospace ill will, but the truth is the truth. And that's what we give people here. So I'll take some comments and questions. Oh, and by the way, so I got off in the weeds here. I'm going to try to do the Christian thing and just forgive him for what he did. But Mr. Wilcock has made repeated threats in an attempt to silence me, to stop me from fact-checking him, to stop me from peeling back these layers of deception and showing people his history of these false promises over and over and over again and these grandiose prophetic visions he had that never pan out. He's essentially threatened me multiple times saying, just stop covering me, Steven, and I won't sue you. And I'm not going to bow to that kind of pressure. I will do what I think is in the best interest of my show and of the community. And certainly that is fact-checking somebody like him who's making, and here's the ridiculous thing. He keeps making all these grandiose claims and he thinks that he's just allowed to do that. And people aren't allowed to be critical of him because somehow he's Earth's greatest prophet. And how dare you? It's not the way the world works. You know, there are people who make videos about pop stars that they think suck and can't sing and use auto-tune and whatever. When you're a public figure, you have to deal with that. And by the way, I've had my own detractors here making hit piece videos on me, and they were hit pieces. He doesn't have the right to silence someone's free speech. Only an intellectual weakling and a coward whose information is so wrong, so false, and so lacking in any value would take this route and actively try to silence a reporter who is fact-checking the things that they say, or fact-checking the things that they say about their company, or, hey, covering that Stevati Aerospace is getting sued by investors, sued by creditors. Only an intellectual weakling and a coward would try to silence somebody fact-checking their false claims. He's terrified. I mean, what if he has to get a real job? Imagine that. Like, imagine the horror. And while Wilcock is complaining that he's making $10,000 a month and that's not enough for him to survive, you know, shows like mine get by on 10% of that. And we do okay. We take our pennies and we roll on. But I don't have to wake up every day and look in the mirror and say, you have to lie again about these mass arrests in order to make some money here. You have to lie about talking to angels again. Mr. Wilcock must live a hellish, hellish existence because every day that he wakes up, he has to look in the mirror and say to himself, you got to make up more lies. You got to find more fake shit to talk about to keep the money rolling in. That is a hellish existence I wouldn't wish on anybody. And I will pray for him. And as the godly man I am, and proof that I'm not a Satanist, because a Satanist would go full force on this guy and take revenge. That's what a Satanist or Luciferian would do. I'm not going to do that. I am going to pray that David Wilcock finds a road to redemption and stops lying to people for a living. And I'm going to turn the other cheek and I'm going to forgive him. But I'm not going to forget this. I forgive, but I won't forget. It's important to forgive, but don't forget those people. You know, there have been some people in my life that have really wronged me like he wronged me. How lonely and sad this man must be. So there have been a few people in my life that are no longer in my life who have really hurt me and wronged me. and stabbed me in the back or whatever happened. And I forgive them, but I don't forget. And I just cut them out of my life like a cancer so that they can't do something like that to me again. Now, in the case of Wilcock, I may continue to cover him, so can't do that, but I can forgive him, but I'm not going to forget what he did. And I'm going to remind people, and people are going to remember, Mr. Wilcock claimed that I got him swatted. Tonight, we've shown you the video. There was no swatting. They knocked, nobody answered. They left a card on his door. They were very polite and nice. That's not a swatting. A swatting is when there's a SWAT team and they bust your door in and they point guns at you and, you know, arrest you or something. None of that happened. And Mr. Wilcock can't get his story straight. He's saying on his public live stream that I got him swatted. We've shown you the phone call with the animal control officer in which he says he's scared I'm going to get him swatted. So which is it? He can't keep his lies straight, which is another sign of a pathological liar. Mostly, I think Mr. Wilcock needs help, and he must live a very sad and lonely life sitting around a multi-million-dollar mansion by himself with nobody to share that with probably nobody to talk to. He's mentioned he doesn't have anybody he can trust. So, you know, despite everything else, I truly feel sorry for this guy. What a hellish existence to have to lie to people every day. He's by himself. His wife left him. He has nobody, no friends or family he can trust, apparently. And he even lost his dog, which he turned into theater for his Dumb as Rocks audience and to, you know, get donations, I guess, as people said, for sympathy. It's just terrible what happened to him. So we're going to take a couple of comments and questions from the live chat before we bounce on out of here. He needs help, but he's not going to seek it. He's too dense. Yeah. He claimed you stole the name Truth Seekers. Yeah. I mean, there's an English comedy called Truth Seekers as well. And you know what's funny is that came out right after I started my show. A few months after I started my show, I was so pissed because anytime you Google Truth Seekers, you got that English comedy. You didn't get me. But now I think we beat them in the search rankings. We certainly beat them on YouTube. If you put Truth Seekers, one word, in the YouTube search bar, the first thing that comes up is me. By the way, that reminds me, if you haven't already, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. Like and comment this video, subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live broadcast. Tonight has been a banger of a special report. I want to thank Spooky for help with the editing and all of Team Truth Seekers for their support. We've had a lot of support. Talmud says, great show, Steven. Thank you. Special cranberry sauce. I don't know what that's about. Does he really believe that you're the only person who think that he is batshit? Yeah, he thinks I'm his only critic on the entire internet. That's what he has said publicly. He's got his action figures. Was it Barbies? Yeah. You can hear the sick desperation in his fake laughter when performing his comedy acts. Yeah. Cobra says, I think you changed my life, man. This has been unreal. I feel hatred now, bro. You really are a godsend. Thank you, Cobra 3015, who says he has been waiting for years for somebody to prove these things that I'm proving about Wilcock. If only his followers would come over and watch the truth unfold on this channel. Well, invite them. And by the way, I'm certainly not encouraging anybody to reply bomb or anything. But if David Wilcock has not blocked you on Twitter or his YouTube channel, you can copy and paste this video to any of his stuff. You know, like you would just put it as a reply, and maybe some of his followers will see it. I hope people who follow his streams tuned into this broadcast tonight. Well, we had great attendance, and there was a lot of new names in the chat. David could find redemption if he would be honest and expose the UFO Cosmic Con shuffle, and it'd probably make him a lot of money. Yeah, what if he turned on Corey Good and told the whole story? You know, and that's another thing. This man is claiming that he's going to take me to court and sue me. We're going to bring in everything if that happens. The fact that he spent 5 years telling everybody about secret space program that didn't exist with a secret space astronaut that later admitted under oath he'd never even been to space. He spent 5 years of his life stories that Corey Good admitted were part or fiction, you know. Then he's got these fake whistleblowers like Emery Smith and Pete Peterson. This guy's got a history of lying to people, and he thinks he's going to take me to court and that's going to work out for him, especially when I'm the guy exposing all of his lies. It's not going to work out. The best he can do now is confess and start exposing grifters like him, and his followers will still donate to him. He could become even bigger than before. Maybe. The deposition under oath would be the end of his grifting career. Yeah, I mean, if he does take this to a legal arena, and by the way, Aaron, I'm also going to subpoena all 10 of the people he claims works for him. I need their names. We're going to subpoena them and have them testify. Then I'm going to testify and ask his wife how she took screenshots of my Twitter in 2019 or 2020 that had a check mark that wasn't there in 2019 or 2020. Then we're going to ask his wife about who spent all the money for the charity. Was that David or you or both of you? Where did all the money go? It's not going to go good for him. I still have an account that he hasn't blocked. I'll share the show and phone calls. Great. If he did flip and told what was going on through his connections, he would be almost heroic. Yeah. Truth Seekers is broadcasting those. Yeah, a lot of people say that. Truth Seekers broadcasting those depositions ended Corey Good's career. His last live stream, he only had 245 live viewers. I watched it live. And I don't mean like that was at the beginning of the stream. That was the total. That was like the highest, I think. I could be wrong, but I think that Corey Good's influence is over. He just wants George Knapp's spot on Coast to Coast, the new Art Bell. Yeah. Me too, Ghost. I'm with you. Yeah. So listen, I'm going to take down my fair use banner. We've done our due diligence. I've tried my very best to hold my composure. You know, there was another time not so long ago when I would have yelled and screamed at this guy through this entire thing. But I really am proud of myself for not getting angry or upset. I'm kind of over the injustice, right? You know, when somebody does something like call you a Satan worshiper and a pedophile on a live stream to 100,000 people, well, there wasn't 100,000 watching, but it got 100,000 views, you're going to get angry. But I've kind of dealt with it. You know, I've been meditating, and I'm not going to let something like this disrupt the zen of my life, right? I've got too many things more important to worry about, like my children home with me all day, trying to be a good stay-at-home dad and also run a business from home. It's a challenge. It's a nightmare. And I'm not going to let some idiot like Mr. Wilcock ruin that for me or ruin my good mood. And to be honest with you, I don't recommend that you have something like this happen to you because it will fry your brain a little bit. It was surreal, right? But I think I'm over it. Like I said, I'm going to try to turn the other cheek and forgive him, but I'm not going to forget this, and I'm not going to let people forget what he did to me. But I'll turn the other cheek. I'll forgive him. He really should do what a real man would do. And, you know, look, just say, hey, I got it wrong. It wasn't Steve Cambian that did all these things. He proved it on his show. And I'm sorry for making false accusations against him. And by the way, if any of my reporting is inaccurate, he's free to prove that. Show me where I got a fact wrong, Mr. Wilcock, and I will correct the record. He hasn't done that. He simply decided to go ad hominem and make up false claims about me being a Satan worshiper. Oh, I forgot about that. I almost forgot. There was so much to share tonight that I almost forgot. Spooky has shared Spooky had shared with me a graphic. Mr. Wilcock's only proof that I was a Satan worshiper is that I once wore a devil mask. But the record will reflect that on this show, I have appeared as many different characters. Thanks to Spooky for putting this together. There's David Wilcox. There's Crazy Kerry Cassidy. There's Jeremy Connor Lockerbie Cowbell. There's Nick Pope. There's Grift On. There's Lou Lizolato. There's Nick Pope. There's Dr. Stephen Greed. And there's the character UFO Lucifer. So I've played all these different characters on my show. I think that shows a lot of talent. And, we made all the masks and customized them, at least some of them. For him to suggest that I'm a Satan worshiper because I once wore a mask on my show where we do comedic parodies, and by the way, Spooky said parody, an imitation of the style of a particular writer, artist, or genre with a deliberate exaggeration for comic effect. So somehow David Wilcock turned me wearing a mask into I'm a Satan worshiper. It's not the case, and I strongly deny that. I'm a good family man. I was raised Catholic. I consider myself non-denominational Christian right now. So there we have it, friends. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. And again, thanks, Spooky, for helping putting together this broadcast, which was very difficult considering the number of things that we had to share and put on the record. But we did. We put those things on the record, and to be honest, I'm glad that this is behind me. All week I've been trying to get these records and get the body cam footage. It is what it is. And, unfortunately, sometimes the guy with the bigger bullhorn wins. So everybody's speculating in the live chat. Is he going to double down and lie more on Sunday? Or is he going to finally own up to making a mistake and tell the truth? We'll see what happens. But I'll pray that he does the right thing and takes the right path instead of the left-hand path that he usually does, in my opinion. So what can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence, and I worked very hard on this, and so did Spooky. So I'm happy to turn the page here. So we've done our due diligence. Thanks to all of you kind and generous benefactors. Please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. There's instructions for how you too can contribute and help us continue the journey here. Thanks to all of you kind and generous benefactors, I was able to get this footage from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and pay for it. So thanks to all of you for making this possible. So that's all I got, friends. Until next time, my name is Steven Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, Mr. Wilcock. I will pray that you find your road to redemption. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Oh yeah, look at that. Very good. 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 I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. Cock. Wow. 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 Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Wilcock. 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 Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels suck. Woo! 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 Suck. I'm David Wilcock.